Chapter 1. A Grim Beginning, the most powerful peacekeeping system. My head aches terribly. What has transpired? Changge abruptly sat up in bed, greeted by the sight of a strange thatched hut, in a state of utter disrepair. Beside the bed, a black and white dog stood up, staring intently at Changge. "What are you staring at?" The dog spoke human words. Changge's vision darkened, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Countless memories surged like a tidal wave, causing his head to throb painfully. After 2 months of relentless overtime, collapsing at my desk in the dead of night, I actually transmigrated? This is the Taichu continent, Yunzhu, Dao Tian Sect. Once a pinnacle sect in Yunzhu, yet it fell into ruin a mere 10,000 years ago, and now I am the last remnant? After digesting the memories in his mind, Changge felt a wave of nausea wash over him. As a seasoned bookworm in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the concept of transmigration and quickly came to accept this reality. The issue was that this beginning was exceedingly grim, wasn't it? The body he inhabited was also named Changge, an abandoned infant taken in by the old sect master of Dao Tian Sect. After the old master's passing 3 years ago, Changge was left as the sole survivor of the sect. Along with him was the old master's dog. The dog possessed a trace of demon bloodline, lacking in cultivation, but endowed with remarkable intelligence, capable of human speech. "I'm hungry. Go prepare a meal." The dog leapt onto the bed, bouncing on Changge's chest, leaving a trail of black paw prints on the covers. "Ergu, you stepped on my bedding again." Changge erupted in fury, flipping over to pin the dog down. The dog was unyielding, and the two engaged in a scuffle, the old wooden bed creaking under their weight. After a moment, Changge gritted his teeth, grabbing the dog by the scruff of its neck, limping out of the hut with 2 claw marks on his leg. Before him lay a desolate mountaintop, devoid of human presence for miles. This was the territory of Dao Tian Sect. Beneath his feet was a simple farmhouse courtyard, accompanied by a small vegetable patch. Beyond that, there was nothing but emptiness. Destitution reigned supreme. Ding! The most powerful peacekeeping system has been activated. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Changge's mind, like a celestial melody. "A system? My golden finger has finally arrived." Changge's heart soared with joy. The legendary golden finger that every transmigrator possessed had finally come to him. System, what does this peacekeeping entail? Changge silently pondered, attempting to communicate with the system through his consciousness. Ding! This system possesses the ultimate peacekeeping function, wherein the host's cultivation equals the total cultivation of the entire sect. Note: the host's original cultivation is at the 3rd level of chi refinement, which serves as the base value and will not be modified subsequently. For every major breakthrough in the sect's martial artists, the host will receive a system reward. The system explained. The martial arts realms of the Taichu continent are divided into Qi refinement, spirit consolidation, Yuan return, mysterious spirit, Dao transformation, venerable, monarch, saint, and emperor. Each major realm further divides into 9 minor realms. Each minor realm is categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages. The system's response left Changge astounded, then elated. This system was extraordinarily powerful. If he were to descend the mountain and recruit thousands of disciples, wouldn't he soar to greatness? Ding! Host, please note, only disciples recruited in accordance with system tasks will be counted. The system will periodically issue disciple recruitment tasks. The system ruthlessly shattered Changge's fantasies. Wait a moment, system, if the disciples I recruit run away, wouldn't my cultivation be lost? A sudden thought struck Changge. Host, please rest assured, this system only accumulates and does not deduct. The system's words alleviated Changge's concerns. Detecting that the host is the sect master of Dao Tian Sect, binding to Dao Tian Sect has commenced. Ding! Binding successful. Sect, Dao Tian Sect. Members, 1. Demon Beast, 1. Wealth, a bag of rice. Reputation, 250. Evaluation. In such poverty, this sect is better off abandoned. Changge, please stop the insults. Detecting the presence of a member, Silver Moon Wolf, the system initiated peacekeeping. Chapter 2. The dog is quite cunning. The system's voice left Su Changge momentarily stunned. Silver Moon Wolf? Where's there a Silver Moon Wolf? Isn't there only this husky in his possession? Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf mid-stage 6th level of Yuan return. In an instant, a powerful and profound force surged within Su Changge, coursing through his limbs and veins, transforming his blood and enhancing his cultivation dramatically. Woof! The dog wriggled free from Su Change's grip, suddenly gazing at him with a look of suspicion. What is this powerful force within this fellow? Before the dog could sense further, the energy within Su Changge harmonized in an instant, his aura retracting. Swish! Su Changge opened his eyes, a flash of electric brilliance sparking within, sharp and unmatched. Is this the cultivation of Yuan return? Su Change's heart raced, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, as if he could swat the dog away with a mere slap. This dog is actually a powerful Yuan return expert? Weren't we told it only had the cultivation of the 4th level of Qi refinement? I truly cannot believe this old fellow. With a cultivation of 6th level of Yuan return, he could be deemed a great master, capable of serving as a venerated guest in various sects, living a life free from care. Yet, the dog not only feigned ignorance, demanding Su Changge to cook for it daily, but also secretly squandered the sect's remaining funds on alcohol. The 250 reputation of Dao Tian Sect was entirely due to this rascal. What are you staring at? Seeing Su Change's gaze shift toward him, the dog immediately glared back, saying, "Hurry up and cook, I'm starving." "I'm starving your grandpa." The more Su Changge thought about it, the angrier he became, reaching out to grasp the dog's neck. "You gone too far. I am your master uncle. Round it up. That makes me your grandpa. And you dare to strike me? Ow." Once again, the man and dog engaged in a tussle. Ding! The system issues a disciple recruitment task. Recruit 1 disciple within 7 days, with at least inferior quality in the Xian rank. Martial arts qualifications are categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, with Huang being the lowest and Tian being the highest. Each rank is further divided into inferior, medium, and superior qualities. As the system's voice rang out, Su Change's eyes sparkled with excitement. Neglecting the scuffle with the dog, Su Changge communicated with the system through his consciousness. "System, what does the Disciple Recruitment Gift Pack contain?" Ding! The Disciple Recruitment Gift Pack includes the 7th rank Sword Technique, Qinglian 9 Swords, 7th rank Spear Technique, Daohuang 9 Styles, 5th rank Magical Artifact, Qinglian Sword 1, 5th rank Magical Artifact, Moonshadow Spear 1, Comprehension Stone 1, Spirit Stones 10,000. 7th rank Techniques, 5th rank Magical Artifacts, and 10,000 Spirit Stones. Su Change's eyes widened, and his heart leaped with joy. All martial arts techniques, magical artifacts, and elixirs in the world are classified into 9 ranks, corresponding to the 9 great realms of martial arts. The 7th rank corresponds to the Monarch realm. The 5th rank corresponds to the Dao Transformation realm. 10,000 Spirit Stones would sustain Su Changge and the dog for several years of cultivation. This is the treatment a protagonist deserves. Ha ha ha! Su Changge was overjoyed, pulling the dog off him and seizing it by the scruff of its neck. "Stinky pup, let me down." The dog squirmed wildly, leaving a trail of paw prints on Su Change's clothing. "Dog, let's go." "Where to?" "Descend the mountain to recruit disciples and revitalize Dao Tian Sect," Su Changge proclaimed with fervor. "Are you out of your mind? In this desolate place, who would be foolish enough to join us?" The dog's eyes widened in disbelief. "Success is determined by effort, let's just do it." Su Changge would not take no for an answer, gripping the scruff of the dog's neck and striding down the mountain. Chapter 3. Protagonist Template? A Disciple Acquired. 3 hours later, Su Changge and the dog trekked 100 miles and finally arrived at Luyan City by dusk. This city was the closest to Dao Tian Sect, under the jurisdiction of the Daotian dynasty. "I'm starving, I want to eat meat and drink wine." The dog bounced around Su Changge. "The last 2 copper coins of the sect were stolen by you to buy alcohol. We have no money left." Su Changge replied irritably. "Why did you bring me here if we have no money?" The dog glared at him. Ignoring the dog, Su Changge stroked his chin, lost in thought. In the Taichu continent, martial prowess is revered, and everyone practices martial arts. However, the vast majority possess merely Huang rank qualifications. Those with Xian rank qualifications are considered prodigies, fiercely sought after by various sects. How could he possibly recruit anyone? Moreover, even if there were Xian rank geniuses in Luoyan City, they might not be willing to join Dao Tian Sect. This was a hasty decision. Su Changge rubbed his empty stomach and sighed deeply. The illustrious sect master of Dao Tian Sect. Yet he found himself without money for a meal. Ding! Detecting that the host has begun recruitment, the system has activated the life insight function. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Changge's mind. Su Changge paused, his gaze falling upon a passerby, and a translucent screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. Name: Zhang San. Cultivation: 3rd level of Qi refinement. Fate: ordinary and unremarkable. No effect red. Note: fate ranks from low to high are classified as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Life script: hailing from an unremarkable commoner family, yet frequently disregarding the law, engaging in brawls, earning the moniker outlaw of the law. Cultivation techniques: body refinement technique, Qi cultivation technique. Magical artifacts: none. Talent: inferior yellow grade. Su Changge's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, the master understands me. With this ability, he could effortlessly discern the talents of others, making the search for disciples considerably more straightforward. Let's get to work. Su Changge dragged the reluctant dog, embarking on a leisurely stroll through Luoyan City. Half an hour later, Su Changge's eyes grew weary from searching, yet he failed to find a single genius with Xian grade talent. It was to be expected. Luoyan City was a remote border town, rather obscure, making the emergence of Xian grade geniuses quite rare. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west. Lin family, I shall exact this vendetta with my own hands. As Su Changge passed through a narrow alley, he keenly heard a voice. Such a tone could it be? Su Changge's heart stirred, and he hastily pulled the dog towards the alley. In the darkened passage, a youth, bloodied and gravely injured, staggered forward. Suddenly, the light in the alley dimmed. A tall, imposing young man blocked the alley's entrance, accompanied by a large dog at his feet. Su Changge's gaze fell upon the youth. Name: Lin Tian. Cultivation: 1st level of spirit condensation realm. Fate: favored by fortune, protected by the Tao of heaven. Purple: blessings from heaven, increased luck. Purple: turning danger into safety, able to cleverly avert life-threatening situations. Purple: benefactor's assistance, greatly increased probability of gaining recognition from powerful individuals. Purple. Life script: former young master of the Lin family, gifted from a young age, yet due to the divine sword in his dantian absorbing his spiritual power, his cultivation stagnated for 5 years, ultimately falling victim to schemes, being jilted by the Zhang family, stripped of his title, and expelled from the Lin family. Cultivation techniques: return to origin Qi technique, swift sword technique, mountain splitting palm. Magical artifacts: celestial sword of slaughter unawakened. Talent: inferior Xian grade. By the heavens, a divine sword in the dantian, jilted, expelled from the family. Is this not the quintessential protagonist template? Su Changge was taken aback, then elated. For Lin Tian's talent was indeed of inferior Xian grade. It is decided, he shall be the one. Chapter 4. Winning Hearts with Virtue, Disciple Lin Tian. Who are you? Lin Tian instantly grew vigilant. Young man, I observe that your bones are extraordinary, a talent rare among thousands. Why not join our Dao Tian Sect? Su Changge smiled slightly. Dao Tian Sect. Lin Tian paused, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be that long-extinct Dao Tian Sect? Lin Tian finally recalled something, his expression darkening. You were sent by the Lin family to kill me, aren't you? If a battle is to be fought, let us engage without such flimsy excuses. Lin Tian slowly grasped the sword at his waist. What do you mean long extinct? Su Changge's expression darkened. Youngster, do you not know how to speak? Standing before you is the sect master of Dao Tian Sect, as well as its esteemed elder. The dog also grew indignant, glaring at Lin Tian. A beast, Lin Tian's heart plummeted, his body shivering. A talking beast, its power must be formidable. Yet, even so, he would never surrender easily. Clang! As Su Changge approached, Lin Tian suddenly drew his iron sword, channeling all his spiritual power, unleashing a strike that illuminated the dim alley with a flash of sword light. A sneak attack? The dog roared in fury. However, before the dog could act, Su Changge flicked his finger, producing a ringing sound as it struck the iron sword, causing Lin Tian's weapon to shatter piece by piece. Lin Tian was further jolted back by an immense force, crashing against the wall, his chest feeling tight. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. He was aware that this strike was delivered with all his might. Even a fifth-level spirit condensation realm expert would be injured by it. To think it was effortlessly blocked by Su Changge? Cold sweat dripped down Lin Tian's forehead. By the heavens? Changge, the dog was equally dumbfounded, staring at Su Changge in disbelief. Wasn't this fellow merely at the third level of Qi cultivation? When did he acquire such power? Could this sixth one be hiding even deeper than I am? This is the sect master's token of Dao Tian Sect. Now do you believe my words? Su Changge produced an ancient-looking token. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Without hesitation, Lin Tian immediately knelt before Su Changge to pay his respects. Given Su Changge's strength, to kill him would be as easy as breathing. There was no hope of escape. Moreover, he could sense that Su Changge harbored no murderous intent towards him. Had he exerted even a modicum of force in that last strike, his demise would have been inevitable. Faced with the futility of escape, Lin Tian promptly chose to concede gracefully. Good disciple, rise. Su Changge cheerfully assisted Lin Tian to his feet as the system began to dispense rewards. Ding! Host has completed the disciple collecting task, detecting a new member of Dao Tian Sect. Initiating a peace request. Host cultivation level original cultivation Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian initial stage of the sevenfold Gu Yuan realm. Once again, a surge of immense power manifested within Su Changge, coursing through his limbs and bones, elevating his cultivation by a small tier and significantly enhancing his prowess. Ding! The Disciple Collection gift pack has been distributed. 7th tier sword technique. Qingge 9 swords, 7th tier spear technique. Daotian 9 styles, 5th tier magical artifact. Qingge sword X1. 5th tier magical artifact. Yueying spear X1. Enlightenment stone X1. Spirit stones X10, 000 have been deposited into the system space, available for the host to retrieve at any time. With a thought, Su Changge envisioned a vast space in his mind, containing the system's rewards. Daotian Sect. I never anticipated that this pathetic sect had yet to be annihilated. Just then, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently above the alleyway. Humph, merely an ant-like sect. Since he dared to take Lin Tian as his disciple, he would eliminate the Daotian Sect as well. Another figure clad in black emerged, blocking the alley's entrance. Lin Tian's heart sank sharply. These two black-clad individuals were indeed sent by the Lin family to assassinate him. When he was expelled from the Lin family, the situation was too chaotic for them to act openly. Thus, they resorted to sending assassins in secret. Chapter 5. A fist to kill who dares to call our sect trash. Su Changge's face remained impassive as he locked his gaze upon the two black-clad figures, their life information materializing before him. Name. Lin Hao Cultivation. 7th layer of lingering spirit realm fate. Unremarkable, orange. Life script. 3rd elder of the Lin family cultivation technique. Gu Yuan 1 Qi technique. Swift sword technique. Mountain splitting palm artifact. Black iron sword talent. Middle grade yellow tier name. Lin Shuang cultivation. 8th layer of lingering spirit realm fate. Unremarkable, orange. Life script. 4th elder of the Lin family cultivation technique. Gu Yuan 1 Qi technique. Swift sword technique. Mountain splitting palm artifact. Black iron sword talent. Middle grade yellow tier, so they are elders of the Lin family. Su Changge glanced at them, his heart comprehending the situation. How audacious! You dare to disrespect the Dao Tian Sect. Do you believe this lord will let you live? The dog too was filled with rage, baring its teeth at the two black-clad figures. Big brother, stop wasting words with them. Let's make our move. Lin Shuang snorted coldly, a pitch-black longsword appearing in his hand as he lunged at Lin Tian with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lin Hao fixated on Su Changge, his figure flickering as he swung his sword down from above. Su Changge neither dodged nor retreated as Lin Hao approached. Su Changge clenched his fist, spiritual power swirling around his arm, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Su Changge's fist collided with a black iron sword, producing a thunderous explosion. The black iron sword shattered on the spot, and a terrifying force caused Lin Hao's chest to cave in, violently spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the wall. What the big brother? The sudden turn of events left Lin Shuang aghast, halting him in his tracks. Go to hell with him. Su Changge's icy voice rang out as he launched another punch. No! Lin Shuang cried out in horror, channeling his spiritual energy to block with a black iron sword, attempting to withstand the blow. Alas, even with Su Changge utilizing only a fraction of his strength, it was far beyond Lin Shuang's ability to counter. With a resounding bang, the black iron sword shattered into fragments, and Lin Shuang spewed blood, hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through the wall. Remarkable. Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply, a storm of emotions surging within him. The fluctuations in spiritual energy from Lin Hao and Lin Shuang indicated that their cultivation levels were indeed at the 7th and 8th layers of the lingering spirit realm, yet they were grievously injured by Su Changge's single punch. Could he be a master of the Gu Yuan realm? Lin Tian's heart grew heavy with apprehension. For insulting the Dao Tian Sect, I shall eliminate you. The dog charged forward, delivering a flying kick to each of them. The unfortunate timing resulted in both kicks landing squarely on their chests, shattering their ribs and piercing their hearts, leading to their immediate demise. Oh, so many silver notes. We've hit the jackpot. The dog skillfully rummaged through their belongings, soon extracting a large handful of silver notes, grinning widely as drool threatened to spill from its mouth. Lin Tian, however, wore a grave expression as he pulled the black cloth from their faces. Indeed, it was them. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, Lin Tian's heart trembled. Master, they're the 3rd and 4th elders of the Lin family. Lin Tian's expression turned serious as he addressed Su Changge. Having killed them, the Lin family will undoubtedly seek revenge. There's a 1st-layer Gu Yuan realm elder within the Lin family. Master, we should leave Luoyuan City swiftly. 1st layer of Gu Yuan realm? Su Changge waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. A mere 1st-layer Gu Yuan realm. There is no need for concern that if he dares to come, we shall eliminate him as well. But Lin Tian hesitated, lowering his voice. The Lin family in Luoyuan City is merely a collateral branch. The main lineage resides in the royal capital and is one of the top families in the Daotian dynasty. Should we kill the elder of the Lin family, we may attract the ire of the main branch. Su Changge's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 6. Acquiring resources after some contemplation. Su Changge suggested, let us purchase some supplies before returning. Su Changge led Lin Tian and the dog to the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. This was the only trading establishment in Luoyuan City, and it was merely a branch. The Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce was widespread throughout the Daotian dynasty, being one of the premier commercial establishments. Changge, what brings you here? Everything requires spiritual stones to purchase. We've only just acquired 250 spirit stones. We can't afford anything. The dog gazed at the opulent Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, casting a doubtful glance at Su Changge. Just follow me. Su Changge calmly strode into the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Cultivation necessitates a variety of resources, and fortunately, Su Changge had a sum of 10,000 spirit stones at his disposal to improve the living conditions of the Dao Tian Sect. With a sweeping gesture, Su Changge purchased 3 storage rings, a 2nd-tier gathering formation, several spirit herbs, and over 20 bottles of elixirs, encompassing various categories, including healing, spirit recovery, and detoxification. The total expenditure amounted to over 3,000 spirit stones. The dog's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What the hell? Has the old man left behind such a fortune? Why didn't he tell me? The dog raged internally, its mind racing as it contemplated ways to procure the remaining spirit stones from Su Changge. Lin Tian too felt a monumental upheaval within his heart. Over 3,000 spirit stones. Even though the Lin family was the largest in Luoyuan City, Their annual income barely exceeded 2,000 spirit stones. Yet, Changge had casually spent 3,000 spirit stones. Wasn't it said that the Dao Tian Sect had long been extinguished? Perhaps the rumors were false. Lin Tian's interest in the Dao Tian Sect and Changge deepened. Given Changge's demonstrated strength and wealth, joining the Dao Tian Sect seemed to be a splendid choice. In the Lin family, Master, it's terrible. According to our scouts, Lin Tian is swaggering into the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce with a stranger. A servant rushed into the courtyard in a panic. What? The head of the Lin family, Ho, sprang up, his expression fraught with uncertainty. What of Lin Hao and Lin Shuang? Have they not yet acted? The servant trembled slightly, stammering. Scouts discovered the corpses of the third and fourth elders in an abandoned alley. Boom! This news struck like a thunderclap, causing the head of the Lin family to change color dramatically. The several elders beside him also leapt to their feet, stunned by the revelation. Who killed them? The servant quivered as he spoke. I don't know, but according to the scouts, the stranger accompanying Lin Tian has a talking wolf dog, which has appeared in Lian City before, claiming to be the supreme elder of the Dao Tian Sect. Dao Tian Sect. Hadn't it been eradicated long ago? The head of the Lin family furrowed his brow. Damn it! It must be the remnants of the Dao Tian Sect that killed the third and fourth elders. The second elder of the Lin family slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Master, let us head to the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce and lay siege, eliminating them all. Absolutely not. The head of the Lin family's expression shifted repeatedly before he ultimately shook his head. The Dao Tian Sect is merely a decrepit sect. With our Lin family's strength, why should we fear them? The second elder retorted angrily. Are we to allow the deaths of the third and fourth elders to go unavenged? The head of the Lin family fell silent for a moment and said, the Dao Tian Sect is not so simple. Its destruction involves significant causality if the Dao Tian Sect has not yet perished. It is likely that certain unforeseen events have occurred. We must not act rashly, he then called out. Bring me pen and paper. I need to convey this news back to the capital's main branch. Chapter 7. Returning to the Dao Tian Sect in the dead of night, Lin Tian followed Changge on a long and arduous journey back to the territory of the Dao Tian Sect. Is this truly the Dao Tian Sect? As he gazed upon the desolate mountain before him, he felt utterly disheartened. What difference was there between this barren peak and the surrounding wasteland? Why was there not even a single decent building? Indeed, this was the Dao Tian Sect, and it would now be their home. Changge patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, although it may appear somewhat dilapidated at present, the Dao Tian Sect will soon regain its former glory and strength. A spirited determination gleamed in Changge's eyes. With the system at his disposal, all he needed to do was continuously accept disciples who would diligently cultivate, allowing him to reap various rewards to rebuild the Dao Tian Sect. When the sect returned to its former magnificence, the old man would surely be pleased. Wouldn't he? Changge suddenly sighed softly. The former sect master had always lamented the need to revitalize the Dao Tian Sect. But alas, his frail health had prevented him from doing so, and he ultimately took only Changge as his disciple. After returning to his room, Changge retrieved items from the system space and placed them into a storage ring. Given the current impoverished state of the Dao Tian Sect, these items would serve as a welcoming gift for his master. Emerging from his room, Changge handed a storage ring to Lin Tian. Upon receiving it, Lin Tian quickly refined it and extracted its contents. The Qinglian 9 swords. Is this a 7th-tier technique? Lin Tian pulled out an ancient tome, his hands trembling in disbelief that he owed his knowledge. There were scarcely any 7th-tier techniques throughout the entire Lian dynasty, all held exclusively by the royal family as national treasures, making them exceedingly precious and rare. And this, a 5th-tier magical artifact? Moreover, there were 5,000 spirit stones, over 20 bottles of elixirs, and 8 spirit herbs. Lin Tian cradled the Qinglian sword in his hands, feeling as if he were in a dream, utterly unreal. How valuable was a 5th-tier magical artifact? Generally, only those of the transformation realm could afford such treasures, and even then, they were scarce and priceless. Not to mention that Changge had also given him 5,000 spirit stones. Master, these items are far too precious. For a moment, Lin Tian felt a surge of anxiety, reluctant to accept such generosity. It's merely a small token of appreciation, Su Changge replied with a smile. Oh, whoa. I knew the old man must have hidden treasures. At that moment, the dog leapt up and tackled Su Changge to the ground, rummaging through his pockets. Be gentle. You're going to tear my clothes. Su Changge, infuriated, seized the dog's front legs and executed a shoulder throw. Casting the creature aside, here, he tossed a storage ring to it with irritation. The dog gleefully refined the storage ring, only to discover it was empty, save for 250 spirit stones. Huh. The dog glared, enraged. You little brat. Are you trying to fool me? Please, you're a beast. Where am I supposed to find cultivation techniques for a monster like you? Su Changge rolled his eyes and handed his own storage ring to the dog. Why don't you see if there's anything useful for you? Half convinced, the dog refined Su Changge's storage ring. Inside, it found only the great wilderness 9 forms, a moonshadow spear, over 1,000 spirit stones, and a few miscellaneous items. That old man. How could he not leave me any treasures? The dog grumbled in discontent, returning the storage ring to Su Changge. The anatomical structures of humans and beasts differ entirely, as do their meridians and acupoints, rendering them incapable of practicing the same techniques. The dog also had no interest in wielding a spear. Chapter 8. The Resurrection of the Divine Sword within the Dantian. All right, let us all focus on cultivating diligently and strive to grow strong. Su Changge distributed the spirit stones and elixirs from his storage ring to the dog. You're giving me all the resources. What about your own cultivation? The dog eyed Su Changge suspiciously. I have enough. Without further ado, Su Changge pressed the resources into the dog's possession. With the system at his command, he certainly didn't need to cultivate himself. He could simply wait for the dog and Lin Tian to put in the effort. Su Changge began to arrange a spirit-gathering formation on the mountaintop. Though merely an ordinary second-tier formation, once established, it would attract and gather the surrounding spiritual energy. With these resources, I shall surely be able to cultivate once more. Lin Tian took a deep breath, pulling out spirit stones to meditate in the courtyard. Curiously, every time a wisp of spiritual power emerged within him, it flowed into his Dantian, only to vanish into thin air. This phenomenon had led to Lin Tian's stagnation in cultivation for the past 5 years. Within his Dantian floated an ancient bronze sword, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from Lin Tian's body. After 5 years of absorption, a pattern on the sword began to glow, extending from the tip to the hilt, nearly illuminating entirely. Meanwhile, Su Changge returned to his room and took out the Enlightenment Stone. The Enlightenment Stone, a product of the system, served but one purpose: to allow Su Changge to fully comprehend a cultivation technique, saving him from the arduous path of lengthy training. Using the Enlightenment Stone, he aimed to grasp the Great Wilderness 9 forms. Holding the Great Wilderness 9 forms in one hand and the Enlightenment Stone in the other, he silently focused. Ding! The Enlightenment Stone has been successfully used. As the system's voice echoed, Su Changge felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness, and countless runes materialized, intertwining with one another. Various profound martial arts secrets flooded his mind, enlightening him thoroughly. In an instant, Su Changge integrated the Great Wilderness 9 forms, mastering it as if he had trained for over a decade. Clang! With the Moonshadow Spear in hand, Su Changge effortlessly unleashed dozens of spear shadows. Swift and fierce, not bad, that he was quite pleased. Armed with the Great Wilderness 9 forms and the Moonshadow Spear, Su Changge was more than capable of battling opponents beyond his level. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian devoted nearly every waking hour to cultivation, with waves of spiritual energy surging within him. Finally, the patterns on the bronze sword in his Dantian lit up completely. Chung! A clear sword cry resonated, echoing through the heavens and earth, drawing forth spiritual energy from 100-mile radius, which surged toward him like a tidal wave. The spiritual energy erupted, continuously pouring into Lin Tian, absorbed by the bronze sword. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy within 100 miles was entirely consumed. The bronze sword emitted a beam of golden light that flowed into Lin Tian's body, circulating through his limbs and bones, transforming his meridians and acupoints, causing his cultivation to rise directly by 3 small realms, reaching the 4th level of the spirit condensation realm. Is this the divine sword of the Daotian? Lin Tian was suddenly jolted, his consciousness diving into his Daotian, where he finally beheld the bronze sword suspended within. Moreover, a connection had formed between him and the sword, heir of the divine sword of slaughtering heaven. Congratulations on successfully awakening the divine sword of slaughtering heaven. This sword possesses 9 layers of seals, each containing a formidable beast. You must gather the 9 sword energies scattered throughout the world to reinforce the seals and subdue the great beasts. A voice resonated within Lin Tian's mind. Chapter 9. The dog's secret. What on earth just happened? Lin Tian's sudden commotion startled the dog. Kid, what have you stirred up? The dog exclaimed, kicking open Lin Tian's door with a flying kick. Changge, sensing something amiss, hurried to Lin Tian's room. Moments ago, the sword's cry had shaken the heavens, and the spiritual energy had gathered in a tumultuous wave, although it lasted but a few breaths. It was astonishing enough. Master, Elder Tai Shang. Lin Tian, seated on his cushion, opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What just happened?" "You're still pretending." That sword cry and the tidal wave of spiritual energy all surged toward your room. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" The dog glared at Lin Tian, displeased. "What sword cry?" Lin Tian scratched his head in bewilderment. "I was cultivating and didn't notice anything unusual, since there's nothing amiss." "Then focus on your cultivation." The dog wanted to press further, but Changge preemptively spoke up, grabbing the dog by the scruff and pulling him away from Lin Tian's room. Lin Tian finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, patting his chest as his heart raced. The divine sword of the Daotian was his greatest fortune and most profound secret. Until he possessed the strength to protect himself, he could not reveal the existence of the divine sword, lest it invite peril to his life. Moreover, he had only known Changge for a mere 3 days. Even though Changge had saved his life, Lin Tian could not bring himself to fully trust him. That rascal Lin Tian was undoubtedly hiding something. The commotion just now was surely caused by him. "Why didn't you allow me to get to the bottom of this?" Guzi expressed his discontent. "Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not?" Changge suddenly cast a profound glance at Guzi. I have no secrets," Guzi stammered, turning his gaze away from Changge. "Guzi, as long as Lin Tian is my disciple, and as long as he harbors no malicious intent towards us, what does it matter if he keeps a few secrets? There's no need for us to pry too deeply, wouldn't you agree? Even if we were to press him, he would certainly be reluctant to speak, which would only create a rift and undermine the trust between you. In light of this, it would be best if we simply refrain from asking. When the time comes that we have all become familiar with one another and established sufficient trust, I believe he will choose to confide in you. Changge patted Guzi on the head. "Do as you wish. After all, you're the sect master now." Guzi mumbled under his breath. "Ding! Detection indicates that Dao Tian Sect member Lin Tian has broken through to the 4th level of the condensation spirit realm and is seeking peace. Host cultivation level, original cultivation level, Silver Moon Wolf, Lin Tian midstage of the 7th level of the returning origin realm." The system notification echoed. A surge of power welled up within Changge, enhancing his cultivation slightly. Lin Tian's breakthrough of 3 minor realms had elevated Changge's cultivation from the early stage of the returning origin realm to the mid-stage. The sudden advancement of 3 minor realms, coupled with the sound of a sword song. It seemed the divine sword within Lin Tian's Daotian had awakened. Changge pondered thoughtfully. If Lin Tian's secret is the divine sword within his Daotian, then what could Guzi's secret be? After a moment's hesitation, Changge activated the life insight function to gaze upon Guzi. With such formidable strength, yet choosing to conceal it while lurking within the Dao Tian Sect. Guzi must certainly possess some unknown secrets. Name: Majestic General. Cultivation level: 6th level of the returning origin realm. Fate: outstanding, slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue: destiny of misfortune, a tumultuous life, encountering great upheaval. Gray: life script: heir of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Captured by the real man Yin Tian in his youth, he traveled the world with him, striving to revive the Dao Tian Sect, only to witness the annihilation of all disciples during the battle at Broken Sky Cliff. where the real man Yin Tian was severely injured, and the Silver Moon Wolf clan that came to their aid was exterminated. The real man Yin Tian fought desperately to protect him, leading to his subsequent decline and despair. Techniques: Howling Moon Technique, Silver Moon Slash, Wolf King's 9 transformations, Savage Tread, Magical Artifacts, Wolf King's Seal, Aptitude, Low-Grade Earth Tier, Chapter 10, The Truth Behind the Fall of Dao Tian Sect. Boom! When Su Changge beheld Guzi's life script, his pupils constricted sharply, as if countless thunderclaps erupted within his mind. A tumultuous wave surged in his heart. The real man Yin Tian was none other than the former sect master of Dao Tian Sect, and Su Changge's revered mentor. It was shocking to discover that the real man Yin Tian and Guzi had endured such a tragic fate. No wonder his mentor, despite being only in his 50s, appeared as aged as a nonagenarian, bedridden and frail. Even until the day of his passing, he had lamented the need to revive the Dao Tian Sect, leaving behind a legacy of regret and unfulfilled desire. It is no wonder that Lin Tian and Lin Hao spoke of Dao Tian Sect as having long been extinguished. A wave of desolation surged within Su Changge. Following that, an endless fury welled up within him. His eyes ablaze with rage. Guzi, who was it that caused the demise of my mentor? Su Changge gritted his teeth and asked, word by word. Guzi stiffened for a moment, then feigned confusion, asking the old man was weak and sickly since childhood. Afflicted with an incurable disease, he simply did not have long to live. Who could possibly have harmed him? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Changge remained silent for a while, then spoke. Guzi, is it that the enemy is simply too formidable, and you believe that I have no hope of vengeance, hence you wish to keep this from me? Are you feeling feverish? What enemy? Why are you spouting such nonsense? Guzi lifted a front paw and placed it on Su Changge's head, leaving a dark paw print on his forehead. Guzi, at the very least, could you tell me who the enemy is? Su Changge reached out his hands, pressing against Guzi's head, staring intently into its eyes. Guzi showed evident signs of panic, its gaze evasive, yet held fast. It could only meet Su Changge's calm and resolute eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Guzi finally steeled itself, shaking off Su Changge's grasp and sprinting back to its room. There is no enemy. Stop making wild conjectures. With such idle thoughts, you might as well find a girl to marry and have children and cultivate a successor for the sect early on. Su Changge fell into silence. Standing in the courtyard in a daze, the night breeze carried a hint of chill. Moments later, Su Changge sighed softly, opening the long-sealed room of the old man, beginning to search through his belongings. Perhaps within the old man's possessions, there would be some clues. After a brief search, Su Changge discovered a blood-stained handkerchief beneath the old man's bedside. On it were written 4 large characters in blood. Xianming Holy Land. Su Changge tucked the handkerchief away, firmly committing the 4 characters of Xianming Holy Land to memory. Ding! Detection indicates that Dao Tian Sect member Silver Moon Wolf has broken through to the 7th level of the returning origin realm and is seeking peace. Host cultivation level, original cultivation level, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, early stage of the 8th level of the returning origin realm. The following morning, the system notification echoed in Su Changge's mind. A tremendous power surged within his Dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones, propelling his cultivation higher. It seemed Guzi had also commenced his training anew. Su Changge smiled. Over the years, Guzi had merely eaten and slept, neglecting any form of cultivation. Otherwise, its cultivation level would surely be at least in the Xianling realm, if not the Huadao realm. After all, Guzi possessed low-grade earth-tier aptitude, worthy of being called a top-tier genius. With potential for sanctification, ding! The system issued a disciple recruitment mission. Within 1 month, recruit 2 disciples, with a minimum aptitude of low-grade Xian tier. Mission rewards: 7th tier technique Qianhua Heart Decision, 7th tier technique Tian Lei Ju. 2 5th tier magical artifacts Meteorite Sword, 1 Enlightenment Stone, and 50,000 Spirit Stones. The system notification sounded again, eliciting a smile from Su Changge. After a moment of contemplation, he pushed open Guzi's door. Guzi, would you be willing to take me as your master? Get lost. Guzi sprang up and delivered a powerful kick, sending Su Changge tumbling out of the room. Chapter 11. The Lin family comes knocking. Patriarch, did you not say that we must refrain from entering the territory of Dao Tian Sect to avoid entangling ourselves in some great karma? The second elder of the Lin family, Lin Bai, furrowed his brow. I could see this moment. The Lin family had dispatched over a dozen individuals to the territory of Dao Tian Sect, led by none other than the family patriarch, Lin Yuan. Not only that, but Lin Yuan had also summoned the Zhang family, another prominent family from Luyan City, resulting in a total of over 30 individuals heading towards Dao Tian Sect. The main lineage sent word, instructing me to investigate the realities of Dao Tian Sect. They informed me that even if Dao Tian Sect has not perished, it poses no threat and is not to be worried about. Lin Yuan stated coolly, the enmity of the third and fourth elders cannot go unanswered, and that bastard Lin Tian must die. Lin Tian had already been framed and expelled from the Lin family. He would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards them. Thus, they could not leave any potential future troubles. Lin Yuan had examined the corpses of Lin Hao and Lin Shuang, discovering that both had been killed with a single strike to be able to effortlessly slay martial artists at the 7th or 8th level of the condensation spirit realm. The adversary must be a master at the returning origin realm level. To be on the safe side, Lin Yuan had brought along the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family had also played a part in framing Lin Tian and naturally did not wish for him to still be alive. As they conversed, the group arrived at the territory of Dao Tian Sect. S.O. This is Dao Tian Sect. Lin Yuan and the others widened their eyes. This mountain peak was exceedingly desolate, overgrown with weeds, remote and dilapidated. If not for the presence of a small courtyard atop the mountain, they would scarcely believe anyone resided here. That moment, Su Changge, accompanied by Lin Tian and Guzi, was preparing to set out to recruit disciples when they unexpectedly encountered Lin Yuan and his party. Lin family, Zhang family. Lin Tian's gaze turned icy in an instant, his hands slowly clenching into fists. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Oh, is that not Luyan City's #1 genius, Lin Tian? It seems you've fallen quite a bit since we last met. How amusing that you've come to this dilapidated mountain to become someone's disciple. A mocking voice rang out. That it was a young girl clad in a pale yellow dress, her appearance passable, wearing a derisive expression as she looked at Lin Tian. Zhang Wanru, you wretched woman. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. This woman was none other than his former fiancée. 4 days ago, Zhang Wanru had invited Lin Tian to the Zhang family to reminisce, only to secretly drug him during their meeting, rendering him unconscious. While he was in a stupor, Lin Tian was tossed into the room of one of the Zhang family's elders' concubines. And then Zhang Wanru led a group to catch him in the act. In that moment, Lin Tian was grievously injured on the spot and thrown back to the Lin family. Subsequently, he was rejected by the Zhang family, expelled from the Lin family, and then faced assassination. Are you the head of Dao Tian Sect? Lin Yuan disregarded Lin Tian, his gaze fixating on Su Changge, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Changge appeared exceedingly youthful, merely in his 20s. Could it be that he possessed the strength of the returning origin realm? What remarkable talent this must be. I am indeed the head of Dao Tian Sect. Su Changge nodded, casting a calm glance at the members of the Lin and Zhang families, and stated, for what purpose have you come to my Dao Tian Sect? If you trespass upon the territory of Dao Tian Sect without just cause, do not blame this sect master for being merciless. Since Lin Tian and the Lin and Zhang families are at odds, Su Changge would naturally not extend them any courtesy. Such audacity! A mere fallen sect dares to act so arrogantly? Lin Bai's eyes turned cold, clearly displeased with Su Changge's attitude and tone. Youngster, did you kill my Lin family's 3rd and 4th elders? An elder with snow-white hair inquired sternly, his demeanor exuding the authority of one accustomed to power. He was Lin Chunwen, the grand elder of the Lin family. I know not of any 3rd or 4th elders. Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. Su Changge's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident. You, Lin Chunwen faltered, not anticipating Su Changge's swift and decisive denial. Your denial is futile. We have uncovered crucial evidence on the bodies of the 3rd and 4th elders. Lin Chunwen scoffed, producing 2 blood-stained black garments from his storage ring, each bearing distinct claw marks. The claw prints upon these garments were left by your canine companion. What explanation do you have for this? Chapter 12. Humiliation by one's own hand. There are countless dogs in this world. How can you prove these are the prints of my family's dog? Su Changge remained unfazed. After all, no one witnessed the act of murder, as long as he did not admit to it. What could the Lin family do? Still attempting to argue. Lin Qingwen's fury surged, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. As one of the foremost families in Luoyuan City, the Lin family had always been the oppressor. When had they ever endured such indignity? Why waste words with them? Lin Bai, known for his fiery temper, declared, since he dared to slay our Lin family's elders, he must pay with blood. Moreover, Lin Tian, that wretch, even assisted this man in killing our elders. He too must die. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family gripped their weapons tightly, gradually encircling Su Changge and Lin Tian that a battle was imminent. What audacity for mere curs to dare to bully Dao Tian Sect. The canine companion, enraged, exclaimed, Changge, take them out. Why not you? Su Changge rolled his eyes. You're the sect master. I am but an ordinary pet dog. Devoid of any cultivation, the dog asserted with righteous indignation. Really? I find that hard to believe. The Lin family surrounded them. Su Changge appeared unconcerned, casually conversing with the dog, seemingly dismissing them entirely. The members of the Lin family were instantly incensed. I shall see what arrogance you possess. Lin Chongwen could no longer contain himself, drawing his long sword from his waist and unleashing a powerful strike, a surge of spiritual energy radiating with a dazzling, cold light. Facing Lin Chongwen's full-force strike, Su Changge did not flinch or evade. Instead, he clenched his right fist and retaliated with a punch, to dare to meet force with force, seeking death. The members of the Lin family scoffed at this scene. Even if Su Changge were a master of the returning origin realm, to confront Lin Qingwen's sword unarmed would result in a severed hand, if not death. Bang! In the next instant, the smiles on the faces of the Lin family members froze. Su Changge's fist, enveloped in spiritual energy, struck the iron sword with a thunderous crash. Lin Qingwen's sword was shattered into two. Su Changge's fist crashed into Lin Qingwen's chest, causing it to cave in, sending him flying through the air, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs shattered. Su Changge's punch bore no technique. It was simply an overwhelming display of raw power, a pure suppression of realm. Grand Elder? The Lin family members gasped in shock, hurriedly assisting Lin Chongwen. The Zhang family members, too, wore expressions of disbelief, a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. Lin Chongwen was a master of the first level of the returning origin realm. How could he be so grievously injured by a single punch from Su Changge? Just how powerful was Su Changge? Dao Tian Sect Sect Master, you are impressive. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Su Changge, etching his visage into memory. You shall all pay for this. Lin Yuan spat, turning to lead the Lin family in retreat. Have I granted you permission to leave? Su Changge's calm voice rang out, causing the Lin family members to stiffen. What do you think my Dao Tian Sect is? A place you can come and go as you please. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, speaking solemnly. What do you intend to do? Su Changge turned to Lin Tian and asked, Disciple, how do you believe they should be dealt with? Speak freely. I shall support your decision. Lin Tian's eyes brightened, a glimmer of killing intent passing through him. However, he restrained his murderous thoughts and scanned the Lin and Zhang family members one by one. I could see this moment. The members of the Lin and Zhang families were tense, their bodies taut, fearing Lin Tian might suddenly command their slaughter. The Zhang family had only one elder who was a master of the first level of the returning origin realm. Given that Lin Chongwen had been severely injured, he would naturally be no match for Su Changge. Lin Tian's gaze soon landed on Zhang Wanru, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Wanru, I challenge you to a life and death duel. If you can kill me, the Lin and Zhang families may leave unscathed, and our grievances will be settled. Should you perish in my hands, the heads of the Lin and Zhang families must kneel and apologize to me. Chapter 13. A sword that kills in an instant. What? You wish to engage in a life and death duel with Zhang Wanru? Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin and Zhang families widened their eyes in disbelief, finding it utterly absurd. Very well. We accept your terms. The head of the Zhang family eagerly agreed, fearing that Lin Tian might change his mind if he hesitated. Huh. Lin Tian, do you truly believe yourself to be the once greatest genius of Luoyuan City? Zhang Wanru laughed mockingly, her expression dripping with disdain. You are nothing but a waste at the first level of the condensation realm. Meanwhile, I've already reached the fourth level of the condensation realm. What do you have to fight against me? The members of the Lin and Zhang families all laughed, confidence swelling within them. This is a sure win. Indeed, Lin Tian had once exhibited terrifying talent, achieving the first level of the condensation realm at merely 11 years of age, astonishing all. Unfortunately, after that, his cultivation stagnated, and he became widely regarded as a waste. Zhang Wanru had surpassed him, now boasting the fourth level of the condensation realm. Her advantage in realm alone was enough to crush Lin Tian. Su Changge and the dog also chuckled. This is a sure win. The two exchanged knowing glances, their expressions filled with mockery as they regarded the members of the Lin and Zhang families. The dog was unaware that Lin Tian had already broken through to the fourth level of the condensation realm. However, with the fifth grade artifact, the Changge sword, Lin Tian could slay Zhang Wanru with a single strike. Lin Tian paid no heed to Zhang Wanru's taunts that he surveyed the members of the Lin and Zhang families, proclaiming, "In this battle, I shall engage in a life-and-death duel with Zhang Wanru. No one else may intervene, until death do us part. Then come." Zhang Wanru snorted coldly, drawing her long sword from her waist. If Lin Tian sought to kill her, Zhang Wanru, too, wished to slay him. Having already utterly offended Lin Tian, she resolved to end him once and for all. Wanru, do not hold back. Give it your all, the head of the Zhang family urged. Zhang Wanru nodded, her spiritual energy surging within her, pouring it all into her long sword. The black iron sword radiated with a brilliant sword aura. Die. A flash of resentment flickered in Zhang Wanru's eyes as she swung her iron sword down upon Lin Tian, swift and fierce. You cursed wretch! Lin Tian's hand glimmered, revealing a silver ancient sword. With a clang, as Lin Tian drew his sword, the spectators perceived a flash of white light, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Quick! Too quick! In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had sheathed his ancient sword, standing proudly in place. Before him, Zhang Wanru remained frozen in her sword-swinging posture, her body halted in mid-air. With a whoosh, a line of blood sprayed forth as Zhang Wanru's head slowly fell, staining the ground crimson. What? This scene caused the members of the Lin and Zhang families to retract their pupils in shock, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. How could this be possible? The crowd struggled to swallow their disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. Hadn't Lin Tian already been rendered useless? How could he possibly slay Zhang Wanru, a formidable practitioner of the fourth level of the Ningling realm, with a single stroke? Wanru. Zhang Wanru's parents were momentarily engulfed in darkness, letting out heart-wrenching cries. Now, it is your turn. Lin Tian's gaze was frigid as he directed his attention towards the heads of the Lin and Zhang families. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. The head of the Zhang family, visibly perturbed, barked in a tone that betrayed his authority. He was, after all, the esteemed patriarch of the Zhang family. To kneel and apologize before a discarded waste of the Lin family in public would be to utterly disgrace himself. How could he possibly maintain his standing in Luoyuan City afterward? Lin Yuan's expression fluctuated wildly, his hands clenched tightly, veins throbbing at his temples. What was his status compared to Lin Tian's? If he were to kneel and apologize today, it would be an unparalleled humiliation. How is it that you wish to go back on your word? At that moment, Su Changge's voice resonated, his indifferent gaze landing on Lin Yuan and the Zhang family patriarch. Under Su Changge's scrutinizing gaze, both Lin Yuan and the head of the Zhang family felt a chill creep up their spines, overwhelmed by an immense pressure. Su Changge was known for having severely injured Lin Chengwen with a single blow. Should they provoke him, it was likely they would not escape unscathed. Kneel or not to kneel. Chapter 14. Atonement through kneeling. In that instant, Lin Yuan and the Zhang family patriarch found themselves in a fierce internal struggle, oscillating between the desire to save face and the instinct for self-preservation. The onlookers from the Lin and Zhang families were equally tense, their eyes pleading with their respective patriarchs. A Yuan. Exercise restraint. Just then, Lin Shengwen covertly transmitted a message to Lin Yuan. Restraint? Why don't you kneel and apologize instead? Lin Yuan seethed with rage, inwardly cursing Lin Cheng. As the saying goes, endure for a moment. And the anger only grows. Take a step back, and the loss only increases. My patience is finite. If you fail to uphold your promise, then all of you may as well perish. Su Changge's voice suddenly turned icy. A terrifying aura emanating from him, as if an ancient beast had awakened, causing the hair on the necks of the Lin and Zhang families to stand on end. I am sorry. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, steeling himself. He knelt and rose in an instant, his voice barely above a whisper. I am sorry. The head of the Zhang family mimicked him, hastily kneeling and murmuring those 3 words. His voice a mere squeak. I cannot hear you. Speak with conviction. Do it again. Lin Tian said, scratching his ear. The 2 patriarchs were incensed. Enough, all of you. Leave at once. Take care not to let the door hit you on the way out. Lin Tian scoffed. We shall take our leave. The 2 patriarchs, suppressing their immense humiliation, carried Zhang Wanru's lifeless body and swiftly departed. Lin Tian, I swear this enmity shall not go unpunished. Both men silently vowed within. Determined to eliminate Lin Tian, for now, they would allow him to enjoy a little more life. Lin Tian's gaze was equally frigid. The reason he only killed Zhang Wanru was that he did not wish to bring calamity upon Dao Tian Sect. The Lin family of Luoyang City was of little consequence, yet annihilating them would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Lin family's main lineage, inviting disaster. Once I retrieve the first sword aura of the looting divine sword and subjugate the first great ferocity, then I shall exact my vengeance. Lin Tian swore to himself. You did well. Su Changge patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, expressing satisfaction with his handling of the situation, by eliminating Zhang Wanru and compelling the 2 patriarchs to kneel. Lin Tian not only alleviated his pent-up resentment, but also avoided provoking more formidable adversaries. Though Lin Tian was well aware that Su Changge could effortlessly obliterate the Lin and Zhang families, he refrained from making such a request. It was evident he was also considering the interests of Dao Tian Sect, unwilling to attract further trouble. Everything is a gift from my master. Lin Tian shook his head, stating without my master's backing, they would never have acquiesced to such terms. Without the techniques, the sword, and the resources bestowed by my master, I could not have slain Zhang Wanru. Indeed, you understand gratitude. It appears you are no ingrate. The dog nodded approvingly. Master, where shall we recruit disciples? Lin Tian inquired of Su Changge, and why goal is not fixed. Su Changge stroked his chin and replied, we shall go where the talents abound. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled, his heart racing as he feigned calmness. Master, in that case, shall we head to Ziyue City? It is one of the most prosperous ancient cities in Ziyue Prefecture, and surely brimming with talent. The Daoguang dynasty spans vast lands. Encompassing 24 prefectures, Luoyang City is situated on the outskirts of Ziyue Prefecture. Lin Tian proposed this route as the first sword aura of the looting divine sword is located near Ziyue Prefecture. If I can reclaim the first sword aura, I can reinforce the seal and tame the first great ferocity. Very well, we shall proceed to Ziyue Prefecture. Su Changge nodded, as long as we can recruit suitable disciples. He was indifferent to the destination. Soon, the trio arrived at Luoyang City and purchased 3 flame horses from the Silver Moon Merchant Association. These steeds, possessing the bloodline of ferocious beasts, could traverse thousands of miles in a day, making them the optimal choice for long-distance travel. 3 days later, Su Changge and the dog, along with Lin Tian, finally arrived at Ziyue City. This bustling metropolis boasted ancient walls weathered by time, patrolled by soldiers, and filled with the clamor of its inhabitants, creating a lively atmosphere far surpassing that of Luoyang City. Chapter 15. The Emergence of the Ruins. Is this Ziyue City? Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. Curiously surveying his surroundings, a mere 16-year-old lad, he had never ventured beyond Luoyang City, and now, experiencing such a grand ancient city for the first time, it was impossible to suppress his exhilaration. In contrast, Su Changge remained considerably composed, his mind steady from having lived 2 lives. Activating his ability to perceive life, Su Changge scanned the throngs within the city. Half an hour later, he rubbed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Indeed, talented individuals with Xian rank qualifications were not easily found. Even in Ziyue City, the core ancient city of Ziyue Prefecture, renowned for its prosperity, such talents remained elusive. Clang. At that moment, a melodious sound of sword echoed from the sky, resonating throughout the surroundings and stirring the hearts of all in Ziyue City. The crowd instinctively looked up, their eyes filled with awe. A colossal golden sword surged from the very heart of Ziyue City, upon which stood over 30 warriors, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his hands clasped behind him, radiating authority. "It is General Liu from the county governor's office. I recognize those individuals. They are all powerful figures and prodigies from the county governor's office. Heavens, flying on a sword is so impressive. When will I be able to achieve such a feat? Wake up! Only those of the Xianling realm can soar through the skies that wield such a colossal flying sword carrying dozens of people. One must at least be a late-stage Xianling realm practitioner." The sight of so many individuals mobilizing from the county governor's office raised questions among the populace of Ziyue City, who were abuzz with speculation about their destination. "Make way. Clear the path." Soon, shouts rang out, accompanied by the sound of hurried hooves as rows of warriors rushed through the streets, heading towards the city's outskirts. Not limited to this street, warriors from other thoroughfares were also making haste to leave Ziyue City. A discerning observer would note that their trajectory aligned perfectly with that of the county governor's entourage. These individuals belonged to the Flying Tiger Sect. Not only the Flying Tiger Sect, but I also spotted members of the Wild Wolf Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect. Even those from the Silver Moon Merchant Association were in motion. Where could they possibly be heading in such a hurry? What had transpired? Many were left pondering. Before long, news surged through Ziyue City like wildfire. 200 miles from Ziyue City, within a grand mountain, sword energy pierced the sky. The earth trembled, and ancient ruins had surfaced. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in shock. Many dashed from Ziyue City, driven by the hope of seizing an opportunity at the ruins. It is the sword energy of the looting divine sword. When Lin Tian received the news, an immediate association with the truth surged through him, stirring his emotions into a state of excitement. The Lutu heavenly sword possessed a unique sensitivity to sword energy, seemingly pointing in that very direction. "Master," Lin Tian pondered his words, intending to propose they venture forth to investigate, given the sheer coincidence. Why not join in a revelry? Su Changge offered a slight smile, igniting a spark of joy within Lin Tian. The emergence of relics would undoubtedly attract various martial artists and prodigies, making the search for suitable disciples considerably easier. Su Changge undoubtedly had her own plans. Just as Su Changge and her entourage followed the crowd towards the relic, a massive, cold warship descended from the depths of the firmament, exuding an aura of chilling and terrifying slaughter. On board, a blood-stained battle flag fluttered ominously in the wind. The flag bore the image of a soaring black bird, vividly lifelike, instilling a sense of dreadful oppression. Chapter 16. The Mysterious Little Girl, the Black Bird Totem. Should anyone behold this battle flag, they would be struck with profound astonishment, trembling and feared. In all of Yinzhou, only one ancient and mighty kingdom dared to adopt the black bird as its totem. On the deck of the warship, a little girl, seemingly around 12 years of age, perched at the edge, her smooth, fair feet gently swaying. Her skin was as white as snow, petite and delicate, with long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Though young, her beauty rivaled that of the most exquisite beings, her eyes sparkling with life, and her cheeks adorned with shallow dimples, enhancing her adorability, as if sculpted by divine hands. Behind the little girl stood 2 rows of warriors clad in black heavy armor. Each warrior exuded a formidable aura, radiating a terrifying ferocity, their gazes sharp and intimidating. Merely standing there was enough to instill dread. Each was a battle-hardened warrior. "Your Highness, the 9th Princess, we have arrived ahead." A graceful woman in palace attire materialized beside the little girl, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Then let us set forth," the little girl exclaimed, springing to her feet, her voice crisp and melodious. The palace-clad woman nodded, linking arms with the little girl, and stepped off the warship, plunging from the towering heights. "We bid farewell to the 9th princess," the rows of black-armored warriors shouted in unison, their voices echoing like rolling thunder. Outside Zua City, amidst the vast mountains, a colossal rift spanned across the land, creating a canyon in this region. Strangely, despite it being broad daylight, the rift lay shrouded in darkness. Light failing to penetrate, inexplicably stirring a sense of unease within, that a golden gent sword soared into the air without hesitation, plunging directly into the dark chasm. Following closely were various sects from the vicinity. Upon witnessing the powerful figures from the county lord's mansion enter first, they could not afford to lag behind, and immediately followed suit. Behind them loomed a dark mass of martial artists, all harboring a mindset of seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. What is this sinister place? Why does my heart feel so unsettled? Faced with the vast, black rift, the crowd felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, a wave of fear washing over them. Many halted their steps, daunted by the prospect of entering. Life is fleeting. What is there to fear? Yet some remained undaunted, cautiously inching along the edge of the dark fissure. Changge moved at a measured pace, activating her insight into the essence of life, silently surveying the martial artists around her. "Master, shall we venture inside? Perhaps there are fortuitous opportunities awaiting us." Lin Tian, unable to contain his anticipation, appeared somewhat restless. He watched as numerous martial artists rushed into the relic, his heart racing with anxiety, eager to charge in and reclaim the first trace of sword energy from the Ludo heavenly sword. "This ominous place looks perilous. We should not go." The dog shook its head vigorously, disapproving of Changge's potential risk. Lin Tian's expression shifted, contemplating what excuse to use to slip inside. Observing Lin Tian's agitation, Changge felt a stirring in her heart. "Disciple, is there a hidden opportunity within the relic calling out to you?" "Ah, yes, yes." Lin Tian's eyes brightened as he eagerly nodded, following Changge's lead. "Upon arriving here, I sensed an ethereal voice beckoning me." Indeed, there was an opportunity awaiting him inside. Changge understood at once. Her earlier words had merely been a test, and Lin Tian had confirmed her suspicions. As one who possessed the protagonist template, it was only natural for Lin Tian to have his own share of opportunities. That it was possible that the relic concealed a powerful demon, luring unsuspecting fools to break its seal and unleash it. However, such opportunities may not necessarily be beneficial. The dog interjected, pouring a bucket of cold water over their excitement. "Have you perhaps experienced something like this before?" Changge inquired thoughtfully. The dog had once accompanied the esteemed Yun Tian in traversing the world, and it was likely that he had encountered numerous relics and secret realms, amassing rich experiences. Chapter 17. Conflict in the relic. "No, I'm just guessing blindly," the dog promptly denied, "given that so many have already entered. We ought to follow suit and take a look. If danger arises, we can retreat." As Changge contemplated briefly before reaching a decision, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart. The dog, unable to oppose Changge, silently resolved that if danger did present itself, it would whisk Changge away in retreat. The trio began to scale the edge of the rift. This chasm was far deeper than anticipated, extending over 1,000 meters, with a profound darkness below, cold drafts swirling around them. Ahead, the glow of torches illuminated the darkness, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunderous roars. "Master, let us proceed this way," Lin Tian urged, guided by the Lutu heavenly sword, leading Changge and the dog deeper into the rift. In the heart of the chasm lay a shattered ancient structure, the ground littered with gleaming white bones. Enormous claw marks etched into the earth, causing the ground to crack and buildings to collapse, as if ravaged by terrifying beasts. "You too, come here." At that moment, a booming voice rang out. 3 burly men surrounded Changge and Lin Tian, brandishing gleaming blades, their demeanor aggressive. "What do you want?" Changge glanced at them coolly. "Nothing much. We just stumbled upon a treasure trove and would like to invite the two of you to explore the path." The leading man grinned broadly. Changge turned her gaze behind him. There stood a dilapidated ancient hall, surrounded by flickering runes that formed a formation, enveloping the hall, despite the ruinous state of the relic. A formation had managed to survive. This hinted at the potential existence of treasures within the ancient hall. The three burly men, lacking knowledge of formations, attempted to seize them for exploration. What if I refuse? Changge countered. You have no choice in the matter. The leading man snorted coldly, emanating a powerful aura that pressed down upon Changge and Lin Tian. He was, after all, a formidable figure at the 5th level of the returning origin realm. It seemed negotiation was futile. Changge sighed softly. If you wish to go, then go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? The leading man dismissed Changge and Lin Tian with disdain. After all, the two appeared unremarkable. Dressed simply, and their youth suggested they lacked the brilliance associated with true talents or strong warriors. Furthermore, he was not only a 5th-level expert in the returning origin realm. His sect, the Flying Tiger Sect, was a powerful establishment in Ziyue County. Why don't you explore the path yourself? Changge stepped forward, materializing beside him like a specter. Alarm bells rang in the leading man's mind, and he surged with spiritual energy, striking out at Changge with his blade. Changge deftly sidestepped the attack with ease, then, with a single fist, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the leading man's chest, producing a deep, resonant thud. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, the leading man spewed forth a mouthful of blood, unable to steady his grip on the weapon, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps. Changge had not even drawn a weapon. Yet he effortlessly incapacitated a 5th-level expert in the returning origin realm. The punch was devoid of embellishments, brutally simple, relying solely on the suppression of his cultivation level. The leading man began to speak. But before he could finish, Changge seized him by the neck, his arm muscles taut, effortlessly hurling the burly figure away. Whoosh! The leading man's body crashed into the formation, and with a flickering of runes, he was instantly shredded into countless pieces. Brother! The remaining 2 men were instantly paralyzed with terror. They were not only shocked by Changge's terrifying prowess, but also gripped by a newfound fear of the formation. The leading man, a 5th-level expert in the returning origin realm, had been obliterated in an instant. You two might as well explore the path. Changge stepped forward, seizing one of the men, and hurled them both into the formation. No. Accompanied by the piercing cries of the 2 individuals, the formation unleashed its power once more, mercilessly annihilating them. How can my master effortlessly slay even a 5th-tier master of the returning origin realm? Just how formidable is his strength? Beside him, Lin Tian increasingly felt that Changge was an enigma wrapped in mystery. Chapter 18. Unexpected gains. Hiss. What level of cultivation do you possess now? Wasn't it agreed that you were merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Why are you being even more cautious than me? The dog gasped in shock, its gaze fixed on Changge with uncertainty. It had a vague feeling that Changge's power seemingly surpassed its own. But how could that be possible? It had watched Changge grow up. If he truly possessed such high prowess, how could he keep it hidden from it? After a moment of contemplation, Changge replied, Actually, it was the old man who imparted his teachings to me. It is not the result of my own cultivation. Is that true? The dog remained skeptical. Logically, even if the Yuntian true man were gravely injured and on the brink of death, he would still have the ability to transfer a portion of his cultivation to Changge. However, such an act of premature advancement would be detrimental to Changge's growth. It did not seem like something the Yuntian true man would do. What about you? You previously claimed to possess only the 4th level of qi refinement. What is your true level of cultivation? Changge asked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the dog. I won't tell you. The dog turned its head away. Feeling somewhat guilty, IT had squandered over 20 years, with its cultivation regressing rather than advancing, a fact it was ashamed to admit. Hey, this is a spirit silk formation, and it's already damaged. I can't unlock it. The dog suddenly brightened as it surveyed the ancient hall ahead. IT saw strands of demonic energy glowing beneath its feet, and with a flurry of movements, it disrupted the formation, causing swathes of runes to collapse and rendering the formation ineffective. So many elixirs. We're rich, the dog exclaimed excitedly as it pushed open the grand doors of the ancient hall. Inside lay a pill-refining chamber, with rows of shelves displaying numerous elixir vials, and on the floor stood a bronze pill-refining furnace. Regrettably, due to the passage of time, all the elixirs had gone to waste. Changge examined several vials and discovered that the elixirs inside had turned black and rotten. However, the pill-refining furnace appeared to be of good quality. It seemed to be of considerable rank, and selling it could yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. His gaze fell upon the pill-refining furnace. It is actually a 5th-tier magical artifact. After acquiring and refining the furnace, Changge felt a surge of joy that 5th-tier magical artifacts are exceedingly rare. They could fetch at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Here are 2 vials of elixirs that are still good. The dog's nose twitched as it quickly sensed a distinct aroma. The fact that these elixirs had endured the ravages of time without spoiling indicated their exceptional quality. The dog gleefully stowed away the 2 vials. For the 3 of them, this constituted a rather significant haul. The trio swiftly departed from the ancient hall, making their way toward the central area of the ruins. Before them stood a grand and imposing palace, its structure marred by a colossal claw mark that had torn it apart. The ground in the center had collapsed, now emanating a hazy glow. Even from a distance, Changge could sense an overwhelming pressure. Surrounding the palace was a powerful formation, its runes intertwined to safeguard it. However, the runes above the formation were sparse, clearly having been breached, resulting in a damaged and incomplete array. This palace is the long-lost Flying Star Sect from 1,000 years ago. Numerous martial artists had gathered at this location. Some recognized the palace's origin and were instantly taken aback. The Flying Star Sect, once the strongest sect in Ziyue Prefecture, had a Dao transformation realm expert presiding over it. Yet it had mysteriously vanished overnight a millennium ago. Who would have thought that the Flying Star Sect had long been obliterated, with its remnants buried beneath the earth? Sword Chi. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could distinctly sense that the first trace of Sword Chi from the slaughtering Heaven Divine Sword resided within the palace. However, he refrained from advancing recklessly. Before the palace, for groups of martial artists were currently in impasse. Their tensions palpable. One of the groups consisted of warriors from the county governor's office, led by General Liu, a 7th-tier expert of the profound spirit realm, whose presence exuded a sharp and imposing aura. The other 3 groups hailed from the Blood Wolf Gang, the Grady Sect, and the Changge Sect. Each of these 3 sects represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in Ziyue Prefecture, with their leaders all possessing profound spirit realm cultivation. Are you 3 sects truly prepared to oppose the county governor's office? General Liu's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed on the leaders of the 3 sections. Chapter 19. Luo, Xiao, General Liu's assertion was misguided. Within the borders of the Great Cloud Empire, any unclaimed opportunity could be contested by any sect or force, relying solely on their own means. This was a rule established by the Great Cloud Empire. Did the county governor's office intend to disrupt the rules of the Great Cloud Empire and monopolize the treasures here? A one-eyed man with a cold smirk, exuding a fierce aura, met General Liu's gaze without flinching. He was the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang and a formidable expert of the profound spirit realm. Indeed, General Liu's desire to monopolize the treasures seemed rather greedy. The leaders of the other 2 sects nodded in agreement. Their stance unified. General Liu's expression darkened. Wealth stirs the heart. The Flying Star Sect, having been the strongest sect in Ziyue Prefecture, undoubtedly left behind treasures of at least 5th-tier quality. No one was willing to yield in the face of such high-value artifacts. The dog inquired, Lin Tian, the call you sensed, could it possibly be within that palace ahead? Lin Tian nodded, his expression grave. This could be troublesome. The dog's brows furrowed. The formation guarding the palace was a 5th-tier array. Even if it was damaged, it was beyond the capabilities of the returning origin realm to breach. Furthermore, for powerful groups of martial artists stood before the palace. The others dared not approach at all. Hey, what kind of sword chi is this? It feels incredibly powerful. Just then, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a little girl appeared within the palace. She was petite and exquisite. With an enchanting beauty, her lively and adorable demeanor tinged with a hint of mischief. She gazed down at the gaping pit below, displaying a look of mild astonishment. A little girl? When did she get in there? The crowd was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief, especially General Liu and others. They had arrived here first and were certain that the formation had not been breached. Moreover, this was a fifth-tier array. How could this little girl, who appeared to be no more than 12 years old, have slipped in unnoticed? Changge also looked toward the little girl from a distance, quietly activating his life insight function. Name: Luo Qiao Cultivation. 9th layer of Spirit Condensation Realm Fate. Heaven's Bestowal. Increased luck. Purple. Noble bloodline. Dragon aura protects the body. Impervious to evil. Blue. Outstanding. Slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue. Life script. 9th princess of the Daotian Ancient Kingdom. Of noble status. Techniques: Daotian Celestial Art. Taiji Xintian Sword Technique. Carefree Sword Steps. Magical Artifacts. Qinging Sword. Xuanwu Shield. Transformation Gourd Qualification. Superior grade of the Profound Stage. Superior grade of the Profound Stage Qualification. Changge's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Dog, what kind of force is the Daotian Ancient Kingdom? Do you know? Changge asked in a hushed tone, upon hearing the name Daotian Ancient Kingdom. The dog's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, momentarily taken aback. What do you ask about that? Where did you hear the name Daotian Ancient Kingdom? Never mind how I know. Just tell me all about the Daotian Ancient Kingdom. The more detailed, the better. Changge stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 9th princess of the Daotian Ancient Kingdom before him possessed superior grade qualification. How wonderful it would be to take her as a disciple. Well, the premise is that the Daotian Ancient Kingdom cannot be too powerful. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if their experts come looking for us. That is a powerful ancient kingdom we cannot afford to provoke. Do not inquire further. It will not benefit you. The dog appeared reluctant to discuss the Daotian Ancient Kingdom, shrouding the topic in mystery. Regardless of how much Changge pressed, it remained tight-lipped. The dog clearly had a deep understanding of the Daotian Ancient Kingdom. Perhaps during its past adventures with the old man, it had dealings with them. Changge pondered thoughtfully as for why the dog was reluctant to mention the Daotian Ancient Kingdom. It was a subject worth delving into. Who are you? How did you enter this palace? General Liu spoke in a deep voice, his sharp gaze fixated on Luo Qiao. However, Luo Qiao ignored him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Her eyes were glued to the sword chi below. Filled with excitement. This sword chi is mine now. Collect. In the hands of Luo Qiao, a green gourd materialized. With a delicate exclamation, she summoned forth the gourd's celestial power. Chapter 20. The Contest of Sword Chi. Clang! As the crowd stood in awe, a piercing sound of sword resonance reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, releasing an aura so intense that it sent shivers down everyone's spine, leaving them tense and their brows furrowed in discomfort. As if an invisible blade was pressed against their foreheads. Such terrifying sword chi. This was undoubtedly not a 5th-tier artifact. It was at least of the 6th tier. General Liu and the others felt a tremor in their hearts. Followed by overwhelming joy, a 6th-tier artifact. In the entire Great Yun dynasty, it was exceptionally precious and rare, worth its weight in gold. The bottom of the celestial gourd glowed with an ancient and mysterious rune, emanating a terrifying, devouring force that enveloped the sword chi below. With a swift motion, the sword chi vanished, astonishingly drawn into the celestial gourd. It could absorb a 6th-tier artifact. This gourd was at least a treasure of the same rank. The gazes of General Liu and the others fixated on the celestial gourd, their eyes ablaze with fervor and greed, especially since its owner was merely a 12-year-old girl. Innocent people suffer when they possess great treasures. My sword chi. Lin Tian was taken aback, feeling as if his heartbeat had slowed. Master, that sword chi is of great importance to me. I implore you to help me retrieve it. Lin Tian spoke with urgency. Seeking assistance from Changge. I will do my best. Changge sighed lightly, discreetly activating his insight function to survey the surroundings. As the 9th princess of the Daotian Ancient Kingdom, Luo Qiao was unlikely to be alone. There might be powerful protectors hidden nearby. Moreover, General Lu and other experts of the Xianling realm were also keeping a close watch on her. Huh, why are you all staring at me? Luo Qiao tucked away the celestial gourd, seemingly just noticing General Lu and his companions. Little girl, how about I buy the sword you just collected? The deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang forced a friendly smile, attempting to appear less menacing. The sword chi lay within a large pit underground, and they had not realized it, mistakenly believing it to be a 6th-tier sword. You are merely a trifling 3rd-tier Xianling realm practitioner. How could you afford this sword chi? Do you take me for a fool? Do I look that easy to deceive? Luo Qiao furrowed her beautiful brows, her displeasure evident. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, many could not suppress their laughter, their expressions peculiar. The esteemed deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, a formidable figure, was actually ridiculed by a little girl. The deputy leader's face flushed. A mix of shame and anger. What are you laughing at? He glared fiercely at one of his subordinates. I just remembered something amusing. The Blood Wolf gang member quickly straightened his face, feigning seriousness as he spoke. My wife is about to give birth. Get lost. You're a single dog. Where did you get a wife? The deputy leader smacked him hard at a group of strange uncles. Luo Qiao made a face at the crowd before turning and vanishing within the palace. Surround the palace. Do not let her escape. General Lu commanded immediately. Over 30 martial artists from the prefectural governor's office quickly dispersed, forming a circle to seal off the area surrounding the palace. Everyone, this palace is protected by a 5th-tier residual formation. It will be difficult for any of us to breach it alone in a short time, that we must join forces to dismantle the formation first. As for the 6th-tier sword, once the formation is broken, we will compete for it using our own abilities. How does that sound? General Lu looked at the leaders of the 3 sects, speaking in a deep tone. No problem. The leaders of the 3 sects agreed after a brief contemplation. After all, Luo Qiao's sudden appearance in the palace was quite mysterious. Who knew if she would vanish just as mysteriously? The urgent task was to break the formation first. Thus, a number of experts from the Xianling realm began to encircle the formation, continuously attempting to probe and find a way to dismantle it. Strange, is no one here? Could they be inside the palace? Su Changge pondered with some confusion that he activated his insight function, but found no one from the Beixian ancient kingdom. What is the big brother looking at? Just then, a clear and melodious voice rang out, causing Su Changge's heart to tremble. Chapter 21. A disciple delivered to the door. Luo Qiao was dressed in a light blue gauzy garment. Her small face rosy, with sparkling eyes that held both liveliness and cunning. Woof. The dog was startled, gazing at the ethereal little girl who had appeared out of nowhere, its expression one of disbelief. When did you come here? The dog, possessing the cultivation of the 7th tier of the Gui Yuan realm, had not sensed Luo Qiao's arrival at all. Not just the dog. Su Changge and Lin Tian were also taken aback by Luo Qiao's sudden appearance. I just came over. Who told you to be so preoccupied with what was in front of you? Luo Qiao stated with conviction. Changge, this girl is remarkable. She must belong to a powerful sect. Flattery without cause is either a scheme or a theft. We should keep our distance from her, the dog said solemnly, secretly transmitting a message to Su Changge. Little sister, could you possibly return the sword chi you just collected to me? I can agree to any conditions you set. Lin Tian spoke earnestly, excitement evident in his tone, as, oh, you want that sword chi. Luo Qiao exclaimed in realization, retrieving the celestial gourd and waving it in front of Lin Tian. In the face of Lin Tian's eager gaze, Luo Qiao suddenly put away the gourd, grinning mischievously. I wouldn't mind giving it to you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Lin Tian inquired. I want this big brother to accept me as his disciple. Luo Qiao beamed at Su Changge, huh? Su Changge, the dog, and Lin Tian were all taken aback. Caught off guard by Luo Qiao's unexpected condition, that is this a condition? Are you sure this isn't a free gift? Why do you want to be my disciple? Su Changge asked, scrutinizing the lively spark in Luo Qiao's eyes with curiosity. Su Changge had indeed considered taking Luo Qiao as his disciple at some point, but her sudden offer raised his caution. Could it be that the Beixian ancient kingdom is an enemy of the Dao Tian Sect? Thus, they intend to infiltrate the enemy's ranks? Oh, come on, just say yes or no. Accepting me as your disciple won't be a loss for you. Luo Qiao tugged at Su Changge's sleeve, her big, watery eyes blinking as she feigned an innocent and pitiful demeanor. Please, big brother. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changge made his decision. Accepting Luo Qiao as a disciple would not only fulfill the system's task and earn rewards, but also aid Lin Tian in regaining the sword chi. Achieving two objectives with one action. If Luo Qiao truly harbored ulterior motives, he could always expel her from the sect later. After all, his own cultivation would not diminish at that point. All right, I agree. From now on, you shall be my second disciple, as Su Changge nodded. Yay, I finally have a master. Luo Qiao seemed overjoyed, her sparkling eyes curving into crescent moons. Ding, detecting a new member in the Dao Tian Sect. Initiating the assimilation process. Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin, Tian, Luo, Qiao mid-stage, Xianling realm. First level that AS the system notification chimed. Su Changge felt an immense surge of power flooding into his body, instantly filling every part of his being, enhancing his cultivation tremendously. Breaking through from the Gui Yuan realm to the Xianling realm marked a qualitative leap. Not only did his physical body experience significant enhancement, becoming robust and vigorous, but his Dantian's spiritual energy also underwent a transformation, surpassing that of the Gui Yuan realm by more than 100-fold. With such abundant spiritual energy, a Xianling realm expert could soar into the sky, overcoming gravity with their power. Furthermore, Xianling realm practitioners could project their spiritual energy, manifesting abilities for long-range attacks. Meanwhile, high above the mountains, a steel warship floated quietly in the sky, the war flag of the Bay, Xian ancient kingdom, fluttering in the wind. A beautifully dressed lady stood on the deck, her enchanting eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the vast distance to see Luo Qiao within the dark chasm. She sighed lightly, a look of reluctance on her face. Miss Song, are we truly sending His Highness the Ninth Princess to the Dao Tian Sect as a disciple? A general clad in black armor could not help but inquired. He was well aware of how much the Emperor cherished this little daughter. Chapter 22. The Battle Triggered by the Sword Chi. Indeed, this is the Emperor's will. Moreover, it is also a debt our Bay Xian ancient kingdom owes to the Dao Tian Sect. The elegantly attired noblewoman spoke softly. During the battle at Daotian Cliff all those years ago, our northern Xian ancient kingdom failed to provide timely support, resulting in the near annihilation of the Dao Tian Sect. His Majesty has harbored guilt and self-reproach over this for many years. Sending the Ninth Princess to the Dao Tian Sect as a disciple can be seen as a form of compensation. The general clad in black heavy armor, upon hearing this, suddenly came to a realization. The Dao Tian Sect now consists of merely one person and a dog, and their cultivation level is exceedingly low. It won't be long before they truly face extinction. That be why sending the Ninth Princess to the Dao Tian Sect as a disciple. It serves to continue the legacy of the sect. It is not only a way for His Majesty to atone for his guilt, but also a declaration to the other holy places in Yunzhou that the Dao Tian Sect has the backing of the northern Xian ancient kingdom. Anyone considering further action against the Dao Tian Sect must think twice. Let us return. The noblewoman cast a deep glance at Luo Qiao and spoke softly. But should we not stay behind to covertly protect Her Highness the Ninth Princess? The general in black heavy armor hesitated. That is not necessary, the noblewoman replied. Her Highness the Ninth Princess possesses a talisman for protection bestowed by His Majesty in the mere Great Cloud dynasty. No one is capable of harming her. Now we are family, so this sword energy shall be yours. Luo Qiao retrieved the transformation gourd and directly removed its lid. With a clang, a clear sound of sword resonance echoed through the heavens and the earth. Its resplendent and intense aura causing all present to feel a tingling sensation on their skin. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Su Changge and his companions. What the heck? Don't be so direct. The dog's fur bristled, wanting to curse out loud. What a disaster! It's her. When did that little girl run over there? The generals, including General Liu, who were diligently trying to break the formation, All simultaneously turned to Luo Xiao. They gazed greedily at the gourd in her hand and the sharp, blazing sword energy, their eyes betraying their unmasked avarice. Capture her! The four factions, led by General Lu, all issued orders at once, and over 100 martial artists swiftly surrounded Su Changge and his companions. Lin Tian, disregarding the danger, immediately extended his hand to lightly touch the sword energy with a soft hiss. The sword energy vanished, merging into his Dantian and returning to the No.1 Divine Sword. By the way, my name is Luo Xiao. What is your honored master's name? Luo Xiao tugged at Su Changge's sleeve. Her little head tilted upward, filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. She seemed completely oblivious to the danger her unleashed sword energy had attracted, or perhaps, in her eyes, General Lu and the others posed no real threat at all. I am Su Changge, the sect master of the Dao Tian Sect. This is the supreme elder of the Dao Tian Sect. You may call him Dogzi, and this is the Dao Tian Sect's eldest disciple, your senior brother. Lin Tian Su Changge spoke swiftly, promptly summoning the Moon Shadow Spear. As he activated it, the Moon Shadow Spear rapidly expanded as Su Changge held on a Luo Xiao with one hand, grasped Lin Tian with the other, and kicked Dogzi to join them. With a swoosh, the Moon Shadow Spear soared into the sky, controlling the spear to fly. Dogzi stared, dumbfounded, unable to suppress his astonishment. How much strength have you hidden? You've quietly cultivated to the Xianling realm. Your master is actually a Xianling realm expert. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, waves of emotion surging within him. Even Luo Xiao paused for a moment, for this was entirely different from what she had been informed of before her arrival. It seemed that this master was quite intriguing. Hand over the 6th-tier magic weapon. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. The first to pursue was not the highest-ranked General Lu, but rather the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang. He manifested a divine ability, conjuring a pair of broad wings made of spiritual energy behind him. And in an instant, he surged forth with terrifying speed, surpassing General Lu and directly targeting Su Changge. Chapter 23. A single shot to kill the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, charged fiercely as Su Changge, caught in midair and unable to evade, could only raise his hand to strike. The deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang bellowed, a crimson glow flickering in his palm, surging with spiritual energy as he unleashed a divine ability, clashing violently with Su Changge with a resounding bang. The Moon Shadow Spear trembled, and Su Changge's group plummeted to the ground. An insignificant Xianling realm first layer dares to covet a 6th-tier magic weapon. This 6th-tier magic weapon rightfully belongs to my Blood Wolf gang. Ha ha! The deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, sensing Su Changge's cultivation level, burst into wild laughter, feeling secure. Yes, that's so. Su Changge's expression remained unchanged, his fingers slowly clenching as the Moon Shadow Spear materialized in his palm. If you do not surrender the 6th-tier magic weapon, then prepare to die. The deputy leader's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he drew a large blade, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that slashed through the air, creating a blade aura that spanned dozens of zhong. The crimson blade aura illuminated the dark space, carrying an overwhelming force as it sliced towards Su Changge. Not good. Dogzi felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively letting out a low growl, a silver mark appearing on his forehead. Luo Xiao, still with a cheerful smile, now held the transformation gourd in her pale hand, aimed at the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang, ready to activate it at any moment. Save my master, and I will grant you a month of freedom. Lin Tian's consciousness sank into the No.1 Divine Sword, his tone urgent as he conversed with the first great fiend. This person is finished. In the distance, the martial artists witnessing the scene let out a collective sigh. They had already envisioned Su Changge being struck down by a single blow. After all, one layer of cultivation was like a layer of heaven. And the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang was 2 small realms above Su Changge. Under everyone's gaze, Su Changge remained remarkably calm, revealing no trace of turmoil. As the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang unleashed his full force, Su Changge stepped forward, and with a sudden swing of the Moon Shadow Spear, hiss! In the dim underground space, a glimmer of cold light sparked, and then the spear shot forth like a dragon. The moon shadow spear struck the blade edge in an instant, producing a clear metallic resonance. With a clang, a terrifying force erupted from the spear tip. The large blade in the deputy leader's hand shattered into two pieces. In a moment of surprise, the moon shadow spear surged forward, piercing directly into his body. Changge gave a gentle shake of the spear, and the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang let out a wretched scream as a gaping wound erupted from his chest. His heart torn apart, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What the heck? This is so fierce. Dogsy's eyes widened, the Wolf King mark fading from his forehead. In a daze, Changge's tall and slender figure seemed to merge with the memory of the youthful Yun Tianjinren. Master, you are amazing. Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled, unable to suppress a cheer. Lin Tian, too, quietly exhaled in relief, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Changge was one of the few who genuinely treated him well, and Lin Tian certainly did not wish to see him come to harm. Leader? The members of the Blood Wolf gang were shattered, letting out a mournful cry. Even General Lu and the other Xianling realm experts halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with shock as they stared at Changge. That was a Xianling realm third-layer expert, and he was killed by Changge in a single shot? This is a fifth-tier magic weapon, so that's how it is. General Lu fixated on the moon shadow spear in Changge's hand, sensed the terrifying power contained within, and felt a tremor in his heart. Changge was so young, yet his cultivation had reached the Xianling realm first layer, and he possessed a fifth-tier magic weapon. It was clear that his background was anything but ordinary. General Lu spoke in a deep voice. Friend, you truly possess remarkable skills. May I inquire which sect you hail from? What does it have to do with you? Changge cast a sidelong glance at him. General Lu's expression darkened as he said, I am a general of the Ziyue County Governor's office. Friend, why not do me the favor of relinquishing this magic weapon to the governor's office? In return, the governor will certainly reward you handsomely. Impossible. Changge remained unmoved, outright refusing. Chapter 24. Upon a crush, are you truly unwilling to give the governor's office any face? General Lu's expression turned completely grim. And if I refuse, what then? Such audacity. General Lu snorted coldly, saying, then do not blame this general for being merciless. This treasure is an ownerless object. Whoever takes it is entitled to it. As Changge looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, saying, General Lu, are you truly planning to rob us? Your governor's office is indeed quite overbearing. What a scathing remark. The surrounding martial artists, upon hearing this, couldn't help but secretly cheer. The governor's office, relying on its formidable strength and backing from the imperial court, has always acted with arrogance and ostentation. Various smaller sects and independent cultivators have, to varying degrees, suffered oppression from the governor's office, yet they find themselves powerless to resist. Thus, upon witnessing someone daring to mock the power of the governor's office, they naturally feel a surge of elation. Compete? No, you are mistaken. When treasures emerge in the world, it is only natural for everyone to vie for them. Merely obtaining them first does not guarantee their ownership. Hand it over, you! General Lu's thunderous shout resonated like a clap of thunder, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter that reverberated through the air, shaking the surroundings. Armed with a golden ancient sword, he advanced step by step towards Changge. Though Changge's background was impressive, General Lu felt little trepidation that if he could acquire a sixth-tier magical artifact, what would it matter if he offended this person? The governor's office is backed by the entire Han dynasty. Governing a region, minor skirmishes would not attract the court's attention. However, should anyone dare to assault the governor's office openly, it would be a provocation to the imperial court, which would undoubtedly respond with thunderous repression. Thus, General Lu harbored no fear of retaliation from Changge's sect. A mere trifling figure from the Xianling realm dares to bully the Dao Tian Sect. The dog began to bare its teeth again, its silver mark reappearing on its forehead, ready to summon the Wolf King seal to eliminate the imposing General Lu. However, before the dog could act, a sudden change occurred. A massive beast's claw materialized out of thin air, appearing directly above General Lu, and struck down with tremendous force, with a resounding crash that echoed like thunder. General Lu was slammed into the ground, creating a massive pit in the earth, shaking the mountains and the land. The terrifying shockwave sent all nearby martial artists flying. General, the sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. What was that? Where did it come from? Before the crowd could react, the enormous beast's claw vanished, as if it had never existed. This is... Both the dog and Luo Xiao squinted their eyes, their expressions revealing their recognition of the origin of that claw. Su Changge, however, focused on the massive claw mark on the ground, deep in thought. This claw print bore a striking resemblance to the claw marks scattered throughout this ruin. If Su Changge's speculation was correct, the Feixing sect had been annihilated by this beast a millennium ago. This beast must be connected to Lin Tian in some way. General. Soon, the martial artists of the governor's office arrived at the claw mark, their pupils dilating, their bodies trembling, and cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. For there, General Lu had been reduced to a pulp by a single claw. This was a seventh-tier powerhouse from the Xianling realm. Amidst the chaos, Su Changge had already taken control of the Moonshadow Spear, departing the ruins with 2 companions and 1 dog. The experts from Daotian and Changge sect noticed, but, after a moment of hesitation, ultimately dared not to intervene. The deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang attempted to block them, only to be pierced through by Su Changge's spear. General Lu tried to stop them, but was killed by an unexpectedly appearing beast claw. This left the experts from Daotian and Changge sect feeling a chill run down their spines. And after much deliberation, they chose to retreat. Master is truly formidable, capable of dispatching someone of higher cultivation with a single spear. Luo Xiao exclaimed excitedly, her gaze towards Su Changge filled with wonder, as though she had witnessed something extraordinary. Observing Luo Xiao's familiar demeanor, Su Changge pondered. Throughout, the girl had only wished to take him as her master, never inquiring about the specifics of the Dao Tian Sect. Seemingly unconcerned or perhaps she had already known the details of the Dao Tian Sect. Chapter 25. The astute little girl master not only possesses striking looks and formidable strength, but even the pet he keeps is so adorable. Fluffy, with such a delightful texture. Seizing the opportunity when the dog was distracted, Luo Xiao suddenly leapt onto its back, giggling as she rubbed its head. I am not a pet. I am a supreme elder of the Dao Tian Sect. Your master should refer to me as Shirshu. Little girl, get down. What about my dignity? The dog was exceedingly vexed but could not scold the lively and adorable little girl, attempting to assert its status instead. Unfortunately, Luo Xiao was utterly unafraid, reclining on the dog's fluffy back, refusing to come down no matter what. After a while, Luo Xiao suddenly lifted her head, gathering her voice into a line, and transmitted to Lin Tian. Senior brother, was that beast you summoned earlier? Lin Tian's heart raced, feeling as though his heartbeat had slowed for a moment. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, replying, What beast? What are you talking about? Oh, perhaps I guessed wrong. Luo Xiao laughed cheerfully. Whether she had guessed wrong or not, perhaps she already had an answer in her heart. Lin Tian scratched his head, letting out a soft sigh. This quirky little junior sister was exceedingly perceptive, and her mysterious background made him wonder why the master had hastily taken her as a disciple. After Su Changge piloted the Moonshadow Spear away from the ruins, he did not pause, but instead sped off into the distance. With General Lu's death within the ruins, although there was no direct evidence linking them to the act, the suspicion was still considerable. Returning to Ziwa City would undoubtedly be akin to walking into a trap, inviting the governor's office's retribution. Thus, Su Changge redirected his course toward another bustling ancient city, Juxiang City. Xiao. Speaking of which, how did you end up alone in that ruin? What your family? Su Changge inquired. I have no family. I grew up with my master. This morning, my master brought me to that ruin, and then he left. Before departing, he said I should take you as my master, assuring me that you would take good care of me. Luo Xiao fabricated an identity on the spot, gazing at Su Changge with a pitiful expression. From now on, you'll be my only family, master. Please don't drive me away, all right? Rest assured that Dao Tian Sect will be your home from now on. Su Changge gently patted the little girl's head. Were it not for his ability to discern the truth of life, he might have been deceived by her innocent and pitiful demeanor. This girl is the 9th princess of the Beixian ancient kingdom. How could she possibly lack family? Xiao Xiao, why did your master want you to take me as your teacher? Where did you live before? Su Changge conversed casually with Luo Xiao Xiao while piloting the Moonshadow Spear, seeking to learn more about her. However, the girl was astute, only stating that she had lived in the mountains since childhood, knowing nothing about the outside world, and her master had not shared anything with her. After some questioning, he was unable to glean any real information. This girl, Su Changge, chuckled silently. Yet he could sense that Luo Xiao Xiao bore no ill will toward the Dao Tian Sect, but rather felt a strong affinity. Furthermore, given the girl's low cultivation and young age, Su Changge had no substantial concerns. Half an hour later, having consumed half of his spiritual energy, Su Changge was compelled to land, retracting the Moonshadow Spear as the group began their journey on foot. To be able to fly with a spear for half an hour at the initial stage of the Xianling realm was already quite impressive. As for the fiery steed he had purchased in Luoyuan City, it was left in an inn in Zus City, with no chance to return for it. Howl! At that moment, a terrifying wolf howl echoed from the mountains ahead. Immediately after, howls from wolves in the rear responded in kind. Creating a chilling symphony, Su Changge halted, narrowing his eyes. From the forest ahead emerged a massive gray wolf, its imposing frame accompanied by a man of considerable stature. Chapter 26. Blood Wolf Gang Interception. Gentlemen, do you think you can simply walk away after killing the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang? The burly man wielded two bloodied curved blades. His tone, I see why Su Changge activated his ability to discern life. Casting a discreet glance at him, name. Hu Pengyun Cultivation, 5th tier of Xianling Realm Fate. Slightly gifted, slightly enhanced cultivation speed. Green, life script. Leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. Known for his ruthless and treacherous deeds, having killed countless people, his name enough to silence children's cries at night. Techniques: dragon slaying 3 blades, blood wolf claw, tiger felling fist, body refinement technique. Magical artifacts: dragon slaying saber. Black gold inner armor, storm pear blossom needles qualification. Upper yellow grade at IT was your deputy leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, who attempted to kill me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Su Changge replied coolly. His own strength was insufficient, and thus his demise was deserved. Deserved indeed. Hu Pengyun laughed heartily, though his gaze grew increasingly sinister. Then if I were to kill you, would that also be considered deserved? With a thunderous roar accompanying his words, a cacophony erupted from behind, as the earth trembled and the howls of wolves pierced the air. But a full 100 gray wolves raced towards them. Clouds of dust swirling about, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity. Upon each massive gray wolf sat a fierce warrior, armed with weapons. The Blood Wolf Gang had mobilized in full force. It appears you have come prepared. Surrounded by 100 martial arts experts from the Blood Wolf Gang, Su Changge remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Prepared? No, no, no. You merely stumbled into the territory of my Blood Wolf Gang. Hu Pengyun sneered, stating, I shan't waste words with you. Surrender the 6th tier artifact, and your vendetta against the vice leader of the Blood Wolf Gang will be settled. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Su Changge remained unmoved. Then feel free to make your move and see for yourself. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin, with a cold snort. Hu Pengyun urged his gray wolf forward with a fierce roar, charging at Su Changge. In his hands, 2 blood-stained, curved blades gleamed, releasing a chilling aura of murderous intent. Although Su Changge had the capability to slay the vice leader of the Blood Wolf Gang with a single thrust of his spear, he felt no fear. After all, Su Changge was merely at the 1st level of the Xianling realm, and defeating the vice leader, who was at the 3rd level, with a 5th tier artifact, was already pushing his limits. Yet Hu Pengyun was a formidable 5th level Xianling realm expert. Roar! Just as the gray wolf lunged at Su Changge, the dog suddenly emitted a low growl. In that instant, its eyes shone with a blue light, radiating an overwhelming authority that instilled fear. A silver moon insignia appeared on the dog's forehead, emanating an invisible wave of pressure. The high-level aura from the Wolf King instantly shattered the will of the gray wolves, causing them to emit a mournful cry and collapse to the ground. This gray wolf was merely an ordinary beast, while the silver moon wolf belonged to a higher echelon of demonkind. naturally exerting bloodline suppression over lesser beasts. Caught off guard, Hu Pengyun staggered, losing his balance, panic flooding his mind. Clang! In that fleeting moment, Su Changge swung the moon shadow spear with ferocity, the brilliant spear tip resembling a shooting star. Moving so swiftly that no afterimage was left, piercing directly towards Hu Pengyun. Caught unawares, Hu Pengyun was impaled through the chest, blood splattering forth. Die! Hu Pengyun roared, pressing forward instead of retreating, his curved blade erupting with a bone-chilling light as he struck at Su Changge. It was a life-for-a-life gamble. Su Changge released the moon shadow spear, retreating rapidly to evade Hu Pengyun's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Pengyun attempted to grasp the spear to pull it free. However, Su Changge raised his hand from a distance, and the moon shadow spear emitted a piercing sound, erupting in a dazzling display of spear light. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted within Hu Pengyun, shattering his internal organs. Even a fifth-level Xianling realm expert would perish if their heart were destroyed. Chapter 27. Annihilating the Blood Wolf Gang. The gang leader? Everything transpired so swiftly that the members of the Blood Wolf Gang had yet to comprehend the situation when Hu Pengyun was already slain. The gang members were left in shock and fury. A formidable fifth-level Xianling realm expert had been killed in a single encounter. How terrifying was that? Roar! The dog turned to face the 100 gray wolves. Emitting a low growl, the Wolf King insignia radiating a dreadful energy. A woo! In an instant, all 100 gray wolves howled in unison, their eyes filled with malice, toppling their riders to the ground before sinking their teeth into them. "Oh no, little Huai, what are you doing?" The members of the Blood Wolf Gang cried out in terror. Several lower-ranked warriors were caught off guard and were instantly bitten to death by the gray wolves. Most of the others were wounded, blood splattering from their bodies, their faces pale. "Damn beasts," some shouted angrily, unleashing their spiritual power to slay their own mounts. "Kill them all. Leave none alive." Su Changge stepped forward, brandishing the moon shadow spear as he advanced. Now that it had come to this, it was time to eradicate every last one of them, leaving no future threats. "Today, I shall test my blade on you." Lin Tian was exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor as he charged forward with the Qinglian sword. After 5 years of being a waste, he was eager for a thrilling fight. I'm going to strike it rich." The dog expertly rummaged through Hu Pengyun's corpse, collecting all the valuables, including his storage ring and artifacts, a satisfied grin on his face. Luo Xiao, with her sparkling eyes, spotted a Blood Wolf Gang warrior attempting to escape amidst the chaos. After ensuring no one was watching, she pointed a finger at him from afar. Whoosh! A green flying sword materialized out of thin air, traversing 1,000 zhong in an instant, piercing through the man's body without staining itself with blood. Returning to Luo Xiao's hand. "Done." Luo Xiao clapped her hands. With the loss of 2 leaders, the fate of the Blood Wolf Gang was sealed. Even with 2 remaining first-level Xianling realm experts, they were no match for Su Changge, who could dispatch them with a single thrust, offering no resistance. After eliminating the 100 warriors of the Blood Wolf Gang, Su Changge proceeded to slay the Grey Wolves, leaving only one to guide them. The group quietly made their way to the Blood Wolf Gang's lair, intending to capture the remaining members in one fell swoop. "I'm going to strike it rich, when Su Changge and his companions opened the treasure vault of the Blood Wolf Gang. An array of glittering jewels and treasures lay before them, with heaps of spirit stones, gold, silver, and other resources that caused the dog to beam with joy. There were nearly 70,000 spirit stones alone, along with numerous medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. Lin Tian counted them briefly, excitement coursing through him. Truly, it was a bounty of riches. "Dog, gather everything and store in the sect treasury as Su Changge instructed." All right, the dog was overjoyed, packing up the Blood Wolf Gang's treasure. Once they cleared their traces, the group swiftly departed the Blood Wolf Gang's lair, continuing towards the great statue city at a quarter of an hour later. A silver longsword streaked across the sky, cutting through the heavens, upon which stood 3 powerful warriors. This is the leading elder, his hair completely white, suddenly narrowed his eyes, immediately landing his flying sword on the ground. Gazing at the corpses of warriors and gray wolves strewn about, his expression grew grave. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang? All of these individuals were elite experts of the Blood Wolf gang, and they were completely annihilated. The elder's face changed rapidly. The Blood Wolf gang had mobilized its entire force. Logically, even a 7th-level Xianling realm expert should have been able to encircle and annihilate them. He quickly guided his flying sword to the Blood Wolf gang's lair. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked remnants of the lair, he fell silent. Truly, a remarkable display of skill. The elder murmured softly, "Lordly, should we continue the pursuit?" A warrior asked with a serious expression. The annihilation of the Blood Wolf gang foretold just how ruthless their adversary was, causing him to reconsider. Of course we must pursue. Otherwise, how shall we report back to the Lord of the County? The elder waved his sleeve, turning to leave, leaving behind a cryptic remark. As for whether we can catch up, that will depend on fate. Chapter 28. The fate of the Empress. Time passed, and an hour slipped by. Changge and his companions were nearing the great statue city, the outline of the ancient city visible from afar. Passing through a village, Changge habitually activated his life-sensing ability, quietly scanning the area. In order to complete the system task expeditiously, Changge now scrutinized everyone he encountered for their potential. Unfortunately, finding a genius with Xian rank aptitude was exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a golden light flared, nearly blinding Changge. "This is..." Changge couldn't help but gasp at in the village. A modestly dressed young girl was diligently fetching water and watering the vegetables, her face youthful and innocent. She appeared to be around the same age as Luo Xiao. Approximately 12 years old, yet she had already grown remarkably tall, her features pure and captivating. What truly astonished Changge was her life information. Name, Ning cultivation. 3rd level of Qi refinement fate. Destiny Empress upon merging with her destiny. She can command a realm. Gold, supreme nirvana, possesses memories and martial insights from her past life. Purple, peerless elegance, an aura of invincibility that significantly enhances her combat prowess, instilling fear in others. Purple, innate sacred body, greatly accelerated cultivation speed. Purple, fortune's favor, mysteriously protected by the Dao's fortune. Purple, life script. 10,000 years ago, the Tianxian Empress sacrificed herself to quell the dark turmoil, her soul reincarnating into the cycle of rebirth, destined to embark on an invincible path once more, returning to the pinnacle. Techniques: Xianyu Holy Canon, Awakening pending. Taisu Scripture, Awakening pending. Wu Shang Sword Technique, Awakening pending. Extreme Shadow Step, Awakening pending. Treasures, None qualifications. Upper grade of Xian rank, Xianyu Sacred Body, Awakening pending. Upon awakening, will elevate to lower grade of Tian rank, Golden Fate. The Empress Reborn, Changge's heart raced. This was the most astonishing life information he had ever encountered. The seemingly ordinary little girl before him was, in fact, the reincarnation of the Destiny Empress. She was also the only individual he had ever seen with a golden fate. Her qualifications were astonishingly formidable. Why are her techniques and physique still unawakened? Changge suddenly noted the anomaly. Ding, Ning has yet to awaken her past life memories and martial insights. Her sacred body remains inactive. The system's response sparked a light in Changge's eyes, igniting a bold thought within his heart. Should he take advantage of her unawakened memories to recruit her into Dao Tian Sect? If successful, once she awakened, her cultivation would undoubtedly surge, and Changge's own cultivation would follow suit. Stepping into the imperial realm, invincibility would be within reach. However, there was a certain risk. Once she awakened, she might very well sever ties with Dao Tian Sect, not remaining in their dilapidated sect. Changge suddenly thought of a possibility, and much of his initial joy dissipated. Dao Tian Sect was unlikely to support a Destiny Empress. Regardless, deceiving her, recruiting her as a disciple would at least fulfill the system's task, ensuring a profitable venture. Determined, Changge inquired system, when will she awaken her past life memories? Detecting that Ning will awaken her past life memories upon breaking through to the Ling condensation realm. That soon? Changge was taken aback. Given Yun Xuanning's qualifications, even if she remained in this small village with no cultivation resources, she could break through to the Ling condensation realm in 2 to 3 years. If she were brought back to Dao Tian Sect, she might achieve it in merely a month. A month it is, then let's deceive. Bring her back to Dao Tian Sect first, with his mind made up. Su Changge, accompanied by Luo, Xiao Qiao, and Go Zi, along with Lin Tian, approached Yun Xuanning. Yun Xuanning sensed Su Changji's approach, her eyes revealing a hint of wariness. She promptly abandoned her water bucket and hurried into a nearby farmhouse. Locking the door behind her, I not appear to be a good person. Su Changge stroked his chin, bemused. Chapter 29, Recruiting the Empress as a Disciple, What Brings Us to This Farmhouse? Gozi queried, somewhat puzzled. Su Changge replied candidly, that little girl possesses remarkable qualifications. I wish to take her as my disciple. Taking a disciple. Does that mean I will become a senior sister? Luo Xiao Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gozi grew increasingly perplexed. You only caught a glimpse from afar. How do you know she has good qualifications? I have my methods of discernment, Su Changge replied mysteriously, offering no further explanation as he knocked on the door. Who are you? A tan farmer opened the door, looking at Su Changge and his companions with a mix of confusion and caution. Yun Xuanning and a woman stood behind him. Yun Xuanning, unafraid, quietly observed Su Changji's group with calm eyes. Although dressed modestly, with mud on her pant legs, she emanated an air of detachment that belied her age. I am Su Changge, the sect master of Dao Tian Sect. This is the supreme elder of Dao Tian Sect, and these two are my disciples. I perceive that this young lady possesses extraordinary roots. She is a martial talent, and I wish to take her as my disciple. Su Changge presented his sect master token, introduced himself, and stated his purpose. Dao Tian Sect. The farmer was momentarily taken aback, racking his brain but unable to recall any such sect, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Moreover, Su Changge appeared quite young to hold the title of sect master. Noticing his skepticism, Su Changge smiled slightly, stepped forward, and soared into the air. You are a Xinsheng realm expert? The farmer gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling with a W-I in that moment. He finally believed in Su Changji's identity. A Xinsheng realm expert is a top-tier existence in the entire Ziyue County. Holding a high status within any sect, he was merely an ordinary man, and such an expert felt exceedingly distant, almost godlike. If you are willing to take Yaya as a disciple, it would be truly wonderful. Honorable Taoists, please come inside. The farmer's attitude transformed remarkably, respectfully inviting Su Changge and his companions into the courtyard. Yaya, do you wish to apprentice under the honorable Taoist? The farmer gently ruffled Yun Xuanning's hair. His eyes filled with warmth and affection. Although Yun Xuanning was a child he had rescued, having raised her for 12 years, he had long regarded her as his own daughter. Joining a powerful sect and embarking on a martial path was undoubtedly a tremendous honor for an ordinary person. This was a grand occasion to bring glory to the family. Yun Xuanning instinctively wanted to shake her head in refusal. However, upon hearing the words Dao Tian Sect, she felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart. An unfamiliar sense of kinship. How strange. Did I know Dao Tian Sect? Yun Xuanning felt somewhat bewildered that I am willing. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Splendid. Honorable Taoist, I shall entrust Yaya to your care henceforth. Yaya, quickly come and greet your master. The farmer took Yun Xuanning's small hand and led her before Su Changge. Master. Yun Xuanning's clear eyes brimmed with curiosity as she quietly scrutinized Su Changge. Yay, I have a junior sister now. I'm no longer the youngest. Junior sister, I am Luo Xiao Qiao. What is your name? Luo Xiao Qiao exclaimed with excitement, seizing Yun Xuanning's small hand. Feeling her hand held, Yun Xuanning suddenly felt a bit nervous, finding it hard to adapt to such closeness with another. My name is Yun Xuanning. What a lovely name. Seeing the two young girls quickly engage in conversation, a smile spread across Su Changji's face that he never expected to so easily recruit a Destiny Empress as a disciple. Su Changge even felt a sense of unreality. This was a legendary Destiny Empress. Ding! Host has completed the disciple recruitment task. Task rewards. 7th tier technique Qianhua Heart Method, 7th tier technique Tianlei Technique, 2 5th tier treasures, Meteorite Sword, 1 Enlightenment Stone, and 50,000 Spirit Stones have been issued. Ding! Host has exceeded the task. Having recruited 2 disciples with upper-grade Xian rank qualifications, receiving additional rewards. 2 Enlightenment Stones, 7th tier technique free and easy body method, and 5th tier formation. Rock formation. As the system's voice resounded, various items materialized in the system space. Available for Su Changge to retrieve with a mere thought. Chapter 30. The Return Journey. Detecting the addition of a new member, Yun Xuanning, to the sect, the system initiated a peace agreement. The host cultivation level is equal to the original cultivation plus the Silver Moon Wolf, Lin Tian, Luo, Qiao Qiao, and Yun Xuanning, reaching the mid-stage of the Xianling realm. A surge of power flowed into Su Changge's Dantian, slightly elevating his cultivation. Yaya, when you achieve success in your training, make sure to come back and visit us. At their farewell, the couple of farmers had tears in their eyes, reluctant to part ways. Although the little girl also felt a pang of sorrow, she bit her lip and refrained from crying. After leaving a considerable sum of wealth for the farmer couple, Su Changge set off for Giant Statue City with Daozi and his 3 disciples. While Giant Statue City may not be as prosperous as Purple Moon City, it was still quite lively, with its vast expanse and bustling streets filled with throngs of people. Upon arriving in such a vibrant location, Yun Xuanning curiously glanced around, her sadness from parting with her family lessening significantly. Furthermore, with a lively and adorable girl of her age by her side, Yun Xuanning quickly lowered her guard. Su Changge led the group on an enjoyable excursion before heading to the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, the premier trading association of the Daotian dynasty. The Silver Moon Chamber has branches in every city within the dynasty. A truly impressive feat. Su Changge presented a pill furnace he had acquired from the ruins, selling it to the Silver Moon Chamber. This 5th-tier magical artifact was worth its weight in gold, even captivating the branch manager of the Silver Moon Chamber. Ultimately, the chamber purchased the pill furnace for 320,000 spirit stones, and Su Changge also received a VIP token from them. Subsequently, he spent 100,000 spirit stones at the Silver Moon Chamber to acquire a wealth of resources to aid in cultivation, including various elixirs, spiritual herbs, and building materials, after purchasing several fiery steeds. Su Changge and his companions began their return to Dao Tian Sect. Utilizing the Enlightenment Stones, he comprehended the Heavenly Thunder Technique and the Carefree Movement Technique. Along the way, Su Changge took out the Enlightenment Stones along with 2 volumes of techniques, silently reciting in his heart, Ding! The use of the Enlightenment Stone was successful. As the system's voice echoed, Su Changge felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness, countless runes appearing out of thin air, interweaving with one another, revealing various profound martial secrets, enlightening him completely. In the blink of an eye, Su Changge harmonized and thoroughly mastered these 2 techniques, as if he had been cultivating them since childhood. With his eyes opened, a terrifying flash of lightning flickered within them. Su Changge extended his palm, arcs of electricity dancing within, swiftly coalescing into a blinding sphere of thunder, unleashing a heart-pounding, formidable power with a single step. He left behind an afterimage and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away, moving in astounding speed. Hiss! When did you secretly cultivate such a powerful movement technique? Daozi's heart raced at this sight. Feeling more and more pressured by Su Changge's growing strength. I want to learn too. I can teach you. Su Changge swiftly returned to the back of the fiery steed. He offered the Carefree Movement Technique to Daozi, who declined at no, your human techniques are beyond my reach. Daozi muttered in dissatisfaction. Su Changge chuckled, not taking it to heart. Through the Life Insight feature, he had already discovered that Daozi had obtained the complete inheritance of the Silver Moon Wolf clan and lacked no techniques. Only time for cultivation. Over the past 20 years, it had squandered too much time down the road back to Dao Tian Sect. Su Changge took out paper and pen, transcribing the Qinglian Sword Song, Heavenly Thunder Technique, Carefree Movement Technique, Qianhua Heart Decision, and the Great Wilderness 9 styles in several copies to ensure that each disciple received one, that he distributed the cultivation resources he had on hand, along with these techniques. into 4 storage rings, allocating them to his 3 disciples and Dogzi. Master. Lin Tian held the storage ring, feeling a surge of emotion. It had been less than 10 days since Su Changge last provided him with resources. And now he had been granted an even more substantial wealth. For volumes of 7th-tier techniques, a total of 70,000 spirit stones, and various auxiliary resources. I must work hard in my cultivation and not disappoint Master's expectations. Lin Tian's resolve grew stronger, filled with determination. Wow, so many treasures. Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled as she beheld the 7th-tier techniques and a 5th-tier meteorite sword within the storage ring, utterly astonished. This was entirely different from the news she received before her arrival. Wasn't it said that Dao Tian Sect was destitute? What a deception! Chapter 31. Building the sect's 7th-tier techniques are sufficient to support martial artists in reaching the June realm, making them extraordinarily precious and invaluable. Su Changge's generosity in presenting 5 volumes of 7th-tier techniques was truly remarkable. Yun Xuanning, somewhat bewildered, accepted the storage ring and, with Su Changge's assistance, refined it, although she couldn't yet discern the value of the items within the storage ring. She could feel that Su Changge treated her sincerely. Her fondness for this master and the Dao Tian Sect deepened. Dogzi counted his belongings and couldn't help but grin, his mood lightened. 3 days later. Su Changge and his party returned to Dao Tian Sect without incident. Master, is our sect somewhat dilapidated? Luo Xiao hesitated. Despite having prior knowledge, the state of disrepair exceeded her expectations. Was this truly the territory of sect? It resembled a farmhouse built in the wilderness. Indeed, the sect is currently in disrepair, but it will improve over time. Su Changge cleared his throat and said, "You all focus on your cultivation. Leave the sect's construction to me." This time I specially purchased a considerable amount of building materials from the Silver Moon Chamber. While Dogzi and the 3 disciples cultivated, Su Changge took out the 5th-tier formation stone, the Array of the Rock, and set it up around the mountain. The various formation devices were placed, the ground illuminated with an array of patterns, and numerous runes imprinted in the void interwove and crisscrossed, forming a yellowish circular shield that gradually faded away. The 5th-tier formation could withstand the strength of Dao realm experts. Su Changge began constructing houses according to the blueprints using the building materials. After several hours, a series of pavilions rose from the ground, accompanied by 2 grand halls, one for meetings and the other serving as the sect's treasury. Su Changge also planted numerous spiritual herbs on the mountain and arranged a 4th-tier gathering spirit formation, completely transforming the mountain's appearance and enveloping it with a faint mist of spiritual energy. Excellent. Now it resembles a proper sect. Su Changge clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. With a thought, Su Changge summoned the sect's panel. Sect, Dao Tian Sect. Number of members, 4 beasts, 1 wealth, 7th-tier techniques 5, spirit stones, 265,430, reputation, 500 valuation. The sect is beginning to take shape. The reputation has increased to 500. Could it be due to the intimidation of the Lin and Zhang families? After pondering for a moment, Su Changge reached a conclusion. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the courtyard, causing Su Changge's heart to sink. He stepped forward, leaving an afterimage, and instantly appeared in the courtyard. What happened? Su Changge raised an eyebrow, yet found nothing amiss. Lin Tian opened his mouth and quietly said, "Junior sister Luo mentioned that master must be tired today, so she wants to cook a meal for you." Cooking? Su Changge was momentarily taken aback. As the 9th princess of the Daotian ancient kingdom, could she truly cook? At that moment, the kitchen door creaked under the strain and fell to the ground with a crash. Luo Xiao's delicate face was smudged with soot, with soup and dirt splattered on her, making her appear rather unkempt. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm as she held a clay pot. "Aha, master, here comes the chicken soup." As a pot of dark, murky chicken soup was presented, emitting green fumes, the room fell silent. "Drink up? Why aren't you drinking?" Luo Xiao wiped her hands on her clothes. "Puzzled that I'll go prepare some more dishes." Yin Xuanning quietly stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Lin Tian couldn't help but whisper, "Junior sister Luo, it seems you didn't properly pluck the feathers from this chicken. And did you forget to clean the innards?" Huh. Do you need to clean the innards too? Luo Xiao looked somewhat bewildered. Forget it. Let Master teach you how to cook, Su Chang aside, and led the three disciples into the kitchen. Except for Luo Xiao, the other two disciples learned quickly, ultimately preparing a sumptuous dinner. Time flew by swiftly in the fulfilling moments. 3 days later, the system's voice echoed in Su Chang's mind. Chapter 32. Luo Xiao's breakthrough. It detected that sect member Luo Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the first level of the returning origin realm and began seeking harmony. Host cultivation level, original cultivation level, silver moon wolf Lin Tian, Luo Xiao, Yun Xuanning, initial stage of the second realm of Xianling. As the system's voice resounded, a surge of formidable power erupted from the Daotian, coursing through the limbs and bones, propelling Su Changge's cultivation to new heights. Upon breaking through a major realm for the first time, the sect members congratulated the host on receiving a grand reward from the system: the 7th tier divine ability. Burning Heaven Palm, a 6th tier sword talisman 1. Comprehension Stone 1. 5th tier battle puppet 1. 5th tier magical artifact, spirit wind boat, and 100,000 spirit stones. The system's voice echoed once more, causing Su Changge's heart to swell with joy. Luo Xiao, originally at the 9th realm of spirit refining, successfully stepped into the returning origin realm after a period of cultivation. Using the comprehension stone, she began to comprehend the burning heaven palm. After extracting these rewards from the system space, Su Changge grasped the burning heaven palm and immediately consumed a comprehension stone to master this divine ability. Su Changge opened his palm. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, revealing strands of terrifying flames that distorted the air and unleashed an oppressive heat. A commendable technique. Let us store it in the treasury. This divine ability requires cultivation at the Xianling realm to practice. Thus it must be placed in the sect treasury for now. Su Changge took out the 6th tier sword talisman, and annotations only visible to him appeared before his eyes. 6th tier sword talisman can be activated 3 times, each time releasing a sword aura at the level of a venerable. The 6th tier corresponds to the venerable realm. This talisman can serve as a means of survival, wielding immense power at critical moments. Su Changge then retrieved the battle puppet. It was a humanoid puppet clad in black armor, which could be activated using spiritual energy or spirit stones. Capable of unleashing the strength of a 9th realm of path transformation. With this battle puppet, Dao Tian Sect effectively gained another formidable entity at the path transformation level. The final artifact, the spirit wind boat, could also be activated using spiritual energy or spirit stones, capable of soaring through the skies at speeds equivalent to a 9th realm path transformation expert in full flight, with the spirit wind boat in hand. The members of Dao Tian Sect would have greater convenience in their travels to more distant places. These rewards were precisely what Dao Tian Sect lacked, bearing significant utility. Just as Su Changge exited the room, a petite figure rushed over and hugged his leg. "Master, I have broken through to the returning origin realm." Luo Xiao looked up, her delicate face brimming with joy and pride, as if urging him to praise her. Returning origin realm? So soon? This is astonishing. Su Changge's expression turned to one of shock, unable to suppress a gasp. I am a genius. Don't underestimate my youth. I will surely surpass my master in cultivation in the future. From now on, I will protect you, master, and safeguard Dao Tian Sect. The little girl beamed, her laughter infectious. Not bad, not bad. You have my former spirit. The dog beside them nodded, yet internally felt a sense of unease. A burgeoning urgency that if he did not strive harder in his cultivation, he might soon find himself left behind by this little girl. And where would that leave his dignity as a supreme elder? Luo Jr.'s sister is truly impressive. Lin Tian also couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a significant amount of pressure. The eldest senior brother. How could he be weaker than his junior sister? Thankfully, he possessed the Daotian Divine Sword. Give him a little more time, and he would catch up to Luo Jr.'s sister. Lin Tian thought to himself. Congratulations, Xiao. Yin Xuanning rarely spoke, but expressed her happiness for Luo Xiao. After Luo Xiao's breakthrough to the returning origin realm, Su Changge could distinctly sense that the dog, Lin Tian, and Yun Xuanning were all cultivating with renewed vigor. 7 days later, the Daotian divine sword within Lin Tian radiated a glimmer, and overnight, he broke through 3 minor realms, reaching the 7th realm of spirit refining. Consequently, Su Changge's cultivation advanced from the initial stage of the 2nd realm of Xianling to the mid-stage. Master, I wish to go to Luoyuan City to seek revenge on the Lin and Zhang families. Lin Tian approached Su Changge, his eyes filled with determination. After arduous cultivation, he finally possessed sufficient strength to seek vengeance. Of course, I shall accompany you to... As Su Changge nodded, but no. This time I will go alone. This is a matter between me and the Lin and Zhang families. Lin Tian stated, Master has already done too much for me. I cannot burden you and the sect further. Chapter 33. Infiltrating the Lin family. You are worried that if you kill members of the Lin family, the main lineage of the Lin family in the royal capital will take notice. And you do not wish for me to be implicated, correct? Su Changge discerned Lin Tian's thoughts at a glance, saying, But you are a disciple of Dao Tian Sect. If the main lineage of the Lin family comes after you, do you think they would spare Dao Tian Sect? Lin Tian replied solemnly, If the main lineage of the Lin family comes to seek trouble, I will bear the burden alone and will not implicate the sect. Master, please trust me that I now possess the strength to take revenge and have means to withstand the main lineage of the Lin family. Su Changge nodded. Since you dare to take the initiative, I believe you have the means for self-preservation. Here is the plan. I will accompany you, but I want to intervene. I will merely observe from the shadows. Thank you, Master. A warm current surged through Lin Tian's heart. He understood that Su Changge was concerned for his safety and would secretly protect him. Let us proceed. As Su Changge took Lin Tian's hand, and with a single leap, they soared into the air, heading straight for Luoyuan City. As night fell, the Lin family compound was brightly lit, bustling with activity. Both Su Changge and Lin Tian donned black attire, revealing only their eyes. Lin Tian, wielding the Qinglian sword, gazed at the familiar Lin family compound, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Wait, something feels amiss. Suddenly, Su Changge furrowed his brows, keenly sensing an unusual aura. He led Lin Tian silently to the rooftop of a nearby building. Inside the house, a woman's cries and a man's labored breathing could be heard. Following, there were sounds of intense, indescribable activity. Special Envoy, how are these women? Are they satisfactory? After a moment, a fawning male voice rang out. Unmistakably belonging to Lin family head, Lin Yuan. Not bad, not bad. You all are quite accommodating. An ominous voice followed. When will the Special Envoy take care of that Dao Tian Sect and that bastard Lin Tian? Lin Yuan spoke cautiously. What is the hurry? Mere garbage at the returning origin realm can be extinguished with a wave of my hand. Are you worried I won't fulfill my duties? The voice instantly turned cold. No, I have no doubts regarding the Special Envoy's intentions. It is my impatience that is to blame. Come, allow me to toast to the Special Envoy. What are you all standing there for? Continue the music and the dance. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with respect, his posture exceedingly humble. Lin Xiangwen sneered, one arm around a scantily clad woman while enjoying the company of several others, comfortably squinting his eyes. Indeed, he was not a member of the Lin family of Luoyuan City, but was sent by the main lineage of the Lin family. His task was to assist the Lin family of Luoyuan City in eliminating Su Changge and Lin Tian. To curry favor with him, the Lin family of Luoyuan City had been racking their brains to entertain him, not missing a single pleasure. Despite being a strong cultivator at the Xianling realm, within the main lineage of the Lin family, he was just an ordinary steward, with little status, hardly deserving of such a regal lifestyle. Now that life was so comfortable, he deliberately dragged his feet, not rushing to Dao Tian Sect. He wanted to enjoy himself a little longer, if he were to eliminate Dao Tian Sect too soon. The Lin family of Luoyuan City would no longer need his services, and where would their diligence in pleasing him go? Special Envoy. He is from the main lineage of the Lin family. A heavy sensation washed over Lin Tian. Had he indeed provoked the main lineage of the Lin family? However, even if they intervened, they could not stop him. Those who have humiliated me must die. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. Now that he had subdued a formidable beast, he possessed enough strength to protect himself, and he was unafraid of the main lineage of the Lin family. The so-called special envoy, with the cultivation of the third realm of Xianling, did he truly need my assistance? Su Changge communicated telepathically to Lin Tian. Then I must trouble you, master. Lin Tian did not feign humility. He merely silently acknowledged Su Changge's kindness. With a flick of his fingers, a silver spear materialized, accompanied by streams of flowing spiritual energy. Who is it? Suddenly, Lin Xiangwen sensed a terrifying killing intent and shouted sharply. Exuding a powerful aura. Chapter 34. Revenge achieved. Bang. The rooftop exploded, a cold gleam igniting like a meteor streaking across the night sky, striking towards Lin Xiangwen with lightning speed. Impudent, Lin Xiangwen was both startled and enraged. Never having expected to be ambushed at such a moment, bare-chested, he unleashed the dense spiritual energy within him, and amidst the ringing of sword energy, he slashed toward the cloaked figure before him. Clang! With a deafening metallic sound, the fourth-tier longsword in Lin Xiangwen's hand was shattered by the Moonshadow Spear. The Moonshadow Spear pierced through his shoulder with a devastating force, had he not instinctively sidestepped at the last moment. The weapon would have driven straight into his heart. Death! Lin Xiangwen let out a furious roar as golden light emanated from his palm, channeling a divine technique to strike fiercely at the cloaked figure before him. With a swift flick of the Moonshadow Spear, Su Changge effortlessly tore through the hardened body of the Xianling realm expert, as if it were mere parchment, instantly shredding it apart, before Lin Xiangwen's palm could even descend upon Su Changge. His upper body had already collapsed to the ground, his hands dangling lifelessly. Such was the terror of a fifth-tier artifact. In a confrontation among equals, one wielding a superior-grade artifact and practicing a higher-tier technique could wield an overwhelming advantage. In an instant, the events unfolded with blinding speed. From Su Changge's emergence to the slaying of Lin Xiangwen, scarcely a breath had passed. A dozen women, clad in rags, emitted terrified shrieks as they beheld the blood-soaked ground and the mangled corpse of Lin Xiangwen. Several of them fainted on the spot, their eyes rolling back in fear. The remaining women trembled in terror, hastily fleeing the scene. Who are you? Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, his legs trembling, nearly rendering him unable to stand. Lin Xiangwen was a formidable expert of the third layer of Xianling realm. How could he have been slain in a single encounter? Oh, Master Lin, do you not recognize me any longer? Lin Tian raised his hand. The Qinglian sword pressed against Lin Yuan's neck, his voice chillingly cold. "It's you." Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He could scarcely believe that a mere half-month earlier, this individual had been a worthless first-layer condensing spirit realm practitioner. Yet now he had the audacity to bring about the demise of the third-layer Lin Xiangwen. You are exceedingly bold. Do you not realize he is a steward of the Lin family in the capital? You have slain him. You will undoubtedly incur the relentless pursuit of the Lin family, regardless of where you flee. Lin Yuan's body trembled, his voice a harsh bark filled with feigned bravado. If you spare me, I can provide cover for you, ensuring the Lin family does not discover your presence. Lin Yuan's tone shifted, tinged with desperation. Lin Tian remained silent, merely swinging the Qinglian sword gently, causing Lin Yuan's head to roll away, killing him instantly. From the moment Lin Yuan humiliated Lin Tian publicly, expelling him from the Lin family, his fate was sealed. Lin Tian clutched the Qinglian sword, transforming into a shadow, silently navigating the depths of the Lin family estate. Every individual who had wronged him was destined to perish. Now, at the seventh layer of condensing spirit realm, Lin Tian had cultivated numerous seventh-tier techniques, with the fifth-tier Qinglian sword in hand. Even a ninth-layer expert of condensing spirit realm would find it impossible to withstand his might. As Lin family warriors fell one by one, chaos erupted within the estate, the air thick with shrieks of terror. Impudence! Who dares to kill within my Lin family? The furious roar of Lin Chengwen, the family's elder, echoed, igniting a spark of hope among the panicked Lin warriors. "It's the elder. He is a Gu Yuan realm expert. We are saved." Yet before the words could fully escape one warrior's lips, a chilling, anguished cry from Lin Shangguin pierced the air. Although he was a first-layer Gu Yuan realm practitioner, he had been gravely injured by Su Changge's previous strike. His strength significantly diminished. Within less than 10 exchanges, Lin Tian severed his head with a single stroke. With Lin Chengwen's demise, the Lin family was bereft of resistance. Under the cover of night, Lin Tian, wielding the Qinglian sword, departed the Lin family estate silently, setting his sights on the Zhang family. Chapter 35. Lin Tian's secret. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Tian stood atop a high peak, gazing down at the brightly lit Luyun city, slowly exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration. In these days, all the hatred and humiliation had finally found release. He felt an unprecedented lightness, his spirits soaring. Suddenly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy coursed through his body, infusing his limbs and elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of condensing spirit realm. With vengeance fulfilled, his mind cleared, and Lin Tian's cultivation advanced smoothly. System notification. Host Lin Tian's cultivation has broken through to the 8th layer of condensing spirit realm. Initiating a peace-seeking request. Host cultivation. Original cultivation. Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao, Yun Xuanning mid-stage, 2nd layer of Xianling realm. The system chimed out. A breakthrough of a minor realm within the condensing spirit realm held little significance for Su Changge. Now, at the Xianling realm. Master, it seems we have indeed attracted the attention of the Lin family in the capital. My apologies, Lin Tian remarked with a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated the swiftness of their response, as they had dispatched a Xianling realm expert to Luyun City much sooner than anticipated. Fear not. I shall take action, Su Changge replied calmly, displaying no signs of anxiety despite the impending confrontation with the Lin family. What is the strength of the Lin family in the capital? You were once the young master of the Lin family in Luyun City. You must possess some knowledge of them, Su Changge inquired, having determined that conflict with the Lin family was inevitable. Preparations were in order. The Lin family has a lineage spanning over 2 millennia, with branches scattered throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty. The main lineage boasts numerous officials in high positions, as well as several military generals. To my knowledge, the Lin family has no less than 5 known experts of the transformation realm. Lin Tian divulged all he was aware of. Master, in fact, during my time in the ruins, I acquired a sword aura that harbored a significant opportunity. It sealed within it a formidable beast, a demon fox. After some time, I have managed to subdue this demon fox and have forged a pact with it. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before revealing part of his secret. The demon fox will protect me for 10 years, after which I shall grant it freedom. This creature possesses the cultivation of the 8th layer of transformation realm, so it should be more than capable of dealing with the Lin family's retribution. A demon fox? Su Changge's interest piqued. He had encountered references to such creatures in ancient texts. These fox-like beasts were known for their cunning and ferocity, and their strength was formidable. Excellent. With a demon fox to protect you. I can rest easy, Su Changge remarked, patting Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian's willingness to share some secrets indicated a significant increase in his trust. Let us return, Su Changge said, and together they soared into the sky, heading back to Dao Tian Sect. The following morning, Su Changge gathered everyone and recounted the enmity between Lin Tian and the Lin and Zhang families, as well as their actions from the previous night. Since the impending retaliation from the Lin family would affect every member of Dao Tian Sect, such matters could not be concealed. The Lin and Zhang families have gone too far, conspiring to frame our senior brother. They deserve to be exterminated. Luo Xiao fumed, pounding her small chest. Senior brother, do not worry. If that so-called Lin family from the capital dares to come knocking, I will help you eliminate them. The Lin family from the capital? How presumptuous of them to bully us. Dogsy seethed, grinding his teeth. In the past, not to mention the Lin family. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty would be nothing but a younger sibling before Dao Tian Sect. Yun Xuanning sat quietly beside Su Changge, her small hands clenched tightly, silent and unable to contribute due to her current cultivation being merely at the Qi condensation realm. Rest assured, now that we have dared to invade the Lin family, we naturally possess the means to confront the Lin family from the capital, Su Changge continued. unveiling Lin Tian's secret regarding the demon fox's protection, that of course, this had been done with Lin Tian's consent. Afterward, Su Changge produced a battle puppet, explaining that he had set up a fifth-tier formation, the rock-solid array, capable of withstanding the attacks of Transformation Realm experts, that a fifth-tier battle puppet. Where did you acquire such a treasure? Dogsy exclaimed in shock, his breath hitching. Dogsy understood the rarity and value of such battle puppets. Although they could only exert the strength of a Transformation Realm expert, their creation was exceptionally challenging, requiring numerous rare and precious materials along with advanced refining skills. A single fifth-tier battle puppet could only be crafted by a seventh-tier master craftsman, and Dogsy was certain that Master Yin Tian did not possess such a puppet. Where on earth did Su Changge acquire so many treasures? These were left to me by the old man. Su Changge explained, I believe you about as much as I believe a ghost. Dogsy rolled his eyes, intending to press for more details, but recalling Su Changge's previous words. Everyone has their secrets, as long as they were allies. Having a few secrets was inconsequential. The dog contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding not to pursue the matter further. The young bard undoubtedly harbored other secretive methods. While Lin Tian had the protection of the demonic raccoon, and Xiao Xiao's precious gourd was at least a sixth-tier magical artifact. After calculating these factors, the dog was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of pressure. However, it was somewhat reassured by its possession of a highly esteemed Wolf King seal. With this thought, the dog felt considerably more at ease. A demonic raccoon. Master brother. Luo Xiao smiled sweetly at Lin Tian. Ahem, I did not intend to conceal the truth. It was merely that at that time, I had yet to subdue the demonic raccoon. Hence I refrained from speaking. Lin Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Yun Xuanning relaxed her tightly clenched hands, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. In any case, that is how the situation stands in the coming days. The Lin family from the royal capital may send powerful individuals to attack at any moment. However, Lin Tian and I will handle it, so there's no need for everyone to worry. Simply focus on your cultivation. Su Changge clapped his hands, urging everyone to seize the time for their training. Master, come quickly, I prepared breakfast for you. Luo Xiao exclaimed excitedly, taking Su Changge's hand and leading him towards the kitchen. Su Changge gazed into the pot filled with charred buns, falling into a state of silence. I forgot to add water. Please wait a moment. Master, with a flurry of sounds, the young girl hurriedly began to knead the dough anew. Her delicate face dusted with flour. This girl. Su Changge couldn't help but shake his head and smile. After finishing breakfast, Su Changge began to guide his 3 disciples in their training. And the days passed in a fulfilling and warm manner. 3 days later, a system notification echoed in Su Changge's mind. Detection indicates that the member of the sect, the Silver Moonwolf, has broken through to the 8th level of the returning origin realm, initiating a request for peace. Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moonwolf Lin Tian, Luo Xiao, Yin Xuanning, early stage of the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. A surge of profound energy manifested in his dantian, flowing throughout his body, and Su Changge's cultivation smoothly ascended by 1 minor realm. The dog-esque breakthrough seems rather swift, as Su Changge was somewhat taken aback. It had only been half a month since the dog last broke through, and yet it had done so again so soon. Even considering the dog's inferior earthly grade aptitude, this rate of progress was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, Su Changge had no inkling that the dog's original cultivation level was indeed the Xianling realm. It had merely suffered a significant setback and decline, leading to a continuous drop in its cultivation. Now, with sufficient resources for training, its progress was naturally rapid. 7 days later, a cloud ship sliced through the sky, traversing the vast expanse of land at an astonishing speed, arriving above the Dao Tian Sect. On the cloud ship stood a middle-aged man, clad in fine garments, his countenance bearing the weight of authority from long-held supremacy. Dao Tian Sect. Lin and Ping gazed down at the territory of the Dao Tian Sect, his brow slightly furrowing. Although the central hill had been repaired relatively well, the surrounding peaks had long since fallen into disrepair, a clear indication of the sect's decline. What brings you to the Dao Tian Sect? Just then, A voice rich with charisma resonated, a flicker of shadow appeared in midair, and Changge had already materialized before him, wearing his habitual smile. You are the sect master of Dao Tian. Changge. Lin and Ping scrutinized Changge. Indeed, and you are from the royal capital's Lin family. Lin and Ping. Changge's expression shifted. Ah, is the royal capital's Lin family. What brings you? Lin Dao you to my Dao Tian Sect? Chapter 37. Ostentatious and overbearing. 7 days prior, my Lin family branch in Luoyuan City was severely damaged, resulting in the deaths of 21 individuals, including a steward from the royal capital's Lin family. This matter, was it not instigated by your Dao Tian Sect? Lin and Ping questioned coldly. It was not that. Changge responded without a moment's hesitation, directly denying the accusation. Your denial holds no weight. Lin and Ping replied icily. Prior to this, the only entity with enmity towards the Luoyuan City Lin family branch was the Dao Tian Sect. If it was not you, then who else could it be? Do you possess any evidence that implicates my Dao Tian Sect? Changge maintained his composure, stating, if you do not, then you are merely slandering my Dao Tian Sect. Evidence? Lin and Ping chuckled. Only the weak require evidence. As for your Dao Tian Sect, there is no need for such formalities? Oh, and how do you intend to proceed? Changge's heart remained unmoved. Lin and Ping surveyed the Dao Tian Sect's territory below. Having reached the transformation realm, he had begun to cultivate his divine sense, capable of covering a radius of 5 miles, allowing him to observe the surrounding environment with meticulous detail. Soon, Lin and Ping sensed a newly constructed grave in a cemetery on a back mountain. The tombstone prominently inscribed with the name of Yun Tianzhen. Lin and Ping's heart steadied, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as Yun Tianzhen is dead, the Dao Tian Sect poses no threat. Since you dare to kill members of my Lin family, then your Dao Tian Sect shall accompany them to the grave. Lin and Ping's lips curled into a cruel smile. His robes billowed as a powerful pressure erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, bearing down upon Changge. Changge stood firm. The overwhelming pressure from a transformation realm cultivator felt like a gentle breeze against his face. He remained unmoved. The royal capital's Lin family truly acts with arrogance. Changge sighed and shook his head. Blame yourself for seeking your own demise. A mere ant-like sect dares to provoke my Lin family. Lin and Ping snorted coldly and pointed directly at Changge, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power that radiated blinding light, hurtling towards Changge. Such immense pressure. This is not good. A transformation realm expert. Below, the members of Dao Tian Sect were all startled, their expressions filled with concern in the face of a transformation realm expert's attack. Changge remained unfazed, raising his hand to summon a battle puppet. Whoosh! The battle puppet, towering and robust, donned black armor, its eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Wielding a black battle knife, it struck down with a single slash, shattering the divine technique unleashed by Lin and Ping. Who are you? Why do you assist Dao Tian Sect? Lin and Ping raised an eyebrow that he was unfamiliar with a battle puppet, merely assuming it to be a hidden powerhouse. If that is the case, then you shall die alongside the Dao Tian Sect. Without a word from the battle puppet, Lin and Ping's eyes glinted with malice as he conjured a green ancient sword, his aura surging exponentially. Clang! Lin and Ping swung his sword, and the sky seemed to split like lightning, the sword energy sharp and blinding, carrying an overwhelming might. The power of this strike sent shivers down the spines of Lin Tian and the others below, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Master! Lin Tian and Luo Xiao clenched their fists, anxiety etched across their faces. Although Changge claimed that the battle puppet possessed the strength of a 9th-level transformation realm cultivator, they had yet to witness it firsthand, while the terror of Lin and Ping's strike was something they could tangibly feel. Changge stepped forward, employing the carefree body technique, leaving behind an afterimage as he instantly appeared 1,000 feet away. The battle puppet raised its hand, delivering a simple yet unadorned slash, devoid of any embellishment. Clash! When blade met sword, a dazzling brilliance erupted in midair, accompanied by a thunderous crash. The fearsome sword energy was shattered in an instant. Even Lin and Ping felt his body tremble, sensing a terrifying force reverberate through his sword, cracking his palms and drawing forth blood. His arm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the sword. Struggling to hold on. How could this be so powerful? Lin and Ping's heart sank. Disbelief etched across his features. He was a 5th-level transformation realm cultivator, while Lin and Ping was still in shock. The battle puppet's form suddenly became indistinct, vanishing from sight, that a streak of pitch-black knife light silently descended from behind Lin and Ping. Chapter 38. Slaying the Transformation Realm Expert. Lin and Ping felt a chilling dread, an alarm ringing in his mind. Almost instinctively, he spun around and slashed out with his sword, narrowly blocking the battle puppet's strike. However, this was merely the beginning. The battle puppet flickered, and suddenly, shadows of the battle puppet surrounded him from all directions, unleashing over 30 slashes in an instant. Carefree body technique. Su Changge raised an eyebrow. The movement technique employed by the battle puppet was identical to the one rewarded by the system. Not only was it a movement technique, but the battle puppet's swordsmanship was also exceptionally refined, capable of executing various lethal techniques, making it fierce and formidable in combat, enough to instill fear in anyone. This was a creature designed specifically for battle. Who exactly are you? Lin and Ping grew increasingly alarmed, a chill coursing down his spine. Within just a few exchanges, he bore 5 deep wounds that exposed bone, blood oozing profusely. This was still a result of Su Changge intentionally restraining the battle puppet, preventing it from unleashing its full power. Otherwise, the battle puppet could have slain Lin and Ping in an instant. Stop! Cease this at once. I'm the 5th elder of the royal capital's Lin family. Should you dare to kill me, you will face relentless retaliation from the Lin family. Spare me this ordeal. The grudges between the Lin family and the Dao Tian Sect can be easily resolved. Lin Onping was utterly flustered, feeling an intense sense of impending doom from the terrifying onslaught of the battle puppet. Is this true? I cannot believe it, Su Changge replied indifferently. Having already experienced the Lin family's modus operandi, Su Changge was well aware of their ways. First, they dispatched a steward of the Xianling realm to annihilate his family. Now, they sent an elder of the transformation realm. Should Lin Onping be spared, the Lin family would not only fail to resolve their enmity, but would likely escalate their aggression to the Lin family. The Dao Tian Sect was merely a pest to be easily exterminated. They would never yield to such vermin. Su Changge vividly recalled Lin Onping's earlier arrogance and domineering attitude. No, you will not escape unscathed. The Lin family will not let you off. Soon, a chilling scream escaped Lin Onping's lips as he was cleaved in two by the battle puppet. Su Changge recalled the puppet and, after replenishing its spirit stones, stored it away. This battle puppet is truly formidable. The dog, brimming with excitement, swiftly stripped Lin Onping of his storage ring and other valuable items. Then the dog produced a vial from seemingly nowhere and poured out a white powder. With a sizzling sound, Lin Onping's corpse dissolved into a puddle of putrid liquid, evaporating completely moments later, leaving no trace behind. Observing the dog's deafness, it was evident that such deeds were not unfamiliar to him. Luo Xiaoxiao and Yun Xuanning, the 2 young ladies, watched in astonishment. All done. Everyone may disperse. Su Changge clapped his hands. Following this, the members of the Dao Tian Sect resumed their cultivation as if nothing had transpired, leading lives of serene tranquility. Notably, Yun Xuanning's cultivation progressed swiftly. In merely half a month, she ascended from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 8th level. Su Changge estimated that in about 7 days, she would reach the spirit condensation realm and awaken her past life memories. He wondered if she would leave the Dao Tian Sect upon awakening. Su Changge stroked his chin, gazing at the quiet and graceful young girl. Sighing inwardly, she is destined to be an empress. If she could remain in the Dao Tian Sect, she would undoubtedly lead it to soar. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Changge picked up an ancient tome and began to peruse it. Suddenly, a cheerful exclamation broke the silence. Luo Xiaoxiao appeared from nowhere, leaping onto Su Changge's back and wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you reading, master?" she asked with a beaming smile. "The historical records of the Dao Tian Sect." Su Changge replied casually, "Let me see." "Oh, This book contains numerous locations. As she examined the illustrations and texts, Luo Xiao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Indeed, the records detailed lands that once belonged to the Dao Tian Sect, along with its former resource sites, spirit stone veins, metal or deposits, medicinal gardens, regions inhabited by rare beasts. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Changge's eyes after the decline of the Dao Tian Sect. Its territories and resources were divided among various sections now. The master is formulating a plan to gradually reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Dao Tian Sect. Chapter 39. The Blood Transformation Technique of the Demon Emperor. Excellent. Anyone who dares to encroach upon our Dao Tian Sect's territory must be dealt with severely, forced to repay double. Luo Xiao exclaimed, her small fist raised in excitement. It was clear that she was eager for a fight. We have a total of 13 territories to reclaim. There will be plenty of opportunities to battle. Once we've dealt with the Lin family in the royal capital, we can commence our reclamation efforts. Su Changge spoke with unwavering confidence. Judging by the rapid cultivation speed of the Dao Tian Sect members, he believed that within a month or two, their strength would achieve a qualitative leap. When the Lin family from the royal capital returns, I shall be there to confront them. Luo Xiao declared, her fists itching for action. That a day later, a notification resonated within Su Changge's mind. The sect member, Silver Moonwolf, has broken through to the first level of the Xianling realm and is seeking peace to host cultivation level original level Silver Moonwolf Lin Tian Luo Xiao Yun Xuanning mid-stage 4th level of Xianling realm. In an instant, a surge of immense power manifested in his Dantian, flooding through his limbs and bones, amplifying Su Changge's internal strength and elevating his cultivation. The dog has astonishingly broken through 2 minor realms consecutively. What transpired? Su Changge raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Congratulations to the host for the sect member's breakthrough, earning the following rewards. The unranked technique, blood transformation technique of the Demon Emperor. Comprehension Stone X1, 5th level Battle Puppet X1. Spirit Stones 50,000 to Su Changge, unable to focus on claiming his rewards, hurriedly pushed open the door to the dog's room. I have finally regained my Xianling realm cultivation. The dog roared with laughter, but upon seeing Su Changge, its eyes widened in surprise. What are you staring at? I am now a powerful Xianling realm warrior. Take this. The dog grinned and lunged at Su Changge with a playful attack. Su Changge swiftly evaded, employing the carefree technique to appear behind the dog in an instant, grabbing it by the scruff of its neck and lifting it from the ground. Woof, woof, woof. Release me this instant. The dog flailed its legs wildly, leaving a series of black paw prints on Su Changge's attire. Weren't you at the 8th level of the Guiyuan realm? How did you suddenly break through 2 minor realms? Su Changge inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. That's obviously due to my prowess. Wait, how did you know I was at the 8th level of the Guiyuan realm? The dog looked at Su Changge with suspicion. Su Changge urged, never mind the details, just explain. The excited dog, not dwelling on the matter, replied enthusiastically, that is because of the Lin family elder you killed earlier. There was a 5th level medicinal pill, the Tianyang pill, in his storage ring, which can rapidly enhance cultivation, and I refined it. But alas, there was only 1 Tianyang pill. The dog smacked its lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. I see. Su Changge thought to himself, relieved. Take a look at this technique and see if it helps. Su Changge handed the blood transformation technique of the Demon Emperor to the dog. What is this? Oh, the blood transformation technique of the Demon Emperor. What kind of technique dares to bear the name of a Demon Emperor? The dog questioned skeptically as it flipped through the pages. This technique was extraordinarily unique. It was neither a divine ability nor a martial skill, holding no offensive capabilities. Its sole purpose was to assist demon beasts and the demon race in purifying their bloodlines. The purer the bloodline, the greater the innate talent and the higher the potential for strength. When the bloodline reaches a certain richness, one may even comprehend innate talents from it. For ordinary demon races, they either lack a bloodline or possess one so thin it is negligible, rendering this technique useless. However, for those of noble lineage, it is a treasure beyond price. Its efficacy and impact cannot be measured by rank. Where did you acquire this technique? Upon perusing the text, the dog gasped, its heartbeat quickening. It was a silver moon wolf, and more importantly, a silver moon wolf king. The silver moon wolf clan possesses a fragment of the bloodline of the celestial wolf clan. The celestial wolf clan is a royal lineage among demon races, one of the most powerful among them. If it could purify and awaken the celestial wolf bloodline, the benefits would be unimaginable. Chapter 40. The Lin family sends more people as long as it's beneficial to you. That's all that matters. As for the origin of this technique, it remains a secret, Su Changge replied with a mysterious smile. The dog, too engrossed in the text, set aside its inquiries and began to cultivate fervently. The recent experiences had rekindled its fighting spirit, awakening its thirst for power. The Silver Moon Wolf clan had faced annihilation, and the Dao Tian Sect had nearly been extinguished. Such deep-seated enmity could not be overlooked. Yet, the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair. With no hope for revenge in sight, it had languished in a state of disarray for over 20 years. However, Su Changge began to showcase his talents, started taking disciples, and developed the Dao Tian Sect. The once desolate mountains transformed into a thriving establishment. The solitude of the once empty peaks now resonated with the laughter of lively disciples. Their spirited demeanor mirrored that of the young Yun Tianjinren. Perhaps it was to protect Su Changge, to prevent the tragic events of the past from repeating. Perhaps it was a glimmer of hope seen in Su Changge that reignited the dog's yearning for power, compelling it to strive diligently in its cultivation, not merely the dog. Lin Tian, Luo, Qiao Qiao, and Yun Xuaning are also diligently practicing, their cultivation levels rising rapidly. 0.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. A cloud boat sliced through the sky, traversing the vast expanse of land at an astonishing speed, arriving above the Dao Tian Sect. This time, there stood 5 formidable figures on the cloud boat, their auras profound and unfathomable. 5 experts of the transformation realm. Such a lineup could easily sweep across a region within the great Yin dynasty, Dao Tian Sect, apart from the esteemed Yu Tian. Could there be other powerful beings still alive? An elderly man with a goatee looked down at the Dao Tian Sect territory, his brow furrowed, his formidable divine sense spread out, swiftly sensing the presence of the Dao Tian Sect members. 2 at the profound spirit realm, 1 at the return to origin realm, 1 at the spirit condensation realm, and 1 at the Qi refinement realm. Is this it? The elder was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. The highest cultivator, Su Changge, was merely at the 4th level of the profound spirit realm, significantly inferior to Lin Onping. How could such insignificant figures possibly kill Lin Onping? However, the soul token left by Lin Onping and the Lin family had shattered, signifying death and the extinguishing of his soul. Here they come again, and a thought struck Su Changge as he keenly detected the elder's emanating divine sense. He stepped forward, directly soaring into the air, and locked eyes with the elder from a distance. Dao Tian Sect's sect master, Su Changge. The elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Changge. Su Changge nodded slightly. Indeed, and who might you be? What brings you to my Dao Tian Sect? The elder replied coldly. We hail from the Lin family of the royal capital. 0.5 days ago. Did you not kill our 5th elder, Lin Onping? Who is Lin Onping? I have neither heard of nor seen him. Su Changge nonchalantly responded, digging at his ear. Su Changge's demeanor darkened the elder's expression. Even if you did not slay him, you're certainly implicated, the elder declared. I shall see who is backing you from the shadows. The elder, unconvinced that the Dao Tian Sect could have killed Lin Onping, believed that another sect stronghold was secretly aiding them. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that transformed into a terrifying gale. Sweeping towards Su Changge, but he held back somewhat, intending to capture Su Changge alive to force out the sect's hidden supporters. Su Changge raised his hand, and with a flash of dark light, a battle automaton clad in black armor manifested. With a resonating clang, the automaton drew its blade, and its sharp, terrifying light instantly cleaved through the gale, striking towards the elder. A transformation realm 9th level expert? The elder's pupils constricted sharply, his heart surging with tumult. He did not recognize the battle automaton, believing it to be a hidden powerhouse. Thus profoundly shocked, the automaton's sudden appearance was akin to materializing from thin air. Such a method was exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 41. Ruthless Execution. The elder retreated abruptly, evading the automaton strike. I wondered how the Dao Tian Sect could possibly kill Fifth Elder. Surely someone is backing them. The elder's voice turned icy. What sect do you hail from? To dare kill members of my Lin family. You possess remarkable audacity. The battle automaton remained silent, for it could not speak. It merely advanced, and in an instant, dozens of phantoms appeared in every direction, each emitting sharp blade energies, seeking death. The elder's eyes flared with murderous intent as he summoned a green sword, a torrent of pressure erupting. It was indeed an 8th-level transformation realm expert, although the elder's cultivation was a minor realm below the automatons. He felt no fear. Instead, he was confident of victory, for the green sword in his hand released a blinding sword aura, as sharp as lightning. With a whoosh, as the sword energy swept through, the phantoms were all severed, revealing the automaton's true form. It struck down, but the green sword precisely intercepted the blow. A resounding clash echoed as the automaton's blade was forced to yield, creating a notch as the elder spun the green sword. He left a gash on the automaton's arm. You go and deal with the Dao Tian Sect's rabble. This one is mine to handle. The elder felt a surge of confidence, having gauged the automaton's strength. With his 6th-level treasure in hand, he was more than capable of slaying the automaton. As you command. The remaining 4 transformation realm experts smirked cruelly. The Dao Tian Sect members, with the highest cultivation merely at the 4th level of the profound spirit realm, would be as easy to crush as squashing an ant. The 4 transformation realm experts stepped forward, powerful spiritual energy emanating from them. Their combined pressure was akin to a volcanic eruption, utterly terrifying. Just as they prepared to strike, a cerulean beast claw appeared behind them, suffused with demonic energy, piercing through one of the transformation realm experts' backs. It was a cerulean beast resembling a fox, grinning maliciously. As it lightly squeezed with its paw, the transformation realm expert trembled, and his heart was instantly crushed. Old Ninth. This scene unfolded too suddenly. The other 3 transformation realm experts could not react in time, their eyes bulging in horror as they let out a wail. Rascals of the Lin family, prepare to face my wrath. Just then, a youthful, tender voice rang out. Luo Xiao held a cerulean gourd, her palm brimming with energy as she uncapped it. Boom! In an instant, a mysterious rune at the bottom of the gourd flickered, releasing a terrifying, devouring force, enveloping the 3 transformation realm experts like a black hole. Not good. The 3 transformation realm experts were horrified, their spiritual energy surging, yet they could not resist the devouring power and were rapidly drawn towards the gourd. Elder, save us! They desperately looked up at the elder hovering above. However, at that moment, Changge waved his hand, and yet another battle automaton materialized, brandishing a black blade as it charged towards the elder with lightning speed. Even with the elder's 6th-level treasure, facing 2 battle automatons with the strength of transformation realm 9th-level experts, he was quickly overwhelmed. No. The 3 transformation realm experts soon screamed in anguish, their bodies uncontrollably sucked into the gourd. Inside the cerulean gourd, a terrifying force surged, and as the 3 were drawn inside, they were mercilessly obliterated, leaving not even ashes behind. Done. Luo Xiao shook the gourd in her hand, grinning cheerfully. This gourd cannot be a 6th-level treasure. The dog looked on with uncertainty, fixated on the gourd in Luo Xiao's hands. It is well known that treasures also require power to activate. Luo Xiao, merely at the 1st level of the Return to Origin realm, could effortlessly wield the gourd to slay 3 transformation realm experts. Something even a 6th-level treasure would struggle to achieve. Could this gourd be a 7th-level treasure? A thought flickered through the dog's mind, sending a shiver down its spine. At a mere 12-year-old girl possesses a 7th-level treasure? What could her background possibly be? Chapter 42. Total Annihilation. The elder in midair was instantly filled with dread. He could hardly believe that what appeared to be merely 2 profound spirit realm warriors in the Dao Tian Sect concealed such terrifying trump cards. All 4 transformation realm experts were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The Dao Tian Sect was far too inscrutable. At that moment, The demonic fox grinned widely, transforming into a flash of blue light as it lunged at the elder. With two battle automatons attacking, the elder was already on the brink of collapse, suffering multiple wounds that made it difficult to endure. The involvement of the demonic fox sent him into a state of sheer panic. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the Grand Elder of the Lin family. My Lin family is a prestigious lineage in the Great Yin dynasty, with many court officials among us.by offending the Lin family. You are also provoking the might of the Great Yin dynasty." The elder's voice rose in furious desperation, his bravado crumbling. Before he could finish his sentence, a battle automaton cleaved him away, blood spilling from his mouth. Were it not for his 6th-level treasure, he would have been slain by the two battle automatons long ago. Whoosh! Just as the elder was sent flying, a flash of blue light appeared behind him. The demonic fox extending a sharp claw that pierced through his back. Grasping his beating, heated heart, crack! The demonic fox forcibly extracted the elder's heart, grinning as it swallowed it whole. The elder's eyes widened in horror, filled with regret and unwillingness. As his body slowly descended, he died without ever understanding why the Dao Tian Sect, which seemed so dilapidated, had such powerful hidden protectors. The demonic fox licked its lips, its eyes glimmering with bloodlust and greed. "Come back." Lin Tian's heart raced as he hurriedly activated the sword energy of the No.1 Divine Sword, causing the demonic fox to emit a cry as its body instantly vanished. Resealed within the sword, the demonic fox's bloodlust was too intense. If it became too frenzied, Lin Tian would be unable to control it. "Ha! A 6th-level treasure! Fortune has smiled upon us." The dog was filled with exuberance, promptly retrieving the fallen Qing Feng sword from the ground. "Can you wield a sword?" Su Changge inquired. "I cannot." After a moment of contemplation, Su Changge remarked, "Since you have no use for it, then let it be given to Lin Tian." The dog caressed the Qing Feng sword. A pained expression etched across its face, yet ultimately, it reluctantly handed it over to Lin Tian. "Master, this sword is far too precious." Lin Tian's heart trembled. This was a 6th-tier magical artifact. In the entire Great Yin dynasty, such treasures were exceptionally rare and valuable, possessed only by a select few top-tier families and sects. Su Changge was willing to part with it for him. Both the dog and Lin Tian were incapable of wielding swords. Qiao Qiao had other treasures, and Xuaning's cultivation was still low. A 5th-tier artifact would suffice for her, so you should keep it. It's merely a 6th-tier artifact. There will be more in the future. Su Changge seemed unconcerned as his cultivation advanced. The system rewards continued to elevate. Su Changge speculated that once he reached the Dao transformation realm, the magical artifacts rewarded by the system would ascend from 5th tier to 6th tier. Qiao Qiao, what are the treasures on those 3 Dao transformation realm individuals? The dog suddenly recalled after inspecting the possessions of the 2 Dao transformation realm experts. Luo Qiao Qiao lifted the gourd's lid and poured it out, only to find it utterly emptied. "It's gone." Luo Qiao Qiao blinked. "Gone, but those were the possessions of 3 Dao transformation realm experts." The dog felt a wave of despair wash over him. The wealth of a single Dao transformation realm expert amounted to no less than 100,000 spirit stones. For 3, that totaled over 300,000 spirit stones. Rounded up, that was nearly 1 billion. Not to mention, they also possessed 5th-tier magical artifacts. Luo Qiao Qiao stuck out her tongue, suggesting, "Shall we raid the Lin family in the royal capital? They must have a fortune." "No." The dog was taken aback, exclaiming, "Right now, this is merely a personal vendetta between us and the Lin family. If we dare to invade the royal capital, it would be tantamount to provoking the Great Yin dynasty." The dog was acutely aware that within the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty resided experts at the venerable realm. Currently, the strength of Dao Tian Sect was insufficient to contend against venerable realm experts. Chapter 43. The Lin family's fury. Luo Qiao Qiao asserted. The Lin family has already lost 6 Dao transformation realm experts. They should pose no threat now, right? The dog stroked its chin, pondering. Even if the Lin family secretly cultivates Dao transformation realm experts, they cannot have many left, with 6 Dao transformation realm experts perishing here. The Lin family, unless they are foolish, will certainly refrain from sending more individuals. We can then cultivate in peace for a time. However, Lin Tian expressed some concern. Many from the Lin family hold positions in the court. They may persuade the royal family to take action. The royal family of the Great Yin dynasty has only 2 or 3 venerable realm experts, and each of them is a formidable presence. How could the Lin family possibly sway the royal venerables into action? The dog scoffed. Do not overestimate the standing of the aristocracy in the eyes of the royal family to owe them. The aristocracy is merely a tool to solidify their rule. Even if the Lin family were to face annihilation, it would be of little consequence to the royal family. They would simply support another family instead. Moreover, this is entirely a private feud of the Lin family. They have not been wiped out, and the royal family is unlikely to intervene, perhaps even relishing the sight of the Lin family's decline in strength. A weakened Lin family would be easier for the royal family to control. Upon hearing the dog analysis, Su Changge's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "Impressive! I did not expect you to possess such knowledge." Dogged out, of course. The dog puffed its chest with pride. After all, I once traveled the realm alongside the revered Yun Tian, so my perspective and experience are naturally not lacking. Indeed, the reality aligned quite closely with the dog's conjectures. However, some unexpected events were unfolding in the royal capital. Within the Lin family estate, chaos erupted as the soul tokens of 5 Dao transformation realm elders shattered. What? The 5 elders joined forces, and yet all perished. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless fools. A furious roar reverberated, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made every member of the Lin family tremble and kneel in submission. The source of this wrath was an elderly man, gaunt and with hair as white as snow. His skin was wrinkled and mottled, looking ancient beyond measure, as if he were on the verge of stepping into the grave. Yet at this moment, the pressure he emanated felt like a scorching sun, instilling fear in all present. Ancestors, please do not be angry. This is due to my grandson's incompetence. I beseech you to punish him. The head of the Lin family prostrated on the ground, hardly daring to breathe. Other Lin family members also knelt, their heads touching the ground as they trembled uncontrollably. The Lin family elder took a deep breath, gradually calming himself, and coldly inquired, "Was it not said that Dao Tian Sect posed no threat? Why then have 6 Dao Transformation Realm Elders fallen consecutively, and even a 6th-tier artifact lost?" The head of the Lin family steeled himself and replied, "According to our investigation, the revered Yin Tian of Dao Tian Sect is indeed dead. The strongest remaining in Dao Tian Sect is merely at the profound spirit realm. It is likely that other sect experts acted in the shadows." "So, you mean to say you do not even know who killed them?" The Lin family elder's voice turned icy. "Forgive me, ancestor." The head of the Lin family felt a bitter taste in his mouth, lowering his head in submission. Although he was the family head, the ultimate authority within the Lin family still resided with this elder. He was the only Dao transformation realm expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level. The elder of the Lin family suppressed the urge to strike him down, taking several deep breaths to force himself to remain calm. The death of 6 Dao transformation realm experts represented a catastrophic loss for the Lin family, a wound that struck deep. Even if the Lin family had secretly trained Dao transformation realm assassins, there would only be 3 at most. "Ancestor, why not summon the royal family's elder to deal with Dao Tian Sect? After all, we Lin family are steadfast supporters of the royal family. With such losses, they surely would not sit idly by." The head of the Lin family spoke cautiously. "Fool." The Lin family elder rebuked sharply. "The royal family is the most ruthless. To them, we Lin family are merely tools to consolidate their rule. Moreover, over the years, our Lin family has held numerous official positions, our power growing ever greater. The royal family has long harbored dissatisfaction towards us. They would be delighted to see us suffer misfortune. How could they possibly dispatch a venerable realm elder to assist us?" Chapter 44. The mysterious person scheme, the head of the Lin family, was momentarily stunned, lowering his head as he asked, "Then, what do you believe we should do about Dao Tian Sect, ancestor?" The Lin family elder's expression shifted between gloom and light. It was impossible not to seek revenge. The loss of 6 Dao transformation realm experts was far too severe. No one could swallow this humiliation. Yet if they were to exact revenge, even with him included, the Lin family would only have 5 Dao transformation realm experts remaining. With the previous 6 Dao Transformation Realm experts having perished at Dao Tian Sect, who could guarantee that sending more Dao Transformation Realm experts would not meet the same fate if all the Dao Transformation Realm experts fell. The Lin family would be utterly finished. Even if the royal family would not act against the Lin family, the family's enemies would annihilate them, devouring their wealth and power. This risk could not be taken. Seal the news of the 5 elders' demise. We cannot allow other family factions to learn of it. As for how to deal with Dao Tian Sect, we will discuss it later. The Lin family elder, feeling agitated, waved his hand dismissively, dispersing everyone and retreating to his private quarters. Dealing with Dao Tian Sect was, in fact, quite simple. That moment, a ghostly voice echoed within the room, sending chills down the Lin family elder's spine. "Who are you?" The elder straightened, his frail frame suddenly exuding an imposing aura. His aged eyes glowed with a terrifying light as he harnessed his formidable spiritual power, resembling an ancient lion with great majesty. "Who I am matters not. I harbor no ill will towards the Lin family. Otherwise, the moment you entered this room, you would already be dead." The mysterious person chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the elder's vigilant demeanor. "What brings you to the Lin family?" The elder, feeling a sense of impending doom, wore an extremely grave expression. He was a peak 9th level Dao Transformation Realm expert, with formidable spiritual awareness, yet the mysterious person had appeared in his room without a sound. Furthermore, the elder could not even sense the mysterious person's presence with his spiritual awareness, only able to see a vague silhouette with his naked eyes. The figure appeared ghostly and enigmatic, indicating that the mysterious person's strength far surpassed his own. "My purpose? Merely to assist you in dealing with Dao Tian Sect," the mysterious person stated. Before the Lin family elder could respond, the mysterious person waved a hand, sending a storage ring flying towards the elder. "Take this. The items within will aid you in annihilating Dao Tian Sect." The ancestral figure of the Lin family hesitated for a moment before ultimately reaching out to accept the storage ring. He refined the ring and extended a wisp of divine consciousness. Upon discerning the contents within, his body trembled violently, revealing an expression of incredulity. Inside lay a forbidden secret technique, the blood-devouring heavenly demon art. Alongside it was an array to assist in cultivation, a mountain of blood-red elixirs, and an oceanic expanse of blood pools. The pools were filled with boiling fresh blood, emanating a staggering scent of blood and an overwhelming aura of death. It is hard to fathom how many lives have been claimed to amass such a quantity of blood. I am aware that your Lin family possesses 3 death warriors of the transformation realm. If they cultivate the blood-devouring heavenly demon art and utilize the resources within, they could ascend to the realm of venerables in just 3 months. 3 powerful venerables could easily annihilate the Dao Tian Sect. Indeed, you could even eradicate the royal family and ascend as emperors, ruling over the entire Tian dynasty. The mysterious figure's words seemed imbued with a peculiar charm, stirring the Lin family ancestor's heart. 3 venerable level warriors. What an enticing proposition. The Lin family ancestor inquired solemnly, "How can I place my trust in you?" The mysterious man chuckled. When you posed that question, your heart had already made its decision. Had it not? Allow me to inform you that cultivating the blood-devouring heavenly demon art comes with severe side effects. One's mind will be eroded and lifespan significantly shortened. Periodically, one will require blood elixirs to maintain mental stability. However, it matters little, for the death warriors you cultivate are merely tools at your disposal. The blood elixirs within the storage ring are your means to control them, so use them sparingly. Before the mysterious man's voice faded, his figure blurred and vanished as if he had never existed. Chapter 45. The Awakening of the Empress. The Lin family ancestor soared into the air, breaking through the roof, his formidable divine consciousness enveloping the surroundings. Yet he could sense no trace of the mysterious figure. Holding the storage ring, his expression shifted several times. Ultimately, he stowed the ring away and returned to the Lin family estate. "Convey my orders to summon the 3 shadow guards." The mysterious figure stood high above the royal capital, gazing toward the direction of the Dao Tian Sect, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful grin. What does it matter if the northern Xian ancient kingdom provides support? They are but a few insignificant pawns. To obliterate you shall be a simple task. At the Dao Tian Sect, unbeknownst to the people, a crisis was quietly brewing against them as Changge stood guard in the courtyard, gazing at the quietly meditating Yun Xuan Ning from a distance, his hands involuntarily clenching, feeling quite anxious. "Master, what are you stealthily hiding here for?" A gentle voice whispered in Changge's ear, carrying a warm breath. Luo Qiao crept closer, lowering her voice to inquire. "Shoo." Changge refrained from explaining, merely gesturing for silence towards Luo Qiao. For Yun Xuanning was on the verge of a critical breakthrough, about to ascend to the spirit condensation realm. Once she broke through, she would awaken her past life memories. At that moment, Yun Xuanning would no longer be the familiar figure they knew. What kind of person would she become with the memories of her past life? Changge could only speculate. "What's wrong with the little junior sister?" Luo Qiao asked, bewildered, as she joined Changge atop the roof, gazing toward Yun Xuanning. Yun Xuanning possessed a delicate and sweet visage, yet her demeanor was somewhat quiet and aloof, akin to an ice mountain beauty. She sat cross-legged upon a stone, practicing her 1,000 transformations heart technique, her inner energy becoming increasingly profound and vigorous, circulating through her meridians crack. At a certain moment, a sound akin to shattering chains resonated from her dantian, as spiritual energy surged toward her, coalescing into a tide of spiritual force. The dense inner energy within her continuously transformed into spiritual power. Undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis, she finally stepped into the spirit condensation realm. Boom! At that instant, a stone door manifested within her sea of consciousness, surrounded by chaotic energy, and burst open with a resounding crash. An influx of memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Above the Dao Tian Sect, under a clear blue sky, an overwhelming amount of purple qi suddenly emerged, layer upon layer, forming a sea of clouds. The purple qi extended for tens of thousands of miles. Deep within the vast and profound sky, strands of resplendent celestial light cascaded down, illuminating Yun Xuanning and rendering her as radiant as a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. In a daze, the world resonated with the sounds of the Tao, as if celestial beings and demons were bowing down to Yun Xuanning from afar. Celestial beings from all corners came to pay their respects. This earth-shattering phenomenon left Changge and the others utterly dumbfounded. This is, the dog leaped up in astonishment, staring blankly at the celestial spectacle, feeling as though it might lose its mind. It had lived for so many years without witnessing such an extraordinary occurrence. It was nothing short of a miracle. It's the girl Xuanning. What has happened to her? Both the dog and Lin Tian were instantly roused, hurrying over, only to be struck dumb by the scene before them. Heavenly fate has descended. The supreme rebirth. Changge clenched his hands tightly, his heart racing. Destined empress of generation was awakening. The spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles surged toward Yun Xuanning, embedding itself within her. The aura of power emanating from Yun Xuanning continued to amplify. Detection of sect member Yun Xuanning's breakthrough to the first level of the spirit condensation realm. Commencing detection of sect member Yun Xuanning's breakthrough to the second level of the spirit condensation realm. Commencing detection of sect member Yun Xuanning's breakthrough to the third level of the spirit condensation realm. The system prompt echoed repeatedly, eventually ceasing to announce another reward. Detection of sect member S breakthrough to a major realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. 7th tier Divine Sword Technique. Enlightenment Stone 1, 5th tier Combat Puppet 1, 50,000 Spirit Stones. Chapter 46. Past Life Memories Detection of Sect Member S Breakthrough to a Major Realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. 7th tier Divine 5-Element Seal. Enlightenment Stone 1, 5th tier Combat Puppet 1, 50,000 Spirit Stones. As Changge listened to the two announcements echoing in his ears, his heart leapt, truly deserving of the title of the Destined Empress upon awakening. She directly broke through a major realm, stepping into the returning to origin realm. Moments later, the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles all converged into Yun Xuanning's body. propelling her cultivation to new heights. 100 miles away, various martial artists were left bewildered, glancing around, unsure why the spiritual energy within the world had vanished without a trace. Detection of sect member Yun Xuan Ning's breakthrough to the 5th level of the returning to origin realm. Commencing. Host S cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao, Yun Xuanning, mid-stage, 8th level of the mystic spirit realm. The system prompt resonated once more. An exceptionally robust surge of power erupted within Su Changge's Dantian, coursing through his entire body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket by 4 minor realms in an instant. Yet Su Changge was too preoccupied with anxiety to revel in his achievement. He focused intently on Yun Xuanning, silently praying that do not leave. Su Changge's greatest fear was that upon awakening her past life memories, Yun Xuanning would sever ties with the Dao Tian Sect. After all, the Dao Tian Sect was merely an insignificant sect, likely to be dismissed. Suddenly, Yun Xuanning opened her eyes. Her lively gaze held a depth and weariness, as if she had traversed countless eons. A fleeting divine brilliance shimmering within. Is it now? The year 202-3317 of the primordial era. Has a millennium truly passed? Yun Xuanning murmured, her heart a tangle of emotions, and she let out a soft sigh. I never expected that I would genuinely reincarnate. Is this the Dao Tian Sect? Abruptly, Yun Xuanning shuddered, feeling her sea of consciousness tremble violently. She gazed at the desolate and dilapidated mountaintops around her, her body trembling uncontrollably. As she looked upon this familiar yet strange place, her thoughts surged, and her emotions became extraordinarily complex. Dao Tian Sect. How has it fallen to this state? Who dares to destroy my Dao Tian Sect? Yun Xuanning slowly clenched her hands, a murderous intent enveloping her heart. In that moment, Su Changge and the others, along with the dog, shivered in unison, sensing a terrifying aura of killing intent flicker from Yun Xuanning. Hiss, this killing intent. Why does it feel even more terrifying than the old man's? What has happened to her? Has she been possessed by an ancient monster? The dog gazed at Yun Xuanning with suspicion. Once glorious and powerful, dominating Yunzhou, the Dao Tian Sect had nearly faced annihilation. Could it be that the dark turmoil of a millennium ago was a calamity I ultimately could not prevent? Yun Xuanning slowly knelt upon the ground, her heart heavy with sorrow. Indeed, that a millennium ago, the illustrious and renowned empress of the primordial continent, Yun Xuanning, was the holy maiden of the Dao Tian Sect. When the dark turmoil descended, the entire primordial continent faced the threat of annihilation. The empress of the celestial sphere stood forth, leading the strong from the Dao Tian Sect to engage in battle against the dark abyss. Until her death? No. The primordial continent is now safe and sound. The dark turmoil must have been quelled. No matter how downtrodden the Dao Tian Sect may be, it once boasted several venerable ancestors of the sacred realm a millennium ago who refrained from participating in battles. Who is responsible for transforming the Dao Tian Sect into its current state? Yun Xuanning inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Intuition whispered to her that some unknown changes must have transpired a millennium ago. Now that I have returned to life, I shall lead the Dao Tian Sect to resurgence. Regardless of who is struck against the Dao Tian Sect, I will ensure justice is served. Yun Xuanning's gaze hardened, determination solidifying within her. As she organized her memories from this life, her expression suddenly froze. Am I truly the disciple of the sect master of the Dao Tian Sect? A peculiar sensation washed over Yun Xuanning. By the order of generations, I should rightly be the ancestor of Su Changge. I have yet to restore my cultivation and cannot reveal my identity. In my previous life, I was a disciple of the Dao Tian Sect. And in this life, it appears to be the same. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. If so, I shall conceal my identity for now and interact with them as a disciple of the Dao Tian Sect. Yun Xuanning swiftly made her decision. Chapter 47. Concealing Identity. Xuanning, what troubles you? Noticing Yun Xuanning kneeling in a daze on the stone, Luo Xiao felt a wave of concern and rushed over to assist her to her feet. I'm fine, just experienced a sudden headache, causing everyone to worry, Yin Xuanning replied, shaking her head at a headache. But you just triggered, The dog was about to question further when Su Changge swiftly covered its mouth and dragged it away. If anything is amiss, do let us know. Here in the Dao Tian Sect, we are all family. After binding the dog, Su Changge gently patted Yin Xuanning's head and spoke softly. Family, you say? Yin Xuanning paused momentarily, a smile gradually gracing her lips. Although the Dao Tian Sect is currently sparse in numbers, the bonds between them are intimate, and their interactions are filled with warmth. She relished this atmosphere. The composed and powerful sect master, the enigmatic and formidable elder brother, the lively and charming second sister, and the carefree elder. Yes, I will, master. You need not worry. Yin Xuanning lifted her head, revealing a sweet smile that eased Su Changge and the others' concerns. Despite the earlier cataclysmic event, Yin Xuanning still appeared unchanged at Su Changge's side in relief, realizing that Yin Xuanning likely would not depart from the Dao Tian Sect anytime soon. That nearly frightened me to death. Did you see all that purple energy in the sky, along with the beautiful light cascading down and enveloping you? Luo Xiao remarked, her voice as melodious as a lark. Su Changge and Lin Tian perked up, eager to hear Yin Xuanning's explanation of the recent phenomenon. What purple energy? I was engrossed in my cultivation and felt nothing. Yin Xuanning responded with a bewildered expression. Feigning ignorance, Su Changge and Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. Really? You truly do not know? Luo Xiao was also taken aback. That I genuinely have no idea, Yin Xuanning replied with a wry smile. Feeling somewhat helpless, Akati seemed she was not yet ready to divulge the truth. However, her mere presence in the Dao Tian Sect was a cause for celebration, and there was no need to pry further. Su Changge mused. He returned to the courtyard and untied the dog. Why didn't you let me ask clearly? The earlier phenomenon was terrifying. The dog expressed its dissatisfaction. There's no need to pry. Everyone has their own secrets, as long as we are all part of the Dao Tian Sect, and do not harm one another. That suffices. Su Changge replied with a pragmatic attitude. Fine. The dog suddenly deflated, lying down and muttering gloomily. I see now. Everyone in our sect is extraordinary, each harboring their own secrets. You make a valid point, Su Changge chuckled, a strange expression crossing his face. After ruffling the dog's head, he returned to his room, retrieving the 5-element seal, the giant sword technique, and 2 enlightenment stones. Utilizing the enlightenment stones, I shall comprehend the 5-element seal and the giant sword technique. Su Changge silently vowed. Ding! The enlightenment stone was successfully utilized. The system prompt echoed. The enlightenment stone in Su Changge's hand vanished, and countless runes emerged within his consciousness, intertwining and coalescing into 2 formidable and intricate techniques. Within mere moments, Su Changge entirely assimilated these 2 divine techniques, mastering them thoroughly. Giant sword technique. Su Changge formed the sword seal and pointed skyward. A surge of spiritual power erupted, coalescing in the heavens into a colossal ancient bronze sword, reminiscent of a mountain, casting a shadow over the Dao Tian Sect's peak. With a mere thought, this giant sword could descend with cataclysmic force. As Su Changge retracted the seal, the ancient bronze sword dissipated. 5 elements seal. Su Changge once again formed the hand seal, radiating potent spiritual energy that gathered into a grand seal, emanating resplendent light. Should the 5-element seal be unleashed, it too could unleash terrifying destructive power. Excellent, excellent, Su Changge mused with satisfaction. With these techniques in hand, alongside 4 combat puppets, it is time to begin reclaiming lost territories. A flicker ignited in Su Changge's eyes. Chapter 48. Investigating Resource Territories, Part 1. What is that commotion? The dog widened its eyes, watching the heavens as a daunting ancient bronze sword materialized, only to vanish moments later, replaced by the formation of the 5-element seal. The dog was utterly astonished. Such powerful divine techniques. I've never witnessed anything like it. This does not resemble the techniques left by the old man. Where on earth did this kid acquire such peculiar artifacts? The dog pondered, increasingly perplexed by Su Changge's growing mystery. Not just the dog, but Lin Tian and Luo Xiao Xiao, as well as Yun Xuanning, were equally astonished, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure from the ancient bronze sword and the five-element seal. Moments later, Su Changge emerged from his chamber, carrying several tomes of techniques, informing everyone before storing them in the sect's treasury. Once Lin Tian and the others reached the Xianling realm, they would be able to retrieve these divine techniques for cultivation. By the way, take these combat puppets. Once you imprint your spiritual energy upon them, they will be activated. With a grand flourish, Su Changge summoned 4 imposing combat puppets. Their cold, towering forms exuding immense pressure. Yu Changge meticulously explained the usage of the combat puppets. How did we acquire 2 more combat puppets? The dog's eyes bulged, a tempest of excitement brewing within. Although these were merely 5th-tier combat puppets, their true value surpassed that of most 6th-tier magical artifacts. Even the most powerful 6th-tier magical artifact requires a wielder to activate its full potential. With insufficient cultivation, one could not harness their true strength. Yet, combat puppets were different. They only required spiritual energy to engage in combat autonomously. This equated to having an unyielding 9th-tier cultivator at one's disposal. Having previously acquired 2 was already absurd. Now, there were 4. Master, why are you giving us all 4 combat puppets? Do you not need any for yourself? Luo Xiao voiced her concerns. I possess a transformation gourd, quite formidable, capable of slaying even those at the Dao transformation realm. You should retain this combat puppet for yourself, she added. Su Changge affectionately patted Luo Xiao's head. Chuckling, you may keep it. I have more. With that, he declared, next, I intend to reclaim the 13 former resource territories of the Dao Tian Sect one by one. This will involve conflicts with several sects, and I cannot rest easy without combat puppets to protect you. Upon hearing this, the dog in Luo Xiao's eyes brightened. Reclaiming lost territories. The dog's heart raced. This signified that the Dao Tian Sect was poised to restore its former glory, embarking on a path to resurgence. This was a crucial step forward. Indeed, with such ambition in this sect master, how could the Dao Tian Sect not flourish? Yun Xuanning silently nodded in approval, satisfied with Su Changge's resolve. Yay, we can finally engage in battles, Luo Xiao exclaimed with excitement, waving her small fists. Lin Tian also felt a surge of joy and exhilaration. Through this time spent together, he had fully integrated into the Dao Tian Sect, regarding it as a second home, filled with a strong sense of belonging and collective honor. Reclaiming lost territories and revitalizing the Dao Tian Sect was a significant matter for him as well. You all focus on cultivating within the sect. I will go investigate which sects occupy these 13 resource territories, Su Changge announced. Once I ascertain the situation, we could devise a targeted battle plan based on the strength of the opposing sections. I want to join too. The dog suddenly sprang up and said, I know where these places are. I'm afraid you might get lost, so I'll reluctantly guide you. T had watched over Su Changge since childhood. Before his passing, Master Yin Tian had entrusted the dog with the responsibility of taking care of Su Changge. Su Changge intended to investigate the resource territory of Daotian. The possibility of conflict and combat with other sects loomed large, causing the dog to feel uneasy about him going alone. Although the dog was merely at the Xianling realm, possessing the Wolf King seal, it could at least ensure Su Changge's safety. I want to go too. Luo Xiao tugged at Su Changge's sleeve, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Please take me with you, master. This lively girl was the complete opposite of the serene and dignified Yun Xuanning. Rather than remain in the sect, endlessly cultivating, she preferred the thrill of adventure. Truly, she was a restless spirit. Chapter 49. Investigating the Resource Territory, Part 2. After pondering for a moment, Su Changge replied, Dog, you should stay here, with you guarding the sect. I feel much more at ease. Besides, if there are too many people, it would be inconvenient to flee in case of danger. In no way, I must follow you. Otherwise, I fear for your safety. I have hidden cards that can kill a venerable. What? The dog's eyes widened in shock, utterly taken aback by Su Changge's words that T.O. possessed the ability to kill a venerable was a terrifying prospect. Could it be a treasure of the 7th rank? Indeed, Master Yin Tian was so fond of Su Changge. How could not have left him a trump card? Perhaps Su Changge had simply not acted upon it, as the timing was not yet right. Thoughts whirled in the dog's mind, and ultimately, it reluctantly nodded, saying, "Then be careful. Return swiftly. This time, focus on gathering intelligence and avoid conflicts with those sections if you encounter any trouble. Retreat immediately." Su Changge pondered for a moment and remarked, "Dog, your nagging resembles that of an old woman." "Get lost!" The dog roared in anger, leaping up to deliver a powerful kick. Su Changge deftly dodged, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand, saying, "Focus on your cultivation. I will bring back news." Raising his hand, a white cloud boat appeared and swiftly enlarged. With Luo, Xiao Xiao, Su Changge boarded the spirit wind boat and soared into the sky. La la la. Luo Xiao Xiao clung to Su Changge's arm, her spirits high as she hummed a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Su Changge retrieved a map, plotting a route based on the marked resource territories, moving from near to far. Their first destination was the layered Broken Mountain Range. The layered Broken Mountain Range was a vast open pit mine, rich in rare 6th-rank ores. Located over 1,000 miles from Daotian Zone, that it was situated within the territory of the Great Cloud Dynasty. To be precise, the layered Broken Mountain Range had not originally belonged to the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was only later that it was seized, causing the borders of the dynasty to expand significantly. "Master, why did our Daotian Zong lose so many resource territories?" Luo Xiao Xiao inquired, puzzled. Su Changge contemplated before shaking his head slightly. "These matters were never disclosed by the old man that I have perused all the historical records of Daotian Zong. Yet none mention it. Perhaps much of Daotian Zong's history has been deliberately erased. The most recent records regarding these 13 resource territories date back 500 years, indicating that they were already occupied then." Su Changge stroked his chin, lost in thought. To protect such a multitude of resource territories, a sufficient number of powerful individuals must be stationed there. When a sect's numbers dwindle, it naturally becomes challenging to defend its resources. In Master Yuntian's era, it seemed he was the sole survivor, which is why he traveled far and wide, gathering disciples. As for the events that transpired during Master Yuntian's time, he had never mentioned them. The dog certainly knew some secrets, but it was unwilling to share them just yet. "Well, when our strength is sufficiently formidable, the truth will eventually surface." Su Changge buried these thoughts deep within. "Wait, Master, there are only 5 of us in our sect. How can we guard all 13 resource territories?" Luo Xiao Xiao suddenly recalled a crucial point. "Our sect will grow in number over time. We are merely at the beginning that we cannot reclaim all 13 territories in the short term. So we should first target those that are easier to recover. Moreover, we need not station people at each resource territory. We can collaborate with other sects to jointly exploit the resources and share the benefits." Su Changge had his own plans and continued, "Those sects that have occupied our Daotian Zong's resource territories for so many years will certainly be reluctant to return them. When we defeat them, they must relinquish all the benefits they have gained from the resource territories over the years. This way, we can reclaim lost lands and acquire wealth, accelerating the development of Daotian Zong." Chapter 50, Layered Broken Mountain Range, the Spirit Wind Boat. A 5th-rank magic artifact traveled swiftly, covering 1,000 miles in mere moments, as the layered Broken Mountain Range came into view. This was a vast open pit mine, the earth hollowed into a massive crater, surrounded by layers of rock leading down into a dark, deep pit, a truly magnificent sight. Not only did this mine yield 6th-rank ores, but it also contained numerous lower-ranked veins, highly valuable, military stronghold of the Great Cloud Dynasty. "All who approach shall turn back." As the spirit wind boat neared the layered Broken Mountain Range, a sudden, authoritative voice rang out. A burly man clad in armor soared from the ground, brandishing a spear, his aura menacing as he pointed it directly at Su Changge and Luo Xiao Xiao. How audacious to act as if this encroached territory belonged to them. Luo Xiao Xiao ground her little tiger teeth, contemplating using her transformation gourd to deal with this bothersome fellow. Have a first-stage transformation realm strongman guarding the area, and it seemed there were more than one. Clearly, the Great Cloud Dynasty placed significant importance on this mine. Su Changge pondered thoughtfully as he surveyed the layered Broken Mountain Range. Memorizing its terrain, he urged the spirit wind boat to turn and depart. The Great Cloud Dynasty had several venerable ancestors and a million-strong army. Their power formidable. Engaging them in battle was not feasible in the short term. Stop! What are you two sneaking around for? Are you spies from another sect, trying to scout the area? The armored general barked. Swiftly blocking Su Changge and Luo Xiao's path, were merely curious and came to take a look. We mean no harm to the Great Cloud Dynasty, Su Changge explained. Humph. Whether you mean harm or not is not for you to decide. You two, come with me back to the camp for an inspection, the armored general replied coldly. Sensing Su Changge was merely at the Xianling realm, he felt no need to hold back. After all, a mine that produced 6th-rank ores was immensely valuable and frequently attracted the envy of nearby sections. We were merely observing from a distance, never entering the layered Broken Mountain range. Oh, you really intend to interfere with that? Su Changge raised an eyebrow. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, my word is law. The more Su Changge resisted, the more convinced the general became that he was hiding something. Thus, he swung his spear, aiming to destroy the spirit wind boat beneath Su Changge and severely injure the two. Intending to imprison them, there's no helping Su Changge sighed. With a clang, a silver spear materialized in Su Changge's hand, surging with spiritual power as it shimmered with silver light, striking forth like a dragon. With a metallic resonance, the spear collided with the general's spear, the two torrents of terrifying spiritual power clashing, creating a tremendous shockwave. Su Changge's figure flickered as he employed the carefree body technique. Appearing behind the general, his palm crackling with lightning as he unleashed the heavenly thunder palm, striking forth. The general, a battle-hardened warrior, reacted swiftly, pivoting to clash with Su Changge's palm. Bang! As their palms met, the fearsome lightning surged into the general's body, causing him to tremble and momentarily lose consciousness. In the heat of battle, a brief lapse in focus could determine victory or defeat. With a roar, Su Changge's palm ignited with blazing flames, crashing against the general's chest. Even if the opponent were a formidable expert of the transformation realm, being struck squarely by Su Changge's divine move would cause his chest to cave in, forcing him to spout a mouthful of fresh blood. His robust physique plummeted from the air like a cannonball. Hiss! How impressive! Master! Next to him, Luo Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The last time Su Changge made a move, he seemed to have only attained the first level of the profound spirit realm. Just a few days had passed, and he had remarkably reached the 8th level of the profound spirit realm. Moreover, he could fight beyond his rank and effortlessly defeat a first-level expert of the transformation realm. This master is extraordinary. Chapter 51. Unexpected discovery led Su Changge chose not to pursue the victory, but instead activated the spirit wind boat and turned to leave. Why doesn't Team Master kill him? Luo Xiao asked, puzzled. It's merely a minor conflict. It hasn't reached the point of life and death, Su Changge explained. Moreover, I sense the presence of other transformation realm experts that, if I were to chase him down, it would undoubtedly alert them, and that would lead to trouble. Now is not the time to engage in war with the Great Cloud Dynasty. Oh, I see. The young girl nodded, partially comprehending. Subsequently, Su Changge and Luo Xiao set forth towards the Black Wind Mountain. This location lay 1,500 miles from the Dao Tian Sect, situated in the vast wilderness, characterized by steep mountains and rampant beasts. Within the Black Wind Mountain, there existed a vein of ore, a 5th-grade metallic raw material, and a rather rare mineral of considerable value. However, upon Su Changge's arrival at the Black Wind Mountain, he was momentarily taken aback. The area was overgrown with weeds, and numerous tunnels crisscrossed, hollowing out the mountain. Yet, even the tunnels had begun to sprout wild grasses, leaving the surroundings desolate. It seems this place has been completely mined out and is now abandoned. Luo Xiao expressed her disappointment. Not to worry. As long as we ascertain which sect was responsible for the mining, we can demand our share later. Regardless of how much they extracted, they must return it to me. Su Changge remained undeterred, beginning his investigation of the mining site. This is the scent of beasts. Upon entering the tunnel, Su Changge suddenly felt a stir in his heart, detecting an unusual aura. Following the scent of the beasts, He and Luo Xiao ventured deeper into the tunnel. Eventually, at the tunnel's end, Su Changge discovered something extraordinary. The once impenetrable rock had been forcefully excavated to reveal a deep cavern, an ominous void leading into the unknown. The signs of this cave were fresh, starkly contrasting with the outer tunnels, indicating it had only recently been unearthed. Master, what is this? Luo Xiao also recognized the peculiarity of the cavern as Su Changge silently concealed their presence. And the two advanced stealthily into the cave. Those fools from the Dao Sect have guarded this treasure mountain for 300 years without realizing it, merely digging up the worthless byproducts outside. They remain entirely oblivious that the true treasure lies below. The worthless ores outside were merely of 5th grade quality, while the blood-green stones here were 6th grade ores. I am about to strike it rich. In the depths of the cavern, a flickering green light revealed a collection of ores glowing on their own. A rotund figure stood upright, swiftly clawing out a piece of ore and stowing it away in a storage ring. Occasionally erupting into maniacal laughter, it was a rat. This rat stood as tall as a person, its body plump and capable of speech that it was none other than a rat spirit. To be precise, a rat demon. Are you implying that this place was once occupied by the Dao Sect? Just then, a calm voice resonated. Isn't that obvious? Who doesn't know this was once the Dao Sect's mining site? The rat demon's voice abruptly ceased, as it felt its heartbeat falter. A ghost! The rat demon was taken aback, retreating several steps in fright, startled by the sudden appearance of Su Changge and Luo Xiao. Its hefty body trembled in terror as Su Changge fixed his gaze on the rat demon, activating the life insight function, revealing its information before him. Name. Shu to cultivation. First level of the profound spirit realm fate. Slightly endowed, slightly increased cultivation speed. Green, life script. An unremarkable rat demon. Inadvertently consuming a spirit herb, experienced a surge in cultivation and awakened a bloodline talent, gaining remarkable olfactory abilities. Technique, treasure-seeking gold method. Rat's freedom technique, shadowless claw magic item. Treasure-seeking plate potential. Upper yellow grade remarkable olfactory abilities. Could it be a treasure-seeking rat? Su Changge pondered, the realization dawning upon him. Chapter 52, Cunning and Despicable Indeed. The 5th grade ores above had been completely mined out. However, thanks to the rat demon's extraordinary talent, it had discovered the hidden blood-green stones beneath the ore vein, which held far greater value. Please, don't come any closer. As Su Changge approached step by step, the rat demon quivered in fear, hastily exclaiming, Senior, spare my life? I'll return all these blood-green stones to you. In a flurry, it retrieved the blood-green stones from its storage ring, a massive pile that nearly engulfed its rotund form. Suddenly, just as the blood-green stones obscured Su Changge's line of sight, the rat demon swiftly swung its claws, executing the shadowless claw. Quick, too quick! In an instant, it struck with its claws thousands of times. Although each blow was weak, the cumulative effect of the thousands of attacks was unbearable even for those of higher cultivation. This was the rat demon's renowned technique, a close-quarters ambush that never failed. What are you doing? Did your hand cramp up? Just then, Su Changge's calm voice emerged from the left of the rat demon. The rat demon stiffened. Su Changge had vanished from his original spot. Hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile that was neither here nor there. It's over. I've encountered a true expert. The rat demon's pupils contracted, cold sweat trickling down its back. Senior, I was wrong. Spare me. The rat demon hastily pleaded for mercy, removing its storage ring and expertly covering its head with its claws as it crouched down. Su Changge fell into silence. This rat demon was exceedingly cowardly. Senior, over the past 2 days, I have excavated many blood-green stones, all hidden in my lair. Perhaps I can take you to retrieve them. The rat demon forced a painful smile. Please, spare my life. I merely wish to mine some ores to sell. I bear no ill will towards you. Su Changge remained non-committal. Lead the way to 6th grade, ores held considerable value. This could indeed turn into an unexpected fortune. You are a good person, Senior. Please, this way. I shall take you there. The rat demon, overjoyed, immediately led the way with great reverence. Beneath the ground, it had even dug another tunnel, winding and deep, leading to its makeshift lair. Just ahead, the rat demon nodded and bowed, guiding Su Changge to a spacious underground cavern. However, this place contained no blood-green stones. Instead, there were three rat demons even larger than Shuda. They were respectively Shu Air, Shu San, and Shu Si. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, that SM. Shuda straightened his back in an instant, rushing to stand beside the three rat demons, glaring at Su Changge. This human robbed me of the blood-green stones I just mined and even threatened to annihilate our rat demon clan. We cannot let this damned human go. At these words, the three rat demons' eyes turned cold. Su Changge's lips curved slightly upward. I intended to catch a petty thief, but it seems I've stumbled upon a den of thieves. Brothers, let us attack together. Shu Air spat on the ground, eyes fierce. The four rat demons emitted chilling laughter, slowly surrounding Su Changge. Courageous, but unfortunately, Su Changge spread his palm, activating the Thunderbolt technique, brilliant lightning flashing, exuding a terrifying aura. Oh no! The four rat demons were taken aback, sensing immense danger from the lightning leaping from Su Changge's palm. They all screamed, their bodies surging with gray-black demonic power, either executing techniques or wielding weapons, striving to kill Su Changge with all their might. Alas, among the four rat demons, the highest cultivation was merely the second level of the profound spirit realm, far too weak, but a flash of lightning struck. And Shuda was sent flying, crashing violently against the stone wall, spewing a mouthful of blood, his aura waning. In a daze, Shuda seemed to see his long-lost great-grandmother waving at him. Damn it. Big brother? The remaining three rat demons were utterly astonished. Merely with a casual display of divine power, they could severely injure Ratda. How could this human be so formidable? In that fleeting moment of distraction, a torrent of lightning erupted, instantly sending them all hurtling away, crashing into the stone wall and embedding themselves deeply, unable to extricate themselves. With a single strike, they were effortlessly dispatched. Chapter 53. Harvesting Bloodstone Senior. I truly made a grave mistake. Please spare me. Ratda hurriedly knelt before Su Changge, incessantly bowing his head, the sound echoing as blood oozed from his forehead. Rat Air, Rat San, and Rat Si trembled. Filled with dread, they had initially presumed that Su Changge, appearing so youthful, could not possibly possess great cultivation. Yet, who could have anticipated that his strength was so terrifying? Your talent for treasure hunting is commendable. But alas, your character is too treacherous and cunning for my liking, Su Changge remarked, shaking his head as bolts of lightning danced in his palm, radiating a blinding brilliance. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, the four rat demons were struck down by the lightning, reduced to mere ashes. That as Su Changge picked up their storage rings and opened them, his eyes instantly brightening. These four rat demons had occupied this place, extracting a significant portion of bloodstone, over 2,000 pieces. Each piece was the size of a fist, collectively worth an immeasurable fortune. What about that rat demon? Su Changge returned to the mine, where Luo Xiao inquired curiously. He recounted the events that had transpired. That rat demon was so despicable. Luo Xiao paused, evidently taken aback, as it was her first encounter with such a capricious creature. These rat demons are too treacherous. They cannot be subdued and would only bring calamity if left alive. Surveying the surrounding ores, Su Changge said, Xiao, release the combat puppet and extract the remaining few hundred pieces of bloodstone. Why must I release the combat puppet? Does Master not have one? Luo Xiao pouted, displeased. You previously claimed you possessed a combat puppet. You deceived me. Su Changge cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty. He hadn't expected this girl to be so astute. The combat puppet is still with Master. I have many protective treasures at my disposal. Luo Xiao summoned the combat puppet, intending to return it to Su Changge. Take it. Be obedient. Su Changge tousled her hair, adopting an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. Luo Xiao pouted but ultimately acquiesced to her master's wishes. The bloodstones were deeply embedded in the stone wall. Even a master at the Xianling realm would find it challenging to extract a single piece of ore. Requiring considerable time, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the ore's damage and a significant drop in value. The fifth-tier combat puppet, skilled in blade techniques, swiftly and flawlessly extracted a piece of bloodstone. 3 hours later, the last few hundred pieces of bloodstone in the mine were all unearthed. Changge and Luo Xiao departed from the mining site and headed towards the vicinity of Jintao Sect to begin their investigation into this sect. Jintao Sect boasted over 10,000 martial artists, with no fewer than 7 strong practitioners at the Dao transformation realm, making it a formidable presence in this region. Besides Haifeng Mountain, the Cayenne Mountain Mine, originally belonging to Dao Tian Sect, had also fallen into the hands of Jintao Sect, with the 2 locations not far apart. After observing Cayenne Mountain for a while, Changge and Luo Xiao discovered that there were still considerable resources left in the mine, which was actively being mined. Given that Jintao Sect is not particularly strong, we can take them on first, Changge silently resolved. Over the next 3 days, Changge and Luo Xiao traversed thousands of miles, investigating 5 resource territories in succession. These included 2 mines, 2 spirit stone veins, and a medicinal herb garden, all occupied by 3 different sections. Each sect had a revered elder in command. After recording the details of the resource territories and the 3 sects, Changge and Luo Xiao proceeded to the 9th resource territory. Detecting that the sect member Lin Tian had broken through to the first level of the Return to Origin realm and was seeking peace. The system notification echoed in Changge's mind. Subsequently, a powerful surge of energy emerged from his Dantian, coursing throughout his body, causing Changge's cultivation to skyrocket, reaching the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Lin Tian actually jumped 2 minor realms, truly worthy of being the protagonist, Changge silently acknowledged. These disciples were quite exceptional. Their cultivation speed was rapid, and it resulted in an accompanying surge in Changge's own cultivation speed. Chapter 54. Breakthrough to Dao Transformation Realm. Upon a sect member breaking through a major realm, congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. 7th tier Divine Ability Instant Water Sword. Comprehension Stone 1. 5th tier Combat Puppet 1. 50,000 Spirit Stones. The system notification chimed once more, delivering the customary breakthrough rewards. Changge chose not to comprehend the instant water sword, opting instead to keep the comprehension stone for future use. Having already mastered 4 7th-tier divine abilities, he found them sufficiently adequate. The comprehension stone would be reserved for when he encountered superior techniques in the future. Master, the 9th resource territory, is over 12,000 miles from Daotian Sect. Right? How powerful must our sect have been to occupy such distant resources? Luo Xiao expressed her astonishment. This is still relatively close. The next 4 resource territories are increasingly remote, but as for how strong Daotian Sect used to be, I'm not entirely sure. There are too few records in the sect's history, and the old man has not shared much with me. Changge sighed. The 13th resource territory is over 100,000 miles from Daotian Sect. It would require several strong practitioners at the Jun realm to maintain control over such a vast distance. Luo Xiao leaned against Changge, counting on her fingers by this calculation, to reclaim all our lost territories. We would need at least a few practitioners at the Jun realm, but Master is merely at the Xianling realm. The little girl appeared somewhat despondent, initially thinking they could engage in a grand campaign. After their field investigation, it seemed that with Daotian Sect's current strength, they could only contend with Jintao Sect. The other sects were all guarded by revered elders. It is true, we are still quite young, and time is on our side that, in 3 to 5 years at most, Daotian Sect will surely give birth to a Jun realm strong practitioner. For now, our focus remains on investigation. There is no need to rush. Changge maintained a calm demeanor. Having only traversed into this world for a little over a month, Daotian Sect had evolved from just 1 person and 1 dog to its current strength. Following the current trend, breaking through to the Jun realm in 3 to 5 years would pose no issue. One day later, a vast mountain range appeared before them, the Haifeng Mountain Range. This place was a treasure trove, rich in spiritual energy, not only abundant in medicinal herbs, but also home to various spirit birds, and auspicious beasts. The spirit birds and auspicious beasts here were of high rank, possessing excellent appearances and considerable strength, suitable for serving as mounts for significant figures or guardians of the mountains, thus holding immense value. However, even before approaching Fafing Mountain Range, Su Changge could see shimmering runes in the void from afar. A massive formation enveloped the Fafing Mountain Range. Rather than forcefully intruding, Su Changge observed from a distance, and then inquired within a nearby town. Ultimately, he learned that the Fafing Mountain Range was occupied by the Xingyue Academy, which had June Realm strong practitioners stationed within, commanding respect from all directions. Su Changge and Luo Xiaoqiao continued their journey, spending 7 days traversing a distance of 50,000 miles, thoroughly investigating the 10th, 11th, and 12th resource territories. The results were not surprising. Among the 3 resource territories, 2 were occupied by sects with June Realm strong practitioners, while 1 was held by a sect with a revered elder. Detecting that the sect member Yun Xuanning had broken through to the 8th level of the Return to Origin realm and was seeking peace, the system notification resounded in Su Changge's mind. To think she broke through 3 minor realms. She truly is the destined empress. Su Changge's eyes sparkled. An unprecedented surge of profound power surged from Su Changge's Dantian, flowing into every meridian and cavity in his body, infusing every inch of flesh. Breaking through to the Dao transformation realm not only multiplied his spiritual power tenfold, but also led to an astonishing transformation of his sea of consciousness. What was once formless and intangible, his soul began to coalesce into a vague silhouette, birthing a thread of divine awareness. Su Changge closed his eyes, expanding his consciousness to cover a radius of 3 miles. This was an extraordinarily marvelous experience. Everything in the world became clear to him, allowing him to perceive all objects within 3 miles. Every rustle and movement was beyond the reach of his awareness. Has Master secretly grown stronger? Luo Xiaoqiao suddenly drew close to Su Changge, sniffing at him with a hint of suspicion. Although her cultivation was not particularly advanced, she could still sense that Su Changge's aura had surged dramatically just moments ago. There's a noticeable elevation. Su Changge smiled and tousled Luo Xiaoqiao's hair. Master, how did you manage to break through so swiftly? When we first met, weren't you only at the 1st level of the Xianling realm? Have you now ascended to the 9th level of the Xianling realm? Could it be that Master is an unparalleled genius? In Luo Xiaoqiao's sparkling eyes, a look of confusion filled her gaze. From what she knew, even the most gifted prodigies of the Daotian ancient kingdom could not possibly ascend from the 1st to the 9th level of the Xianling realm in just about a month's time. Something like that. Su Changge nodded, choosing not to elaborate that he was not a genius. He had merely taken a few shortcuts. Such matters were not easy to explain to Luo Xiaoqiao. Su Changge refrained from continuing his journey to the 13th resource territory. Firstly, due to the excessive distance, still over 50,000 miles away. Secondly, a few inquiries had revealed the general situation. The 13th resource territory, known as the Shueyue Cave Heaven, concealed a rare spiritual vein underground, suffused with Dao rhythm, making it a unique paradise. At present, the sect occupying Shueyue Cave Heaven was known as the Xianming Holy Land. Xianming Holy Land. Su Changge's gaze turned icy, suppressing the rising killing intent within him. He began the return journey with Luo Xiaoqiao. 50,000 miles was too far. Even with the spirit wind boat, it would require considerable time. Notifications echoed in his mind as the system registered that members of the sect, Silver Moon Wolf, had broken through to the 2nd level of the Xianling realm, initiating peace talks. The system also noted that another member, Yun Xuanning, had achieved the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm, beginning peace negotiations, and Lin Tian had broken through to the 2nd level of the Guiyuan realm. Host cultivation level original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo Xiaoqiao, Yun Xuanning early stage of the 2nd level of the Huadao realm. On the way back to the Dao Tian Sect, various notifications from the system continued to resonate in Su Changge's mind. Both the dog and Lin Tian, as well as Yun Xuanning, had progressed swiftly, breaking through one after another. Consequently, Su Changge's cultivation had also smoothly ascended to the 2nd level of the Huadao realm. Only Luo Xiao, this girl lingering by Su Changge's side, had not cultivated much and remained at the first level of the Guiyuan realm. Ding! The system has issued a disciple recruitment task. Recruit one disciple within a month, with a minimum aptitude of high-grade Xian rank. Task rewards: 7th grade technique, Shattered Star Formula. 7th grade technique, Indestructible Golden Body. 6th grade Killing Formation, Xian Lei Formation. 6th grade Magic Treasure, Zhen Yao Tower. Enlightenment Stone X1. Spirit Stones X500, 000. Task failure penalty. Merit-1008, 6.7 days later. Upon returning to Dao Tian Sect, the system's notifications resounded in his mind once more. Indeed, upon reaching the Huadao realm, the system's minimum reward tier had also been elevated to the 6th grade. Su Changge felt a surge of joy. A 6th grade killing formation could slay powerful beings at the venerable realm. If they were to set up the Xian Lei formation at the Dao Tian Sect, the sect's safety would be significantly enhanced. You brat finally made it back. When the dog saw Su Changge and Luo Xiao returning safely, the tension in its heart eased. Master Lin Tian and Yun Xuanning also approached, excited to greet him. How is it? What were the findings? The dog inquired impatiently. Somewhat pessimistic, Su Changge shook his head, relaying the information he had gathered. What? The 9 sects occupying our territory. The weakest among them has a powerful being at the Huadao realm, while the others all possess venerable or even monarch realm experts. The dog's spirit visibly deflated upon hearing this. The Daotian Sect currently had no Huadao realm experts. How could they contend against sects with venerable realm beings? The sect occupying the 13th resource territory, Shuiwei Cave Heaven, is the Xianming Holy Land. Su Changge suddenly interjected, fixing a piercing gaze on the dog. Xianming Holy Land? The dog's pupils constricted sharply, a profound hatred flickering in its eyes. Though this hatred was quickly suppressed, Su Changge keenly sensed it. As expected, it was the Xianming Holy Land that had attacked the old man and others at Daotian Cliff back in the day. Su Changge understood this well. Lin Tian and Yun Xuanning frowned, feeling a heavy pressure. What constitutes a holy land? Only sects with supreme beings at the Saint Realm can be called holy lands. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Focus on your cultivation, as enhancing your strength is paramount. Once we have improved our capabilities, we will naturally reclaim lost territories, as Su Changge stated. At present, the Daotian Sect strength can only contend with the Jintao Sect. It is not yet the right time to act. Recovering just one territory would be of little significance. We shall strike only when we possess the strength to slay venerable realm experts, at which point we can reclaim all 9 lost territories. The dog muttered, slaying venerable realm experts? When might that happen? Su Changge merely smiled at the remark, remaining silent. Does it truly require a long time, given the growth rate of the Daotian Sect members? It might only take a month or 2. Master, I wish to venture out for some experiences to explore the vicinity of Qingxia Mountain. Lin Tian suddenly spoke up, after breaking through to the Guiyuan realm. He had sensed the second strand of sword energy from the No.1 Divine Sword nearby Qingxia Mountain. Venturing out for experiences, Su Changge felt a stir in his heart. From what he knew, individuals like Lin Tian, who possessed extraordinary fortune, would undoubtedly encounter various opportunities while exploring outside. Remaining in the sect for quiet cultivation was not suited for those blessed with fortune. Coincidentally, Su Changge also intended to go out to recruit disciples. So he nodded in agreement. Venturing out is indeed a good idea. I shall accompany you. I want to go too. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up as she tugged at Su Changge's sleeve. Count me in. The dog immediately chimed in. Then, I shall join as well, Yun Xuanning said, realizing she was the only one left. Lin Tian opened his mouth, a warm current surging within him. The camaraderie among the members of the Daotian Sect was indeed warm and affectionate, akin to family. Let us set off tomorrow. Su Changge's consciousness expanded, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat as he hurried into the courtyard. He opened the old man's room and directed his gaze beneath the table. He had visited this room many times, but only after cultivating his consciousness did he perceive something unusual this time. Beneath the table, there was a hidden compartment. A mysterious force concealed it, and only through the cultivation of consciousness could one sense its presence. Su Changge's palms surged with spiritual energy as he pressed down on the floor. The ground cracked, and a square tile slowly sank, revealing a groove. Upon seeing the familiar shape of the groove, Su Changge's heart raced as he placed the sect master's token upon it. Buzz! In an instant, the sect master's token radiated with light, illuminating mysterious patterns. An ancient and supreme aura flowed forth. Just then, an elderly sigh echoed in his ears, causing Su Changge's body to shudder. Changge, by the time you hear this, your cultivation must have at least reached the Hua Dao realm. With your aptitude, you could never have attained the Hua Dao realm in this lifetime. This is also one reason I refrained from imparting techniques to you, that I did not wish for you to achieve great heights, but simply hoped you could live a peaceful life. If you have reached the Hua Dao realm, it is likely due to the assistance of the Beixian ancient kingdom. Consequently, you will inevitably attract the attention of the Xianming Holy Land, being forced to bear the grievances of the Dao Tian Sect. This sect master's token is a sacred artifact, containing my last 3 strands of power, which will be activated 3 times, unleashing the full might of the artifact, perhaps even protecting you in critical moments. As your master, I can no longer do anything for you. I hope you do not hold it against me. The voice of Yintian Zhenren slowly faded away, as Su Changge tightly grasped the sect master's token, his body trembling slightly. Master, what is wrong with you? Did you get something in your eyes? In the courtyard, Luo Xiao asked curiously, noticing that Su Changge's eyes appeared somewhat red as he exited the room. It's nothing. Su Changge shook his head, his gaze toward Luo Xiao growing increasingly gentle, and oh wonder this girl held such affection for him and the Dao Tian Sect, eager to acknowledge him as her master upon their first meeting. The Beixian ancient kingdom was, after all, an ally of the Dao Tian Sect. It was no wonder Luo Xiao possessed a treasure like the heavenly gourd. Master, I'll go prepare a meal for you. Luo Xiao skipped merrily toward the kitchen. This girl surprisingly enjoyed cooking, albeit, the taste was not particularly good, yet she remained undeterred. Su Changge then sought out the dog, asking, Dog, there's a question that has been on my mind for quite some time. Why is our sect in such disarray? Lamentably, we lack even a decent dwelling. And to make matters worse, we possess no inheritance of our sect's martial arts. What could possibly be the reason for this? How should I know? Our sect has always been a fallen house. The creature known as Dogsy curled its lip, displaying its displeasure. Su Changge fixed its gaze upon Dogsy's eyes and inquired, could it be that while you and the old man were wandering about, someone pilfered our home? Absolutely not, Dogsy retorted sullenly, hastily rising to make its escape. This rascal. Does it perhaps know the truth from that year? Deceiving it has become increasingly difficult, Dogsy lamented internally. Despite Dogsy's denial, Su Changge had already surmised the underlying truth. For a sect, lacking both inheritance and resources is undoubtedly a fatal blow. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, Su Changge found himself unencumbered by the absence of martial arts or cultivation resources. Otherwise, reviving the Dao Tian Sect would prove to be a far more arduous task. The following day, Su Changge activated the spirit wind boat, escorting the entire sect to Qingxia Mountain. Qingxia Mountain, nestled within the vast desolation, boasts treacherous terrain and is teeming with demonic beasts. Even those of the transformation realm dare not tread lightly here. Just as Su Changge and the others approached the vicinity of Qingxia Mountain, a cacophony of fierce avian cries erupted. Enormous azure ferocious birds took to the skies, surrounding the spirit wind boat. These creatures, measuring 3 zhang in length, were devoid of feathers, instead adorned with azure scales, exuding a formidable aura of menace. Azure scale eagles, Dogsy expressed surprise, its expression growing considerably grave. The azure scale eagle is a remarkably powerful race, even though the azure scale eagles before them appear to possess impure bloodlines. Merely being offshoots, their strength should not be underestimated. Humans, return whence you came. Qingxia Mountain does not welcome you, asserted the leader of the azure scale eagles, its piercing gaze emanating a terrifying pressure akin to the transformation realm. Qingxia Mountain is not your territory. By what right do you bar our passage? Dogsy retorted indignantly. The leader of the azure scale eagles regarded Dogsy with an impassive demeanor, saying, Would you care to listen to the words you utter? Changsha Mountain has always been the domain of demonic beasts. There are no less than 10 races of demonic beasts residing here. If it is not our territory, whose is it? Outsiders. I shall reiterate, Changsha Mountain does not welcome humans. Depart at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality. The leader's voice turned frigid as it concluded. Su Changge remained silent, his consciousness expanding, faintly sensing a strand of sword intent, elusive yet palpable. This sword intent felt familiar. It was the same as the one encountered near the ruins of Ziyue City. The two auras were identical. Su Changge's heart stirred, and he quickly connected the dots. This was undoubtedly related to the divine sword within Lin Tian's Dantian. The last time the sword's aura manifested, it coincided with the unearthing of a long-buried relic. The emergence of this relic in Changsha Mountain must have triggered significant phenomena, prompting the gathering of numerous demonic beasts. Hence, the Azure Scale Eagles were on high alert, preventing humanity from approaching. Master, I sense an opportunity within Changsha Mountain. We must find a way to enter, Lin Tian discreetly transmitted to Su Changge, further affirming the latter's suspicions. Chapter 58. Defeating the Azure Scale Eagle. Seeing Su Changge and his party remain unyielding, the leader of the Azure Scale Eagles narrowed its eyes with icy disdain. Indeed, these humans were here for the Changsha Cave. However, Changsha Mountain is the domain of demonic beasts, greedy humans. Since you wish to seize opportunities, then perish. The Azure Scale Eagle leader let out a piercing cry, accompanied by a surge of powerful mental energy. This was a fearsome divine ability. Warriors below the transformation realm would find it impossible to withstand the sonic assault, facing certain death or severe injury. Su Changge waved his sleeve, summoning forth a battle puppet clad in black armor, which raised its battle blade, unleashing a blade of light stretching 100 zhang. Not good. It's a Transformation Realm 9th layer powerhouse. The two Transformation Realm demonic beasts felt their furs stand on end, sensing an unprecedented threat to their lives from this strike. They immediately halted, turning to flee, desperately evading the impending blade. Boom! The 100 zhang blade of energy swept over the heads of the demonic beasts, crashing into a mountain behind them with a deafening roar that cleaved a fissure into the mountain. The earth trembled, and boulders tumbled down. The demonic beasts were drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, Su Changge did not pursue further, but instead led the battle puppet directly into the cave. Otherwise, had the puppet unleashed another strike, it was uncertain how many demonic beasts would meet their end. Transformation Realm 9th layer. From which cursed sect do these humans hail? One demonic beast questioned, fear evident in its voice. Remain calm. In the Changsha Cave, the pinnacle of various races, elites, and prodigies have gathered, including formidable beings at the 9th level of the Transformation Realm. Among these humans, there are merely 5, giving us a distinct advantage. They are indeed walking into their own trap. Some of the beastly creatures spoke in a deep and composed manner. Inside Changsha Mountain lies an expansive, subterranean space. A rich, mist-like spiritual energy surges forth, enveloping one in a refreshing sensation. With each breath, one feels a subtle enhancement in cultivation. This is truly a treasure trove. The dog's eyes sparkled with excitement that if one could cultivate here, the progress would undoubtedly be several times faster than in the outside world, perhaps even more. Indeed, it is the Changsha Palace, after a millennium. The Changsha Palace has made its reappearance. At the very bottom of the Changsha Cave, over 30 beastly creatures of diverse appearances congregated, their eyes gleaming with fervor and exhilaration as they gazed upon the magnificent ancient black palace ahead. 1,000 years ago, Changsha Mountain was occupied by a great fiend. This fiend, a serpent of formidable prowess, possessed the terrifying strength of a revered being. The serpent constructed the Changsha Palace, claiming dominion over Changsha Mountain and ruling this territory of beasts. Proclaiming itself the Beast King, strangely, 1,000 years prior, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the Changsha Palace vanished without a trace. The serpent disappeared overnight and has never been seen again. With the serpent's oppression gone, the beasts of Changsha Mountain rose to power, uniting to claim this territory. Now, With the re-emergence of the Qingsha Palace, the absence of the serpent only heightens the excitement among the beasts. This palace, left behind by a revered fiend, must contain numerous treasures. Coupled with the fact that the Qingsha cave itself is a land of fortune, the spiritual energy of this region converges here, rendering it immensely valuable. Could this sword aura signify the presence of the serpent's weapon from back then? The beasts gazed eagerly at the Qingsha Palace. Above the Black Palace, a portion lay shattered and collapsed, forming an opening. At this moment, a sharp and terrifying sword aura emanated from within, chilling to the bone. Although they vaguely recalled that the serpent did not wield a sword, the overwhelming and astonishing sword aura indicated that there must be a 6-tier treasure sword inside. Such a familiar sword aura. The Lingfeng boat gradually descended. Upon sensing the familiar sword aura, Su Changge, the dog, and Luo Qiao all turned their gazes towards Lin Tian in unison. Ahem, this sword aura. It should be connected to me. Lin Tian rubbed his nose. Feeling somewhat awkward, he wished to explain, but hesitated, knowing the significance of the Daotian divine sword, ultimately choosing to remain silent. It was not that Lin Tian doubted Su Changge and the others. He simply did not wish to reveal the Daotian divine sword. Even among family, there are secrets that remain unspoken. Humans? As the Lingfeng boat descended, dozens of beasts turned their gazes in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. If their memory served them correctly, there were hundreds of beasts guarding outside. How did these humans get in? Could it be that they were also drawn here by the sword aura? The beast's eyes turned icy. Just a short while ago, a clear sword chant reverberated through the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a deafening crash as the mountainside of Qingsha collapsed, revealing the Qingsha cave. Although they promptly sealed off the news and surrounded Qingsha Mountain, they had not anticipated the arrival of humans. Foolish humans, do you really think you can intrude upon the Qingsha cave with just a handful of you? A towering, 3-meter-tall brutish ape snorted coldly, its body shimmering with a dark light as it pounded its chest with a resounding thud. A dreadful pressure emanated from it, pressing down on Su Changge and his companions. The other beasts also narrowed their eyes, slowly encircling Su Changge and his group. Among the 30 or so beasts, there were actually 7 with transformation realm cultivation. The rest were nearly all at the profound spirit realm. Swish, Su Changge's thoughts stirred, and the battle puppet beside him lit up with red eyes, unleashing the formidable pressure of a 9th-level transformation realm entity. 9th level of the transformation realm? The beasts' hearts raced, sensing considerable pressure, and oh wonder they dared to intrude into our territory. They possess some strength. However, do they think they're the only ones at the 9th level of the transformation realm? A cold snort echoed. That IT came from a striped giant tiger, measuring over 2 meters in length. Its voice like thunder, deep and terrifying, that a similar terrifying pressure erupted from it, also at the 9th level of the transformation realm. The beasts exchanged smirks, casting mocking glances at Su Changge and his companions. Although the humans had one 9th level transformation realm expert, that was all they had. The number of beastly experts far outweighed the humans. The advantage lies with us. Observing the situation, the dog and Lin Tian silently took out their battle puppets. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, battle puppets clad in black heavy armor appeared, each wielding a battle blade, exuding the powerful pressure of the 9th level of the transformation realm. 5 battle puppets formed a line, their cold and murderous aura suffusing the atmosphere, rendering it heavy and oppressive. 5 9th level transformation realm experts. The beasts were left dumbfounded, feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, a chill creeping from their feet to the top of their heads. There was only one 9th level transformation realm expert on their side. Even if the striped giant tiger could hold off one 9th level transformation realm expert, the remaining beasts combined would stand no chance against 4 such experts. Su Changge scanned the beasts, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Now, we intend to take the sword aura inside. Who is in favor, and who is against? The beasts' expressions darkened, their teeth clenched in frustration and anger. Yet they dared not utter a sound. Who would not fear facing 5 9th level transformation realm experts? Even the striped giant tiger, also a 9th-level transformation realm expert, fell silent, its gaze cold and fierce. They dared not oppose, but were unwilling to retreat without a fight. As it became evident that the beasts were intimidated, Changge chose not to pursue their destruction, but instead turned to examine the majestic black palace before him. Unsurprisingly, a powerful array was guarding this black palace. However, this array had clearly been breached before, as the runes above were sparse, indicating a weakness that it was a 6th-tier array, although there was a noticeable gap. Breaking through it would not be a simple task. The dog stared at the array for a while, feeling a bit of a headache. While it had some knowledge of arrays, it was still incapable of breaking a 6th-tier array. Even a damaged one. The same went for the beasts. Few beasts understood arrays. Otherwise, they would have emptied the Changge palace long ago and would not have waited until now. Humans, why not collaborate with us? At that moment, the striped giant tiger spoke up. It said, "You have seen that the Changge palace is protected by a 6th-tier array. Even those at the 9th level of the transformation realm cannot force their way through. We have already made some headway in our research. If we join forces, we can breach this array in no time. Our request is quite simple. The treasures within the Changge palace shall be divided equally between both parties." Changge stroked his chin thoughtfully. The immediate priority was to help Lin Tian acquire the sword aura within. As for the resources in the Changge palace, they were of secondary importance. Just as Changge was about to nod in agreement, a battle puppet suddenly drew its weapon, emitting a clear and resonant blade cry. The powerful pressure of a 9th-level transformation realm entity was unleashed, sending chills down the spines of the surrounding beasts, filling them with both shock and rage. However, this battle puppet was not aimed at the beasts. Instead, it flashed and struck the array surrounding the Changge palace with a fierce blow. Boom! In the blink of an eye. This battle puppet unleashed dozens of blade lights, almost simultaneously striking different nodes of the array, producing a deafening roar. As everyone, both humans and beasts, looked on in astonishment, swathes of runes disintegrated, and the array patterns collapsed, causing the 6th-tier array to crumble. This is breaking through. The beasts displayed incredulous expressions. They had studied the array for over an hour without uncovering a method to breach it. Yet this human had effortlessly dismantled it. Swish! Changge, the dog, Lin Tian, and Luo Xiao all turned to Yun Xuanning. After all, the battle puppet belonged to her and was under her control. "Girl, you can actually manipulate arrays?" The dog was astounded. It knew very well that battle puppets could only fight automatically. They were incapable of anything else. The reason this battle puppet was able to breach the array must be due to Yun Xuanning's control. But she is only 12 years old. She has only been with the Dao Tian Sect for a little over a month. When did she learn about arrays? Under the scrutiny of Changge and the others, Yun Xuanning bit her lip and said, "I don't really know how it happened. When I saw this array, I had a vague intuition that attacking these dozens of points simultaneously would break the array. Thus, I commanded the battle puppet to make a move, and to my astonishment, it actually breached the formation. The expressions of Guzi, Lin Tian, and Luo Xiao were marked by twitching corners of their mouths. Intuition? What kind of intuition could possibly dismantle a 6th-tier formation? Changge, however, regarded Yun Xuanning's calm and serene gaze with contemplative interest. Having awakened her past life memories, it was no doubt that, as a former empress, dismantling a 6th-tier formation would likely be child's play for her. Yet, as she seemed intent on concealing her identity, "I shall let her be." Thoughts flickered through Changge's mind. It appeared that Xuanning possessed an exceptional talent for formations. I shall seek out some formation teachings for her to study later. But for now, let us proceed inside. Changge brushed past the matter, shifting the topic as he led everyone into the Changge palace. Meanwhile, the numerous beasts outside wore expressions of great dismay. They too wished to enter Changge palace, yet faced with the 5 imposing battle puppets, they dared not move. "Tribe leader, what shall we do? Are we to simply stand by and watch as these humans carry off Changge palace?" One of the beast warriors voiced his frustration, communicating telepathically with the striped giant tiger. "And what do you propose? Do you truly believe we could contend with these 5 9th-tier transformation realm experts?" The striped giant tiger replied coldly. Not only would their 30-odd beast warriors struggle, but even summoning hundreds more from outside would likely yield no victory. So many spirit stones. Upon entering Qingsha Palace, Su Changge and his companions were momentarily dazzled by the shimmering spirit stones. As far as the eye could see, they were surrounded by spirit stones. The ground was thickly carpeted with them, a display of extravagance that was almost outrageous. Carelessly opening a few rooms, piles of spirit stones cascaded forth. This must amount to at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, right? Wasteful. Guzi lamented dramatically. To curb the extravagance and ensure these spirit stones were put to good use, he diligently gathered them all into his storage ring. Weavy struck it rich. He grinned widely, content as he patted the storage ring brimming with spirit stones. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had reached the main hall of Qingsha Palace, where he finally beheld the sword qi he had longed for. A strand of brilliant and intense sword qi pierced through the palace roof, cleaving the iron throne in the hall and embedding itself deep into the ground. Chapter 62. Wind Thunder City. Lin Tian extended his hand, gently touching the sword qi in an instant. The blazing sword qi vanished, melding into the No.1 Divine Sword. Lin Tian's consciousness plunged into its depths, where he beheld a serpent stretching 100 feet long. Moments later, his consciousness returned to his body, and he let out a long sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his features. That moment, Su Changge and the others had thoroughly looted Qingsha Palace. Strangely enough, apart from the spirit stones, the palace was nearly devoid of anything else, with only a few scattered medicinal herbs to be found. Let us depart. Su Changge refrained from inquiring about Lin Tian's discoveries. And Guzi, Luo, Qiao, and Yun Xuanning shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent as well. Su Changge steered the spirit wind boat, carrying the 5 battle puppets, and they set off. The expressions of the beast warriors were grim, yet they felt powerless. Thankfully, they had their master and the elder, along with 2 junior sisters to assist them. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, Lin Tian doubted he could have retrieved the sword qi. Gratitude swelled within him. After leaving Qingsha Mountain, Su Changge did not return to Dao Tian Sect. Instead, he led the group on aimless wanderings. Master, where shall we go next? Su Changge sat cross-legged on the deck of the spirit wind boat, while Luo Qiao rested her small head on Su Changge's lap. Her curiosity piqued. We shall wander about. I plan to take on another disciple, Su Changge replied. Take on a disciple? Wonderful. Luo Qiao's eyes sparkled. I will have another junior brother or sister. Guzi, Lin Tian, and Yun Xuanning also revealed smiles upon hearing this. With Dao Tian Sect currently revitalizing, it truly was a suitable time to recruit more disciples. However, the system's requirements were not trivial, a top-tier aptitude in the Xian rank. Even within a powerful force, such as the Daotian dynasty, constituted the pinnacle of genius, with perhaps only one emerging every few hundred years. After several days of exploring ancient cities, Su Changge's group had yet to find any suitable talents. 2 days later, they unknowingly arrived in an exceedingly prosperous ancient city. This city spanned several hundred miles, resembling a colossal giant standing proudly upon the vast earth. The bustling crowds flowed in and out, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This city is immense, Lin Tian remarked in surprise, his eyes widening as he focused on the plaque hanging at the city gate. Wind Thunder City. Wind Thunder City. Isn't that where the Wind Thunder Sect is located? Luo Qiao exclaimed, astonished. Previously, she and Su Changge had investigated the resource territories of Dao Tian Sect, discovering that Wind Thunder Sect occupied one of them. Thus they were familiar with its information. The Wind Thunder Sect was the mightiest sect in this region, boasting a revered ancestor at the venerable level. Changge, look quickly. Guzi suddenly brightened, lowering his voice. There are many martial artists flocking to Wind Thunder City from all directions, and the majority are young individuals. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Wind Thunder Sect's decennial recruitment event. We could stealthily blend in, capturing a few of Wind Thunder Sect geniuses and get a head start on bringing some talents. Ahem, recruiting them to our Dao Tian Sect. Brilliant. Su Changge's eyes sparkled as he shared a knowing smile with Guzi. Master, you are quite the schemer. I like it. Luo Qiao chimed in, equally excited. Without delay, Su Changge and his group made their way toward Wind Thunder City. The streets were bustling with young martial artists, each face alight with excitement and anticipation. The Wind Thunder Sect, with its venerable level experts, was undoubtedly the strongest force in this region. If one could join the Wind Thunder Sect for training, it would be a momentous occasion to bring glory to their family. Su Changge activated his life insight ability, swiftly scanning the information of the young martial artists around him. After a considerable time, his eyes grew weary, having only detected one talent with a low-tier aptitude in the Xian rank. The rest were all of the Huang rank. Changge, I've gathered some news. The recruitment event will be held in the central square of Wind Thunder City, and it's scheduled for tomorrow. Let us go. We should check it out. Guzi enthusiastically pulled Su Changge through the crowd toward the venue of the recruitment event. Chapter 63. Recruitment event. The central square of Wind Thunder City was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people without feeling crowded. Even before the recruitment event commenced, over 10,000 martial artists were already lined up in the square, creating a lively scene. Su Changge blended into the crowd, quietly activating his life insight ability and continuously scanning the information of the surrounding martial artists. After surveying all the martial artists in the square, Su Changge had only discovered 2 geniuses with mid-tier aptitude in the Xian rank. He had yet to encounter any with high-tier aptitude. Su Changge remained calm, patiently waiting at the edge of the square. Time ticked by as the recruitment event approached. More and more martial artists streamed into the central square, their numbers swelling several times over. Any promising candidates? Guzi inquired in a hushed tone. Not yet. Su Changge shook his head. Suddenly, a sharp avian cry resonated through the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous sound of wind and thunder that a silver ferocious bird, measuring over 30 feet in length, soared across the sky, rapidly descending toward Wind Thunder City. On the back of the silver ferocious bird stood over 20 martial artists, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, clad in a Daoist robe, holding a whisk, resembling an immortal, inciting gasps from the crowd in the square. T.S. the Grand Elder of Wind Thunder Sect. My heavens, ISNT, that a beast of the Xianling level. How magnificent! How impressive! If only I could join Wind Thunder Sect. The crowd in the square buzzed with excitement. Many were elated, their admiration and yearning for Wind Thunder Sect heightened. With a resounding thud, the silver ferocious bird landed in the square, shaking the ground and sending up a wave of energy. The Grand Elder of Wind Thunder Sect swept his sharp gaze over the crowd and declared, "The recruitment event of Wind Thunder Sect begins now. The first assessment will test aptitude. Only those with high-tier aptitude in the Huang rank will qualify. Anyone below that will be eliminated." He acted with unwavering decisiveness, uttering not a single superfluous word. As his voice echoed, a dozen stewards from the Wind Thunder Sect stood at the forefront of the square, each clutching a piece of translucent stone. This was a unique artifact, specifically designed for assessing one's aptitude. Merely placing a hand upon it could reveal the quality of an individual's capabilities. The crowd in the square buzzed with excitement, dividing into several teams to undergo the aptitude tests one by one. Suddenly, Su Changge felt a stir within his heart, his gaze landing upon a figure shrouded in a black coat amidst the throng. The individual's expansive black garb concealed them so thoroughly that only a pair of eyes were visible, leaving Su Changge unable to discern their gender. Fortunately, his life-sensing ability remained active, allowing him to glimpse the person's life information at a glance. Name: Changge cultivation level, 8th stage of spirit condensation fate, extraordinary bloodline, possessing the bloodline of a demon emperor, which will undergo a remarkable transformation upon awakening. Purple, outstanding, slightly enhanced cultivation speed. Blue, life script, a descendant of the demon emperor's bloodline inadvertently left in the world, part human, part demon, with a trace of the demon emperor's blood within. Cultivation method, spirit condensation technique, void piercing arrow technique artifact, black iron bow aptitude. Superior grade of the profound tier can be elevated to superior grade of the earth tier upon awakening the demon emperor's bloodline. Part human, part demon, bloodline of the demon emperor. Su Changge's spirit sword. He had finally found a genius with superior aptitude. Just as he prepared to take action, a steward from the Wind Thunder Sect suddenly furrowed his brow. There's demonic energy. The steward sniffed the air, keenly detecting a trace of demon energy, his brow knitted tightly as he swiftly pinpointed the source of the demonic aura. In a flash, the steward approached the figure enveloped in black. Before the individual could resist, the steward ripped away the black coat. As the coat fell, a delicate and enchanting face emerged before the crowd. It was a girl who appeared to be around 16 years old. Her complexion slightly pale, with a pair of snow-white fox ears sprouting from her flowing black hair. Behind her, a furry tail swayed gently. Chapter 64. The half-demon, Maiden, a fox demon. How audacious to dare infiltrate the Wind Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment event. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The relationship between humans and demons had always been fraught with tension, often resulting in conflict and mutual disdain. They never expected that a demon would infiltrate the Wind Thunder Sect's recruitment event. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. I am not a fox demon. I am human. I merely possess a trace of demonic blood. Changge gritted her teeth and implored, I beg you, senior, grant me a chance, and my aptitude is not lacking. Silence, a demon is a demon. How dare you brazenly infiltrate our Wind Thunder Sect recruitment event, ignorant of the consequences? The steward of the Wind Thunder Sect sneered coldly, his large sleeves sweeping out, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that sent Changge hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. The Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect observed the scene with an indifferent expression, making no move to intervene, clearly tacitly approving of the steward's actions. The surrounding crowd murmured in discontent, their gazes filled with scorn and derision directed at Changge. Changge's face paled, her fists clenched tightly, filled with resentment and fury. Must I be targeted and scorned solely for possessing demonic blood? How dare they cast such disdainful glances at me? It seems I cannot let you live. Upon seeing Changge's furious gaze, the steward of the Wind Thunder Sect curled his lips into a cruel smile. With spiritual energy surging within his palm, he unleashed a formidable force at the level of the spirit condensation realm, causing the crowd to gasp in fear and hastily retreat. Boom! The steward struck down towards Changge, a torrent of spiritual energy erupting forth, shaking the ground and producing a thunderous sound. However, contrary to the crowd's expectations of witnessing Changge's demise at his hands, the steward found himself hurtling backward, spewing a mouthful of blood. Who is this person? How dare they attack a steward of the Wind Thunder Sect? The crowd stood frozen in shock, utterly astonished. In that critical moment, a tall and slender figure appeared before Changge like a specter, sweeping his sleeve and sending the steward flying. Changge was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the young man, standing protectively in front of her. Changge was tall and handsome, his deep-set eyes calm and steady, exuding an air of remarkable composure. That moment, his figure was indelibly etched in Changge's mind, impossible to erase. How dare you strike against our Wind Thunder Sect steward? Seeking death, this person must be a companion of the Fox Demon, harboring ulterior motives against our Wind Thunder Sect. They cannot be allowed to escape. In an instant, a dozen stewards from the Wind Thunder Sect surrounded Changge, their blades gleaming menacingly as they aimed them at him, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping the air. Even the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect squinted his eyes, his gaze icy. What is this? Bullying the few with your numbers. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out. Guzi, accompanied by Lin Tian, Luo Qiao Qiao, and Yun Xuanning, strode into the scene. Luo Qiao Qiao helped Changge to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothing and kindly offering her a healing pill. Don't be afraid, sister. Our master will protect us. Luo Qiao Qiao reassured her. Thank you. A wave of warmth surged within Changge's heart as she bit her lip. She never expected that in this life-or-death crisis, someone would be willing to stand up for her. Who are you? A steward's gaze turned cold. Dare you oppose the Wind Thunder Sect? Listen well. The one standing before you is Changge, the sect master of the Dao Tian Sect, and this is our esteemed elder. Guzi stood proudly beside Changge. Dao Tian Sect? What Dao Tian Sect? I don't recall hearing about such a sect. What on earth? How can this dog speak? How audacious to openly provoke the Wind Thunder Sect. Has the Dao Tian Sect always been this bold? I never claimed to represent this sect. The square erupted into a cacophony, with the crowd exchanging bewildered glances, entirely ignorant of the Dao Tian Sect's name. Dao Tian Sect? Only the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect's pupils constricted sharply, a considerable turmoil brewing within him. Chapter 65. Slaying the Wind Thunder Sect warriors. The Dao Tian Sect is still intact. The Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect furrowed his brow, fixating on Changge and his companions. The Wind Thunder Sect occupied a resource territory of the Dao Tian Sect, so he was well aware of its background. He had assumed the Dao Tian Sect had been eradicated long ago, only to discover that some still lived on. Humph. Merely a few insignificant pests. Since the Dao Tian Sect has not been destroyed, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you now. The Grand Elder's heart brimmed with murderous intent. I care not for your Dao Tian Sect. You are but a nameless little sect, yet dare to act brazenly before the Wind Thunder Sect. Who gave you such audacity? The stewards of the Wind Thunder Sect, being relatively young, had never heard of the Dao Tian Sect. Their expressions turned cold, infused with murderous intent. You speak too much. As Changge's expression remained calm as he opened his palm, activating the thunderclap technique, summoning a tempest of lightning that radiated a terrifying aura. Boom! In the next moment, hundreds, even thousands of bolts of lightning danced in a fierce and fearsome display, striking down upon the dozen stewards of the Wind Thunder Sect, sending them all flying, their bodies charred and devoid of life. What? He killed dozens of Wind Thunder Sect stewards with a single move. He is a master of the Transcendence realm. The crowd gasped in horror, retreating hastily, their eyes filled with dread as they beheld Changge. He dares to kill the stewards of the Wind Thunder Sect. Has he lost his mind? The Dao Tian Sect is doomed. The Wind Thunder Sect is protected by powerful elders. How could they be so reckless? The crowd was in an uproar, their expressions shifting as they realized Changge's audacity. Impudence. The Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect was seething with rage. An overwhelming pressure emanating from him, like a surging tide, bearing down upon Changge. He was indeed at the 9th stage of the Transcendence realm. You dare to kill my Wind Thunder Sect stewards? You are seeking death. The Grand Elder's countenance darkened. He had initially believed that the dozen stewards could subdue the Dao Tian Sect's members, which was why he had refrained from intervening. Little did he expect that the stewards would be dispatched in a single stroke by Changge. You are the ones seeking death. Changge's expression remained indifferent as he stated, I have yet to settle the score with you for encroaching upon the resource territory of the Dao Tian Sect. Today, I shall collect some interest. Upon concluding his words, Changge took a decisive step forward, boldly advancing towards the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect, a mere second-level transformation realm cultivator, courting death. The Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect let out a sinister laugh, brandishing a black heavy sword that he swung fiercely at Changge, with a sweeping motion of his hand. A battle puppet clad in black armor materialized, wielding a combat blade as it charged at the Grand Elder. Bang! The clash of blades erupted into a deafening roar. Violent spiritual energy surged from the point of contact, radiating outward in all directions, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Run! In the square, tens of thousands of martial artists trembled in fear, hastily fleeing the scene. The recruitment event of the Wind Thunder Sect was clearly doomed to fail. The battle puppet, enveloped in its armor, revealed only a pair of crimson eyes, moving with ferocity and precision as it engaged the Grand Elder in a fierce struggle. Clang! At that moment, Guzi, Lin Tian, and Luo Xiao activated their respective battle puppets. 3 formidable battle puppets, brimming with murderous intent, charged toward the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect. No. Stop! I'm the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect. If you dare to kill me, the Wind Thunder Sect will not spare you. Cease your assault at once, and I shall overlook your offense. Surrounded by the combined might of 4 battle puppets, the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect howled in desperation, attempting to intimidate his foes with the name of his sect. Unfortunately, the battle puppets were impervious to such threats. With a series of razor-sharp blade flashes, the Grand Elder was swiftly slain. You foolishly thought you could survive. Under Guzi's command, 1 battle puppet struck out, cleaving through the remaining ferocious mounts and several disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect. Subsequently, The battle puppet skillfully searched the bodies, extracting the treasures from the elders and stewards of the Wind Thunder Sect before departing. Chapter 66. Rising Prestige, Let Us Depart. After recalling the battle puppets, Changge summoned the spirit wind vessel, lifting himself and his companions into the air as they soared away, leaving behind a stunned crowd in Wind Thunder City. At the recruitment event of the Wind Thunder Sect, a fox demon had appeared, and when the steward attempted to slay her, the Dao Tian Sect intervened to save her. Not only did they intervene, but the Dao Tian Sect also slaughtered over 20 martial artists from the Wind Thunder Sect. The Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect, a 9th-level transformation realm powerhouse, was slain on the spot. The Dao Tian Sect boasts 4 9th-level transformation realm experts. What could possibly be the origins of this Dao Tian Sect that it is so fearsome? News spread like an avalanche, shocking martial artists from all directions. The Wind Thunder Sect, the undisputed overlord of this region, with powerful masters in residence and a legacy spanning thousands of years, had never before been so brazenly challenged. This time, the Wind Thunder Sect suffered not merely the loss of an elder and several stewards, but a significant blow to its prestige and face. Dao Tian Sect, you seek death. Upon the news reaching the Wind Thunder Sect, a furious roar erupted, akin to rolling thunder, shaking the very heavens. The long-silent elder of the sect emerged from seclusion. Ding! The Dao Tian Sect had made its mark, its prestige surpassing 10,000, earning a system reward. The 6-tier formation, the rock-solid array, and a primary earth spiritual vein AT that moment. A system notification echoed in Changge's mind. Earth spiritual vein? Changge's heart trembled, followed by waves of exhilaration. What is a spiritual vein? It contains immense spiritual resonance, connecting to the vast earth, capable of directly transforming the spiritual energy of a region. If the spiritual vein were to be placed beneath the Dao Tian Sect, it could turn a desolate land into a paradise. In due time, a continuous flow of spiritual energy would surge forth, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of all within. Over time, the environment would transform, with mountains and flora imbued with spiritual resonance. This was precisely the resource the Dao Tian Sect sorely needed, the higher one's cultivation. The more spiritual energy and higher purity of spiritual energy is required. The energy provided by spirit stones is already insufficient for those at the transformation realm. With a thought, Changge opened the sect panel. Sect, Dao Tian Sect members, 4 beasts, 1 wealth. 6-tier techniques 5, spirit stones 1,265,430, prestige, 12,500 evaluation. The sect has made its mark that there are rewards for increasing prestige. Delightful, Changge nodded to himself, his gaze falling upon the half-demon girl beside him. Changge possessed a delicate figure, her skin as white as snow, and with her fox demon bloodline, her beauty was striking, coupled with her snowy white fox ears and fluffy tail. She exuded an enchanting allure. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Changge immediately knelt before Changge, her gratitude sincere. Had it not been for Changge's intervention, she would have perished at the hands of the Wind Thunder Sect's steward. Changge not only saved her, but also forged a deadly enmity with the Wind Thunder Sect on her behalf. Changge smiled gently and asked, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" "I am willing." Disciple Changge pays respects to master. Changge's heart soared with joy as she hurriedly performed this ceremony of apprenticeship. Coming from humble beginnings and having been alone since childhood, she had faced scorn due to her demon bloodline, leading a life fraught with hardship. Now, she felt a long-lost kindness and warmth emanating from Changge and the members of the Dao Tian Sect. Ding! Host has completed the apprenticeship task. Receiving rewards. 6-tier technique. Shattering Star Formula, 6-tier technique. Indestructible Golden Body, 6-tier Killing Array, Profound Thunder Array, Enlightenment Stone 1, Spirit Stones 500,000 have been issued. As the system notification sounded, several resources appeared in the system space, ready for Changge to extract at any time. Excellent, excellent, Changge mused, his discernment is commendable. This girl's talent is at least of the mid-grade in the profound tier. Guzzi twitched his nose, nodding in satisfaction. as the Silver Moon Wolf King, he was particularly sensitive to the demon bloodline within Changge, allowing him to perceive her potential. Chapter 67. Fourth Disciple Changge. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Grand Elder of the Dao Tian Sect, whom you may refer to as Guzi. This is your senior brother Lin Tian. Second sister Luo Xiao Xiao, and third sister Yun Xuanning. Now that you are part of the Dao Tian Sect, we are all family, so there is no need to be overly formal as you Changge introducing you to the members of the Dao Tian Sect. Then handed her a storage ring. This is a small token of my appreciation. Having accepted the apprenticeship task, Su Changge had prepared a welcoming gift. Inside were the Demon Emperor blood transformation technique and various other techniques and treasures, as well as some artifacts, medicinal pills, spirit stones, and other resources. Thank you, Master. Changge accepted the storage ring, her gratitude for Su Changge growing ever deeper. After refining the storage ring, her consciousness delved within, and she was suddenly struck with awe. The Demon Emperor blood transformation technique. Upon seeing this technique, her heart raced as an intense premonition surged within her. This technique was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of her life. Even though I am younger than you and Xuanning. You must still call us senior sister from now on, Luo Xiao Xiao said with a grin. Lin Tian and Yun Xuanning also wore smiles, nodding at Changge. By the way, Changge, do you have any family? You can bring them back to the Dao Tian Sect with you, as Su Changge inquired. Changge's gaze dimmed slightly as she shook her head and replied softly, Since I can remember, I have been all alone. Su Changge sighed gently, patting the girl's head. Changge felt a warmth from Su Changge's hand, providing her with immense comfort. Subsequently, Su Changge urged the spirit wind vessel to its maximum speed, racing back to the Dao Tian Sect. Once Changge was settled in, the first thing Su Changge did was set up the Profound Thunder Array and the Rock Solid Array. The Profound Thunder Array was primarily offensive, while the Rock Solid Array focused on defense. With these two formations in place, even a powerful elder would find it difficult to gain an upper hand. After establishing the formations, Su Changge focused his thoughts and extracted the Earth's spiritual vein, placing it within the territory of the Dao Tian Sect. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook, and pure, rich spiritual energy surged forth from the depths, transforming into a hazy mist, akin to a tidal wave. What an abundant spiritual energy! What has this kid done? Guzi exclaimed in shock, both astonished and delighted. Yun Xuanning looked down at the Dao Tian Sect's territory, her heart racing as she witnessed the ceaseless flow of rich spiritual energy rising from underground. A spiritual vein? How on earth did Master acquire a spiritual vein? Having once been an empress in a previous life, Yun Xuanning was acutely aware of the rarity of Earth's spiritual veins. Each vein could create a paradise, coveted by various sects. Su Changge actually managed to obtain a spiritual vein. The purity of his spiritual energy surpasses that of the Qingxia cave. Lin Tian and Changge were equally exhilarated, clearly sensing their cultivation levels beginning to subtly elevate under the nurturing of the spiritual energy. With the emergence of this spiritual vein, their cultivation speed would significantly increase. Utilizing the Enlightenment Stone, Su Changge sought to comprehend the star-shattering technique and the indestructible golden body skill. He produced the Enlightenment Stone along with the two martial arts manuals, silently reciting incantations within his mind. Ding! The Enlightenment Stone was successfully activated. As the system's notification echoed, a tremor surged through Su Changge's consciousness, and countless runes materialized out of thin air, intertwining and revealing various profound martial mysteries, akin to a sudden awakening of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, Su Changge thoroughly mastered these two skills. The star-shattering technique is an archery method. When cultivated to perfection, one can bend the bow to shatter stars. The indestructible golden body skill, on the other hand, is a body-refining technique that significantly enhances physical defense post-training, rendering one impervious to blades and fire. When perfected, it allows the practitioner to solidify their golden body, making it nearly impossible for even a sovereign-level expert to breach their defenses. As Su Changge willed it, a faint golden light illuminated his body. He brandished the Moonshadow Spear, channeling spiritual energy into his palm, and thrust it forcefully into his thigh. producing a resounding clang, with sparks flying, yet not piercing the skin. Quite remarkable, indeed. Su Changge felt a surge of delight within. With this indestructible golden body skill, he could withstand the assaults of a ninth-layer transformation realm powerhouse. Of course, this was only possible because he had completely mastered the indestructible golden body skill, allowing him to unleash such formidable power. Chapter 68. Ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Changge meticulously transcribed the star-shattering technique and the indestructible golden body skill multiple times, distributing copies to Guzi and his 4 disciples. Yet another 2 7th-tier techniques. Where on earth did you acquire these? Guzi exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain his curiosity. Having watched Su Changge grow, he found himself increasingly baffled by his master. It's a secret. Su Changge smiled slightly, offering no explanation. Thank you, master. The 4 disciples rejoiced inwardly. Meanwhile, as the members of the Dao Tian Sect focused on their cultivation, a white-haired old crone traversed the vast expanse, arriving above the Dao Tian Sect. She was none other than the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect gazed down upon the territory of the Dao Tian Sect, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Her formidable consciousness spread out, only to be obstructed by an unseen force, rendering her unable to probe the situation within the Dao Tian Sect. This is a formation, a 6th-tier formation. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect furrowed her brow, greatly astonished. The barrier against her consciousness could only be a 6th-tier formation. Moreover, her unease facing the Dao Tian Sect indicated that this formation was extraordinary, posing a threat to her very life. Something feels amiss. Wasn't he the Dao Tian Sect annihilated long ago? How could such a powerful formation exist? The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect murmured to herself. Back in the day, the Wind Thunder Sect dared to seize the resources of the Dao Tian Sect precisely because the latter was on the brink of extinction, posing no real threat. She never anticipated that, after several centuries, the Dao Tian Sect would endure. Given that the Dao Tian Sect possesses 4 9th-layer transformation realm powerhouses, it's entirely possible they have sovereign-level experts as well. I underestimated you. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect's gaze turned cold. State your purpose for descending upon my Dao Tian Sect. Just then, a calm voice resonated. Su Changge soared into the air, confronting the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect from a distance. You are the Dao Tian Sect's leader, Su Changge? The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Just as recorded in the intelligence, merely his 2nd layer of transformation realm. When inquiring about someone's name, one ought to introduce oneself first. Su Changge cast her a sidelong glance, already deducing her identity. At this juncture, which sovereign-level expert besides the Wind Thunder Sect would come? I am the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect, Jean Phylan. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect scoffed coldly, fixing her gaze on Su Changge. You of the Dao Tian Sect have inexplicably slaughtered so many of my Wind Thunder Sect members. How shall we settle this score? It was your Wind Thunder Sect that struck first against us. We were left with no choice but to defend ourselves. Su Changge replied, nonchalantly, self-defense. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect's temples throbbed with over knowledge. Su Changge had initially slain over a dozen of their elders and subsequently summoned 4 9th-layer transformation realm powerhouses to besiege the Grand Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect. Is this what you call self-defense? What an absurd claim. So you intend to be adversaries with my Wind Thunder Sect? The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect's eyes glinted frostily, laced with murderous intent. She chose not to engage further in debate with Su Changge, for she understood that the truth of the matter held little significance. What mattered was who possessed greater power, and what if it is so? Su Changge stated indifferently, you of the Wind Thunder Sect have been overbearing, believing the Dao Tian Sect to be your plaything. Now that you have personally come to the Dao Tian Sect, your demeanor is aggressive, devoid of any intent for negotiation. In that case, what is there to discuss? Let us proceed to battle. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect fixed her gaze on Su Changge, suddenly letting out a cold laugh, declaring, excellent, quite commendable. The young man is indeed eloquent, but do you believe that hiding behind a 6th-tier formation will ensure your safety? A golden dragon-headed staff materialized in her hand, striking heavily against the void. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted, accompanied by a torrent of violent power, akin to a sun exploding, shaking the very earth. The golden light crashed against the rock formation, producing a deafening roar. The smile on the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect's face abruptly froze. Her full-force strike, with the dragon-headed staff being a six-tier artifact, struck the formation yet remained utterly unmoved, as solid as a fortress. Chapter 69. Six-tier battle puppet. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect narrowed her eyes, her expression grave. Again, spiritual energy surged from her form, the golden dragon head radiating dazzling light, unleashing a breath of dragon fire. Boom! This assault was even more ferocious than the last, crashing against the rock formation, creating a cataclysmic sound that reverberated hundreds of miles away. Yet the rock formation stood unyielding, as though it had never endured an attack. Steadfast as a rock, the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect's countenance darkened completely, revealing her discontent. Save your strength, old crone. I advise you to return the resources you have seized from our Dao Tian Sect, along with all the benefits you have accrued over the years from those resources. Changge stated coolly. In doing so, the enmity between the Dao Tian Sect and the Wind Thunder Sect may be resolved amicably. Otherwise, should I come to collect in person another day, it may not be so easy to negotiate. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect laughed in anger. What audacity! You are indeed of brash descendant. I hope your Daotian Sect possesses the means to be so arrogant from this day forth. The Wind Thunder Sect and the Daotian Sect shall be at odds until the end. Prepare yourselves. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect spat a fierce remark before turning to leave. Helpless, unable to break through, she felt compelled to declare a threat to alleviate her frustration. What a pity, Changge sighed softly. The ancestor of the Wind Thunder Sect was ultimately too cautious. She merely attacked the rock formation from a distance without daring to confront it directly. Had she ventured into the formation's bounds, Changge could have activated the Xianlei formation to eliminate her. Changge's figure flickered as he returned to the courtyard. Master, why did you fly out? What transpired? Luo Xiao rushed over, her curiosity piqued. The rock formation is exceptionally powerful, isolating all forces and sounds, rendering the members of the Daotian Sect oblivious to any irregularities. It's nothing. Just an old hag from the Wind Thunder Sect seeking trouble. Changge replied, shaking his head slightly and recounting the events that had just unfolded. The Wind Thunder Sect dares to come knocking. How brazen! Luo Xiao grinned, revealing her small tiger teeth, declaring, when we reclaim our lost territories in the future, we shall make the Wind Thunder Sect our first target. Indeed, the Wind Thunder Sect poses no threat. Changge dismissed the concern. Considering the rapid growth of the Daotian Sect's members, they would soon possess the means to eliminate sovereign-level experts. Focus on your cultivation. Changge ruffled the little girl's hair. Though the Daotian Sect had recently constructed numerous pavilions and halls, Changge and Guzi preferred to reside in the courtyard. The other disciples, seeing this, chose not to move out either. They would find spacious and tranquil spots on the mountain to cultivate, but otherwise, they gathered in the courtyard. The tranquil days passed slowly. The Wind Thunder Sect dispatched numerous disciples, stealthily lurking near the Daotian Sect, keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of its members. Should anyone venture out alone, they would undoubtedly fall prey to the Wind Thunder Sect. Unfortunately, they never awaited such an opportunity. 7 days later, a system notification resonated within Changge's mind. Detection indicates that sect member Yun Xuanning has broken through to the first layer of the Xianling realm and is seeking reconciliation. Host cultivation level, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao, Yun Xuanning, initial third layer of transformation realm, that a surge of abundant power surged forth from the Daotian, permeating every inch of flesh and blood, allowing Changge's cultivation to ascend significantly, breaking through to a new minor realm. As a member of the sect broke through a major realm, the system congratulated the host with a reward, a 7th-tier martial art. The Golden Bell Technique, a Wisdom Stone 1, a 6th-tier Battle Puppet 1, and 500,000 Spirit Stones. The system notification chimed again, bringing joy to Changge's heart. A 6th-tier Battle Puppet, It could unleash the might of a ninth-level revered being. With this battle puppet, Dao Tian Sect could take the initiative to strike down formidable revered foes. Changge stifled the excitement within, refining and storing the battle puppet away. However, possessing only one 6th-tier battle puppet felt insufficient. Should other sects deploy multiple revered beings, it would pose a significant challenge. The plan was to continue to bide time and develop in secrecy. Truly, the Fate Empress was deserving of her title. Xuaning's speed of cultivation was astonishing. Changge sighed inwardly, brimming with delight. Chapter 70. The Golden Bell Technique. Utilizing the Wisdom Stone, he sought to comprehend the Golden Bell Technique. Changge retrieved the Golden Bell Technique and the Wisdom Stone, silently reciting his intent. Ding! The Wisdom Stone was successfully utilized. With the system notification echoing, countless runes manifested within Changge's consciousness, intertwining like stars in the night sky, forming an intricate martial art. Various martial mysteries floated to the forefront of his mind, enlightening him, allowing Changge to fully grasp the Golden Bell Technique as if he had been practicing it since childhood. The Golden Bell Technique specializes in the cultivation of the soul. With a mere thought, a nebulous soul shadow within his consciousness began to glow, gradually solidifying. The human soul is inherently intangible and imperceptible. Upon entering the transformation realm, the soul undergoes a metamorphosis, beginning to coalesce into a blurred silhouette and giving birth to a strand of divine consciousness. With continuous cultivation, the soul can become increasingly substantial. It is said that a king-level powerhouse can solidify their soul to the extent of appearing as a corporeal form, enabling them to separate their soul from their body, and in times of life-and-death crises, abandon their physical form to possess another, thereby extending their existence. After cultivating the Golden Bell Technique, Changge's soul expanded several-fold, far surpassing that of warriors of the same realm. Reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm, not only that, but his soul also radiated with golden light, coalescing into a magnificent golden bell around him. This golden bell possessed formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding soul attacks. Simultaneously, it could emit a resounding chime, unleashing tremendous destructive power, a perfect blend of offense and defense. One extraordinary technique. Changge was thoroughly delighted. Moreover, the Golden Bell Technique could be cultivated from the Qi refinement realm, honing the soul and enhancing its strength. That, of course, to truly unleash its power, one still required the cultivation of the transformation realm. Without delay, Changge transcribed several copies of the Golden Bell Technique. The surplus would be stored in the sect's treasury to distribute to new disciples in the future. As Changge entered the room of Guzi, he prepared to distribute the Golden Bell Technique to the members of Dao Tian Sect. "I can't hold it any longer," Guzi bellowed, launching a ferocious dog pounce that pinned Changge down. Then, it began rummaging through Changge's pockets and storage ring. "Spit it out. Just how many martial arts do you possess? You pull out a new technique every few days, and none of them are the same. It's as if you're performing magic tricks. How many treasures did that old man leave you?" Guzi felt extremely vexed and frustrated. Back then, the old man clearly promised to treat it like family. Why did he secretly leave so many hidden cards for Changge without informing it? What happened to trust? Indeed, love can vanish. Just this one technique. No more nonsense. If you tear it, you'll have nothing left to cultivate. "I don't believe it. Confess." Changge pondered for a moment and replied, "Actually, there is something called a system that automatically generates martial arts, treasures, spirit stones, and other items at intervals." Guzi fell silent, staring intently at Changge. "Do you take me for a fool?" Changge chuckled helplessly. "The truth is as stated. Otherwise, how could I conjure so many items out of thin air?" "Still trying to argue?" Guzi remained unconvinced and continued to paw at Changge's clothing. "Hiss, you actually tore my clothes. This is too much." Changge erupted in fury, bending his legs and delivering a kick to Guzi's rear. Guzi, not to be outdone, engaged in a fierce duel with Changge, fur and fabric flying in a whirlwind. Moments later, Changge emerged from Guzi's room, disheveled and adorned with several bite marks, bearing his teeth. Although he appeared ragged, he had sustained no injuries. This playful tussling had been a norm between the two since childhood, and they had long grown accustomed to it. Changge regarded Guzi as his closest family, which is why he was willing to share the secret of the system with it. As for whether Guzi would believe him, that was up to it. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Changge distributed the Golden Bell technique to several disciples, guiding them in their cultivation. He also entrusted a 5th-tier battle puppet to Changge. Master, why do you have so many 7th-tier martial arts? Wasn't Dao Tian Sect supposed to be impoverished? I feel like we are more affluent than many major sects. That old man must have been deceiving me. Luo Xiao puffed her cheeks, increasingly convinced that the information she received while in the northern Xian ancient kingdom was false. Chapter 71. Steady progress. The tranquil and harmonious days passed swiftly. From time to time, the system notification would resonate in Changge's mind. Detection indicates that sect member Silver Moon Wolf has broken through to the 4th level of the Xianling realm, now seeking peace. Detection indicates that sect member Yun Xuanning has broken through to the 2nd level of the Xianling realm, now seeking peace. Detection indicates that sect member Lin Tian has broken through to the 4th level of the Guiyuan realm, now seeking peace. Detection indicates that sect member Luo Xiao has broken through to the 2nd level of the Guiyuan realm, now seeking peace. Detection indicates that sect member Qingyu has broken through to the 1st level of the Guiyuan realm, now seeking peace. Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo Xiao Yun Shui Ning, early stage of the 6th level of the transformation realm. Half a month passed. Under the nurturing of the spiritual vein, Guzi and the 4 disciples experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. Changge's cultivation also ascended to the 6th level of the transformation realm, a considerable improvement that AS sect members broke through to a major realm. The system congratulated the host with a reward, a 7th-tier martial art, the 9-spirit immortal method, a wisdom stone 1, a 6th-tier battle puppet 1, and 500,000 spirit stones. Qingyu's breakthrough to the Guiyuan realm triggered the anticipated system rewards. A 6th-tier battle puppet. Excellent. Now there are 2 6th-tier battle puppets. That should suffice. Changge mused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as Changge retrieved the 9-spirit immortal method, perusing its contents. Discovering it to be a technique from the demon race, specifically from the Fox clan. The reward from the system seemed to follow a certain pattern. Whenever a member broke through a major realm, the corresponding reward martial art was related to that member. This 9-spirit immortal method appeared suitable only for Qingyu at this moment. Changge stroked his chin, his consciousness expanding, quickly locating Qingyu. In a tranquil bamboo grove, Qingyu sat cross-legged upon a green stone, her petite and delicate figure adorned with a fluffy snow-white tail gently swaying. Her features were captivating, exuding a lively spirit, akin to a little sprite. Master, Qingyu suddenly sniffed the air, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon turning, she indeed found Changge standing behind her. Have you adapted to life here during this time? Changge affectionately ruffled her small head. As Changge's warm and broad palm grazed her snow-white fox ears, Qingyu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her petite form quivering, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She did not resist this sensation, finding it both novel and comforting. Living here has felt like a dream. Everyone feels like family, caring for one another, and life is fulfilling. No, this is a life I never even dared to dream of before. All of this has been brought to me by Master. Qingyu gazed up, her watery eyes filled with deep affection as they locked on Changge. Changge smiled gently and said, just get accustomed to it. This martial art should be suitable for your cultivation. Take a look. Changge handed the 9-spirit immortal method to her. This is a Fox clan technique? Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she perused the text. Humans and demons walk divergent paths, and surely there are no demon race cultivation techniques within Dao Tian Sect. Yet, Changge had still managed to procure one for her, and it was even a 7th-tier technique. Even within the Fox clan, this martial art would undoubtedly be considered a core inheritance. One could only wonder what price Master paid to acquire this technique. A warm feeling enveloped Qingyu's heart, and she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the affection that Changge reassured her. Focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Regrettably, the Wu Dao stone cannot be utilized by others. Otherwise, the disciples of the Dao Tian Sect would undoubtedly enhance their cultivation speed even further. Indeed, I shall not disappoint my master's kindness and expectations. Changge nodded heavily, her eyes brimming with resolve and fervor. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao stealthily slipped out of the courtyard and made her way to another mountaintop, where she finally retrieved a jade pendant from her embrace. Xiao, have you missed your father during this extended absence from home? The pendant emitted a faint glow, accompanied by a gentle and affectionate voice. Stinky old dad, don't contact me unless necessary. I fear it might be misconstrued by my master. Luo Xiao pouted, her lovely brows furrowing in displeasure. On the other side of the pendant, the emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom felt his smile freeze abruptly. Chapter 72, The Astonished Old Father. What do you mean, fearing that your master might misunderstand? The emperor's heart sank, a foreboding feeling rising within him. T.S. nothing much. Really, I merely deceive my master by claiming I have no family and that I'm an orphan. If my master were to discover my deceit, I would surely be blamed. Luo Xiao explained. Orphan? The emperor felt as though he had been struck by an arrow, his complexion darkening. Indeed, Luo Xiao asserted with righteous indignation. Didn't you say I must not reveal my true identity? Hence, I fabricated an identity on the spot. Thankfully, I am clever enough to have deceived my master and the others. You truly are infuriating. The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom felt a tightness in his chest and remarked, but you shouldn't concoct such a story. The orphan identity is the most convenient, Luo Xiao argued. If I were to admit having family, what if my master investigates? I would then have to continue lying, weaving an endless web of deceit, rather than simply claiming to be an orphan, which requires no additional fabrications. You sigh. The emperor let out a long sigh, unable to bring himself to chastise her. Why, dear little darling. There seems to be a draft. How have you been living lately? Is everything well at the Dao Tian Sect? The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom changed the subject. The Dao Tian Sect is a bit impoverished now. Didn't I prepare some resources for you? You could discreetly present them under some pretense. The Dao Tian Sect is not impoverished at all. The mention of this displeased Luo Xiao, who pouted adorably. Stinky old dad, you're deceiving me. The Dao Tian Sect possesses numerous seventh-tier techniques, spiritual herbs, pills, spirit stones, and lacks for nothing, not to mention an abundance of fifth-tier battle puppets. Moreover, my master has even established a spiritual vein underground at the Dao Tian Sect. The Dao Tian Sect is currently wealthier than many major sects with sovereign-level experts at their helm. It is far from impoverished. The resources you prepared for me pale in comparison to what my master has provided. Luo Xiao's words struck like thunder, leaving the emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom utterly stunned. What did you say? The Dao Tian Sect actually possesses such formidable resources. How is that possible? The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. After the incident with the Dao Tian Sect, he had personally visited and had continuously sent people to covertly protect it. He was nearly well acquainted with the sect's affairs. He knew all about Changge and the dog's circumstances. How could a child of mediocre talent and a silver moon wolf, who had squandered his potential, develop the Dao Tian Sect to such heights in such a short time? Could it be that the methods left by Master Yin Tian were responsible? Yet, if Master Yin Tian truly possessed such means, there would have been no reason for him to keep it from the emperor. The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom was perplexed, even with absolute trust in Luo Xiao. He couldn't help but wonder whether this girl was deceiving him. Stinky old dad, do you think I would deceive you? Luo Xiao retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. The emperor fell silent, filled with shock. Soon after, joy flooded his heart. The battle at Daotian Cliff, where he had failed to provide timely assistance, had long been a source of remorse for him. He had harbored guilt for half a lifetime. Now that the Dao Tian Sect was flourishing once more, he felt genuinely pleased. However, this development necessitated some adjustments to his plans. The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom murmured softly to himself, Stinky old dad. You still haven't told me why you were looking for me. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I have to cook for my master. Luo Xiao urged. Cooking, the emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom was momentarily taken aback, clutching his chest. Why was his little darling so close to Changge? The esteemed ninth princess of the Daotian ancient kingdom was actually in the kitchen. Even he, her father, had never enjoyed such treatment. What kind of magic did that rascal Changge possess to captivate the whimsical and clever Luo Xiao so thoroughly? Chapter 73. The astonishing changes in the Dao Tian Sect. No, I must immediately arrange for an investigation into the Dao Tian Sect. The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom resolved inwardly. He understood that the Dao Tian Sect had undergone some unspoken transformations, leading to a development that far exceeded his expectations. If you're not going to speak, I'll hang up, Luo Xiao declared. Wait. The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom, somewhat helpless, continued. Originally, I had prepared a secluded and uninhabited relic for you to take the people of the Dao Tian Sect to, pretending to discover it by chance and retrieve the resources within. However, since the Dao Tian Sect is evidently affluent and lacks for resources, we must provide assistance in other areas that we need to investigate the situation at the Dao Tian Sect to determine the most suitable form of aid. By the way, how are the cultivations of the Dao Tian Sect members progressing? Have you been bullied during this time? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao pouted again, her cheeks puffing up in displeasure. My master is now at the second level of the transformation realm. How could you have lied to me, saying he was only at the third level of the Qi refinement realm? The second level of the transformation realm? The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom's eyes bulged, nearly leaping from his dragon throne. Before Master Yintian passed away, he had quietly visited the Dao Tian Sect and had clandestinely met Changge. He was entirely certain that at that time, Changge had only reached the Qi refinement realm. How much time has passed? How could Changge have advanced to the second level of the transformation realm? Even the most exceptional prodigies of the Daotian ancient kingdom would not cultivate at such an astonishing speed. Could it be that I have misjudged him, and this lad is actually an unparalleled genius? This is impossible. Master Yintian had specifically requested that I not disturb Changge, allowing him to live a normal life in peace. What on earth has transpired in the Dao Tian Sect? The emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom was both shocked and elated, eager to personally verify Luo Xiao's claims. In any case, if you don't believe me, send someone to investigate, and you'll find out that if there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye. Luo Xiao cut off the connection, humming a cheerful tune as she skipped back to the courtyard. Master! Upon seeing Changge return, her eyes lit up, and she dashed over, hugging his leg. What's the matter? You seem particularly happy today. Changge chuckled. Lifting her into his arms, he found the lively and adorable girl delightful. Treating her like a younger sister, if she weren't the ninth princess of the Daotian ancient kingdom, he might have wished to treat her as a daughter. However, he feared the emperor would come wielding a blade in the future. It's nothing, just recalling some joyful matters. Luo Xiao replied with a beaming smile. By the way, master, I've just learned a new dish these past few days. Let me cook it for you. Wait a moment. Changge's expression shifted slightly. Ahem, you've been working hard these days. How about letting your master cook for you instead? Though the little girl was enthusiastic about cooking, she unfortunately lacked any talent in that area. After 2 months of learning, her best dish was merely edible. Nothing more did I ask for the new dish she had been experimenting with. Even the dog shook its head in disapproval. Master has already cooked for many days. Today you should take a good rest, Luo Xiao insisted, leaping from Changge's arms and scampering into the kitchen. Changge stroked his chin, chuckling wryly. The joyful and fulfilling days passed swiftly. The dog and the 4 disciples made rapid progress in their cultivation. Especially Yun Xuanning, who seemed to be on a streak, having broken through 3 minor realms consecutively. Thanks to their influence, Changge's cultivation has ascended to the late stage of the 8th level of the transformation realm. Just as the Dao Tian Sect flourishes and life becomes increasingly prosperous, in the Daotian dynasty's royal capital, the Lin family boom, as 3 terrifying auras erupted. The entire Lin family estate trembled violently, akin to a volcanic eruption. Fortunately, the Lin family estate is fortified with numerous formations, containing all disturbances within. Otherwise, it would have alarmed much of the royal capital. Chapter 74. The three revered ones come knocking beneath the Lin family estate. An expansive underground palace has long been constructed. This moment. Three burly men sit cross-legged in a vast sea of blood, their upper bodies bare. Their skin is adorned with twisting black patterns. Exuding an eerie allure, the trio emanates a vast and terrifying aura, instilling fear and dread in countless souls. All three have stepped into the realm of revered ones. Haha! Excellent! Excellent! Heaven blesses my Lin family. The Lin family ancestor, witnessing this scene, could not help but laugh heartily, overwhelmed with joy. Three revered ones, powerful enough to sweep through the universe, to reign supreme, and establish a formidable sect. The ancestor harbored a frenzied thought, to annihilate the royal family of the Daotian dynasty and ascend as emperor. Restrain yourself. The royal family likely possesses more than just three revered ones, and their cultivation levels may not be low. Patience, just a little longer. Once these three elevate their realms further, my Lin family shall reclaim its rightful place. Taking a deep breath, the Lin family ancestor suppressed his wild ambitions. For now, the priority is to eliminate the rabble of the Dao Tian Sect. A deep-seated hatred flickered in the ancestor's eyes. The Dao Tian Sect has slain 6 of the Lin family's transformation realm experts. This is a blood feud that cannot be resolved without vengeance. Lin E, Lin Air, Lin San, conceal your auras and accompany me to the Dao Tian Sect. The Lin family ancestor commanded in a deep voice. Yes, the three revered ones responded respectfully. Yet unbeknownst to the Lin family ancestor, a strange red glimmer flashed in their eyes, and their lips curled into a faint smile. The four moved swiftly, soaring into the air. Descending upon the Daotian Sect. Boom! At the ancestor's signal, Lin E, Lin Air, and Lin San unleashed their full realm pressure. 3 auras of the revered ones blazed like the sun, shaking the vast earth. What terrifying pressure! Three revered ones. At this moment, the disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect, lurking around the Daotian Sect, were jolted, their faces alight with ecstatic expressions. The Daotian Sect has unwittingly provoked 3 revered ones. No need for our Wind Thunder Sect to intervene. These 3 revered ones can extinguish the Daotian Sect. Quickly, relay the news back to the sect. The disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect buzzed with excitement, keenly observing the 3 revered ones. After waiting so long for an opportunity to strike, they were elated at the arrival of these powerful figures. The aura of 3 revered ones. Changge furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. It was not just him. Guzi and the 4 disciples were equally startled. Looking up at the unexpected visitors in the sky, Changge's gaze fell upon Lin E, Lin Air, and Lin San, activating his insight function to reveal a panel visible only to him. Name. Lin E cultivation. First level of the revered realm fate. Outstanding. Slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue. Bloodlight calamity. Life expectancy is short. Black. Life script. Originally the son of a merchant, due to his exceptional talent, he was sent to kill his entire family by the Lin family ancestor and later rescued, leading him to feel deep gratitude towards the ancestor and willingly become a death warrior for the Lin family. Techniques. Blood-devouring heavenly demon technique. Sunlight thunderbolt technique. 3 talents sword technique. Magic tools. Quick sword talent. Medium grade of the Xian tier Lin Air and Lin San's life information was largely similar. Having also been ensnared by the Lin family ancestor through bloody and dark means to become death warriors, Changge's gaze sharpened as he turned to the Lin family ancestor. Name. Lin Yongning cultivation. 9th level of the transformation realm fate. Outstanding. Slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue. Bloodlight calamity. Life expectancy is short. Black. Life script. The Lin family ancestor, ruthless and relentless, employs every means necessary for the Lin family's growth. Techniques. Purple extreme heavenly technique. Fire separation technique. Surging rainbow technique. Magic tools. Starry blade. 9-yang cauldron. Heavenly steel inner armor. Talent. Low grade of the Xian tier. Chapter 75. An unexpected turn of events. Who are you? What brings you to our Daotian Sect? Guzi, sensing a formidable threat, fixed his gaze on the 4 above. Lin Tian also appeared grave, mentally communicating with the serpent within the Gyuding sword's internal space, ready to summon this great beast for assistance. Luo Qiao remained remarkably calm, betraying no signs of tension or worry. Yun Xuanning and Xingyu frowned, their expressions far from pleasant. Hee, allow me to clarify your demise. The Lin family ancestor sneered, hands clasped behind his back, stating, 3 months ago, you Dao Tian Sect dared to kill 6 of my Lin family's transformation realm elders. Surely you haven't forgotten? Do you truly believe my Lin family harbors no grudges? The ancestor's words sent shockwaves through the hearts of the Dao Tian Sect's members, revealing incredulous expressions. You are from the royal Lin family? No way. How could the Lin family possess 3 revered ones? Guzi's mind raced with uncertainty. Could these 3 revered ones be from the royal family of the Daotian dynasty? But how could the royal family dispatch 3 revered ones to aid the Lin family, seeing the astonished and furious expressions of the Dao Tian Sect members? The Lin family ancestor felt a wave of satisfaction and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, this is the consequence of provoking my Lin family. A mere ant-like sect dares to slay my Lin family's elders. Today I shall annihilate your entire Dao Tian Sect, leaving not even an ant alive. Lin Yi, Lin Air, Lin San, eliminate them. The Lin family ancestor's face contorted slightly as he let out a raucous laugh. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Lin family ancestor slowly lowered his head, disbelief etched across his face. After his command, Lin Yi extended his hand, piercing through the ancestor's back, seizing his heart and ripping it out. This scene left not only the Lin family ancestor aghast, but also Su Changge and his companion stunned. Before the battle had even begun, why were they turning on each other? The hidden disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Why? The Lin family ancestor trembled, forcing out 3 words. Lin Yi offered no reply. He merely exerted force, crushing the Lin family ancestor's heart. The frail, aged body of the Lin family ancestor collapsed instantly, shattered to pieces. As the only one to have previously encountered the Xianming's sacred land, his fate was sealed. After arriving at the Dao Tian Sect, the Lin family ancestor had lost all value and thus had to be disposed of. Lin Yi retracted his hand, licking the blood from his fingers, a rapturous expression on his face. Indeed, the higher the cultivation, the more delectable the blood. Cackling with delight, his eyes glowed with a crimson hue. A violent and terrifying killing intent radiated from him, plunging the Dao Tian Sect members into an icy abyss, overwhelming them with a chilling dread. Demonic arts. This is the aura of forbidden demonic arts. Guzi's expression changed drastically, filled with grave concern. I understand now. These 3 have cultivated a certain demonic art, enabling them to break through to the revered realm. No matter, I will intervene. Su Changge remained remarkably composed, unfazed. Lin Yi, Lin Air, and Lin San were merely at the first level of the revered realm. Su Changge didn't even need to deploy the 6th level combat puppet, should they dare to breach the range of the Xianlei array. Their demise would be assured. Cackling Lin Yi, Lin Air, and Lin San's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, swirling black spiritual energy enveloping their bodies, resembling 3 formidable demons, each wielding a quick sword, charging towards the Dao Tian Sect members. This is a path you chose for yourselves. A smile crept across Su Changge's lips. Boom! Just as Lin Yi, Lin Air, and Lin San crossed into the range of the Xianlei array, Su Changge activated the array in its entirety. Myriad runes sparkling like stars in the sky, intertwining continuously. Thousands upon thousands of bolts of lightning converged, unleashing earth-shattering might, akin to a heavenly tribulation, crashing towards them. Chapter 76. The strange monster booming thunder erupted, enveloping Lin Yi, Lin Air, and Lin San, transforming into a sea of lightning. The surging, violent force sent shivers down Su Changge's spine. What a formidable array! The dog could not help but gasp in astonishment. This Xianlei formation ranks among the most formidable 6th-tier formations, capable of threatening the lives of powerful beings at the 8th or 9th level of the Venerable Realm. The 3 Venerable level experts from the Lin family, before him, clearly lacked such high cultivation. It was a sure victory, Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the wild and terrifying lightning struck down in rapid succession. Despite Lin Air, and Lin Sen exerting their utmost efforts, they could only withstand the onslaught for a mere 2 breaths before being struck down on the spot. Reduced to ashes. Was this it? The dog and Lin Tian, along with the other 3, were left in a daze. The Lin family had come on strong, anticipating a fierce battle. Who could have imagined that the Lin family would first engage in internal strife? With their elder being slain by their own kin, and then the 3 venerable experts charging into the Xianlei formation only to be obliterated. This was far too easy. The disciples of the Fenglei sect, lurking around Dao Tian Sect and observing in secret, were equally dumbfounded, their minds buzzing. These were 3 venerable level experts. How could they be killed in a single encounter? What kind of formation was this? The expressions of the Fenglei sect disciples turned grave as they hurriedly recorded the events that had just transpired, using communication talismans to relay the news back to their sect. Not yet. It was not over. Su Changge suddenly furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the spot where Lin Air, and Lin San had fallen. As the lightning gradually dissipated, their bodies had been reduced to ashes, leaving behind swirling black mist. In the blink of an eye, the mist began to coalesce, merging and forming into a distorted, indistinct monster. Whoosh! The black creature opened its blood-red eyes and grinned menacingly at the gathered members of Dao Tian Sect. What is this thing? The dog was greatly alarmed, every muscle tensed, a silver mark appearing on its forehead. From this black creature, it sensed a terrifying threat. Boom! With a mere thought, Su Changge activated the Xianlei formation once more, unleashing countless bolts of radiant lightning that illuminated the heavens. The surging, violent power of the lightning was sufficient to slay even those at the 7th or 8th level of the venerable realm. Its might unparalleled. Yet these bolts passed right through the black creature, failing to inflict any harm. This black creature was like a phantom, formless and intangible, effortlessly traversing the storm of lightning and charging towards Su Changge. Clang! With a thought, Su Changge summoned forth a battle puppet clad in black armor, drawing its battle blade and striking down with fierce intent. Even a full-force strike from a 6th-tier battle puppet would compel a 9th-level venerable expert to dodge. However, the black creature did not flinch, taking the blow head-on. It merely became slightly more indistinct, sustaining no significant damage. What on earth is this thing? The dog felt a chill run down its spine, momentarily forgetting to ponder why Su Changge possessed a 6th-tier battle puppet. Just as it was about to activate the Wolf King's seal, Su Changge had already produced a token, Suppression, with a surge of spiritual energy from his palm. Su Changge forcefully activated the Sect Master S token. In an instant, an ancient and supreme aura revived, akin to the might of the heavens descending, enveloping the black creature. Under the suppression of the sacred artifact, the black creature's form twisted and changed, its speed slowing considerably. How intriguing! At that moment, the black creature let out a sinister laugh, its eyes suddenly erupting with 2 beams of dark light, shooting towards Su Changge. You wicked thing, do not think to harm my master. Just as Su Changge prepared to wield the power left behind by Yun Tianjinren, Luo Qiao suddenly cried out, breaking a seal on the transforming heaven gourd. Boom! In an instant, the transforming heaven gourd released a terrifying aura, rivaling that of Su Changge's Sect Master token. It was also a sacred artifact. The unimaginable and terrifying power surged forth, immediately swallowing the black creature and drawing it into the gourd. Chapter 77. The Stench of Conspiracy, Sacred Artifact? The dog, along with Lin Tian, Yun Xuanning, and Qing Yu, were all astonished, turned to look at Luo Qiao in unison that it was one thing for Su Changge to possess a sacred artifact. Given that he was the sect master of Dao Tian Sect, and shrouded in mystery, with some hidden resources left by the sect. However, the question remained, how could a mere 12-year-old girl like Luo Qiao possess a sacred artifact? In the entirety of Yinzhou, the sects capable of wielding sacred artifacts were exceedingly rare. Only those sects that had once produced sacred realm experts could boast 1 or 2 sacred artifacts as treasures of their foundation, typically kept under lock and key. What kind of little girl could carry a sacred artifact with her? I knew it. This girl must have an extraordinary background. The dog's expression grew increasingly serious. Yet considering that this girl was one of their own, it felt somewhat reassured. Xiao Xiao, my junior sister, what is your true origin? How could you possess such a sacred artifact? Lin Tian, Yun Xuanning, and Changge were filled with curiosity regarding Luo Xiao Xiao's background. Although she claimed to be an orphan, the dog and Lin Tian did not believe her at all. They simply refrained from pressing her further, respecting her desire for privacy. Luo Xiao Xiao shook the transforming heaven gourd in her hand, tilting her head to listen for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief, a charming smile gracing her innocent face. Humph, wicked creature, you dared to try and harm my master. Just watch how I will deal with you. Luo Xiao Xiao declared defiantly as Changge. Meanwhile, stroked his chin, deep in thought. Even if the transforming heaven gourd was a sacred artifact, to unleash its full power would require strength at the sacred realm level. The gourd had just fully revived, releasing its terrifying power, which clearly was not something Luo Xiao Xiao could achieve alone. It must be the life-saving measure left to her by the emperor of the Daotian ancient kingdom. This girl had used the emperor's trump card to protect herself, which touched Changge deeply. Indeed, his care for her had not been in vain. Changge, something about this situation feels very wrong, exceedingly wrong. The dog's expression grew grave as it spoke. While it's possible that the Lin family may have had one person break through to the venerable realm, it is highly abnormal for three individuals to achieve such a breakthrough simultaneously. The fact that the three venerable level experts of the Lin family could die yet still give rise to such a bizarre and terrifying creature is not something a mere family can accomplish. Even the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty would find it impossible to employ such means. At the very least, it would require a monarch-level expert to create such a peculiar and fearsome creature. Behind the Lin family, there is likely a monarch-level expert providing support. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian, Yun Xuanning, and Changge all furrowed their brows, their expressions turning grave if what the dog speculated was true. Then they were in serious trouble. Changge squinted his eyes, a name surfacing in his mind: Xianming Holy Land. The most likely force to employ such bizarre means against Dao Tian Sect would be the Xianming Holy Land. Unfortunately, Changge had no concrete evidence and was not even certain if the Xianming Holy Land was truly behind it. Logically speaking, several major sects with monarch-level experts stationed in the territory occupied by Dao Tian Sect could also resort to such tactics. Even if the Lin family truly had a monarch-level expert backing them, the fact that the other party had not shown themselves, but instead manipulated the Lin family to act against them indicated that they were undoubtedly wary and reluctant to reveal themselves. I will investigate this matter further. You need not worry too much, Changge reassured the group. He then produced a 6-tier puppet and handed it to the dog. Hiss, I haven't even asked you yet. How did you acquire another battle puppet, and a 6th-tier one at that? The dog was genuinely taken aback this time. In just over 3 months, Changge had become akin to a human treasure trove, consistently producing all manner of treasures. It was simply outrageous. Could it be that the system he spoke of truly exists? The dog found itself in a moment of self-doubt, although it sounded increasingly implausible. There seemed to be no better explanation. Most of the treasures Changge had revealed were not in the possession of Yun Tian Junren. This was not something left to him by Yun Tian Junren. Chapter 78, Discovering the Disciples of Fonlei Sect. This is a secret, Changge smiled faintly, refusing to elaborate further, regardless of the dog's persistent inquiries. Then what about yourself, having left me with a 6th-tier battle puppet? The dog asked, somewhat glummed. I have more, Changge replied. I plan to head to the royal capital of the Great Yin dynasty to investigate the Lin family and uncover who is orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. You all should remain here and guard the sect. I want to go too. The dog and Luo Xiao Xiao exclaimed in unison. There is no need for all of us to mobilize for every matter. You should stay in the sect and focus on your cultivation. Be obedient. Changge found himself in a state of helplessness. The dog opened its mouth, only to fall silent abruptly. It was merely concerned for Changge's safety, wishing to remain by his side to protect him. However, the dog suddenly realized that perhaps Su Changge no longer required its guardianship. Without the Wolf King seal, the dog was merely at the level of the Xianling realm, and could not compare to Su Changge. Even with the Wolf King seal, Su Changge possessed a holy artifact in his hand, and the power he could wield would not be inferior to its own. "Just take care of yourself. I can't be bothered to accompany you," the dog muttered softly. Yet a profound sense of urgency surged within its heart. It resolved to train harder, for the thought of becoming a burden in the future was unacceptable. Luo Qiao, on the other hand, pouted, visibly displeased. "All right, just wait for my return with peace of mind," Su Changge said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle Luo Qiao's hair, after assuring everyone to continue their training without worry. Su Changge soared into the air, preparing to head towards the Lin family in the royal capital. Suddenly, Su Changge halted, his powerful spiritual sense detecting an anomaly. Although the disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect were lurking at a distance, they had not approached the territory of Dao Tian Sect, yet Su Changge's keen perception picked up on their presence. Hovering in midair, he gazed down upon a dense thicket. While he could not see any figures, he activated his ability to peer into lives, revealing several life details within the forest. Name: Zhou Pingcheng cultivation. 8th level of the returning origin realm fate. Slightly capable, slightly increased cultivation speed. Green, life script. Inner disciple of the Wind Thunder Sect. Technique: Wind Thunder Technique. Huafeng Sword Technique. Linked Fist Technique Treasure. Star Steel Sword Qualities. Upper Yellow Grade. Name: Li Hua. The individuals hiding within the thicket were all disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect. Among them was even a steward with Xianling realm cultivation. They actually sent someone to lie in wait. Su Changge's brows furrowed. He expanded his formidable spiritual sense, meticulously searching. Moments later, he indeed sensed other presences from different locations. Although they were well hidden, Su Changge's cultivation was near the realm of the Venerable, and with his training in the Golden Bell technique, both his soul and spiritual sense were far superior to other martial artists of the same realm, allowing him to detect the faintest of auras. Wind Thunder Sect. I shall deal with you later. A cold smile crept on Su Changge's lips. He did not rush to confront these disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect. Instead, he continued towards the royal capital. The members of Dao Tian Sect each possessed 5th-tier combat puppets, making it difficult for anyone below the Venerable realm to inflict harm upon them. The immediate priority was to investigate the Lin family and uncover who was targeting Dao Tian Sect from the shadows. Meanwhile, the Lin family in the royal capital had descended into chaos. When 3 death warriors broke through to the Venerable realm, the terrifying pressure they emitted sent waves of joy and excitement through the upper echelons of the Lin family. Subsequently, the family's ancestor led the 3 venerables stealthily towards Dao Tian Sect, intent on avenging the 6 deceased Lin family elders. A handful of informed high-ranking Lin family members eagerly awaited the return of their ancestor. However, what awaited them was the shattering of the soul tablets of the ancestor and the 3 death warriors. The breaking of the soul tablets signified death and the extinguishing of souls. The high-ranking members of the Lin family were left aghast, unable to accept this outcome. Chapter 79. Investigating the Lin family. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The head of the Lin family felt darkness clouding his vision. Unable to restrain a roar of despair, he clutched his chest, his body trembling, on the verge of collapse. Those were the peak of the 9th level of the transformation realm, along with 3 venerable death warriors. Not only could they sweep through the insignificant Dao Tian Sect, but they could also assault the royal family of the Daotian dynasty without issue. Of course, whether they could succeed was another matter. How could 3 venerable realm warriors all perish? It was not just him. The high-ranking Lin family members also struggled to accept this result. Just moments ago, they had been fantasizing that with 3 venerable realm warriors, the Lin family would soar to prominence, becoming a top-tier clan, freeing themselves from the control of the Daotian dynasty, claiming land to establish their own rule. Yet, the next moment, the ancestor and the 3 venerable warriors' soul tablets shattered. Dao Tian Sect. Wasn't Dao Tian Sect supposed to have been annihilated already? Why was it so terrifying? No, it certainly wasn't Dao Tian Sect. There must be other sects covertly aiding them. Whoever it is, anyone daring to slay so many of our Lin family warriors must pay the price. The high-ranking members of the Lin family were nearly driven to the brink of collapse, unleashing cries of indignation. With the fall of the ancestor and the three venerable death warriors, the Lin family was left with only one remaining transformation realm warrior. Moreover, it was merely at the second level of the transformation realm. What did this signify? Other families in the royal capital would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, taking advantage of the chaos to plunder. Annihilating the Lin family and dividing its resources. The Lin family's years of growth and accumulation had already attracted the envy of numerous families and sects. Now that the Lin family was reduced to a single, second-level transformation realm warrior, it could hardly defend its vast wealth. The royal capital was no longer a safe haven. Before the other families and sects received word, they had to swiftly relocate the family's assets. All the talented and promising descendants of the family needed to be evacuated and hidden away. The head of the Lin family, suppressing his grief, immediately issued command after command. Were it not for his official position, he would have longed to flee the royal capital at once. However, leaving was not an option. Too many members of the Lin family held official positions. If they all vanished, it would surely draw the royal family's investigation, and no one would escape unscathed. Stay calm, stay calm. We hold official positions, so other families and sects will not dare to harm us. First, we must relocate those without official titles. Then we will be safe. Taking a few deep breaths, the head of the Lin family's mind raced. Contemplating the future of the Lin family, but he failed to notice a figure silently appearing above the Lin family courtyard. Gazing down at the Lin family members below, Changge's eyes fell upon the head of the Lin family as he activated his ability to peer into lives, revealing the life details of the Lin family head. Name: Lin Shinran cultivation, third level of the Xianling realm fate, slightly capable, slightly increased cultivation speed. Green, life script, head of the Lin family. Minister of Justice of the Daotian dynasty, technique, purple extreme technique, leaving fire technique, startling rainbow technique, treasure, Xianai sword, chainmail, silver ring blade qualities. Upper yellow grade, Su Changge's gaze swept over each individual within the Lin family courtyard, examining their life information. However, he did not uncover any valuable clues. With a firm step, Su Changge conjured a silver spear in his hand and abruptly thrust it forward. Boom! The piercing and terrifying force erupted from the spear tip, crashing into the void, creating a series of thunderous booms. The Lin family courtyard was fortified with numerous formations, including 5 fifth-tier formations, rendering it heavily guarded. Yet, against Su Changge's formidable assault, even the fifth-tier formations struggled to withstand. The formation patterns collapsed, the runes shattered, and one formation after another was forcefully breached. Who goes there? The high-ranking members of the Lin family were all shaken to their cores, abruptly looking up at him. Upon seeing Su Changge's face, they all trembled, their eyes filled with terror. Although they had never seen Su Changge in person, they had long viewed his portrait while investigating Dao Tian Sect, thus recognizing him at once. Chapter 80. Interrogation: The Sect Master of Dao Tian Sect. Su Changge? Damn it! How could he come here? The high-ranking members of the Lin family felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. A chill creeping from their toes to the crown of their heads. The ancestor of the Lin family and the 3 venerable warriors had only just perished, and now Su Changge had arrived at the Lin family. Was it truly the heavens that sought to annihilate the Lin family? The high-ranking members of the Lin family revealed expressions of despair. After a few breaths, Su Changge had directly shattered several formations, crashing into the Lin family courtyard. The overwhelming aura of an 8th-level transformation realm warrior radiated like a primal beast, instilling terror in the hearts of the high-ranking Lin family members. Su Changge, you are exceedingly bold to dare invade my Lin family. The head of the Lin family feigned calmness, his voice trembling with a fa-ade of authority. I am the Minister of Justice of the Daotian dynasty. These individuals are all officials of the court. You trespass upon my residence at night. Are you intending to assassinate court officials? At this point, he could only invoke the title of court official in a desperate attempt to intimidate Su Changge. Indeed, I am the Deputy Minister of Rights of the Daotian dynasty, holding a second-rank position. According to court regulations, your nighttime intrusion upon my residence shall be treated as an assassin. I am the general of the mighty Cloud dynasty. Stationed in the capital, I, along with other high-ranking members of the Lin family, have come to realize our predicament, and we each declare our official titles. Even as our calves tremble with fear, we strive to maintain the dignity befitting our esteemed positions. Attempting to intimidate Changge. After all, we are officials of the mighty Cloud dynasty. Should Changge slay us all, it would be inconceivable for the royal family to remain indifferent. However, upon hearing our declarations, a mocking smile crept upon Changge's lips. You really think to frighten me with the name of the mighty Cloud dynasty? Alas, had this been a month ago, I might have held a measure of caution. But now, not only are you mere court officials, even if you were members of the royal family, I would show you no mercy. As Changge's voice resonated, he vanished from sight. The members of the Lin family scarcely discerned his movement before he seized the head of the Lin family by the throat, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. Tell me, who is supporting your actions against the Dao Tian Sect? Changge's eyes gleamed with golden light, his voice booming like thunder, exuding an unparalleled authority. Within Changge's consciousness, his soul radiated brilliance, and a golden bell swayed gently, emanating a terrifying pressure of the soul. This oppressive force bore down upon the Lin family head, who possessed only a trifling cultivation of the third tier of the Xianling realm. Akin to a dimensional strike, the Lin family head lost all composure, a wave of boundless terror surging within him. No one supports us. We simply believe the Dao Tian Sect to be in decline, and thus felt emboldened to send an envoy to Luoyuan City. Later, when we found that the supposedly weakened Dao Tian Sect dared to kill members of the Lin family, we could not swallow our indignation, prompting us to send elders to retaliate. All of this was our own decision. There was no one backing us. Trembling, the Lin family head instinctively revealed all he knew. No.1 supports you. Changge's brow furrowed as he demanded sternly, why have 3 of your Lin family's death warriors managed to break through to the realm of the venerable? Who provided them with assistance? I do not know. All of this was orchestrated by our ancestor, and he disclosed nothing to us. The Lin family head trembled as he replied. Changge's eyes glimmered with golden light, and under the weight of his formidable spiritual pressure, the Lin family head could not muster even a semblance of resistance. Logically, he would not lie. Crack! With a swift motion, Changge applied force to his grip, snapping the Lin family head's neck. This scene sent shockwaves of horror through the other high-ranking members of the Lin family. That was the head of the Lin family, the Minister of Justice. How could Changge kill him without so much as a blink? Is he truly unafraid of royal retribution? Whoosh! Changge's figure flickered, and he instantly grasped another high-ranking member of the Lin family by the throat, lifting him from the ground. Answer my previous question again. If your response fails to satisfy me, you shall meet the same fate as him. Changge's eyes shone with resplendent golden light as he coldly interrogated. Chapter 81. Silencing Witnesses Spare Me. Sect Master Su. The trembling high-ranking member of the Lin family shook like a leaf, nearly soiling himself in fright. I know nothing. The Lin family's death warriors have always been under the control of our ancestor. We high-ranking elders have never even seen their faces, much less know how they cultivated to the venerable realm. Crack! Before he could finish his words, Changge mercilessly snapped his neck, casually discarding the body. Changge now resembled a grim reaper, a demon from the depths of hell, instilling fear in the hearts of the remaining high-ranking members of the Lin family. Whoever provides me with a satisfactory answer shall be spared. Otherwise, the fates of these two shall be your own. Changge's tone was icy as his golden eyes surveyed the remaining members of the Lin family. Regrettably, despite the Lin family's upper echelon being utterly terrified, they possessed no information whatsoever. They desperately wished to confess, but the truth was they knew nothing. After receiving support from a mysterious benefactor, the Lin family ancestor secretly summoned the 3 death warriors and kept them under his watch, concealing everything from the other high-ranking members of the Lin family. Thus, within the vast Lin family, no one was privy to any relevant information. Changge's expression darkened. With a swift motion of his spear, he unleashed a silver streak that pierced through their bodies, annihilating all high-ranking members of the Lin family. You truly know nothing? I understand now. A flash of insight struck Su Changge's mind. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder. The three venerable warriors took action against the Dao Tian Sect after first eliminating the Lin family ancestor. At the time, Su Changge had assumed they were engaging in infighting. Now it appeared that despite the three Lin family death warriors achieving the venerable realm, they had likely been manipulated from the shadows. The Lin family ancestor was the only one aware of the truth, thus silenced. Consequently, no one could trace the individual who supported the Lin family's machinations against the Dao Tian Sect. Was it perhaps the Xianming Holy Land? Su Changge's brow furrowed. He found the situation rather troublesome. While he strongly suspected the involvement of the Xianming Holy Land, he had yet to uncover a single clue. He thoroughly searched the Lin family estate, revealing a vast underground palace. Regrettably, the traces left by the three death warriors during their cultivation had also been meticulously erased by the Lin family ancestor. The ancestor was well aware that the bloodthirsty demonic art was a forbidden technique. Should anyone discover their practice of such dark arts, they would undoubtedly face a collective backlash, bringing about ruin for the Lin family. Thus, he exercised extreme caution, leaving no traces and keeping even the Lin family head in the dark, sharing nothing with anyone. The body of the Lin family ancestor still seemed to be present. I hope the dog did not dispose of it. Nevertheless, given the ancestor's level of caution, or perhaps that of the shadowy figure behind it, there likely wouldn't be any clues left on the corpse either. Su Changge's mind raced with thoughts, finding the situation exceedingly vexing. The enemy was hidden while he was exposed. This feeling unsettled him greatly. Boom! Just then, the rapid sound of galloping hooves erupted, as if 1,000 troops were charging from all directions. A battalion of soldiers swiftly surrounded the Lin family estate. As Su Changge forcefully broke through the array, the tremendous noise alerted the Lin family members who had already departed the estate. Some speculated that trouble had arisen, promptly reporting to the royal family. With a leap, Su Changge soared into the air. Halt! You possess immense audacity, daring to slay officials of the mighty Cloud dynasty. At that moment, a commanding voice boomed, and a total of 24 armored warriors ascended into the air, all at the Xianling realm, elite troops of the mighty Cloud dynasty. The 24 formed a formation in midair, encircling Su Changge. A burly man clad in silver armor strode forward, wielding a Feng Tianhua halberd, emanating a powerful aura. He was indeed a 9th-tier cultivator of the transformation realm. Su Changge cast a glance at him, activating his life insight ability, revealing the man's life information before him. Chapter 82. The Feathered Forest Army Name. Jihongyi Cultivation. 9th tier of the transformation realm fate. Extraordinary, slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue. Life script. Eldest son of the Prime Minister of the mighty Cloud dynasty. Commander of the Feathered Forest Army. Techniques. Meridian Opening Technique. 9 mountain styles. Indestructible body. Treasures. Feng Tianhua halberd, black scale armor, dark iron sword talent. Mid-tier Xian ranked the commander of the Feathered Forest Army? Su Changge was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the involvement of the commander of the Feathered Forest Army. The Feathered Forest Army served to protect the capital, directly answering to the emperor. Jihongyi expanded his spiritual sense. Upon seeing the deceased high-ranking members of the Lin family within the estate, his expression darkened with fury. The slain within the Lin family estate were all court officials. To openly assassinate court officials within the capital was a blatant provocation to the mighty Cloud dynasty. For many years, you are the first to dare commit such brazen acts of violence. Seeking death, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Jihongyi's eyes as he swung the Feng Tianhua halberd, unleashing a streak of black light, the aura of battle surging forth, shaking the very air. Su Changge did not evade. A silver spear appeared in his hand, and as spiritual energy flowed, he thrust it forward. A spark of cold light, akin to starlight, erupted as it collided with the black Feng Tianhua halberd. Bang! The two violent and terrifying forces clashed, producing a thunderous roar, the clanging sound ringing deafeningly. Jihongyi felt an overwhelming force surge through the Feng Tianhua halberd, causing him to stagger back several paces. His arm numb, and his blood surging wildly. How can he be so strong? A wave of disbelief washed over Ji Hongyi. He possessed innate strength and was skilled in battle, finding few equals among his peers. Yet, Su Changge, who was a tier below him, unleashed such formidable power that even Ji Hongyi struggled to bear it. Clang! Once more, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. With a single step, Su Changge executed the art of carefree movement, instantly appearing behind Ji Hongyi, delivering a sweeping strike with his spear. Reacting instinctively, Ji Hongyi swung his Fangtian Huaji, narrowly blocking Su Changge's fierce assault. Simultaneously, Su Changge summoned swirling lightning in his left hand, flames bursting forth as he unleashed two forms of divine power, striking forth with a palm. Ji Hongyi let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the surging spiritual energy within him, countering Su Changge's attack with his own divine technique. With a resounding boom, lightning and fire collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion that sent Ji Hongyi hurtling through the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, had it not been for the high defensive power of the black-scaled armor he wore. This blow would have surely inflicted severe injuries upon him. At the moment Ji Hongyi was flung away, Su Changge seized the opportunity to pursue, his spear darting forth like a dragon, piercing directly into Ji Hongyi's chest. The black-scaled armor was forcefully penetrated by Su Changge's strike, hot blood splattering forth. Commander Ji? The members of the Feather Forest army gasped in shock, unable to contain their horror as they inhaled sharply. It was well known that Ji Hongyi was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the transformation realm. Revered as the strongest person beneath the venerable realm, he possessed immense power and a stellar record, with scarcely any defeats. Yet this seemingly invincible Ji Hongyi was effortlessly defeated by Su Changge, facing a life-or-death crisis. Form ranks. Kill! A commanding officer shouted, and in an instant 24 elite warriors of the Xianling realm formed a battle array in midair. An aura of ferocity emanating, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar. At that moment, the combined might of these 24 individuals surpassed that of ordinary transformation realm experts. Below, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Feather Forest army gathered, forming an even larger battle formation. Although their cultivation levels were not high, the unity of thousands posed a significant threat to transformation realm experts, faced with the onslaught of the Feather Forest army. Su Changge took a step forward. Within his sea of consciousness, a golden bell resonated. His eyes ignited with a piercing golden light, unleashing a terrifying pressure of divine consciousness that surged forth like a collapsing mountain and roaring sea, crashing towards the multitude of soldiers. Chapter 83. Calmly retreating boom. Under the onslaught of this overwhelming pressure of divine consciousness, over half of the tens of thousands of Feather Forest soldiers immediately fell unconscious, their vision darkening. The remaining individuals experienced excruciating pain in their consciousness, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground in agony. When the disparity in cultivation is vast enough, killing truly becomes a matter of mere thought. A single wave of divine consciousness shattered the ranks of over 10,000 soldiers. I had thought the commander of the Feather Forest army was invincible, yet he was easily defeated. This individual is truly formidable. Whose subordinate is this? Within the royal capital, many witnesses to this battle gasped in astonishment. Utterly shocked, Su Changge appeared as a legendary warrior, single-handedly defeating Ji Hongyi and shattering the Feather Forest army with a single wave of his consciousness. Exhibiting an overwhelming ferocity, is such power truly achievable at the transformation realm? Not good. Quickly summon the royal ancestors. In the palace, a powerful figure soared into the air, witnessing the scene from afar, their expression instantly shifting to one of alarm, hastily reporting the situation. After defeating the Feather Forest army, Su Changge did not pursue annihilation, but instead took to the skies, preparing to depart from the royal capital. Having come this far, does my friend intend to leave just like this? At that moment, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated from within the palace, like rolling thunder. A tremendous and formidable force of divine consciousness spread forth, coalescing into a golden longsword that sliced through the sky. Aimed directly at Su Changge, this was no real sword but rather a manifestation of divine consciousness, a form of soul attack. The attack came from a royal ancestor of the venerable realm. Faced with such a terrifying soul assault, Su Changge's sea of consciousness resonated once more with the golden bell, emitting a prolonged chime. Whoosh! Su Changge's eyes shone with golden light, and powerful divine consciousness erupted, coalescing into two beams of light that struck the golden longsword. The collision distorted the air, creating a staggering shockwave that surged outward like a flood. After a moment, the golden longsword, formed from the royal ancestor's divine consciousness, slowly dissipated, having been successfully blocked. This is impossible. Ji Hongyi's face contorted in disbelief, struggling to accept this outcome. That was a venerable realm expert. Su Changge, clearly at the 8th level of the transformation realm, was able to withstand the soul attack of a venerable realm powerhouse. How utterly inconceivable. The Daotian dynasty, huh? I shall settle the score with you later. Su Changge cast a distant glance towards the palace, a cold smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave the royal capital. 2 strikes to defeat Ji Hongyi, 1 to deflect my soul attack. This youth is remarkable. Within the palace, an elder clad in a purple robe soared through the air, gazing gravely at Su Changge's retreating figure. Ancestor, this individual dares to brazenly slay officials of our Daotian dynasty within the royal capital. Such audacity is a direct challenge to our authority. Why does the ancestor not take him down? Some royal figures wore dark expressions, deeply angered by Su Changge's actions in the royal capital. He had committed murder, defeated the Feather Forest army, and even managed to escape unscathed despite the royal ancestor's intervention. This was akin to slapping the Daotian dynasty in the face before turning to flee. Do not be hasty. One must consider matters thoroughly, the royal ancestor replied calmly. This individual possesses formidable strength. Not only did he defeat Ji Hongyi in 2 moves, but he also withstood my soul attack. Have such combat prowess of the transformation realm. He undoubtedly hails from a major sect backed by a monarch-level powerhouse. Should we attempt to stop him, it would surely invite formidable enemies to our Daotian dynasty. He has only slain a few high-ranking members of the Lin family, which indicates a personal vendetta against them, not against the Daotian dynasty. The royal family has suffered no losses. Why should we intervene on behalf of the Lin family? The royal ancestor's words struck like a wake-up call, causing the other royal figures to shudder in realization. With Su Changge's terrifying strength, the sect capable of nurturing such a genius must surely be supported by a monarch-level powerhouse. Thus, it would be unwise to provoke him lightly. Relay the order. Investigate this person's identity and background, and uncover the enmity between him and the Lin family. Chapter 84. No trace to be found as the Daotian dynasty commenced a thorough investigation into Su Changge's identity and background. Su Changge had already returned safely to the Dao Tian Sect. Glancing at the concealed disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect, a cold smile played upon his lips. Su Changge did not rush to deal with them, but returned to his courtyard. How did it go? Did you uncover any results? Upon seeing Su Changge return unscathed, the dog sighed in relief. The 4 disciples gathered around, their faces brimming with anticipation. Su Changge shook his head, briefly recounting his investigation at the Lin family estate. Not a single lead. The dog furrowed his brow, stating, the Lin family cannot possibly have 3 venerable realm experts appear simultaneously without external assistance. There must be someone behind them. However, they left no traces. This makes things difficult. Su Changge inquired, what about the corpse of the Lin family ancestor? It wasn't disposed of, was it? Well, I melted it down, the dog answered, a hint of guilt in his voice, but I did take the storage ring from him. Perhaps there are some clues within. The dog handed the Lin family ancestor's storage ring to Su Changge. Inside were merely common cultivation resources, devoid of anything extraordinary. Su Changge quickly discovered several vials of blood-red pills, a pungent scent of blood wafting from them. These are blood fiend pills, a relatively rare 5th-tier elixir used to replenish vitality. There's nothing special about them, the dog explained. Blood fiend pills are quite uncommon. Although they contain a vast amount of vitality, they also carry a sinister energy that can harm the body. Consuming them is akin to self-harm during cultivation, which is why few would bother to concoct such pills. In some weaker regions, not even anyone would recognize them. Though the dog's cultivation was not high, his experience and knowledge allowed him to identify the blood fiend pills. Had the Lin family ancestor known, he might have realized he was being manipulated by a mysterious figure. The names of the pills given to him by the mysterious person were all erroneous. Blood fiend pills were merely auxiliary pills for the Lin family's death warriors, not a means to control them. Moreover, even if someone acquired blood fiend pills, tracing their origin would be impossible. The lack of any leads became quite troublesome. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Feeling a pang of guilt, if it weren't for him, the Dao Tian Sect would not have provoked the Lin family, and perhaps they would not have been targeted by the mysterious individual. Never mind. We shall face whatever comes our way. Since we cannot uncover any clues, there is no need to dwell on it. Changge clapped his hands, declaring, regardless of who seeks to target our Dao Tian Sect, we shall confront them all. Upon witnessing Changge's calm and composed demeanor, the members of Dao Tian Sect were similarly influenced, their hearts settling into a state of tranquility, given the current strength and foundation of Dao Tian Sect. There was indeed little cause for concern, that be by the way. I have noticed that Fonlei's sect has dispatched numerous stewards and disciples to lurk around Dao Tian Sect. It seems their intentions extend beyond mere surveillance. What do you all think? Changge inquired. Fonlei's sect. The dog, filled with rage, retorted, since when did such a minor sect dare to encircle Dao Tian Sect? Let us go and eradicate them, while also reclaiming our lost territories. With a 6-tier battle puppet at his disposal, the dog spoke with newfound bravado. A single 6-tier battle puppet is more than sufficient to annihilate Fonlei's sect. I believe the elder is correct. Chimed in Lin Tian along with Luo, Xiao Xiao, Yun Xuanning, and Qing Yu, all nodding in agreement, visibly displeased by Fonlei's sect's relentless behavior. The presence of Fonlei's sect's stewards and disciples lurking around Dao Tian Sect is all too evident. Unable to breach Dao Tian Sect's defensive formations, Fonlei's sect's ancestors have resorted to hiding nearby, merely biding their time until Dao Tian Sect disciples are isolated. If that is the case, then let us take action. Changge, decisive as ever, waved his hand and declared, let us first practice on the Fonlei sect disciples lurking nearby, and then we shall storm their territory. At Changge's command, the dog and Lin Tian, along with the others, eagerly readied themselves, grinning menacingly. Having diligently cultivated their skills, they were more than prepared to refine their prowess against Fonlei sect's disciples. At this moment, the Fonlei sect disciples lying in wait around Dao Tian Sect remained blissfully unaware of their exposure. We have been lurking here for so long, yet we have not seen any of Dao Tian Sect's disciples emerge. This is absurd. Are they all reclusive hermits? How much longer must we endure in this desolate place? Grumbled a disgruntled Fonlei sect disciple amidst a lush thicket. Patience, just hold your ground. The disciples of Dao Tian Sect cannot hide behind their formations forever. A Fonlei sect steward replied solemnly. Although the other disciples felt disgruntled, they could only vent their frustrations in mild complaints, helplessly resigning to their fate. Look, a disciple from Dao Tian Sect is coming out. Suddenly, a Fonlei sect disciple's eyes lit up with excitement. Instantly, the hearts of the Fonlei sect members trembled in unison as they turned their gaze forward. There, Lin Tian emerged, wielding the Qinglian sword, striding forth alone in their direction. At last, we waited for you. What a splendid opportunity. The Fonlei sect disciples were filled with elation. After enduring such a long wait in this place, they had finally spotted a solitary disciple of Dao Tian Sect. Lin Tian, with a resolute and steady demeanor, advanced confidently, seemingly oblivious to the ambush concealed within the thicket. In an instant, 5 Fonlei sect disciples sprang forth from the underbrush, their blades gleaming, intent on delivering a fatal strike. Lin Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a clang, the Qinglian sword was suddenly drawn, radiating like a brilliant flash of lightning, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp sword energies in the blink of an eye. These sword energies were alarmingly fierce, swiftly shattering the assault of the 5 Fonlei sect disciples and leaving them with grievous wounds. With a decisive step, Lin Tian executed the carefree movement and plunged directly into the fray of the 5 Fonlei sect disciples. The Qinglian sword swung down, and one disciple let out a harrowing cry. meeting their demise on the spot. All 5 Fenglai Sect disciples were at the return to Origin Realm, the strongest among them at the 7th level. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had also achieved the 6th level of the return to Origin Realm. Despite the minimal disparity in cultivation, the Fenglai Sect disciples could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Tian. And in the blink of an eye, 3 of them fell. "You shall pay for this," roared the Fenglai Sect steward, his face contorted with fury. He had unwittingly allowed Lin Tian to eliminate 3 of his disciples right before his eyes. The steward, both astonished and enraged, never anticipated this disciple from Dao Tian Sect to be so formidable. Boom! The Fenglai Sect steward brandished a battle knife, unleashing a torrent of powerful spiritual energy at the Xianling realm level. The blade's radiance blinding as it came crashing down toward Lin Tian. "Come at me!" Lin Tian advanced instead of retreating, shouting loudly as the Qinglian sword gleamed brilliantly, clashing against the steward's strike. With a resounding crash, Lin Tian was forced back 5 or 6 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, rather than deter him, this only fueled Lin Tian's excitement. It turned out that the Xianling realm was not as daunting as he had believed. With a hearty laugh, Lin Tian discerned the steward's strength, his confidence surging. He took a step forward, instantly manifesting dozens of phantoms. Propelling himself toward the Fenglai Sect steward, the steward's expression shifted dramatically. His Xianling realm 2nd level. He should have been able to effortlessly slay Lin Tian, a disciple at the return to Origin Realm. Yet Lin Tian had withstood his blow, sustaining only a light injury. What kind of monster is this? Such an exceptional talent cannot be allowed to live. The steward's eyes glinted with malice as he summoned a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Preparing to strike once more, "ISNT that a beast from Dao Tian Sect," remarked another figure from a different direction, the dog swaggering out confidently. The Fenglai Sect disciples lurking there grew increasingly excited. After waiting so long, they had finally spotted a solitary disciple from Dao Tian Sect. However, just as they held their breath, anticipating the dog's passage, he suddenly grinned malevolently and summoned a 5th-tier battle puppet. Chapter 86. A resounding victory. The 5th-tier battle puppet materialized, clad in black armor, swinging its battle knife to unleash a blade of light extending hundreds of feet. What the? The hidden Fenglai Sect disciples and stewards barely had time to react, their eyes widening in horror as the terrifying blade of light surged toward them. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the earth quaked and the vast ground split open, claiming the Fenglai Sect disciples and stewards before they could even utter a cry. Done! The dog stowed away the battle puppet, humming a cheerful tune, his mood elevated. With a battle puppet at his command, he had no need to sully his hands in another direction. Luo Xiao bounced out of Dao Tian Sect. Changge had silently appeared above Dao Tian Sect, surveying the scene below. He had already identified the positions of the Fenglai Sect disciples and communicated this to the dog and the 4 disciples. Simultaneously, the dog and the 4 disciples departed from Dao Tian Sect, each heading in different directions to confront portions of the Fenglai Sect disciples and stewards. As Luo Xiao skipped ahead, the Fenglai Sect disciples concealed in the grass revealed cruel smiles, preparing to strike when she passed by. However, when Luo Xiao reached the thicket, she suddenly halted. A cunning smile spread across her face, and in the midst of the perplexed gazes of the Fenglai Sect disciples, she produced a green gourd from her hand and activated it. Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of wind roared forth as the transformation gourd unleashed astonishing, devouring power, enveloping the area and uprooting a vast expanse of grass, consuming everything within. The Fenglai Sect disciples and stewards hidden within the thicket had no time to resist, vanishing in the blink of an eye, swallowed whole by the gourd. Luo Xiao shook the transformation gourd, opened the lid and poured it out, but alas, nothing emerged. In that moment of being drawn into the gourd, all matter and life were utterly obliterated. Look, a little child has come out. What immense noise is that coming from the northeast? Could it be that another disciple of Dao Tian Sect has emerged? Although Yun Xue Ning's visage appeared somewhat youthful, She carried an air of icy indifference as she strode purposefully toward the hidden Fonlei Sect disciples. While the Fonlei Sect disciples felt a twinge of excitement, they also heard the tremendous commotion from another direction. Yun Xuanning slowly tightened her grip on her meteorite sword, initially intending to slay the Fonlei Sect disciples with a single stroke. With her current cultivation at the 5th level of the Xianling realm, she could easily dispatch them. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she held back. Though her cultivation had progressed swiftly, she had not disclosed this to the members of Dao Tian Sect. Aside from Su Changge, everyone else believed Yun Xuanning to be merely at the spirit condensation realm, for she did not wish to reveal her true identity. If she exposed her actual level of cultivation recklessly, it would be difficult to justify. Thus, she chose to conceal her true strength from the members of Dao Tian Sect, intending to wait for a more opportune moment to reveal the truth. With a thought, a 5th-tier battle puppet emerged, and with a swift strike of its blade, at that moment, the hidden Fonlei Sect disciples finally understood the source of the immense noise from the other direction. Boom! With a colossal roar echoing, the sharp and terrifying blade of light cleaved through the earth, annihilating all Fonlei Sect disciples and stewards in its path. In the final direction, Changge wielded a grand bow, her delicate face bearing an air of coldness. She did not approach the hiding place of the Wind and Thunder Sect disciples, but instead, from a distance, bent her bow and nocked an arrow, unleashing a flurry of over 10 arrows in the blink of an eye. As the sound of wind and thunder resounded, the arrows streaked forth like shooting stars. Had she actually discovered us? How could this be possible? The disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect, concealed within the woods, were greatly astonished, unable to comprehend how Changge, with her mere Guiyuan realm cultivation, could detect their presence, with their cover blown. The disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect ceased to hide, immediately rushing out of the woods, dodging the arrows shot by Changge, and charging towards her. Chapter 87. Siege and counterattack the Wind and Thunder Sect. Just perfect for testing my sword. A glimmer of frost flashed in Changge's eyes. Initially, she had harbored admiration for the Wind and Thunder Sect, aspiring to join their ranks. However, upon discovering her demon lineage, the sect's steward had mercilessly sought her life. The Grand Elder of the Wind and Thunder Sect and the other stewards merely watched coldly, and had it not been for Su Changge's timely intervention, she would have long since met her demise. Now, only hatred remained in Changge's heart for the Wind and Thunder Sect. 6 disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect joined forces, their spiritual energy erupting in a fierce assault. Changge stepped forward, employing the carefree movement technique, instantly transforming into a multitude of afterimages, appearing in all directions. Each afterimage drew a bow and nocked an arrow, making it impossible for anyone to discern her true position. Bang! A single arrow whistled through the air, piercing a Wind and Thunder Sect disciple with lightning speed, eliciting a pain scream as a blood hole appeared in his body. Seeking death, a young man in white, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, locked onto Changge's true form through this arrow, charging at her like a fierce tiger, his long sword raised to strike down. Yet, when faced with the enemy up close, Changge remained remarkably composed, swiftly drawing her own long sword from her waist, unleashing a brilliant sword aura in an instant. Clang! The two swords met with a deafening metallic clash, sparks flying as the sword energies surged in all directions. Changge was forced back 3 steps, but she sustained no significant harm. What? The young man in white's pupils constricted suddenly, a tempest of disbelief surging within him. He was a 7th-level Guiyuan realm cultivator, 4 whole levels above Changge, and yet his full-powered strike had only managed to push her back. The disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect. So this is all the strength they possess. Changge chuckled coldly. Having roughly gauged her opponent's capabilities, her confidence solidified. She had cultivated several 7th-tier techniques and wielded a 5th-tier treasure, her combat power far exceeding her own realm. Whoosh! Changge stepped forward, her surroundings once again filled with a multitude of afterimages. She did not rush to attack the young man in white. Instead, she targeted the already injured Wind and Thunder Sect disciple, unleashing her sword's brilliance once more as she struck down. The Wind and Thunder Sect disciple was filled with terror. hastily raising his weapon to block, but it was to no avail. Thud! In an instant, the disciple, along with his weapon, was cleaved in two, dying on the spot. Wang Shidi. The remaining disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect were immediately engulfed in rage. Bold Demoness, you truly deserve to die. The other 5 disciples were consumed by fury, having lost one of their own to Changge. It was a humiliation beyond measure. They all roared in unison, attacking in a tempest of anger. At the moment they moved, Changge directly employed the carefree movement technique, sprinting towards the direction of the Dao Tian Sect. She must not be allowed to escape back to Dao Tian Sect. The young man in white felt a surge of urgency in his heart, immediately unleashing his full speed, distancing himself from the other disciples as he pursued Changge. Just as he was about to catch up to her, she suddenly halted, spinning around with lightning speed and thrusting her sword. At this moment, her only adversary was the young man in white. Caught off guard, he hastily swung his sword to block. When, with a piercing metallic clang, the longsword in the young man's hand was cleaved in two by Changge's strike. The 5th-tier treasure revealed its sharpness. During their first encounter, Changge had intentionally withheld the true power of her 5th-tier treasure, not fully unleashing it. Now, as the 5th-tier treasure erupted with power, the young man's longsword, merely a 3rd-tier artifact, could not withstand its edge. The brilliant and fierce sword aura severed the young man's longsword effortlessly, maintaining its momentum as it tore through his chest. The young man in white's face remained etched with shock and disbelief, utterly unprepared for his own demise. With a thud, his lifeless body fell to the ground. The 4 remaining disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect were left aghast. Li Shixiao? Damn it, this demoness is only at the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. How could she have killed Li Shixiao? It was not just the 4 disciples who struggled to accept this. The hidden steward of the Wind and Thunder Sect wore a face ashen with fury, nearly dripping with malice. He had assumed that 6 disciples would be sufficient to eliminate Changge, which was why he had refrained from intervening. He never anticipated that Changge could turn the tables and slay 2 of them amidst their siege. Chapter 88. Changge's growth with 2 inner disciples dead. The steward of the Wind and Thunder Sect would undoubtedly face consequences upon returning to the sect. The thought soured his mood even further. Demoness, perish! As Changge advanced towards the remaining 4 disciples of the Wind and Thunder Sect, the steward bellowed, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy at the Guiyuan realm level, striking down towards Changge from afar. The overwhelming spiritual energy coalesced into a massive hand, descending with formidable force. If the young cannot prevail, the elders shall intervene. It seems they cannot play fair. Changge scoffed. With her current cultivation, she was not yet a match for a Guiyuan realm powerhouse. Thus, she summoned forth her battle puppet. Whoosh! As the battle puppet, clad in black armor, emerged, it raised its hand and swung a blade. A blade light stretching 100 feet erupted, a vast expanse of blade aura slicing through the air, cleaving the massive hand and enveloping the steward and his 4 disciples beneath. No! The steward's pupils contracted in terror as he let out a panicked roar. Despite their best efforts to resist, they could not withstand the onslaught of the 5th-tier battle puppet. With a resounding crash, the earth was cleaved open, and the steward along with the disciples were all slaughtered, facing the combined assault of 5 formidable foes. Changge first evaded their onslaught, eliminated the weakest among them, and then lured the others apart, picking them off one by one. An impressive display indeed. Changge appeared silently behind Changge, offering her a compliment. Master! Changge's eyes lit up, and she embraced Changge's arm, her face brimming with joy and satisfaction. To receive recognition and praise from Changge was an immense encouragement for her. Changge soared into the air with Changge, swiftly reuniting with the others. After a fierce battle, Lin Tian bore several bloody wounds, but had successfully slain the 2nd-level Guiyuan realm steward of the Wind and Thunder Sect. Although his achievement was partly due to the boost from his 5th-tier treasure, it was still a testament to his formidable strength. Well done, well done. My disciple possesses the potential of a great emperor. Changge was extremely pleased with Lin Tian's performance. This child, who had risen from obscurity, had begun to reveal his brilliance, capable of defeating foes beyond his level. Thanks to Master S' exceptional guidance, I have attained my current strength. Lin Tian expressed heartfelt respect and gratitude towards Su Changge. What about me? Master, praise me too. Luo Xiao clung to Su Changge's other arm, her eyes filled with anticipation as Su Changge pondered for a moment. Your precious gourd is quite impressive. Luo Xiao pouted, replying, but I'm only at the second level of the Guiyuan realm. Without treasures, how could I compete with them? Just now, Changge single-handedly faced the siege of 6 disciples from the Wind and Thunder Sect, managing to slay 2 of them through sheer strength until the sect's steward intervened. And she had only reached the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. You are simply too lazy, Su Changge chuckled helplessly. This girl was good in every aspect, yet she lacked diligence in her training. Lin Tan, Yun Xuining, and Changge, who were originally below her, had now surpassed her in cultivation. Treasures are also a part of strength. I use treasures to defeat my enemies. Isn't that the same? Luo Xiao argued passionately. Su Changge chuckled softly, ruffling the little girl's hair, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us go. It's time to head to the Wind and Thunder Sect. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Changge's eyes. He had initially intended to remain in the shadows for a while longer, waiting for the Dao Tian Sect to grow stronger before reclaiming resources and territories. However, since the Wind and Thunder Sect had foolishly sent people to besiege Dao Tian Sect, there was no need for courtesy. With 2 6-tier battle puppets at his disposal and wielding a sacred artifact, Su Changge could rival even the strongest of the respected realm, more than capable of annihilating the Wind and Thunder Sect. Su Changge activated the Spirit Wind Boat, traversing the vast expanse of land, heading towards the Wind and Thunder Sect with lethal intent. At this moment, the people of the Wind and Thunder Sect remained oblivious to the impending doom about to befall them. The territory of the Wind Thunder Sect is nestled within a mountainous expanse, not far from Wind Thunder City. This place is adorned with towering pavilions and palatial structures, housing tens of thousands of martial artists. From elder stewards to humble disciples, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Chapter 89. Storming the Wind Thunder Sect, the Lingfeng boat swiftly approached the skies above the Wind Thunder Sect, as Su Changge and his companions gazed down at the vast expanse of land below. Their expressions icy and resolute. With a hum, as Su Changge's party drew near the territory of the Wind Thunder Sect, runes flickered in the air, triggering the sect's protective grand formation. Who dares to intrude upon the Wind Thunder Sect? Immediately, a dozen stewards soared into the air, surrounding Su Changge and his companions. Itsu. Upon recognizing Su Changge, their hearts raced, instinctively taking a few steps back. Su Changge did not even spare a glance at these stewards. His eyes gleamed with golden light as his authoritative voice thundered like a storm. From this day forth, the Wind Thunder Sect shall cease to exist. Those who depart the territory within a quarter of an hour may live. After that, not a single soul shall remain within the Wind Thunder Sect. Employing the Golden Bell technique, Su Changge unleashed a formidable consciousness that spread widely, accompanied by his commanding voice, instilling a profound sense of fear in all within the Wind Thunder Sect. Boldness, who dares to utter such threats against our Wind Thunder Sect? Seeking death, you are the first to openly provoke the Wind Thunder Sect. Instantly, furious shouts erupted from within the Wind Thunder Sect. As 7 elders at the Path Transformation stage ascended into the air, their anger palpable. Anyone would be enraged when confronted by such provocation. It's you, the rabble of the Daotian Sect, seeing Su Changge. The 7 elders of the Wind Thunder Sect's hearts sank, their expressions turning grave. Just prior, Su Changge had employed the Xianlei array, decisively slaying 3 powerful beings of the revered realm. This scene had been recorded by disciples lurking around the Daotian Sect and reported back to the Wind Thunder Sect. Thus, the elders now regarded the Daotian Sect with increased caution. And you, the scum of the Wind Thunder Sect, why do you not hastily flee? The sect master has shown mercy, granting you a quarter of an hour to escape. You should be grateful. The dog stood upright, its paws crossed before it, casting a sidelong glance at the 7 elders of the Wind Thunder Sect. But of course, you cannot take away your treasury. That will be our spoils. The dog added, You have such audacity. Our Wind Thunder Sect has yet to settle accounts with you, Yet you dare to come here. The 7 elders of the Wind Thunder Sect were seething with rage. Previously, Changge had slain their Grand Elder and several stewards in Wind Thunder City, creating an inescapable blood feud. Now, the Dao Tian Sect had taken the initiative to confront them, intensifying their feelings of indignation and resentment. Since you refuse to leave, then you shall perish. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Changge's eyes. He was willing to spare the unaware disciples and servants of the Wind Thunder Sect, but he had no intention of allowing the higher-ups to leave alive. Clang! A silver spear materialized in Changge's hand, and with a mighty swing, dozens of spear shadows erupted forth like an unstoppable tidal wave. Engage! The second elder of the Wind Thunder Sect bellowed, unleashing his spiritual power and brandishing a battle blade with all his might. Bang! 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 With a series of explosive sounds echoing, the 7 elders of the Wind Thunder Sect were all sent flying by Changge's single strike. Coughing up blood profusely, what? Who is this person? How could he defeat 7 elders with a single move? The surrounding stewards and disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect felt their hearts race, their expressions filled with shock. Does he truly possess the strength to threaten our Wind Thunder Sect? A disciple exclaimed in astonishment, deeply shaken by Changge's displayed power. Nonsense! Our Wind Thunder Sect has 2 revered ancestors stationed here. How could they possibly annihilate us? Yes, the 2 ancestors have yet to intervene. Once they do, they are doomed. Some disciples remained unconvinced, holding firm confidence in the strength of the Wind Thunder Sect. Among the tens of thousands of martial artists, none chose to flee the sect in response to Changge's words. Chapter 90. Dealing the fatal blow. Hiss. Path Transformation Stage, 8th level. Not only the members of the Wind Thunder Sect, but even those from the Dao Tian Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Astonished by Changge's exhibited power, it was known that just prior in Wind Thunder City, Changge's cultivation was clearly at the 2nd level of path transformation. How could such a short time have passed? Even with the aid of elixirs, his improvement could not have been so rapid. Could it be that his true level is that of the revered realm, and he has been concealing it from us all along? Why does it seem that the stronger the enemies we encounter, the stronger this fellow becomes? The dog increasingly felt that something was amiss. Master's cultivation speed is simply absurd. Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao Xiao, Yun Xuaning, and Qin, you were all left speechless, genuinely astonished. I seem to recall that Master rarely practices. Lin Tian murmured to himself. The 4 and the dog exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Just as Changge prepared to deliver a fatal blow after defeating the 7 path transformation elders, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a burst of golden light. With a sweep of the moon shadow spear, Changge collided with the beam of golden light, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that rippled outward in all directions. Even when meeting a strike from a revered realm powerhouse head-on, Changge only retreated 2 steps, wholly unharmed. You insolent wretch! As a furious voice rang out, a white-haired matriarch soared into the air, wielding a dragon-headed staff, radiating a terrifying aura of the revered realm. The ancestor has finally made a move. Ha ha! The rabble of the Dao Tian Sect truly believes our Wind Thunder Sect to be weak? They're doomed now, upon witnessing the appearance of the matriarch. The elders, stewards, and disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions brightening with renewed confidence. And no matter how strong Changge was, he was merely at the path transformation stage. How could he possibly contend against the revered ancestors? Since you dare to trespass upon the Wind Thunder Sect, you shall all remain. Another powerful pressure erupted, enveloping the heavens and the earth. It was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, his eyes deep and weathered, brandishing soaring from the innermost depths of the Wind Thunder Sect. Both revered ancestors had taken action. Victory was assured. How dare the mere Dao Tian Sect come to our door? This time, we shall ensure they do not return. The members of the Wind Thunder Sect grew increasingly emboldened. Dao Tian Sect, did you truly think you could walk into your own demise without a 6-tier formation? What do you have to contend with me? A cold smile graced the matriarch's face as her dragon-headed staff erupted with blinding radiance. The overwhelming power surging forth like tidal waves towards Su Changge and his party. Su Changge did not retaliate. Instead, with a thought, a towering figure clad in black armor materialized beside him. Clang, the six-tier battle puppet wielded a battle blade, cleaving downwards, the dark blade light tearing through the golden glow and striking the dragon-headed staff with tremendous force. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the matriarch spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting from the sky like a broken kite, crashing down and creating a massive crater in the ground. Ancestor. This scene caused the pupils of the Wind Thunder Sect's members to constrict, their hearts skipping a beat. Revered realm. 9th level. The middle-aged man in the purple robe sensed the aura of the battle puppet, his heart racing uncontrollably as he instinctively took 2 steps back, his legs turning to jelly. Predecessor. This is a misunderstanding. We of the Wind Thunder Sect are willing to return the resources and territory of the Dao Tian Sect. We. The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke, promptly submitting and pleading for mercy. But Su Changge had no intention of granting him the opportunity to beg for mercy. Kill them. At Su Changge's command, the battle puppet's eyes glowed red, leaving behind an afterimage as it instantly appeared before the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man unleashed a furious and unwilling roar, his bursting forth with a dazzling sword aura, attempting to resist. Chapter 91. Annihilating the Wind Thunder Sect. Clang. Regardless of how the middle-aged man resisted, the battle puppet simply swung its blade down, the sharp and terrifying blade light tearing through everything. With a resounding crash, the middle-aged man was cleaved in two, the dreadful blade light slicing through the Wind Thunder Sect and creating a fissure stretching 1,000 feet long. A multitude of houses collapsed, and thousands of unfortunate disciples from the Fenglei sect were caught in the chaos, meeting their untimely demise on the spot. The patriarch has perished. This is a formidable being at the 9th level of the venerable realm. How could this happen? This scene left all the martial artists of Fenglei sect trembling with fear, their faces ashen, utterly terrified. Clang, the battle puppet transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before the old woman. Striking down once more with its blade. Already gravely injured, the old woman was now utterly defenseless, succumbing to her wounds. Thereafter, the battle puppet, resembling a reaper, left behind trails of phantoms in the air, its blade falling mercilessly. One elder and attendant of the Fenglei sect after another met their end. The remaining tens of thousands were engulfed in dread, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they fled towards the outskirts of the Fenglei sect. This is a matter of life and death. The dog, somewhat contemplative, shook his head and earnestly addressed Lin Tian, Luo, Qiao Qiao, Yun Xuanning, and Qing Yu, against such a malevolent enemy, now that a mortal enmity has been established. We must not show any mercy. Their extermination is imperative. If we do not eradicate them today, they will find ways to eliminate our Dao Tian Sect. The 4 of them nodded gravely in agreement. Let us proceed to seize the treasure vault of the Fenglei sect and collect our spoils. A smile quickly spread across the dog's face as he first stripped the weapons and storage rings from the 2 venerable realm experts. Then, with the 4 disciples in tow, excitedly rushed towards the treasure vault of the Fenglei sect. Ha! We have struck gold. Before long, the dog's jubilant voice echoed. As the overlord of this region, the Fenglei sect had been established for thousands of years, amassing an immense wealth of treasures. The spiritual stones alone, numbered in the millions, rows upon rows of bookshelves were filled to the brim with martial arts manuals and the abundance of various pills. Spiritual herbs and magical artifacts was beyond counting. Though their ranks were mostly not high, their sheer quantity was staggering. The dog and the 4 disciples busied themselves, filling dozens of storage rings before completely packing up the Fenglei sect's treasure vault. By the time they emerged from the vault, the entire territory of the Fenglei sect had been reduced to ruins. Terrifying blades of light wreaked havoc, cleaving through buildings, the earth marred with fissures. And a sea of corpses lay strewn about. Blood flowed like rivers. Su Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hovering in midair, quietly observing the scene. His expression remained placid, devoid of joy or sorrow, betraying no emotion. Having lived 2 lives, his mind was already mature and resolute, and he felt no discomfort from the carnage, except for a few outer disciples and menial workers who managed to flee. The core members of the No.1 sect had been entirely slaughtered. The No.1 sect, which had dominated the region for thousands of years, had been utterly annihilated. The fleeing martial artists spread the news far and wide. Before long, the news of the No.1 sect's annihilation at the hands of the Dao Tian Sect spread like an earthquake, creating a massive uproar. All the surrounding sects and factions were left in shock. That was the No.1 sect, with 2 venerable realm experts. How could they have been so forcefully exterminated? The Daotian Sect. Where is that sect from? Why have I never heard of it before? The name of the Daotian Sect rapidly circulated throughout the region, sparking countless discussions. What? The Daotian Sect wiped out the No.1 sect? In the Daohuang dynasty, when the royal patriarch received this news, his heart jolted, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. He had just activated the royal intelligence network to uncover Changge's true identity, which was that of the sect master of the Daotian Sect. Just as he was hesitating whether to seek trouble with the Daotian Sect on behalf of the Lin family, he received this intelligence from his spies. Wasn't the Daotian Sect supposed to have been eradicated long ago? How could they possess such formidable strength still? The royal patriarch felt incredulous. Chapter 92. A glimpse of brilliance. The royal patriarch's expression fluctuated between dark and light. The territory of the Daohuang dynasty was vast, and its overall strength far surpassed that of the No.1 sect. However, even if the Daohuang dynasty mobilized all its forces, it might not be able to annihilate the No.1 sect. According to the intelligence received, a mysterious powerhouse from the Daotian Sect had struck, slaying 2 venerable realm patriarchs of the No.1 sect with a single stroke. This person must be at least at the 6th or 7th level of the venerable realm to achieve such a feat. The Daotian Sect, truly a tenacious force. The royal patriarch took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The Daohuang dynasty and the Daotian Sect had no direct conflicts or animosities, yet the Daohuang dynasty had occupied the Daotian Sect's minds for centuries. If I recall correctly, the No.1 sect also occupied one of the Daotian Sect's spiritual stone mines. The Daotian Sect annihilation of the No.1 sect might be an attempt to reclaim lost territory. Should the Daotian Sect come knocking, would we have to return this mine? The royal patriarch furrowed his brow. The Tsingdu mountain range is rich in 6th-tier ores. Ever since occupying this mine, the Daohuang dynasty's income has surged significantly, trading 6th-tier ores for a wealth of resources, and the number of royal powerhouses has multiplied. He was unwilling to part with it. I shall observe for now and see the next move of the Daotian Sect. Additionally, I need to investigate the current strength of the Daotian Sect. After careful consideration, the royal patriarch made his decision. Summon the elders of the clan council. Ding! The Daotian Sect has made its initial mark. Its prestige breaking through 100,000. Earning system rewards. Sacred Grey Guardian Spirit Bird Egg 1. 7th-tier Spiritual Root Cloud Pattern Tree. Mountain Suppressing Heavenly Monument. With the annihilation of the No.1 sect, the name of the Daotian Sect spread throughout the region, igniting discussions and astonishment, and its prestige soared. As the system notification resonated, the 3 items appeared in the system space, ready for Changge's extraction at any time. As Changge's consciousness dove into the details of the sacred Grey Guardian Spirit Bird Egg, and the system automatically displayed annotations. The egg of the blazing fire sacred bird can hatch into a cub, and a fully grown blazing fire sacred bird possesses sacred realm cultivation. As Changge's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a surge of ecstasy. The blazing fire sacred bird, upon maturation, possesses sacred realm cultivation. How terrifying! If the Daotian Sect has a guardian spirit beast of sacred realm cultivation, it would be utterly formidable. Wait a moment, system, how long will it take to raise it to adulthood after hatching? Changge suddenly recalled a crucial question. Ding! The growth rate of the blazing fire sacred bird is not fixed. It requires heavenly materials and earthly treasures for nourishment. If sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures are provided, the growth rate of the blazing fire sacred bird will significantly accelerate. The system's response relieved Changge inwardly. The Daotian Sect has now accumulated sufficient spiritual stones and various treasures, making it entirely feasible to procure heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nurture the blazing fire sacred bird. Su Changge's attention shifted to the cloud pattern tree, and the system annotations appeared accordingly. The cloud pattern tree, a seventh-tier spiritual root, bears fruit known as the cloud fruit, a seventh-tier spiritual fruit that can be refined into seventh-tier pills, and consuming the spiritual fruit can enhance cultivation and improve physique. Seventh-tier spiritual fruit. Su Changge's heart leaped with joy again. More importantly, the cloud pattern tree was already 1 zhang tall in its initial state and visibly on the verge of blooming. This indicates that once planted, it won't be long before it bears fruit. Sixth-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures are already exorbitantly priced. The value of seventh-tier spiritual fruit is beyond imagination. Moreover, it can be used to nourish the blazing fire sacred bird. Su Changge's consciousness finally settled on the mountain-suppressing heavenly monument. The mountain-suppressing heavenly monument can guard an area as fate. The system annotation was succinct, and when Su Changge pressed for more details, the system provided no further explanations. The mountain-suppressing heavenly monument does not have a specific rank. Guarding fate, it should be a valuable item. After all, a product of the system is bound to be exquisite. Su Changge mused to himself. Fate, though seemingly ethereal, is of immense importance. If one can obtain the protection of fate, it would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on a sect. These 3 system rewards are all excellent items. Su Changge was exceedingly pleased. He suppressed his joyous emotions and refrained from extracting these 3 rewards immediately. After all, there was no place to store them. It would be better to wait until returning to the Dao Tian Sect. Chapter 93. The Spiritual Stone Mine of Tianguang Valley Master. Where shall we go next? Should we eliminate other sects that have encroached upon our resource territories? Luo Xiao eagerly inquired. After the annihilation of the Fenglei sect and the acquisition of numerous treasures, the young girl was exceedingly excited and eager for more exploits. Not in a hurry, Su Changge shook his head. With only 2 sixth-tier battle puppets, it is still not sufficiently secure. We should wait a while longer to develop more stability. Now, we shall proceed to Tianguang Valley to reclaim the spiritual stone mine there. The dog in the 4, eyes sparkling, exclaimed at the prospect. The spiritual stone mine. Compared to other types of mines, the value of a spiritual stone mine is far more conspicuous and direct, as it can yield spiritual stones directly. Su Changge urged the spirit wind boat, swiftly arriving at the Valley of Dawn. This was a lush and untamed forest, with ancient trees towering majestically, their massive canopies obscuring the sunlight, allowing only a few beams of light to filter through the gaps in the leaves. This moment, the mining site was deserted. The disciples of the Wind Thunder Sect, who had originally been stationed there, fled at the first news of their sect's annihilation. The mineral veins lay deep underground, with winding tunnels that twisted into the depths. After a thorough exploration, Su Changge and his companions discovered that approximately 20 million spirit stones remained unexploited. Mining spirit stones was no simple task. The ore here was exceptionally hard, making it difficult for ordinary practitioners at the profound spirit realm to pry it loose. Not only was the ore hard, but it was also brittle. A moment's carelessness could lead to its shattering, thereby ruining the spirit stones within. This situation was somewhat akin to diamonds on Blue Star, extremely hard but prone to fracturing under immense force, necessitating a cautious and gradual extraction process. Once the spirit stones were mined, they required special tools to cut and purify them, a process that was quite intricate. The Dao Tian Sect currently lacked the manpower to undertake the mining or to guard the site. After a moment of contemplation, Su Changge proposed, we have 2 options. First, we could hire another sect to mine the stones, compensating them with a share based on their yield. Second, we could seal this mineral vein for now and wait until the Dao Tian Sect grows stronger before we resume mining. What do you all think? Dogsy replied with a carefree attitude. Of course, we should choose the first option. 20 million spirit stones may not seem like a lot, but they would be incredibly beneficial for us right now. The sooner we extract them, the sooner we can put them to use. Once the Dao Tian Sect becomes more powerful, we won't even glance at this amount of spirit stones. Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao, Yun Xuanning, and Xin Yu all nodded in agreement, echoing Dogsy's sentiments. Then let us seek out a cooperative sect. Su Changge concurred that I am well acquainted with this. We can approach any sect that has a strong presence of transformation realm experts. Dogsy remarked, "We just wiped out the Wind Thunder Sect, so they surely wouldn't dare to inflate their numbers or hoard the Mind Spirit Stones." Without further ado, Su Changge and his companions inquired around and quickly located a reputable sect. The Seven Stars Sect, not far from the Valley of Dawn. The Seven Stars Sect was home to 7 Transformation Realm experts, boasting a solid overall strength. Upon learning that the Dao Tian Sect had come to them, the 7 Transformation Realm experts were momentarily shaken, nearly abandoning their sect in fright. However, under the smiling gaze of Su Changge, they halted, displaying expressions more sorrowful than tears. "Esteemed elders, may I inquire what brings you to our 7 Stars Sect?" The sect leader asked cautiously. Despite Su Changge's youthful appearance, he dared not show any disrespect, even humbly addressing him as esteemed elder. After all, the Wind Thunder Sect had just been eradicated by the Dao Tian Sect. Who wouldn't be afraid? Their 7 Stars Sect lacked any revered experts and could never hope to rival the Dao Tian Sect. "Fear not, for we have a significant project in mind and seek your cooperation." Su Changge replied with a smile that a significant project. "You wish for our cooperation?" The sect leader was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised. "Elder, please, tell us more. We will certainly cooperate fully." The sect leader nodded vigorously, not daring to defy him. Chapter 94. Cooperation with the 7 Stars Sect. The Spirit Stone Veins in the Valley of Dawn originally belonged to our Dao Tian Sect, but were later occupied by the Wind Thunder Sect. Now that we have eradicated the Wind Thunder Sect, we have reclaimed the Valley of Dawn. However, we lack the manpower to mine the stones, so we would like to request your assistance in extracting the spirit stones from the veins. There are approximately 20 million spirit stones remaining, and we ask that you deliver the mind stones to the Dao Tian Sect each month. There is no limit on the quantity. Simply mine as you are able. Of course, we will not ask you to assist us for free. You may retain 20% of the mind spirit stones, Su Changge explained. Hiss. To eradicate the Wind Thunder Sect simply for occupying our spirit stone veins. How ruthless. If we refuse, will we also face annihilation? The higher-ups of the 7 Stars Sect trembled at Su Changge's initial remarks. Upon hearing the final offer, their hearts raced, and they could not help but swallow hard. 20 million spirit stones with 2% retained. What did that mean? They would receive 4 million spirit stones. A 5th-tier magical artifact typically sells for only 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones. The total annual income of the 7 Stars Sect was barely over 200,000 spirit stones, not accounting for the expenses of their disciples' cultivation. Simply by assisting in mining, they could acquire 4 million spirit stones. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. We agree. We wholeheartedly agree. The higher-ups of the 7 Stars Sect nodded eagerly, elated, fearing that if they delayed, Su Changge might change his mind. Then it is settled. No contract is necessary to. I trust you will handle this matter well. Yes? Su Changge said, gazing meaningfully at the higher-ups of the 7 Stars Sect. Rest assured, esteemed elder, we will exert every effort to mine the spirit stones and will not pilfer even the slightest portion. Should we commit any deceit, we of the 7 Stars Sect are willing to accept any punishment. The sect leader assured, pounding his chest in guarantee. Then may our cooperation be fruitful. May our cooperation be fruitful. Su Changge smiled, shaking hands with the sect leader. After leaving the address of the Dao Tian Sect, Su Changge and his companions departed with satisfaction. Master, that's 20 million spirit stones. Isn't giving them 20% a bit excessive? 1% would suffice, wouldn't it? Luo Chao questioned, somewhat puzzled. 0.1% is indeed sufficient, but the speed of spirit stone extraction is not swift. That be why granting them 20%, they will mobilize their entire sect. And the 7 Transformation Realm Elders will personally participate, significantly increasing the extraction speed. If we can obtain the spirit stones sooner, giving them 20% is reasonable. Su Changge elucidated. OIC. Luo Chao nodded, somewhat understanding. Why was the Wind Thunder Sect unable to exhaust the spirit stone veins in the Valley of Dawn over several centuries? It was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because they did not dispatch Transformation Realm experts. Elders of the Transformation Realm hold esteemed positions. How could they stoop to mining? Would they not lose face? The extraction speed of transformation realm experts exceeds that of those in the profound spirit realm by more than tenfold. If we only offered the 7-star sect 1% of the spirit stones, the transformation realm elders would not be inclined to act. However, offering them 20% would entice them to personally engage in mining. Consequently, the spirit stone veins in the Valley of Dawn could be depleted in no time. Once back at the Dao Tian Sect, Changge closed the door to his room and, with a thought, summoned the system rewards. First, he extracted the egg of the sacred rank spirit bird, the Blaze Saint bird. This was a fist-sized crimson egg, covered in fiery patterns, exuding a gentle warmth as Changge examined the egg. It suddenly trembled and cracked open with a snap, revealing a small bird no larger than a palm, with soft yellow feathers and large, curious eyes, gazing intently at Changge. Chirp! The little bird affectionately nuzzled Changge's palm. Changge paused for a moment before saying, "System, are you certain this creature is the offspring of the Blaze Saint bird? It resembles a mere chick." Chapter 95. Offspring of the Blaze Saint bird indeed. The small bird before you bears an uncanny resemblance to a chick. Please trust this system. It is currently just a juvenile. Once it matures, it will showcase the majestic qualities of the Blaze Saint bird. The Blaze Saint bird possesses tremendous potential. Upon reaching maturity, it will attain a sacred realm cultivation, undoubtedly becoming a significant ally for you. The system replied confidently. "Very well." Changge cradled the Blaze Saint bird chick and said, "Since you are the offspring of the Blaze Saint bird and destined to reach the sacred realm with immense potential, I shall name you cunning." Chirp! The Blaze Saint bird tilted its head, its bright eyes shimmering with intelligence, and surprisingly nodded at Changge. Though it was but a juvenile, its extraordinary bloodline granted it remarkable wisdom. "Excellent, cunning. Let us be on our way." Changge was quite pleased. Holding the little chick in one hand as he opened the door to his room, upon detecting the new member, the Blaze Saint bird, the system began to calculate. Host cultivation level original cultivation Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Chao, Yun Xuanning Blaze, Saint bird initial stage of the 9th layer of the transformation realm. As the system prompt echoed, Changge's steps momentarily faltered as a robust and formidable force surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Astonishingly, Changge's cultivation level ascended from the mid-stage of the 8th layer of transformation to the initial stage of the 9th layer. This implied that the fiery sacred bird's cultivation must at least be at the returning origin realm, to possess such power right from birth. Truly, it is worthy of being a sacred-grade spirit beast. Changge's heart brimmed with delight. "Oh, is this a pet raised by my master? What an adorable little chick." Lin Tian in the courtyard looked surprised at the fiery sacred bird in Changge's hands. Chirp! Before Lin Tian could finish his sentence, the fiery sacred bird widened its eyes and emitted an adorably fierce chirp, instantly transforming into a streak of golden light and charging towards Lin Tian. "It can even fly. My master's pet is quite interesting." Before Lin Tian could complete his thought, he let out a pitiful scream as he was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by the impact of the fiery sacred bird. Lin Tian gasped, incredulously staring at his chest. Being struck by the little chick had left a purplish bruise on his torso, and he nearly fractured a rib, although he had been careless and failed to evade or defend himself. He was still at the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. The fact that this fiery sacred bird could injure him indicated that it possessed at least 6th layer strength of the returning origin realm. Yet, it appeared to be newly hatched. "Master, your chick is truly remarkable." Lin Tian's expression turned astonished. Chirp, chirp. Just as the fiery sacred bird returned to Changge's hands, it became enraged again, flapping its wings and charging at Lin Tian once more. This time, Lin Tian, having learned from his previous experience, quickly summoned his spiritual energy and crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, Lin Tian was once again knocked back several steps. His internal energy churning violently, his arms throbbed with a fiery pain. Just by its physical strength, this chick possessed power not inferior to the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. Lin Tian was greatly astounded. "Is this truly my master's pet? It is indeed extraordinary. All right, Kunkin, stop bullying him and come back. Su Changge spoke with a hint of exasperation. Only then did the fiery sacred bird cease its assault, casting a proud glance at Lin Tian before fluttering back to Su Changge's hands. Lin Tian, it is not a chick but a young fiery sacred bird. Referring to it as a chick is an insult, which is why it became angry. Su Changge explained, I have named it Kunkin, so you may call it by that name from now on. A fiery sacred bird? Lin Tian's heart raced with astonishment. To bear such a name, could it possibly be the offspring of a sacred grade beast? Oh, master, when did you acquire this little chick? At that moment, hearing the commotion, Luo Xiao emerged from a room, gazing with surprise at the fiery sacred bird in Su Changge's hands. Chapter 96. Planting the cloud pattern tree. Chirp chirp. The fiery sacred bird's eyes widened as it prepared to dash out, only to be restrained by Su Changge. Kunkin, be good. Don't be angry. Su Changge gently stroked its head, quickly calming it down. It is not a little chick but a young fiery sacred bird, and I have named it Kunkin. He reiterated. What sort of name is Kunkin? Master, your naming skills are quite lacking. It does not suit it at all. Luo Xiao expressed her dissatisfaction. In my opinion, it would be better to call it Little Yellow. Just look at its yellow feathers. It is so adorable. Lin Tian twitched his lips and remarked, Luo Jr. sister, your suggested name doesn't seem much better than Kun. Su Changge stroked his chin and turned to Lin Tian. What do you think it should be named? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am not skilled at naming either. After all, it is a fiery sacred bird, and I have no idea what name would be appropriate. Then let us go with Little Yellow. Little Yellow, come here, let me pet you. Luo Xiao cheerfully cradled the fiery sacred bird. Chirp chirp, the fiery sacred bird affectionately nuzzled against Luo Xiao's head, quickly forgetting that she had just called it a little chick. Su Changge smiled. Allowing Luo Xiao to take the fiery sacred bird, he moved to the center of the courtyard, dug a hole, and planted the cloud pattern tree. This was a small, verdant tree, its entire body adorned with faint cloud patterns. Poised to bloom, exuding a dreamlike beauty. Buzzing as the cloud pattern tree took root, it immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, causing the spiritual energy of the entire mountain to converge towards it, creating a tide of spiritual energy. Fortunately, there was a vein of spiritual energy beneath the Dao Tian Sect. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sustain a seventh-layer spiritual root. Master, what kind of tree is this? It can actively absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Lin Tian exclaimed, astonished. Not just him, but Luo Xiao, Guzi, Yin Xuanning, and Qing were equally startled by this wave of spiritual energy, all hastening back to the courtyard. This is a seventh-layer spiritual root, the cloud pattern tree. Su Changge clapped his hands and chuckled. In a while, it should blossom and bear fruit. A seventh-layer spiritual root. Guzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Xiao and Yun Xuanning were equally amazed. Their hearts stirred with excitement. They understood precisely what a seventh-layer spiritual root signified. Such a rare and valuable spiritual root was exceedingly scarce. Generally, only sacred lands or a select few well-established sects could cultivate a seventh-layer spiritual root. With just one seventh-layer spiritual root, it could continuously produce seventh-layer spiritual fruits, and it could also gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to nourish this land. Everyone training in this area would experience a significant increase in their cultivation speed. How many treasures do you have hidden away? Guzi mumbled to himself, beginning to doubt his own worth. Could it be that the so-called system Su Changge mentioned truly existed? Could it really generate various resources at intervals? Yet, such occurrences defied all logic. Master is incredible to even produce a seventh-layer spiritual root. Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. That it was noteworthy that Su Changge was merely at the transformation realm, yet could present a seventh-layer spiritual root, something most experts at the king realm could not achieve. Chirp chirp, the fiery sacred bird flapped its wings and perched on the branches of the cloud pattern tree, comfortably closing its eyes. Remarkably, it absorbed a portion of the spiritual energy tide enveloping the cloud pattern tree. Guzi's gaze fell upon the fiery sacred bird, and he was once again taken aback. He could vaguely sense that within the fiery sacred bird lay a trace of bloodline energy, though faint. It was exceptionally pure and powerful. It surpassed even his own silver moon wolf bloodline. Where did this little fellow acquire such a beast? Its bloodline is even stronger than mine. A sense of crisis surged within Guzi. Meanwhile, Yun Xuanning silently observed Su Changge, her eyes flickering with puzzlement. She realized that she was increasingly unable to see through him. On the other hand, Qingyu had the simplest thoughts. She was unaware of the values of the fiery sacred bird and the cloud pattern tree, and simply felt genuinely happy to see the Dao Tian Sect thriving. Chapter 97. Conspiracy resurfaces. Su Changge soared into the sky, gazing down at the territory of the Dao Tian Sect. Eventually, he arrived at the rear of the courtyard. Boom! With a thought, a time-worn stone tablet, 3 zhang high and 1 zhang long, crashed down, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The tablet was ancient and rugged, devoid of any inscriptions, appearing rather unremarkable. However, as Su Changge stared at the stone tablet, he felt an overwhelming and majestic aura wash over him. It was as if what stood before him was not merely a stone tablet, but an ancient, divine mountain. Unseen strands of the world's luck, invisible to the naked eye, quietly converged towards the mountain-suppressing heavenly tablet. The mountain-suppressing heavenly tablet. I hope it brings good fortune to the Dao Tian Sect. Su Changge mused, bowing in reverence to the tablet. Just as the members of the Dao Tian Sect were engrossed in their cultivation, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently at the ruins of the Wind Thunder Sect. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, reflecting every detail of the ruins, leaving nothing hidden. 9th layer of the respectful realm, an unknown sword technique. Interesting. The North Xian ancient nation. You have indeed taken action. The mysterious figure murmured to himself, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a pity, burdened by the curse of the dark taboo. The Dao Tian Sect is destined for annihilation. To prolong its existence for these 10,000 years, the Dao Tian Sect has already paid such a heavy price. Just how long can it endure with these few insignificant remnants? The figure of the mysterious man gradually became indistinct, vanishing into thin air. That a quarter of an hour later, at Xingyue Academy, a resplendent and powerful sect nestled within vast mountain ranges, abundant in spiritual energy, with ancient trees dotting the landscape, shrouded in mist. A place of extraordinary beauty, deep within the academy, atop a grand mountain, an elderly man clad in a purple robe and with hair as white as snow sat cross-legged at the summit, absorbing the celestial starlight that cascaded down, a breathtaking sight. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes, revealing a fleeting flash of piercing and terrifying purple light. A formidable pressure, akin to that of a primordial beast, erupted from him, shaking the heavens and the earth. No need to be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards your Xingyue Academy. That a figure cloaked in black emerged, its face concealed beneath a shadowy hood, resembling a specter. Even the elder, strong as he was, felt an immense threat emanating from the mysterious figure. The audacity of this individual to infiltrate the forbidden grounds of Xingyue Academy without triggering any formations was truly unsettling. Even more terrifying was the fact that the elder's divine sense could not perceive his presence, as if he emitted no aura whatsoever. This was exceedingly bizarre. Your Excellency has trespassed upon Xingyue Academy. What is your intention? The elder inquired cautiously, his spiritual power swirling around him, poised and ready. Engrossed in his cultivation, he was startled by the sudden appearance of such a formidable and enigmatic being. Who wouldn't be taken aback? The mysterious man did not respond to the elder's query, but instead stated, Fenglei Sect was annihilated by Dao Tian Sect several hours ago. And so, the elder narrowed his eyes, unsure of what the mysterious man aimed to convey. The Fenglei Sect had been eradicated solely because they had occupied a mining vein belonging to Dao Tian Sect. Dao Tian Sect is currently flourishing, growing in strength. The destruction of Fenglei is merely the first step. Next, all sects that have encroached upon Dao Tian Sect's resources will face reckoning. They will be annihilated one by one. The elder's pupils constricted sharply. Xingyue Academy occupies the Feifeng mountain range, which originally belonged to Dao Tian Sect. Are you implying that Dao Tian Sect will come to attack Xingyue Academy? Though a slight weight settled in the elder's heart, He maintained his composure, revealing no changes in expression. Not an attack, but an extermination. The mysterious man smiled faintly, saying, "To avoid being obliterated by Dao Tian Sect, you must ally with other sects that have encroached upon Dao Tian Sect's resources, and together eliminate Dao Tian Sect." Chapter 98. Breaking Through to the Venerable Realm. The elder squinted, his gaze shifting that if Dao Tian Sect truly came knocking, returning the Feifeng Mountain Range would be the least of their concerns. Xingyue Academy bears no grudge against Dao Tian Sect, and there is no reason to provoke them into a vendetta. In the end, he replied indifferently, as the saying goes, the wise grow cunning with age. After a moment's contemplation, the elder pieced together the truth. The sect behind the mysterious man seeks to eradicate Dao Tian Sect. Their approach to Xingyue Academy is merely to use it as a tool. Though occupying the Feifeng Mountain Range is not a glorious act, if Dao Tian Sect truly possesses the strength to confront Xingyue Academy, what harm is there in returning it? The elder was not foolish. He refused to be a pawn in someone else's game, unnecessarily embroiling himself in a bitter feud with Dao Tian Sect. The mysterious man, upon hearing this, had a flicker of light in his eyes. Ultimately, he chuckled softly and said, "Sometimes, being too clever is not a virtue. I intended to negotiate with you earnestly, but since you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall have to resort to other means." The elder suddenly felt a jolt, and a sword of Dao materialized in his hand, releasing an astonishing sword aura. Yet, before he could make a move, the mysterious man's eyes suddenly glowed with two streams of dark light, leaping forth like two swirling vortices, imbued with an uncanny power. The elder merely glanced at them, and a thunderous explosion resounded in his mind, his consciousness disintegrating in an instant. The elder stood there, his gaze vacant, frozen in place. Moments later, dark light flickered in his eyes, and a strange smile slowly crept across his lips. At this juncture, the mysterious figure had already vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. "Come forth, relay my command to summon all the heads and elders of the academy." The elder's steady and authoritative voice echoed, as Xingyue Academy became abuzz with activity. The mysterious man silently appeared high above the heavens, gazing in the direction of Dao Tian Sect, a cold smile gracing his lips. "This time, when the 8 major sects unite to strike, will you be able to withstand their onslaught? Beixian Ancient Kingdom, I shall see if you can continuously protect Dao Tian Sect." Monitoring has detected that sect member Yin Yulang has broken through to the 5th level of the Xianling realm. Initiating a peace negotiation. Monitoring has detected that sect member Yun Xuening has broken through to the 6th level of the Xianling realm. Initiating a peace negotiation. Monitoring has detected that sect member Lin Tian has broken through to the 7th level of the Guiyuan realm. Initiating a peace negotiation. Monitoring has detected that sect member Luo Xiao has broken through to the 3rd level of the Guiyuan realm. Initiating a peace negotiation. Monitoring has detected that sect member Qing Yu has broken through to the 2nd level of the Guiyuan realm. Initiating a peace negotiation. Monitoring has detected that sect member Qi Hua Sheng Niao has broken through to the 5th level of the Guiyuan realm. Initiating a peace negotiation. The host cultivation, original cultivation, Yin Yulang Lin Tian Luo Xiao Yun Xuening Qing Yu initial stage of the Venerable Realm. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the nurturing of the spiritual veins and the continuous supply of resources, the cultivation of the members of Dao Tian Sect saw substantial improvement. Moreover, Su Changge's cultivation also directly ascended to the Venerable Realm. Boom! At this moment, Su Changge felt a resounding echo in his mind and body. A torrent of immense power surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and flesh, inducing an astonishing transformation in his physique. Within his consciousness, a vast soul force emerged, merging with Su Changge's soul, nurturing his consciousness, both undergoing remarkable and intense metamorphosis. Moments later, Su Changge's previously ethereal soul solidified, resembling a miniature version of himself, indistinguishable from the real Su Changge. Having cultivated the Golden Bell technique to its pinnacle, Su Changge's soul strength was nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary venerable realm practitioner at the 8th or 9th level. The chaotic and hazy sea of consciousness expanded more than 100-fold compared to when he was in the transformation realm. It could be said that relying solely on the Golden Bell technique, Su Changge could effortlessly annihilate swathes of opponents of the same realm using nothing but a soul attack. Chapter 99. The Aggrieved Pup. Not only his consciousness and soul, but Su Changge's physical form also underwent a remarkable transformation. Within his Dantian, spiritual power surged like an ocean, flooding his meridians and acupoints with unprecedented strength, the flow of blood producing a cacophony akin to a tsunami. Abundant vitality erupted from the crown of Su Changge's head, transforming into a radiant beam of blood. In this moment, Su Changge resembled a humanoid primordial beast, every inch of his flesh brimming with explosive power. Whoosh! Su Changge opened his eyes, a flash of lightning coursing through them, causing the air to shimmer with a terrifying pressure. Taking a deep breath, Su Changge reigned in his formidable aura, his demeanor becoming increasingly serene and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly grace. What commotion is this? The pup, deep in meditation and cultivation, suddenly felt a jolt of trepidation at a formidable pressure emanating from nearby. Though that overwhelming force dissipated in the blink of an eye, it was unmistakably a pressure of the venerable realm. I truly admire your stealthy approach. The pup gritted its teeth. Reflecting on recent events, every encounter with a formidable adversary had left it on edge, ever ready to activate the Wolf King seal to protect Su Changge. Who would have thought that Su Changge had silently cultivated to the venerable realm without uttering a word? He didn't even require its protection to possess such high cultivation and not inform me, causing me needless worry for so long. Take this. The pup, increasingly agitated, kicked open the door to Su Changge's room with a mighty kick, launching itself at him. Su Changge raised an eyebrow, executing a swift maneuver, spinning the pup around 180 degrees before tossing it out of the room, all in one fluid motion. This is infuriating. The pup spat out the dirt from its mouth, letting out a strange howl, and lunged at Su Changge once more. Pup, what has gotten into you today? Stop this nonsense. Su Changge, somewhat helpless, dared not retaliate seriously, narrowly avoiding having his long robe torn apart by the pup's relentless kicks. Speak. What is your true cultivation level? Why have you kept it from me for so long? Damn it, this has caused me great concern for you during this period. The canine, both furious and aggrieved, kicked wildly with its forelegs, inadvertently tearing the seams of Su Changge's long robe. Su Changge was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a warm current surge within his heart. Whenever faced with formidable foes, the canine instinctively summoned the Wolf King seal, prepared to fight fiercely to protect itself. Though the canine remained silent, Su Changge could sense the aura of the Wolf King seal. Aside from the late Yun Tianjunren, the canine was undoubtedly the being most concerned for him in this world. A beast of extraordinary nature, I have merely just broken through to the realm of the venerable. Everything is a gift from a system. I have not concealed anything from you. Su Changge sighed softly, revealing the truth that that system truly real. The canine questioned suspiciously. Well, you could perceive it as a treasure trove, a repository that only I can unlock, from which I can obtain a portion of resources at intervals. Su Changge elaborated further. A treasure trove? Is it the one previously hidden by the Dao Tian Sect? The canine was momentarily stunned. Connecting the dots, its brow furrowed in skepticism. The old man did not deceive you, nor did I. This treasure trove appeared suddenly one night, which is why I can extract resources periodically, Su Changge stated. At this moment, the canine had already begun to believe. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain the various treasures Su Changge had presented during this time, all of which were absent from Yun Tianjunren's possession. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao stealthily descended the mountain, making her way to another peak of the Dao Tian Sect before producing a communication talisman. After a while, she quietly returned to the courtyard. Master! Luo Xiao rushed over, disregarding the dust and paw prints adorning Su Changge, and embraced his arm, beaming as she said, Master, I wish to descend the mountain for training. How about we go to the Yao Ling Mountain? Chapter 100. Journey to Yao Ling Mountain, descend the mountain for training. Both Su Changge and the canine were taken aback, not expecting Luo Xiao to propose such an idea. Had it been Lin Tian suggesting it, Su Changge would not have been surprised. However, Luo Xiao was clearly the least diligent disciple among them. Yao Ling Mountain? What sort of place is that? Su Changge pondered with some confusion. Yao Ling Mountain? The canine furrowed its brow, its expression slightly shifting. All right, master. Luo Xiao blinked her large, sparkling eyes, gazing at Su Changge with a pitiful look. Very well, I shall accompany you to Su Changge chuckled, ruffling Luo Xiao's little head. Hooray! Master is the best! Luo Xiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to plant a kiss on Su Changge's cheek before bouncing away. This girl, Su Changge chuckled softly, shaking his head. Changge, you may accompany Xiao to Yao Ling Mountain. But do exercise caution. That is the territory of the demon clan. Most demons harbor a rather unfriendly disposition towards humans. The canine stated gravely. Su Changge felt a stirring in his heart. Elaborate. Yaoling Mountain was once a sacred site for the demon clan, yet it was destroyed 10,000 years ago and has gradually fallen into disrepair. Though the Yaoling Mountain no longer hosts formidable demons, many still linger, likely including several great demons at the venerable level. The canine explained. Su Changge stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. What could have prompted Luo Xiao to venture into the demon's domain? Given her character, she would certainly not initiate such a journey. Could it be a directive from the Daotian ancient kingdom? Su Changge quickly deduced a portion of the truth. While he was uncertain of the intentions behind the Daotian ancient kingdom sending Luo Xiao to Yaoling Mountain, it assuredly could not be a negative matter. Master, please take my senior brother and 2 junior sisters along as well, and let the canine accompany us too. Luo Xiao hastily returned, cradling a fluffy little chick in her arms. Well, more accurately, it was a hatchling of the blazing fire's sacred bird. Very well, that Su Changge nodded, his mind deep in thought. Soon, Lin Tian, Yun Xuanning, and Qin Yu arrived in the courtyard. After a brief tidying up, they set forth towards Yao Ling Mountain. The Ling Feng boat sliced through the sky, the vast earth rushing past below. Yao Ling Mountain lay quite far from the Dao Tian Sect territory. Even with Su Changge having broken through to the venerable realm, it took them a full day and night to reach the location. What greeted their eyes was a vast expanse of mountains and waters, with elegant peaks surrounding a lake of azure waves, a picturesque scene rich in spiritual energy. However, surrounding this lake were gathered thousands of demons, divided into a dozen or so factions, each glaring menacingly at one another. As the Ling Feng boat approached, the multitude of demons simultaneously lifted their heads, their gazes fixating on Su Changge and his group. Humans? How did humans come to be here? Could it be that one of the demons leaked the news? Regardless of how they arrived, they are merely a handful of little brats. We shall eliminate them. The demons initially froze, then their eyes flashed with malice. Su Changge appeared exceedingly youthful, while Lin Tian and Luo Xiao, Yun Xuanning, and Qin Yu were mere boys and girls, far too young to pose any threat. You human pests, you have 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, bear the consequences. A deep, authoritative voice resonated. It belonged to a black, violent ape, standing 3 zhang tall, its massive form akin to a small mountain, exuding a formidable aura that instilled fear. Oh, what consequences might those be? Su Changge inquired, undeterred, and gracefully descended to confront the gathering of demons. Upon arriving at this place, Su Changge had already begun to form a conjecture. With so many powerful demons congregated here, and the Daotian ancient kingdom sending the Dao Tian Sect to this location, it indicated that opportunities would soon manifest. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Furthermore, among these demons, the strongest merely reached the venerable realm, which was insufficient to deter the Dao Tian Sect. Chapter 101. Provocation from the Violent Ape Leader. Excellent. Human, you possess remarkable audacity. The violent ape's eyes flared with menace upon hearing this. This human dares to provoke the leader of the violent apes? Such audacity is unparalleled. Tsk. This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. The surrounding demons regarded the scene with pity. The violent ape clan was notoriously powerful in these parts, known for their fiery tempers. Quick to resort to violence over trivial matters, few dared to provoke the violent apes. The leader of the violent apes possessed the strength of the third level of the venerable realm. Changge appeared far too young. Typically, possessing the cultivation of the Xianling realm was already quite impressive, and no demon believed Changge could match the violent ape leader. Boom! The leader of the violent apes, not one for many words, stomped the ground fiercely, producing a thunderous crack that shook the earth, creating a massive crater. The leader's colossal form soared into the air like a cannonball, its thick black fur extending a foot in length. The leader of the violent apes leaped above Changge, its enormous foot, as thick as a shovel, radiating dark energy, the terrifying demonic power swirling as it descended upon Changge. This was a display of arrogance and contempt. The leader sought to crush Changge and his companions beneath its foot. "How dare you? More arrogant than I." The canine was incensed, having never encountered such a brazen demon in its life. Just as it prepared to summon the six-tier combat puppet to cleave the violent ape leader in two, Changge made his move. Clang! A silver spear materialized in Changge's hand, infused with spiritual power, emitting a resonant hum as he swept it skyward. Though the moon shadow spear was merely a fifth-tier artifact, under the impetus of Changge's formidable spiritual power, a glimmer of icy light erupted from the spear's tip. And then the spear shot forth like a dragon. The leader of the violent apes brought its foot down with immense force. Yet the moon shadow spear pierced through, its razor-sharp brilliance erupting and penetrating the foot. Shining through, blood spraying forth? Ayu! The violent ape leader let out a pained howl, its face contorted in agony. The violent ape leader has sustained an injury? How can this be? The violent ape leader possesses formidable strength at the third level of the venerable realm. The surrounding demons were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Though the leader of the violent apes was known for its arrogance, it had never been anticipated that such a young human could inflict injury. Could it be that this human also possesses the cultivation of the venerable realm? Changge struck decisively, immediately employing the technique of the carefree body, leaving behind a fleeting shadow at his original location. In an instant, he materialized behind the leader of the savage apes, thrusting his spear towards the back of its skull. "Human, you seek death." The savage ape leader, both astonished and enraged, swiftly dismissed its earlier contempt. Its hands emanated a surging dark light as it unleashed a powerful punch from the side, colliding with the moon shadow spear, producing a deafening explosion. Changge's body flickered, flames surged from his left hand as he executed the fiery heaven palm, slapping the savage ape leader squarely across the face, delivering a resounding slap, smack. The crisp and melodious sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated, accompanied by an eruption of fierce flames that incinerated half of the savage ape leader's dark fur, leaving it charred and blackened. This scene left the other demon clans utterly shocked and horrified. Hiss! The savage ape leader had been soundly slapped by this young human. Such fluctuations in spiritual energy. He is at the first level of the venerable realm. This human appears to be merely 20 years of age, yet possesses such cultivation. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The demon clans erupted in murmurs, astonished by Changge's astounding prowess. To possess the venerable realm at such a young age, and to injure a savage ape leader at the third level of the venerable realm, was utterly terrifying. Master has once again broken through. Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao Xiao, Yun Xuanning, and Qin Yu all twitched at the corners of their mouths, simultaneously shocked and somewhat numb. Since aligning themselves with Changge, he had brought them an abundance of astonishment, to the extent that the four had grown somewhat accustomed to it. They even began to suspect that Changge's true cultivation might be beyond the first level of the venerable realm. Chapter 102. A ferocious beating caught off guard by a resounding slap. The savage ape leader's face contorted in pain, its teeth scattered, while the terrifying flames singed the hair from its head. The savage ape leader felt a ringing in its skull, momentarily unable to believe the outcome. It was the proud leader of the savage ape clan, a formidable being at the third level of the venerable realm. In the spirit demon mountains, it was a dominant force. Yet today, it had been soundly slapped by a mere young human. This was an utter humiliation. Roar! The savage ape hammered its chest 3 times, unleashing a deafening roar as a terrifying black vortex erupted from within, knocking Su Changge back. Human scum, I will have your life. The savage ape leader was utterly enraged, its eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. Dark light radiated from its entire being, its towering physique rippling with muscle, resembling a coiling dragon, exuding explosive power. Boom! The savage ape leader slammed down with its palm, conjuring a whirlwind that sent shockwaves of terror through the nearby demon clans, forcing them to retreat in haste. Su Changge flickered, evading the assault instead of confronting it head-on. With a thunderous crash, the palm struck the ground, causing the earth to crack, massive boulders exploding into dust, sending clouds of debris into the air. The savage ape clan was inherently powerful, and this palm strike, if it landed on a human, would be unbearable even for those of the same realm. Su Changge executed the carefree body technique with remarkable agility. Just as the savage ape leader's palm struck the ground, Su Changge had already appeared behind it, employing the same tactic, thrusting his spear towards the back of the savage ape leader's head. However, this time, it proved ineffective. A swirling dark light enveloped the savage ape leader's exterior, as if a massive black bell was encasing it. When Su Changge's spear struck the dark light, it produced a resonant clang, failing to breach its defenses. This was the savage ape clan's innate divine ability, the protective chi. With such formidable protective chi, combined with the savage ape clan's inherent strength, a single slap would be unbearable for most beings of the same level, making their combat style exceedingly ferocious. Even those a level or 2 higher than the savage ape would typically find it challenging to triumph over them. The leader had merely been careless, caught off guard by this human scum's ambush. Now that the leader was serious, this human was undoubtedly doomed. The demons of the savage ape clan exchanged glances, their faces revealing cold smirks, their confidence soaring. This human, though formidable, was ultimately merely at the first level of the venerable realm. Its cultivation was evident. How could it possibly defeat the savage ape leader at the third level? Not only the savage ape clan held this belief. Other demon clans shared the same sentiment, their expressions mocking. This shell may be tough, but it is still insufficiently so. A cold smile graced Su Changge's lips. In an instant, golden light erupted from his being. Boundless vitality surged forth from the crown of his head, resembling a primordial beast awakening, instilling dread in the hearts of the surrounding demons. The indestructible golden body. This was an immensely powerful body-refining technique, which, when mastered, could manifest an indestructible golden form, impervious to blades and untouched by all forms of attack. At this moment, Su Changge appeared like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, radiant in golden light. Impossible to gaze upon directly. Boom! Su Changge unleashed a punch, colliding with the savage ape's fist in a direct confrontation. With a thunderous explosion reverberating, a terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, spreading in all directions and the astonished gazes of onlookers and demons alike. The savage ape leader let out a wail, its hand emitting the sound of shattering bones, blood spraying forth as its massive form was sent flying backward. In this pure contest of strength, the savage ape leader was defeated. Power met power. The savage ape clan, renowned for their inherent strength, had been vanquished by the traditionally frail human physique. This was nothing short of a fantastical tale, leaving all the demons aghast, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Master, so powerful! Lin Tian and the others widened their eyes, murmuring to themselves, their hearts stirred by immense waves of emotion. They too had cultivated the indestructible golden body. Yet, to be fair, even if they achieved the venerable realm and employed the technique, they would not possess such formidable might that Su Changge had thoroughly comprehended the indestructible golden body, bringing it to its pinnacle. Chapter 103. Dominance of Power. After sending the savage ape soaring with a single punch, Su Changge's form flickered as he approached the savage ape, his foot glowing with golden light as he descended from above. This was an expression of arrogance and dominance, returning the favor with its own means. Human, the savage ape was filled with dread, frustration, and fury, and could only cross its arms before it to brace for Changge's impending kick. Then came the thunderous roar of impact. The savage ape screamed as its arms emitted the sound of shattering bones, its massive form driven downwards by Changge's foot, crashing heavily into the ground. The earth trembled, the solid ground was forcefully driven into a massive pit, rapidly cracking, boulders and soil flying into the air, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent shivers down the spine. The savage ape leader was defeated in a direct confrontation of power. It had been ruthlessly beaten by a human. This unbelievable scene left the surrounding demons in a daze, their minds buzzing as they gazed at Changge with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Wasn't it said that humans were physically weak, far inferior to demons? What manner of monster is this? Surely, it cannot be a transformed beast in human form. Clang! A silver spear appeared in Changge's hand, spiritual energy swirling around it, aimed directly at the savage ape leader's brow. He hurled it with great force. In that critical moment, accompanied by a furious roar, another savage ape wielding a dark golden club swung it fiercely, narrowly intercepting the moonshadow spear. Bang! The moonshadow spear collided with the dark golden club, producing a deafening explosion, the terrifying shock waves rippling outward, stirring up clouds of dust, as Changge summoned the moonshadow spear back to his hand. The other savage ape, however, was sent reeling back 5 or 6 steps, its feet sinking into the ground, its entire body surging with tumultuous energy. One could only imagine the immense force it had endured. What is this, a human or a monster? The savage ape's eyes widened in horror, utterly incredulous. The savage ape clan was known for their innate strength, consistently overpowering other races of the same realm. Yet now they were being overpowered in strength by a mere human. Indeed, somewhat powerful. No wonder he dared to intrude into our territory. Unfortunately, being at the first level of the venerable realm is still too weak. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed that as Changge turned to locate the source, there stood a golden ferocious bird, each feather shimmering with golden light, its massive form exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Be cautious, it is of the Golden Peng clan. Dogsy's expression grew serious as he quietly transmitted his thoughts to Changge. The Golden Peng clan possessed a portion of the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a branch of the Golden Winged Rock. Although this particular Golden Peng clan member's lineage appeared impure, it still coursed with a faint Golden Winged Rock bloodline. With such a background, it was destined to possess formidable strength. Human ant, recognizing your arduous cultivation, I shall grant you a chance to live. The Golden Peng clan member stood aloft in the air, its tone indifferent and haughty. Offer up the body-refining technique you have cultivated, and I may allow you to leave here alive. The formidable members of the Jinping clan possessed a keen insight, recognizing that Changge must have cultivated a powerful body-refining technique, enabling him to overpower the Daotian clan on a physical level. Although he could not directly practice the techniques of the human race, he could trade this body-refining method with human sex in exchange for substantial benefits. Unfortunately, I have no intention of relinquishing the body-refining technique, nor do I plan to depart from this place. Changge maintained an expression of serene indifference. Do you truly believe that with your mere first-level status as a Xuanjing, you can contend against us, the demon race? The Jinping clan expert's gaze turned icy, his eyes emanating a golden light, resembling 2 swirling golden vortices, utterly terrifying, as if they sought to devour one's very soul. Chapter 104. The Dread of the Demons. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? The Jinping clan expert's gaze swept across, causing the demons to feel their heads spinning, as if their consciousness were about to leave their bodies. Hiss! A few of the stronger demons were startled, and upon regaining their senses, their hair stood on end. This is an incredibly terrifying force of spiritual consciousness. Just a single glance nearly robbed me of my awareness. The demons were filled with trepidation, thoroughly intimidated by the display of power from the Jinping clan expert. Evidently, The Jinping clan expert possessed an extraordinarily powerful soul and practiced methods of soul attack. Yet Su Changge remained unfazed. He stood proudly in place, his gaze deep and tranquil, meeting the Jinping clan expert's stare. The Jinping clan expert unleashed a sharp and fearsome soul attack, yet sank into the abyss, having no impact whatsoever on Su Changge. The Jinping clan expert narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished within. Could it be that this human not only possesses formidable physical strength, but also an extraordinary soul? Impossible! At such a young age, achieving mastery in body refining to this extent is already a remarkable feat. There is no way he could have the time to cultivate his soul. It seems he possesses a special treasure capable of resisting soul attacks. The Jinping clan expert's mind raced as he deduced the truth. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. The Jinping clan expert coldly snorted, releasing the terrifying pressure of a 7th-level Zhuanjing, akin to a golden sun blazing across the sky. Overlooking all, is it possible to be called young if one is not arrogant? Su Changge chuckled lightly, entirely unshaken by the overwhelming pressure of the Jinping clan expert. Oh, what if your cultivation is high? Do you truly believe you are the only one with high cultivation? The dog also snorted coldly, raising its head and summoning a 6th-level battle puppet. Boom! As the battle puppet clad in black armor materialized, the dreadful pressure of a 9th-level Zhuanjing was unleashed, instantly crushing the pressure emanating from the Jinping clan. What? A 9th-level Zhuanjing expert? The cursed human race, they came prepared. When did he hide nearby? How could I have not sensed him at all? With the emergence of the battle puppet, the demons were left in shock. A 9th-level Zhuanjing expert is sufficient to reign supreme in this area. Unquestionably a formidable ruler. The battle puppet, shrouded in black armor, revealed only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes, leaving the demons unable to discern it as a puppet, believing it to be a living human. Who are you? To intrude recklessly into our demon territory is rather unreasonable, don't you think? At that moment, a calm and authoritative voice resounded that it was a snow-white tiger, emanating the same terrifying pressure of a 9th-level Zhuanjing. Standing in opposition to the battle puppet, it was indeed the strongest among the demons, the only 9th-level Zhuanjing among them. Humph. So what if you were a 9th-level Zhuanjing? Do you truly believe our demon race lacks such powerful beings? While a 9th-level Zhuanjing is not to be underestimated, how many of them are there? Do they dare to contend against thousands of demons? Utterly overestimating themselves, the demon experts all revealed cold smiles, maintaining their composure. The human race possesses only one 9th-level Zhuanjing expert. They are not to be feared. Although they may squabble among themselves, they would unite against the human race. Su Changge could not be bothered to engage in a debate with the demon experts, directly summoning another 6th-level battle puppet. Boom! With the appearance of another battle puppet, yet another terrifying aura of a 9th-level Zhuanjing was released. Sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, the demons instantly fell silent, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. What? 2 9th-level Zhuanjing experts. Where did they come from? Even the white tiger narrowed its eyes, its expression growing more serious. Everyone, do we not have the right to be here? Su Changge smiled at the gathering of demons, saying, while you may be numerous, if a conflict were to arise, how many of you do you think would fall? We intend to share in the opportunities here. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 105. The Secret Realm of Demon Spirits. Su Changge's voice rang in the ears of the demons. Sounding both jarring and audacious, the demons erupted in fury. However, upon glancing at the 2 9th-level Zhuanjing battle puppets, they suddenly found it hard to remain angry. This human was indeed quite arrogant, yet he possessed the capital to be so. Even the 9th-level Zhuanjing white tiger narrowed its eyes, remaining silent. Though the demons appeared united, should a battle ensue, not many would dare to clash recklessly with 2 9th-level Zhuanjing experts. The reasoning is simple. If all the demons were to attack, they would undoubtedly prevail against the 2 9th-level Zhuanjing experts. However, such an endeavor would likely cost them dearly. Who would willingly sacrifice themselves? After all, Su Changge and his companions held no genuine enmity towards the demons. The conflict's root lay merely in the demon's reluctance to share opportunities with the human race. However, given that the human race possessed two ninth-level Xinjing experts, it seemed that sharing a portion with them was not entirely unacceptable. The Baoyuan clan leader, lying on the ground, wore a somewhat resentful and frustrated expression. Damn it, if you had two ninth-level Xinjing experts, why not summon them from the outset? Who would dare to drive you away then? You had to play the fool, leaving me to suffer an unjust beating. What use are the demon race's opportunities to you humans? Since you insist on intervening, let us see if you can seize the opportunities here. The Jinping clan expert snorted coldly. Despite his displeasure, he understood that they could not drive away these humans. The other demon experts observed silently, their expressions unreadable as Changge and his companions descended to the ground. Before the Baoyuan clan leader could rise, Changge stood at the edge of the pit, smiling down at him. The Baoyuan clan leader shivered, feigning calm as he spoke. Fellow Daoist, I concede this time. I apologize for my earlier rashness. The usually resolute Baoyuan clan leader was compelled to bow his head. The other members of the Baoyuan clan looked at Changge with trepidation, fearful that he would eliminate their leader. Tell me in detail what opportunities lie here, Changge inquired. Upon hearing this, the Baoyuan clan leader was taken aback. The other demons also stared in disbelief, their eyes widening slowly. Could it be? You truly do not know what opportunities are here. Why then do you stir up such commotion? The hearts of the demons seethed, and their gazes towards Changge and his companions were filled with resentment and displeasure. You truly not know? The Baoyuan clan leader found it hard to believe, as Changge nodded. The Baoyuan clan leader felt as if he were on the verge of tears, realizing he had endured an unjust beating for nothing. Reluctantly, he explained, the Demon Spirit Mountain was once a sacred place for the demon race, but it was destroyed during the dark upheaval 10,000 years ago, leaving even the underground spiritual veins to vanish, turning it into a desolate wasteland. Over the long passage of time, it has gradually regained some spiritual resonance, leading many demons to settle here. Recently, a surge of spiritual energy has begun to emerge from the depths of the lake, with mysterious, unknown lights flickering, and even spatial fluctuations have been detected. Through our careful study, we suspect that the demon spirit's secret realm, lost for 10,000 years, is on the verge of reappearing. Demon spirit's secret realm. Changge, along with Guzi and Luo Xiao, felt a stir of interest in their hearts. What treasures lie within this demon spirit's secret realm? Changge inquired. I am not certain. The Baoyuan clan leader replied earnestly. We are merely ordinary demons, or perhaps branches of certain powerful races, and we have no access to much information regarding the sacred places of the demon race, that we are only aware that the spirit realm of demons once constituted the very heart of the demon spirit mountain, seemingly brimming with numerous opportunities. However, most of these opportunities are likely to be of little value to the human race. The implication from the leader of the savage ape is quite clear. Even if the spirit realm of demons were to open, it would not provide significant assistance to the human race. Thus, you wretched fiends should make haste to depart. Chapter 106. Entering the Secret Realm of Demons. Changge stroked his chin, a smile swiftly blossoming upon his face. Both Guzi and the fiery sacred bird are pure-blooded demons, while Qingyu is a half-human, half-demon with the bloodline of a demon emperor. Regardless of the opportunities that lie within the spirit realm, they would undoubtedly benefit from them. This is a fortuitous place. Xiao, did you perhaps foresee the emergence of the spirit realm, prompting your journey here for training? Guzi's eyes sparkled with realization, quickly piecing together the circumstances. Xiao feigned ignorance, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently, attempting to evade detection. The spirit realm of demons. Qingyu gradually clenched her fists, equally filled with surprise and anticipation. After cultivating the Demon Emperor Transformation Blood Technique, her demon bloodline has been steadily strengthening, and her cultivation speed is increasing rapidly. However, Dao Tian Sect lacks resources to assist in the cultivation of her demon bloodline. If she could acquire such resources from the spirit realm, it would be nothing short of splendid. Subsequently, Changge and his companions blended into the throngs of demons standing at the edge of the lake. Quietly awaiting the unfolding events that a day later, the lake began to bubble, rich in pure spiritual energy surging forth from the depths, accompanied by strands of brilliant auroras, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The spirit realm of demons is about to open. The demons were instantly invigorated, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. With a splash, the White Tiger clan was the first to act, leaping directly into the lake, swimming towards the depths. Other demon clans, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, generating tumultuous waves that Changge and his group followed closely behind, with two six-tier battle puppets leading the way, deterring any short-sighted demons from approaching them. The lake was exceedingly deep, extending over 2,000 zhang into darkness. Upon reaching the lake's bottom, the terrifying water pressure distorted the faces of some lower-ranked demons, making it difficult for them to endure. The lake bed was riddled with cracks. As vast torrents of water surged upwards, radiant colors bursting forth. Boom! Ultimately, with a deafening roar reverberating through the air, the entire lake trembled violently, the bottom fissuring open to reveal a colossal blue rift. Through the haze, a vague, expansive world could be glimpsed. The spirit realm of demons has opened. Follow me inside. A ninth-tier reverent White Tiger roared, leading the White Tiger clan into the rift. Following closely were the Golden Pong clan, their formidable presence causing other demons to refrain from competing for the path that Changge and his party followed suit, releasing the formidable pressure of two ninth-tier reverent beings, causing the initially aggressive demons to halt in their tracks. Instinctively yielding a passage, upon traversing the blue rift, Changge felt the surrounding space warp and the scenery shift, instantly arriving in a vast and majestic world. Before him stood 9 towering mountains, majestic and imposing against the boundless sky. These 9 mountains undoubtedly contain the most significant opportunities of the spirit realm. Thoughts raced through Changge's mind, and he quickly made a decision. Guzi, take one 6-tier battle puppet and seize one of the mountains. Lin Tian, Xiao Xiao, Xuanning, you take the other 6-tier battle puppet, protect the fiery sacred bird, and occupy another mountain. If the mountain you occupy does not yield suitable opportunities, immediately switch to another until you find what you seek. Qingyu, stay close to me. I shall personally safeguard you. Changge spoke swiftly, decisively. Since this is the sacred ground of the demon race, the opportunities within these 9 mountains are likely to be most suitable for them. Guzi and the fiery sacred bird, being pure-blooded demons, are sure to benefit the most. As for Qingyu, being half-human, half-demon, she should also be able to discover suitable opportunities, with the protection of 2 6-tier battle puppets. Safety is assured. Excellent. Guzi grinned widely, immediately locking onto the nearest mountain and charging forward with a 6-tier battle puppet. Damn it, the humans have set their sights on this mountain. Run! As the 6-tier battle puppet charged aggressively, the demons that had also targeted the mountain turned pale, both alarmed and furious, yet could only retreat reluctantly. Chapter 107. Qingyu's gratitude, Luo, Xiao Qiao, cradling the fiery sacred bird, along with Lin Tian and Yun Xuanning, rushed towards another mountain with their 6-tier battle puppet. Not only were they protected by the battle puppet, but Lin Tian also possessed the Slaughtering Heaven Divine Sword, along with his own secret trump cards. Luo, Xiao Qiao, with a holy artifact in hand, was already fearless in the face of formidable 9th-tier reverent demons. Thus, Changge felt quite at ease with them. Meanwhile, although Changge lacked a 6-tier battle puppet, he wielded a holy artifact, making it no challenge to confront 9th-tier reverent demons. Changge took Qingyu's small hand, soaring into the sky and heading toward the 3rd mountain. Master, Qingyu bit her lip, her heart swelling with emotion and warmth as she quietly gazed at Changge's profile, her eyes filled with tenderness. Since she could remember, she had been utterly alone, wandering aimlessly, because of her demon bloodline. Bearing the traits of the Fox clan, she had always been met with disdain, even suffering numerous beatings because of it. Later, when she sought to join the Wind Thunder Sect, she nearly fell victim to the sect's enforcers. It was Changge who risked everything to save her, thus forging an irreconcilable enmity with the Wind Thunder Sect, which he ultimately destroyed. Although it was not solely for her revenge, Changge still cherishes Su Changge's kindness. Su Changge is the first person in this world to treat her with genuine kindness. During her time at Dao Tian Sect, the warm and fulfilling life she experienced granted her an unprecedented sense of security and comfort. Now, with Su Changge personally safeguarding her, vying for opportunities in the spirit realm, she felt deeply grateful. The kindness of my master, Changge, has no means to repay. I can only follow him for the rest of my life and serve him. Changge gazed affectionately at Su Changge. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head. Even her snow-white fox ears bore a hint of rosy Su Changge, however, remained oblivious to her peculiar demeanor. He ascended with Changge, heading straight for the third mountain, quickly encountering two other groups of demons. One group comprised of Sunyan demon wolves, their bodies a striking grayish white, shimmering with flickers of flame, exuding an aura of ferocity and mystique. The Sunyan demon wolves numbered over 50, the weakest among them at the Xianling realm, while their leader, the Wolf King, possessed formidable reverent power. It was evident that many of the Sunyan demon wolves' elites had mobilized for the opportunities within the spirit realm. The other group consisted of Daotian beasts, resembling lizards, their bodies covered in dark green scales. The Daotian beast clan had dispatched over 70 members, their leader also possessing reverent power. Humans. When the two groups of demons caught sight of Su Changge, they momentarily froze. Their gazes then shifted to Changge, a look of realization dawning upon them. And oh wonder, this human is so intent on entering the spirit realm. It turns out he's accompanied by a half-human, half-demon girl. Notably, this human is without those two ninth-tier reverent powerhouses. It seems they have separated. Opportunities within this mountain are limited. The presence of an additional human means less to share for both our clans. How shall we proceed? Let's take him down. The leaders of the Sunyan demon wolves and Daotian beasts exchanged glances, silently communicating. The two groups of demons quickly reached a consensus, deciding to join forces to drive away this obnoxious human. Without the accompaniment of ninth-tier reverent powerhouses, this human is merely at the first tier of reverent power, accompanied by a burden. Thus, both the Sunyan demon wolf and Daotian beast leaders were quite confident they could easily defeat Su Changge together. Humans, halt! This mountain has already been claimed by our two clans. You should seek your fortunes elsewhere. The leader of the Sunyan demon wolves grinned maliciously, the pale flames surrounding him crackling ominously. The leader of the Daotian beasts let out a disdainful snort. Issuing a thunderous growl, the combined forces of the Sunyan demon wolves and Daotian beasts silently formed a line, blocking Su Changge and Changge's path. Seeing this, Changge felt a pang of concern. Yet Su Changge remained unfazed, his heart undisturbed, calmly stating, "What if we choose not to leave?" Chapter 108. Swiftly slaying demons, not leaving. Then prepare to face death. The leader of the Sunyan demon wolf let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with ferocity. If a ninth-level expert of the venerable realm were to stand beside Su Changge, they would immediately turn and flee. However, with only Su Changge present, he posed no threat to them whatsoever. Even though Su Changge had decisively defeated the third-level leader of the violent ape, the Sunyan demon wolf leader was a fifth-level expert in the venerable realm. Furthermore, the leader of the Daotian beast boasted of fourth-level cultivation. Within the ranks of the Sunyan demon wolves and the Daotian beasts, there were also two experts at the first and second levels of the venerable realm. While Su Changge may have overpowered a violent ape leader, could he possibly contend with four powerful beings? The alliance of the two clans was filled with confidence, believing they could vanquish Su Changge. Was this truly the case? With one hand holding on to Changge and the other beckoning the leaders of the Sunyan demon wolves and Daotian beasts, Su Changge declared, "Come at me together. Do not waste my time." Such arrogance. Upon hearing these words, both the Sunyan demon wolf leader and the Daotian beast leader were consumed with rage, feeling their dignity severely provoked. Merely a first-level human of the venerable realm dared to challenge them both simultaneously. How audacious and domineering. "I shall see what grounds you have for such arrogance," the Sunyan demon wolf leader growled lowly, his eyes ablaze with menace. In an instant, he was enveloped in pale flames, resembling a streak of white light as he lunged towards Su Changge, stirring up a tempest of malevolent energy. with a single swipe of his claw. The demon flames coiling around it unleashed a terrifying heat that made one's heart race. Yet Su Changge stood his ground, a brilliant golden light erupting from his body, transforming him into a figure of pure gold. Bing ding Daotian, bang. With Qingyu sheltered behind him, Su Changge clenched his right fist and retaliated fiercely with a punch, clashing directly with the Tsangyan demon wolf leader, devoid of any embellishment. The sound of a resounding explosion echoed as white and golden light burst forth. The dreadful shockwave sending nearby boulders and vegetation flying. The outcome of this clash sent a shiver through the hearts of all surrounding demons. Hiss. The Tsangyan demon wolf leader growled, retreating 5 or 6 steps. His foreclaw twitching involuntarily, the demon flames dimming. It was evident that its claw had twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. The Tsangyan demon wolf leader had never anticipated that Su Changge's physique was so remarkably resilient. Akin to a true dragon in human form. Yuba, let us strike together. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Tsangyan demon wolf leader immediately communicated with the Duanjia beast leader, after receiving the Duanjia beast leader's response. The Tsangyan demon wolf leader growled once more, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged at Su Changge. Meanwhile, the Duanjia beast leader stealthily maneuvered around to Su Changge's rear. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Changge was distracted by the Tsangyan demon wolf leader, its elongated tail, studded with bone spikes, swung down like a meteor hammer, aiming to smash into Su Changge's head. The body of a demon beast is naturally a weapon, fierce and terrifying. At this critical moment, an ancient token appeared in Su Changge's hand, which he activated with fervor. Buzz, streams of brilliant light erupted. Descending like the heavens, exuding a terrifying pressure, holy light illuminated the surroundings. The sudden surge of holy light rendered both demon clan leaders immobile, unable to budge. What kind of power is this? Both demons were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. As the two demons were restrained, Su Changge soared into the air with Qingyu. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands, summoning a colossal bronze sword that materialized out of thin air. Crashing down upon the assembly of demons below, 7th-tier divine ability, giant sword technique? No! The Tsangyan demon wolf leader and the Duanjia beast leader let out anguished cries, their eyes bulging with fury. However, under the binding force of the sacred artifact, they were utterly unable to move, helplessly watching as the massive bronze sword descended with thunderous force. With a cataclysmic crash, the mountain trembled, a gaping hole being smashed into its surface. The Tsangyan demon wolves and Duanjia beasts were utterly annihilated. Su Changge stowed away the token of the sect master and, with Qingyu, ascended to the summit of the mountain. Master is so powerful. Qingyu's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with awe. The more she interacted with Su Changge, the more she felt the depth of his strength, akin to the vast and boundless starry sky, seemingly without limits. Chapter 109. Awakening of the Demon Emperor's Bloodline. This is upon reaching the peak of the mountain. Su Changge and Qingyu were momentarily stunned, their brows slightly furrowing. What greeted their eyes was a pool of spring water, trickling from the stone walls and converging in a stone basin. Strangely, the spring water was a vivid crimson, resembling boiling fresh blood, exuding tendrils of steam. Had it not been for the absence of a bloody scent, Su Changge might have mistaken it for actual blood. Apart from this spring, the mountaintop was barren, devoid of anything else. Su Changge and Qingyu approached the edge of the spring. As Su Changge extended his consciousness, he was immediately met with an overwhelming surge of life force, causing his own blood to stir and his circulation to accelerate. Master, the demon bloodline within me is beginning to boil, as if it craves this spring water intensely. I can hardly contain it. Qingyu suddenly murmured, her entire being flushed and restless, her furry fox ears and snowy white tail quivering. Her delicate face flushed as if she were about to bleed. Since this place is a sacred realm of the demon race, it should not harbor any harmful entities. You should enter first. If you feel any discomfort, exit immediately. Do not hesitate. I will be here to support you. Su Changge pondered for a moment, gently stroking the little girl's fox ears. Changge trembled slightly, as though electrified. Feeling Su Changge's hand was exceptionally warm, rendering her weak and soft. Thank you, master. Changge uttered a soft note of gratitude before eagerly leaping into the spring water. Boom! In an instant, Changge was enveloped by the crimson spring water, and she felt a thunderous roar resonate from deep within her soul, plunging her consciousness into chaos. In that haze, a radiant white light enveloped her mind, and a nine-tailed celestial fox roared across the heavens. Countless streams of crimson spring water enveloped Changge's delicate form, continuously flowing into her body, awakening the dormant bloodline of the demon emperor within her. Instinctively, Changge began to circulate the demon emperor transformation blood technique. Absorbing the crimson spring water, under the dual influence of the demon emperor transformation blood technique and the crimson spring water, her demon emperor bloodline rapidly awakened, progressively replacing her ordinary bloodline. During this process, a second white tail quietly sprouted behind her. Detection. Sect member Changge has broken through to the third level of the returning origin realm. Initiating. Detection. Sect member Changge has broken through to the fourth level of the returning origin realm. Initiating. Detection. Sect member Changge has broken through to the fifth level of the returning origin realm. Initiating. Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao Xiao, Yun Shui, Ning, Changge, Blazing Fire Sacred Bird, initial stage of the first level of the Venerable Realm. Su Changge's mind was filled with successive alerts from the system. Changge had only just entered the crimson spring water, and with her demon emperor bloodline initially awakening, she had already broken through 3 minor realms. Of course, such breakthroughs in the returning origin realm did not significantly elevate Su Changge's cultivation in the Venerable Realm. As expected, the crimson spring water held an astonishing opportunity. Su Changge's eyes lit up as he noticed the second foxtail that had sprouted from Changge. The crimson spring water, imbued with immense vitality, was likely crucial for the bloodlines of demon kin. It seemed that Changge's demon emperor bloodline was indeed beginning to awaken. Su Changge felt a surge of joy within him. He retrieved a jade pendant, preparing to contact Daozi and Lin Tian. This was a communication artifact he had casually purchased in a city while en route to the Demon Spirit Mountain. Provided to every member of Dao Tian Sect, the communication artifact was a 5th-tier treasure, allowing for contact within a radius of 5,000 miles. Changge and I have discovered a pool of crimson spring water at the 3rd mountain, which holds immense benefits for the demon bloodline. Daozi, if you have nothing pressing, hurry over. Su Changge contemplated for a moment. As for the blazing fire sacred bird, Lin Tian, you should first secure the opportunities at the 2nd mountain before making your way here. After all, the blazing fire sacred bird possesses a sacred bloodline. It is far too powerful and pure, and Su Changge was unsure if this crimson spring water would be beneficial for it. Chapter 110. Daozi's opportunity. What? It greatly benefits the demon bloodline. Leave some for me. I'll rush over as soon as I'm out. Ow! Upon hearing this, Daozi was incredibly excited, but before he could finish speaking, a pained cry escaped his lips. Daozi, what happened? Are you in danger? Su Changge furrowed his brow, a sense of unease settling within him. The communication artifact relayed a cacophony of clashing sounds, and after a moment, Daozi gasped, cursing and sputtering. Don't mention it. There's a resplendent palace at the summit of this mountain. Just as I pushed open the grand doors, I was trapped in a dark and eerie place. All around, various monsters abound, and the battle puppets are suppressed by some mysterious force, rendering them utterly unusable. Su Changge felt a slight relief and remarked, "This must be a trial ground. Once you conquer it, rewards will surely follow." Although the dog appeared carefree, as the Silver Moon Wolf King with Earth-tier aptitude, its strength was undoubtedly formidable. Su Changge held great confidence in it, believing that passing the trial would not pose a problem. Upon entering, he noticed that the plaque above the palace door seemed to inscribe the words Hall of No Life. Howl! A new wave of monsters has arrived. I shall speak no further. The dog's tone was hurried as it severed the connection. On the other end, Luo, Xiao Xiao's voice chimed in. Master, There are dozens of stone tablets atop this mountain, all inscribed with the script of the demon race, which we cannot comprehend. However, Xiao Huang has been gazing intently at one tablet, emanating a glow, seemingly in a state of enlightenment. For now, we cannot approach that a smile graced Su Changge's face. Indeed, this visit to Yaoling Mountain was fortuitous, with such astonishing opportunities within these three great mountains. What of the other six? Su Changge gazed longingly at the remaining 6 peaks, already plotting to explore them once the bloodline of the Changge demon emperor fully awakened. Atop the first mountain, a resplendent ancient palace stood tall. The Hall of No Life. From the exterior, the Hall of No Life appeared modest in size. However, within it lay an expansive and wondrous realm, where pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered in the darkness. Cold and merciless, 20 pairs in total. Among them were humans, demons, and vengeful spirits. Moreover, there were many bizarre beings that the dog had never encountered. Fortunately, these monsters were all at the 5th level of the Xianling realm, identical to the dog's cultivation. Even so, facing 20 monsters of the same realm was a daunting challenge for the dog. Ultimately, after a fierce battle, the dog, bloodied and nearly exhausted, succeeded in vanquishing these creatures. Buzz! In the dark void, swathes of runes illuminated, bearing the unique script of the demon race, densely packed and forming an intricate scripture. More were coming. The dog perked up, its eyes widening as it scrutinized the scripture, committing its contents to memory. The No.Life technique, 2nd chapter. After a moment of contemplation, the dog felt a rush of excitement. After defeating the first batch of monsters, it had obtained the 1st chapter of the No.Life technique. And now the 2nd. Each chapter contained fragments of martial mysteries, greatly benefiting the dog. This No.Life technique was at least a sacred tier skill. Wealth was within reach. The dog nearly drooled in anticipation. Silently, in the dark, more eerie green eyes flickered to life, all fixated on the dog, strange and chilling. This time, a full 25 monsters appeared. Howl! The dog let out a low growl, its form radiating a pale blue light, transforming in an instant into a giant wolf of blue and white. In that moment, the dog's stature was imposing, adorned with a silver crescent mark on its forehead, its fur shimmering with a faint blue glow, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. This was the dog's true form. Despite its usual carefree demeanor, the Silver Moon Wolf clan was a branch of the celestial wolf lineage, with a fearsome reputation among the demon race. Chapter 111. Trial in the Hall of No Life. Without a sound, 25 uniquely shaped monsters surged forth from the darkness, unleashing their powers as they charged at the dog. Howl! The dog roared skyward, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated like a tidal wave, causing the 12 or so monsters to tremble and bleed from their orifices. This was the signature technique of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, the Howling Moon technique. It not only contained a terrifying soul attack, but also targeted the physical body with comprehensive strikes. This was a large-scale, indiscriminate killing move, as the 25 monsters were struck by the sound waves of the Howling Moon technique. They all bled from their orifices, their vitality waning, and their movements slowed. The dog emitted a low growl, instantly transforming into a streak of blue light, dashing through the horde of monsters in the blink of an eye. All 25 monsters were slaughtered, revealing its true form. This was the dog's genuine strength. Within the same realm, it exhibited an almost crushing combat prowess. Is this it? A mere swarm of small fry. The trial in the Hall of No Life posed no challenge whatsoever. The dog grinned broadly, its eyes gleaming mischievously. The once majestic and handsome demeanor vanished in an instant, as it transformed from Wolf King to a goofy pup. Buzz! As expected, dense demon runes once again illuminated the dark void, revealing the 3rd chapter of the No.Life technique, corresponding to the Gu Yuan realm. Too simple. Sacred tier skills are hardly more than this. The dog joyfully committed the 3rd chapter of the No.Life technique to memory, grasping its secrets after a brief contemplation. Swish! At that moment, pairs of eyes flickered silently in the darkness. A staggering 50 monsters. Not only had the number doubled, but each monster also radiated a significantly stronger aura. The dog's grin faltered. What the heck? Is this targeting me? No worries, I can take on 50. The dog threw back its head and roared once more, unleashing the howling moon technique, the terrifying sound waves rippling outward in a broad, indiscriminate assault. The 50 monsters shuddered, as if struck by a heavy blow. Yet, they too erupted with powerful spiritual energy, quickly shaking off the effects of the howling moon technique and charging toward the dog. Ow! The dog roared, realizing it had to take this seriously, its body enveloped in blue light, as it engaged fiercely with the 50 monsters. At a quarter of an hour later, the dog panted heavily, its blue and white fur stained with blood. A gaping wound on its abdomen. A hard-fought victory. As the 50 monsters were slain, their bodies gradually dissipated, merging into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Damn it, trying to play tricks on me, are we? In the previous 3 encounters, each time only 5 more monsters appeared. This time, the number doubled outright. The dog swallowed a healing pill, grumbling to itself. Buzz, the 4th chapter of the No.1 technique materialized before its eyes, and this time, the dog studied it with utmost seriousness, striving to comprehend it fully. For this chapter corresponded to the Xianling realm. The No.1 technique surpassed any skill the dog was currently cultivating if it could grasp the 4th chapter. When the next wave of monsters arrived, it could utilize the No.1 technique to vanquish foes, significantly enhancing its power. This time, the scripture lingered longer than before, as the dog delved into the 4th chapter of the No.1 technique. Pairs of eerie green eyes flickered in the darkness. A staggering 80 monsters. This time, the dog stowed away its previous arrogance, its expression turning grave. If it had guessed correctly, the No.1 technique was a sacred tier skill divided into 8 chapters, each corresponding to the 8 major realms from Chi refinement to saint. The 5th wave already had 80 monsters. The subsequent 3 waves would only increase in number. The battle puppets and the Wolf King seal had been sealed by the Hall of No Life. The dog could only rely on its own strength to fight. Howl! The dog let out a fierce roar, directly invoking the 9 transformations of the Wolf King. Its already imposing form swelled again, transforming into a colossal wolf standing 3 meters tall. The power emanating from the dog surged dramatically. Chapter 112. The opportunity of the blazing fire sacred bird while the dog underwent trials in the Hall of No Life. Atop the second mountain, a fist-sized little bird rested atop a stone tablet, its fluffy body leaning to one side, soundly asleep. This is Xiao Huang truly comprehending the demon race's legacy. It seems unlikely. Lin Tian hesitated. Uncertain, the summit of this mountain stood over 30 stone tablets, each inscribed with a dense array of ancient demon runes. Merely gazing at them left one dizzy and disoriented. After arriving here, the blazing fire sacred bird soon approached one of the stone tablets, staring at it for a while. Then, the surface of the blazing fire sacred bird began to emanate soft glows, resonating with the stone tablet. Just as Lin Tian and the others thought the bird was on the verge of enlightenment, the blazing fire sacred bird simply laid down on the tablet and fell into a deep slumber. Lin Tian and Luo Qiao exchanged glances, somewhat at a loss. Surely it can't be wrong. Let us not disturb it. Yun Xuanning spoke softly. In her past life as a renowned empress, her extensive knowledge allowed her to discern that the blazing firebird was experiencing enlightenment. Although the manner of this enlightenment appeared somewhat peculiar, Lin Tian and Luo Qiao nodded in agreement. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Tian produced paper and pen, commencing the task of documenting the demon clan runes inscribed upon the 30-plus stone tablets. Despite his inability to comprehend the demon script, transcribing these scriptures would undoubtedly present a significant opportunity. He could bring them back for Guzi and Xingyu to ponder, should the Dao Tian Sect encounter demon beasts in the future. This would serve as a fortuitous chance. Observing the scene, Yun Xuanning shook her head slightly. This was a unique inheritance of the demon clan. Merely recording the runes held little value. The essence lay within the stone tablets themselves. Only by resonating with the tablets could one truly acquire the inheritance contained within. Ah, indeed. Luo Qiao's attention was drawn to a stone tablet at the edge, her arms crossed as she attempted to uproot it. As expected, the tablet remained immovable. I refused to believe this. Pouting, Luo Xiao commanded her 6th-tier battle automaton to assist in pulling up the stone tablet. Bang! However, as the automaton unleashed its spiritual energy, the tablet glowed, sending it flying backward, a crack appearing in its metallic form. Hiss! I hope Master won't scold me for this. Luo Xiao shrank her neck, glancing at the crack on the automaton. Feeling a twinge of guilt at this moment, the blazing firebird's consciousness drifted, manifesting in a realm of flames. Caw! A resounding avian cry reverberated through the heavens, akin to a celestial decree. Before her soared a fierce bird of a deep azure hue, enveloped in flames, reminiscent of a phoenix emerging from the fire, soaring across the vast skies. As the azure beast flapped its wings toward the heavens, flames erupted in dazzling brilliance, beginning to unravel the mysteries of the path of fire. The young blazing firebird with clear eyes felt a torrent of complex knowledge flooding her mind in a hazy daze. The first 3 great mountains stood serene and tranquil, in stark contrast. The remaining 5 mountains were engulfed in fierce battle cries. With thousands of demon clans vying for control over them, the intensity of competition being quite evident. The last mountain, however, was exclusively occupied by the White Tiger clan, none daring to contest them, although their bloodline was impure. Merely a branch of the pure-blood White Tiger clan, their strength was formidable, surpassing that of other demon clans. Damn it. You think you're tough? Just wait for me. Jean Peng, you'd better hope I don't catch you. If I do, your kin will face dire consequences. On the 4th mountain, the skirmishes among the demons quickly drew to a close. The Jean Peng clan emerged victorious, successfully claiming the mountain. Over 100 demon creatures, filled with anger and resentment, could only retreat. You dare threaten me? The leader of the Jean Peng clan narrowed his eyes, his golden pupils radiating a terrifying light, firmly etching the faces of those demons who had issued threats into his memory. Truly a band of fools. Once I seize the opportunities here and my power surges, what can you mere scraps do to contend with me? You shall meet your doom soon enough. A cruel smile curled upon the lips of the Jean Peng clan leader. Chapter 113. Slaughter among the demons. Atop the 4th mountain stood a colossal wutong tree. Its massive canopy cloaked the entire mountain, and one could vaguely discern a gigantic nest upon its trunk. Undoubtedly, this was the lair of some fierce avian, surely harboring astonishing opportunities. Under the leadership of the Jean Peng clan leader, over 50 Jean Peng soared directly toward the nest. The defeated 100-plus demon creatures grumbled as they retreated from the 4th mountain. As battles erupted among the other mountains, one demon clan scanned the surroundings, their gaze suddenly landing on the 3rd mountain that I remember now. Those 2 human beings at the 9th level of the sovereign realm occupy the 1st and 2nd mountains, meaning the 3rd mountain is free of such powerful adversaries. The competition in the other 4 mountains is fierce, and after our battle, we are not in optimal condition. Even if we were to engage in the other mountains, we might not gain any advantage. Instead, how about we 5 clans unite to seize the 3rd mountain and share the opportunities among ourselves? A splendid idea. The leaders of the 5 demon clans quickly reached a consensus after some discussion. After all, the demonic spirit's secret realm is a rare opportunity, and none wish to return empty-handed. Charge! With a force of over 170 demon creatures, the 5 clans surged toward the 3rd mountain. Su Changge's formidable spiritual sense swiftly detected the anomaly, and he took a single step, vanishing from his position. Halt! This mountain is already claimed by me. Anyone who dares approach shall perish. A silver spear materialized in Su Changge's hand, resembling a war god descending from the heavens, as he positioned himself defiantly before the gathering demon clans. His gaze was piercing, his long black hair billowing in the wind, and as he invoked the golden bell art, his voice resonated like thunder. Boom! His voice, infused with spiritual pressure, caused all demon creatures below the sovereign realm to tremble, their minds buzzing, faces paling, and hearts filled with dread. Humph! Arrogance personified. A dark, fierce beast snorted disdainfully. Its body gleamed with a metallic luster, resembling a crocodile. Robust and powerful, that it was none other than the leader of the Black Crocodile clan. Human, I concede you possess some skill for having defeated the leader of the Violent Ape clan. But regrettably, you now face the united might of our 5 clans. Alone, you cannot defend this mountain. Those with sense should depart quietly. What business does a mere human have occupying the sacred grounds of the demon clan? The opportunities here hold no value for you. The other clan leaders chimed in, each exuding the powerful aura of the sovereign realm as they surrounded Changge. Changge, a man of few words, saw their resolute intent to seize the mountain and decided against further debate. Changge raised his hand, presenting the sect master's token. As a radiant light burst forth, terrifying waves of law surged outward, rendering all demon clans rigid, their bodies chilled. What is this? Why can I not move? All the demon clans were filled with fear and disbelief. The strongest among them, the leader of the Black Crocodile clan, at the 5th level of the sovereign realm, found himself ensnared and unable to budge. This was the function of the sect master's token, capable of forming a domain that could extensively restrain foes. 5 elements seal. Changge formed a seal with his hands, and in an instant, brilliant multicolored light illuminated the air, coalescing into a massive 5 elements law seal. No. Amidst the anguished cries of the demon clans, the 5 elements law seal descended mercilessly, obliterating them. The ground trembled, blood splattered, as over 170 demon creatures were annihilated, a sight truly astonishing. Changge stowed the sect master's token and turned to return to the mountain peak. At this moment, Changge had undergone a transformative change. The bloodline of the demon emperor awakened to a pivotal threshold. Chapter 114. Changge emerges. Changge was now completely enveloped in blood-red spring water, forming a vast blood cocoon that encased her. Changge could distinctly sense the powerful heartbeat emanating from within the blood cocoon, a majestic life force radiating forth, astonishing in its vitality. Within it lay an unparalleled pressure of the celestial fox. Although still faint, it made Changge's heart race with trepidation. Such a formidable bloodline pressure, truly the bloodline of the demon emperor. Changge's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. Moments later, a system notification resonated in Changge's mind. Detection complete. Sect member Changge has broken through to the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. Initiating a request for peace. Host cultivation level. Original cultivation. Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian Luo Xiao Yin Shui Ning Qing Yu Blazing Firebird. Early 2nd level of the sovereign realm. A surge of power manifested within Changge's Dantian, coursing through his limbs and merging with every fiber of his being, propelling his cultivation forward. Changge's demon emperor bloodline fully awakened, her cultivation leaping from the 5th level of the returning origin realm to the 3rd level of the Xianling realm. As a sect member breaks through a major realm, congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. 7th tier technique soul capture art. Enlightenment Stone 1, 7th tier battle automaton 1, spiritual stones 1, 000 000. The system notification chimed again, filling Changge's heart with elation. Indeed, as Changge's cultivation ascended to the sovereign realm, the system's reward of the battle automaton also advanced to the 7th tier. As for the soul capture art, it was a soul technique purely offensive with a lethality surpassing that of the golden bell art. Naturally, the soul capture art had its drawbacks, being effective only against a single target. In contrast, the golden bell art was both offensive and defensive, capable of group attacks, rendering it more versatile. Each technique had its merits. Utilizing the Enlightenment Stone, comprehend the soul capture art, Changge retrieved the soul capturing technique and the Enlightenment Stone, silently reciting in his heart. Ding! The Enlightenment Stone was successfully activated. In an instant, countless runes emerged in Changge's consciousness. A plethora of intricate martial secrets surged forth, enlightening him as if he had received a sudden revelation, enabling him to master this technique in the blink of an eye, instantly reaching a state of great accomplishment. Crack! After a while, the blood-red cocoon enveloping Changge emitted a faint sound, revealing cracks that eventually shattered. Changge reappeared before Changge. Her head still bore a pair of snow-white fox ears, but the single fluffy white foxtail that had been behind her had now transformed into 4. She curled her delicate form, Gently swaying her four foxtails, Qingyu's skin was as pale as blood, her beauty unparalleled, pure and enchanting, exuding an indescribable allure, reminiscent of an angel combined with a witch. Her aura astonishing. Although her stature was petite, she had already begun to mature, boasting an impressive figure, her snowy mountains standing proud. Changge's eyes widened slightly, as two streams of blood trickled from his nose. Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Master, I have awakened the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, Qingyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, leaping into Changge's embrace and holding him tightly as Changge opened his mouth. Extending his hands, feeling the delicate form in his arms, unsure whether to embrace her or not at that moment, his blood surged restlessly. The reason was simple. During the awakening of her bloodline, Qingyu's garments had vanished. Master, what's wrong? Your heart is racing so fast. Qingyu nestled her head in Changge's embrace, sensing his powerful heartbeat, filled with curiosity. Cough, cough. Changge's face flushed crimson as he silently recited a calming incantation. She is but your disciple. At that moment, Qingyu finally sensed something amiss, feeling a slight chill at her back. She curiously reached out to touch it. Suddenly, her entire body stiffened, Qingyu's face turned beet red, her heart racing faster than Changge's as she hurriedly retrieved a set of clothing from her storage ring and put it on. She felt like burying her head in her snowy mountains, a mix of shyness and joy overwhelming her, afraid to meet Changge's gaze. Master, you have awakened the bloodline of the Demon Emperor. Splendid. I am proud of you. Changge coughed lightly, casually producing the soul-capturing technique to divert attention from the recent events. Thank you, Master. Qingyu's charming face flushed, her voice soft as she lowered her head to accept the soul-capturing technique, avoiding Changge's gaze. Master, I have broken through to the third level of the Xianling realm. Qingyu's fingers twirled in circles, her snow-white fox ears gently swaying, filled with excitement and anticipation. What? Not only have you awakened the Demon Emperor bloodline, but you have also broken through to the third level of the Xianling realm. A leap of 10 minor realms? Excellent, excellent. Ha ha! Truly you are my disciple. Changge displayed a shocked expression, then burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly delighted. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's fluffy tails behind her began to sway with joy, her heart brimming with happiness. Gaining Changge's recognition and praise was the most fulfilling thing for her. Having awakened the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, perhaps one day my cultivation will surpass that of my master, and I will be able to protect him in return. Qingyu mused happily. As Changge glanced at the blood-colored spring, now depleted by about 70% due to Qingyu's consumption, leaving little behind. An idea sparked in his mind as he took out the Moonshadow spear and thrust it into the crevices surrounding the spring. A trickle of the blood-colored spring water flowed through these crevices, slowly gathering together and flowing into the stone pool. However, the rate of water flow was exceedingly slow, barely a drop at a time. One could imagine that this spring had accumulated for thousands of years. Changge's thoughts were simple. He aimed to pry open the crevices and extract the blood-colored spring water from its source. Bang! Changge exerted all his strength, driving the spear into the crevice, producing a resounding clang, sparks flying. The crevice remained unyielding, not even a mark left behind. Instead, Changge was sent reeling back 5 or 6 steps by a tremendous recoil. His arm numb, his palm nearly splitting. Seems there is no other way. Changge shook his numb right hand, feeling a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, the remaining spring water should suffice for the dog. It likely does not possess the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, so it should not consume too much. The fiery sacred bird already possesses a sacred bird bloodline, so I shall not reserve any for it. Changge contemplated inwardly to prevent other demon tribes from encroaching upon this spring water. Changge and Qingyu decided to remain here, waiting for the dog to emerge this moment, within the Hall of No Life. A staggering 140 monsters emerged from the darkness, exuding a chilling, murderous intent as they surrounded the dog. This was merely the 7th wave. The dog's face turned green as it lamented. Can I forego the remaining 2 techniques? Just let me out. Swish. In response, 140 monsters of the same realm launched their attacks. Even though each of these monsters was individually weaker than the dog, the combined assault of 140 would send shivers down anyone's spine. Only a top-tier genius could withstand such overwhelming odds. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. The dog bellowed, directly unleashing the fourth transformation of the Wolf King 9 changes, its physique growing even more robust and imposing, blue light flashing blindingly. The Wolf King howled, its gaze turning cold and commanding, arcs of blue electricity dancing across its body as it plunged into the horde of monsters. This was a grueling and brutal battle for survival. The dog utilized all the techniques it had learned, battling fiercely for a full quarter of an hour before finally managing to vanquish the horde of monsters. Its body was drenched in blood, many areas revealing stark white bones, its injuries severe. The dog collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. In the dark void, a series of demon runes illuminated, constructing an intricate scripture. The 7th volume of the No.1 technique. The dog swallowed a few pills, straining to keep its eyes wide open, committing the 7th volume of the No.1 technique firmly to memory. As it began to operate the No.1 technique, seeking to comprehend and cultivate it, an ethereal power silently seeped into its body, rapidly healing its wounds while also transforming its physique and bloodline. Since the dog began practicing the No.1 technique, it had already been subtly undergoing transformation, its body and bloodline evolving. Otherwise, with the dog's original talent and strength, it would have been impossible to defeat 140 monsters of the same realm. However, this transformation was gradual, not a swift and violent alteration. After resting for a brief moment, a multitude of eyes flickered to life in the darkness once more. This time, 200 monsters of the same realm emerged. Hiss! The dog inhaled sharply, its face paling. I don't want the 8th volume of the technique. Just let me out. I want to go home. I want to go home. Beep. 200 monsters of the same realm. How am I supposed to fight? The dog exclaimed in horror, unable to refrain from cursing. Unfortunately, the 200 monsters could not comprehend its words. Their gazes remained icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as they silently surrounded the dog and launched their assault. I'll fight you to the death. The dog roared, its entire body glowing with blue light, arcs of electricity crackling as it charged into the horde of monsters, exerting every ounce of strength, battling desperately. Unbeknownst to it, during this skirmish, threads of mysterious power continued to seep into its body. The dog fought valiantly, unleashing a barrage of techniques, as if it possessed an endless reservoir of strength. Kill! 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 The dog's deafening roars echoed. Completely frenzied, attacking recklessly. Even if its body was pierced through, it was determined to take down its foes, engaging in a reckless exchange of lives. However, this very reckless approach proved to be the most effective strategy. As time passed, one monster after another fell. Meanwhile, the dog's body was riddled with wounds, ghastly injuries visible to the bone, a heart-wrenching sight. The dog collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. After millennia had passed, finally a demon had managed to pass the trials of the Hall of No Life. Just then, an ancient voice echoed softly, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. What is this? Who is speaking? The dog was taken aback, springing up from the ground in astonishment at me. Merely a fleeting obsession guarding the Hall of Non-Existence. Little one, congratulations on passing the trials of the Hall of Non-Existence and obtaining the legacy of the non-existence demon sage. As the aged voice resonated, a complex scripture materialized, coalescing into intricate martial arts techniques. The 8 volumes of a non-existence formula unified, with a complete non-existence formula unveiled. An abundance of runes spontaneously emerged, causing the content of the non-existence formula to surge exponentially. The dog had just acquired the first 7 volumes of the non-existence formula, which were merely the foundational mental techniques. The complete version encompasses various elements such as body techniques, sword arts, and divine abilities. One tome of the non-existence formula, encompassing all. Furthermore, a sword of crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, slowly materialized, exuding strands of supreme and terrifying sacred might. A sacred artifact, the non-existence sword. A sacred artifact? The dog was overjoyed, and in an instant, the aches in his waist and legs vanished, and the pains on his body faded away. As he leapt up from the ground, clutching the non-existent sword. Eagerly, the dog began to refine the non-existent sword, holding it tightly in his embrace, and then, with delight, turned his gaze towards the non-existence formula. After a considerable time, a system prompt echoed in Su Changge's mind. Detection indicates that the sect member Silver Moon Wolf has broken through to the first level of the transformation realm. Initiating a request for peace. Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao Xiao, Yin Shui, Ning Qing, you blaze sacred bird, early stage of the third level of the venerable realm. A tremendous force surged within Su Changge's Dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones, integrating into every inch of flesh, propelling Su Changge's cultivation forward. Following the acquisition of the non-existence demon sage's legacy, the dog underwent a remarkable transformation, with its bloodline becoming increasingly pure and its strength surging dramatically. As a sect member broke through a significant realm, congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. 7th tier technique. Cloud riding formula, Enlightenment Stone 1, 7th tier treasure, Great Wilderness Dragon Spear 1, 1,000,000 Spirit Stones. The system prompt resonated once more. Chapter 117. Great Wilderness Dragon Spear, 7th tier treasure. Su Changge felt a surge of joy in his heart as his consciousness descended into the system space. What appeared before Su Changge was a dark golden long spear, engraved with dragon patterns, ancient and solemn. The spear technique Su Changge practiced was named the Great Wilderness 9 Forms. This 7th tier treasure was called the Great Wilderness Dragon Spear. Undoubtedly, it was a complementary weapon. With a thought, Su Changge summoned the Great Wilderness Dragon Spear. The spear, measuring about 10 feet, felt icy and heavy in his grasp, nearly causing Su Changge to falter, as if it weighed over 10,000 jun. Su Changge refined it, casually twirling it in a flourish, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, a remarkably fine treasure. Su Changge was utterly enamored. With the Great Wilderness Dragon Spear in hand, Su Changge's combat prowess soared dramatically. With a thought, he retrieved the cloud riding formula. This is a technique of movement and divine ability. The carefree movement leans more towards combat. When perfected, it can conjure dozens or even hundreds of illusory clones in an instant, confounding enemies, while the true self strikes unexpectedly. The carefree movement can erupt with incredible speed instantaneously and is exceptionally agile and versatile, particularly effective against groups of foes. However, it does have its drawbacks, as it consumes a significant amount of spiritual power, making prolonged use unfeasible. In contrast, the cloud riding formula allows one to ride the clouds and mist, enabling sustained bursts of speed, making it more suitable for escape or pursuit. It also consumes relatively little spiritual power, making it a veritable skill for travel and escape. The cloud riding formula is a technique of the demon race, which can also be practiced by humans, though it is exceedingly difficult to master, and realizing its true power is quite challenging. However, this does not pose a challenge for Su Changge, as he would simply utilize a cheat. Using the Enlightenment Stone, he began to comprehend the cloud riding formula. Su Changge took out the Enlightenment Stone, silently reciting in his heart. Ding! Enlightenment Stone usage successful. The system prompt sounded. Countless runes surfaced in Su Changge's sea of consciousness, converging into a scripture, with various divine mysteries flooding his mind. Providing an enlightening experience, in the blink of an eye, Su Changge had already mastered the cloud riding formula, thoroughly grasping this technique. Here, take the cloud riding formula. Whenever you have questions during your practice, feel free to ask me. Su Changge handed the cloud riding formula to Qingyu. Thank you, Master. Qingyu accepted the cloud riding formula, a blush gracing her cheeks, her gaze towards Su Changge growing ever more tender. Haha, here I come. Moments later, a boisterous laugh echoed through the air. A faint blue light flashed, transforming into a mighty Siberian husky, dashing towards Su Changge like lightning. I am now a formidable being in the transformation realm. Take this kick from me. The dog collided into Su Changge's embrace, kicking vigorously, resulting in a rip in Su Changge's long robe with a loud tear. Su Changge's expression darkened, without uttering a word. Su Changge swiftly executed a grab, his arms swaying, throwing the dog into the crimson spring water. The dog attempted to resist, but Su Changge pressed its head down into the spring water. "Enjoy your bath." Su Changge patted off the paw prints on his robe, speaking with irritation. "Just you wait. What if my cultivation is just a tad higher than yours? Now that I have obtained the legacy of a non-existent demon sage. It won't be long before my cultivation surpasses yours. From now on, you shall no longer call me dog, but rather address me as the majestic demon sage lord." The dog huffed, brimming with self-importance, as Su Changge chose to disregard the dog's last statement. Expressing surprise, "You obtained the legacy of a demon sage. Do elaborate. Don't get me started. I nearly perished in the hall of non-existence." Mentioning this incident, the dog suddenly let out a muffled groan, still haunted by the memory. Even now, it finds it hard to believe that it single-handedly faced 200 foes. Moreover, it even turned the tables on 200 monsters of the same realm. If this achievement were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Yunzhou. Although the dog also came perilously close to meeting its end, the dog did not hold back, recounting its experiences in the Hall of Non-Existence. Chapter 118. The dog begins to awaken its bloodline. What a pity, the non-existence formula is bound by restrictions. I cannot pass it on. However, once I reach the Saint Realm, I will be able to withstand the backlash of the restrictions. At which point I can transmit the non-existence formula as the legacy of our Dao Tian Sect. The dog was elated, brimming with vitality. At such a young age, I have acquired the legacy of a demon sage. Can you even imagine? Wow! What is this spring water? It contains such vast and tremendous life force. The dog soon displayed a look of astonishment, deeply shocked that I hurriedly activated the Demon Emperor transformation blood technique, aiming to awaken its celestial wolf bloodline. A strong premonition surged within it. If it could fully absorb the crimson spring water, it would successfully awaken its celestial wolf bloodline. Relax and enjoy your bath. After you finish, head to the second mountain peak. There are numerous demon race legacies there. I will take Changge there first. With a 6-tier battle automaton guarding nearby, Su Changge felt quite at ease, offering a few words of caution before leading Changge towards the second grand mountain. "Master, little junior sister," Lin Tian, Luo Xiao, and Yin Xuanning beamed with smiles upon seeing Su Changge and Changge. "Ah, little junior sister, why do you have 4 tails now?" Luo Xiao suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, unable to resist reaching out to touch the 4 fox tails behind Changge. There is a blood-red spring in the third grand mountain. Changge absorbed the spring water within, awakening the celestial fox bloodline, and her cultivation has risen to the 3rd level of the profound spirit realm. Su Changge explained with a smile. "The celestial fox bloodline? That sounds impressive. The 3rd level of the profound spirit realm." Both Luo Xiao and Lin Tian could not help but exclaim, envy evident in their gazes. After awakening the celestial fox bloodline, Changge had truly leaped to become a top talent. Her bloodline undergoing a transformation, her aptitude elevated, with her future prospects boundless. Her cultivation had ascended from the 2nd level of the returning origin realm to the 3rd level of the profound spirit realm, evoking considerable envy from Lin Tian and Luo Xiao. The celestial fox bloodline. This little junior sister must have an extraordinary background. Yin Xuanning mused thoughtfully. In a half-human, half-demon state, she could still awaken the celestial fox bloodline. There are only 2 possibilities. Either Changge is exceptionally lucky, 1 in a billion, possessing a bloodline that has reverted to its ancestral roots, or Changge's parents or grandparents have direct bloodline ties to the celestial fox clan. The first possibility is unlikely. The odds are simply too slim. Meanwhile, for collateral or branch members of the Celestial Fox clan, the chance to awaken the Celestial Fox bloodline is exceedingly rare, to the extent that calling it 1 in a billion is not an exaggeration. Only direct descendants of the Celestial Fox clan possess a significantly higher probability of awakening the Celestial Fox bloodline. Changge soon turned her gaze towards the dozens of stone tablets surrounding her, closing her eyes to carefully comprehend. After a moment, the demon race bloodline within her stirred, and strands of white light began to emanate from her body. resonating with one of the stone tablets. Inscribed upon this stone tablet is a legacy bequeathed by the ancestors of the Fox clan. As Changge approached the tablet, she seated herself cross-legged, beginning to immerse herself in its profound wisdom. After a brief moment, the fiery saint bird, which had been dozing nearby, rubbed its eyes with its wings and slowly awakened, detecting that the fiery saint bird had achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of the Return to Origin realm. It began to seek harmony. Host cultivation, original cultivation, silver moon wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao Xiao, Yin Shui, Ning, Changge fiery, saint bird initial stage of the 3rd level of the venerable realm. The system notification rang out, signifying that the fiery saint bird had gained immeasurable benefits. The fiery saint bird flew into Changge's embrace, affectionately nuzzling against him. Very well. Indeed, Changge gently patted the fiery saint bird's head. A look of satisfaction gracing his features. His gaze drifted towards the other 6 towering mountains. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Surely within these 6 mountains lie other opportunities. Let us leave a 6th-tier battle puppet behind and venture forth to explore what these mountains have to offer. Master, I shall remain here to guard the junior sister. It is a more prudent choice, allowing for timely communication should any issues arise at this moment." Lin Tian unexpectedly volunteered. "Very well, Changge," without much thought. Nodded in agreement. Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. The pretext of guarding Changge was merely a ruse. The true reason lay in the fact that the 2 formidable beings sealed within the slaughtering Heaven Divine sword were growing restless. Pleading with Lin Tian for release, Chapter 119. Negotiating terms. Kid, where exactly are you right now? My bloodline is pulsating with excitement and calling out. There are opportunities for my Yahoo clan outside. Release me, let me out. Within the 1st layer of the slaughtering Heaven Divine Sword S seal, the Yahoo fidgeted in excitement and anticipation. I too sense the summons from the bloodline of the Hewish. Human boy, could it be that you are in a place of inheritance belonging to a beast clan? In the 2nd layer of the seal, a Hewish, measuring 100 feet in length, writhed its body. Flicking its tongue, its voice deep and piercing, Lin Tian smiled faintly, communicating with the 2 formidable beings through his consciousness. You have guessed correctly. I am currently in the Demon Spirit Mountain secret realm. Surrounded by over 30 stone tablets, each inscribed with various beast clan inheritances. The Demon Spirit's secret realm? The holy land of the beast clan from 10,000 years ago. It has been lost for millennia. Who would have thought you could enter such a place? Upon hearing this, the 2 formidable beings' eyes brightened, and they exclaimed in excitement, "Quickly release us. There must be inheritances of the Yahoo and Hewish clans here." "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why should I release you?" Lin Tian's smile faded as he replied coolly, "Our initial agreement was for you to protect me for 10 years, after which you would be granted your freedom. Not now. During these 10 years of protection, unless I face life-threatening danger, you are not permitted to emerge. This was your own stipulation." Lin Tian's words left the 2 formidable beings momentarily speechless when they proposed this condition. It was to prevent Lin Tian from summoning them at will. They had not anticipated that he would find the Demon Spirit's secret realm. Ahem. The reason we made that request was merely to prevent you from becoming overly reliant on external forces. If you release us now, allowing us to gain inheritances and enhance our strength, we would be better positioned to protect you in the future, would we not? The Yahoo coughed lightly, attempting to sound earnest. I see no necessity for that. With my master present and the myriad of hidden cards bestowed upon me, I am more than capable of safeguarding myself. Lin Tian firmly rejected. The Yahoo's expression darkened instantly. With only the 8th level of the transformation realm, it was no match for even the 5th-tier battle puppet in Lin Tian's possession, rendering it momentarily at a loss for a retort. Human boy, if you release us for the next year, even without encountering life-threatening danger, we can assist you in dealing with foes, acting as your enforcers. What do you say? The Hewish, unable to hold its composure any longer, proposed its own terms. 10 years. Lin Tian's tone was resolute. At T-most 3 years. Human boy, do not push your luck. The Hewish replied in a low voice. Deal. Before its words had fully faded, Lin Tian readily agreed. His response brisk and decisive. The Hewish fell silent, its gaze contemplative, It suddenly felt something was amiss. This boy had acquiesced too readily. Could it be that 3 years was still too generous? Although not much time for the Hewish. It felt a peculiar unease, as if something was not quite right. Had it fallen into a trap? All right, you may emerge now. After signing the contract with the two formidable beings, Lin Tian unsealed the slaughtering heaven divine sword, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Previously, although he had two formidable beings guarding him, he could not command them unless he faced mortal peril. Otherwise, they would not intervene. Now, however, the dynamics had changed. The two formidable beings had become his enforcers. 3 years hence, Lin Tian was confident he would break through to the venerable realm, at which point he would no longer require the Yahoo and Hewish. A flash of light, and the Yahoo and Hewish appeared atop the mountain. What pure essence of heaven and earth! This place, truly, is the inheritance stone tablet of the demon spirit's secret realm. Both the Yahoo and Hewish, filled with excitement, dashed towards a stone tablet, their bodies glowing faintly as they resonated with it, beginning to accept the inheritance. Each of the dozens of stone tablets corresponded to a different race. With these inheritances, the Yahoo and Hewish could transcend their limits and elevate their cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Changge and Luo Xiao's group arrived at the fourth towering mountain. Chapter 120. The mysterious nest atop this mountain stood a colossal phoenix tree. Its vast canopy spread wide, casting a shadow over the mountaintop. Nestled among its lush branches was an enormous bird's nest, exuding a powerful aura. Chirp! The fiery saint bird poked its little head out from Su Changge's arms, curiously surveying the nest. Though it had lived in the Dao Tian Sect since birth, it felt an inexplicable kinship with this structure of a nest, an overwhelming urge to curl up within and doze off. Since Xiao Huang is interested, there may very well be suitable opportunities inside. Let us investigate. Su Changge and his party strode boldly into the nest. "Oh, you dare return?" Upon their entrance, a menacing voice echoed from ahead. Two golden phoenixes stood guard at the entrance, their gazes icy. Humans, when they discerned the identity of the newcomers, the golden phoenixes were momentarily taken aback, their expressions growing increasingly hostile. They had expected a return from the defeated Beast Clan, but were instead confronted by humans. "Humans, the first 3 mountains have already been seized by you. Are you not satisfied? This mountain is now claimed by our Golden Phoenix clan. You are to depart at once." Noticing that Su Changge was accompanied by none of the 2 9th-level venerables, the Golden Phoenixes relaxed somewhat and spoke without restraint. "The demon spirit's secret realm is unclaimed territory. The one with the mightiest fist holds dominion. It's that simple," Su Changge replied coolly, "if you choose to leave now. I will not trouble you. You may take the opportunities you have obtained from here, and we shall coexist peacefully. However, should you insist on obstructing our passage, I shall have no choice but to be unyielding." A glimmer of golden light ignited in Su Changge's eyes, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the 2 golden phoenixes to tense up, their hearts racing. Simultaneously, the leader of the Golden Phoenix clan within the nest sensed Su Changge's spiritual presence. With a cold snort, it commanded, "Let them in." The 2 golden phoenixes felt as if a weight had been lifted and promptly retreated into the nest. Su Changge and his group faced no further obstruction and confidently entered the nest. Though the exterior of the nest appeared to be constructed from intertwining branches, the interior resembled a resplendent palace. Adorned lavishly, it comprised a main hall and numerous side chambers. What a thorough cleanup. Luo Xiao remarked with pursed lips. What they beheld was a stark emptiness. All the side chambers were devoid of furnishings, with even chairs and tables having been removed by the Golden Phoenix clan, leaving nothing behind. The main hall was equally bare, with decorative items stripped away, leaving only a deep yellow altar standing prominently in the center. Upon the altar lay 3 items: a pair of golden wings, a palm-sized bone, and a pair of wine cups. The altar emanated a hazy glow, forming a formidable barrier. More than 50 golden phoenixes surrounded the altar, attempting to breach the barrier, but to no avail. Chirp, chirp, chirp! The sacred firebird suddenly brightened its eyes, fixating on a piece of white bone upon the altar, brimming with excitement and exhilaration. "Oh, Without the protection of those two esteemed ninth-level beings, do you three dare to come here? The leader of the Golden Peng clan regarded Su Changge and Luo Xiaoqiao, as well as Yun Xuanning, his gaze icy, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What is there to fear? Su Changge replied calmly, you have lingered here for so long without breaching the altar's restrictive barrier, which indicates that the opportunity within the altar is beyond your reach. It would be wise to relinquish the altar and not linger any longer. Su Changge's words rendered the Golden Peng clan visibly displeased, their eyes glinting with malice. Truly, such an audacious and arrogant individual. This cavern was left by the ancestors of the demon race. Whatever opportunity lies within belongs solely to us. The demon kin, and has nothing to do with your human race. Humph. You are merely at the first level of the esteemed realm. What qualification do you have to speak to us? Many Golden Pengs began to scold him. Were it not for their fear of the two esteemed ninth-level powerhouses, they would have long since expelled Su Changge and his companions. Chapter 121. The nest of opportunities. The leader of the Golden Peng clan did not show anger. He stared intently at the sacred firebird nestled in Su Changge's embrace for a time, his pupils suddenly constricting, a wave of trepidation swelling within him. It had nothing to do with the cultivation of the sacred firebird. It was a form of ancestral pressure emanating from a higher lineage. The leader's expression shifted subtly. Fall back and give way to them. I am curious to see how someone with merely the third level of the esteemed realm can navigate a barrier that even I cannot breach. The leader of the Golden Peng clan snorted coldly, issuing commands. Although the Golden Pengs were reluctant, they obediently retreated, distancing themselves from the altar. The leader remained, standing beside the altar, quietly observing Su Changge. Unfazed, Su Changge gently stroked the sacred firebird's arms and asked, Little one, since you desire that piece of bone, do you possess the means to unlock the restrictive barrier? Chirp! The sacred firebird tilted its head and suddenly flapped its wings, soaring towards the altar. Under the tense scrutiny of Su Changge's group and the Golden Pengs, the sacred firebird's body radiated a golden light, effortlessly penetrating the restrictive barrier and landing upon the altar, just as I suspected. Seeing this, Su Changge felt a surge of joy. Having discerned the opportunities within the three great mountains, he speculated that the 9 mountains were likely filled with various legacies and opportunities. It seemed the Spirit Demon Mountain had sealed the Spirit Demon's secret realm amidst the turmoil of darkness, leaving behind legacies and embers. Now, witnessing the sacred firebird's unimpeded access to the altar, Su Changge knew his conjecture was correct. What? This bird actually entered. How is that possible? The surrounding Golden Pengs displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Earlier, over 50 Golden Pengs had united their efforts, including 2 formidable esteemed beings, yet the restrictive barrier had remained unyielding. Now, the sacred firebird had effortlessly traversed it. How could there be such a disparity among birds? Gulp! The sacred firebird lifted the piece of pure white bone with its wings. The demon energy within it surged. Countless dense demon runes illuminated the bone, twinkling like a sky full of stars. It is the legacy of the demon saint. This must be the blaze technique recorded in ancient texts. The Golden Pengs erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming with delight and avarice. Clearly, they had plundered all the ancient texts from this nest and learned the origins of this bone. Chirp! The sacred firebird was equally elated, nuzzling the bone and cradling it close. Subsequently, it grasped a pair of golden wings in its beak and clutched 2 goblets in its talons, flying out from the altar. Eager to present them to Su Changge, the sacred firebird swayed as it approached, offering the golden wings and goblets to Su Changge, affectionately rubbing against him. Human brat, thank you for helping me retrieve these 3 items from the altar. Hand them over. The leader of the Golden Peng clan laughed heartily, his golden claws swirling with terrifying demon energy, lunging towards Su Changge and the sacred firebird with lightning speed. Gulp! The sacred firebird widened its eyes, its sparkling gaze filled with fury, glaring fiercely at the leader of the Golden Peng clan. It could not comprehend why the leader sought to snatch its own prize that it had retrieved. I knew you were not trustworthy. Su Changge's lips curled into a cold smile. Having anticipated this, clang! Su Changge stowed away the golden wings and goblets, a dark golden spear materializing in his hand. The dragon pattern glowing as a resounding dragon's roar echoed forth. Thrusting the spear with astonishing speed, boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. The great wilderness dragon's spear collided fiercely with the leader's claws, sparks flying. A torrent of spiritual and demonic energy erupting, shaking the very air. Under the astonished gazes of the Golden Punks, the great wilderness dragon spear pierced through the claws of the leader of the Golden Punk clan. With a swift motion of his arm, Su Changge's spear, sharp beyond compare, severed half of the leader's claw. Chapter 122. The greedy Golden Punk clan. The leader of the Golden Punk clan let out a pained howl, instantly retreating, widening the distance between himself and Su Changge. He stared incredulously at his bloodied claws. It is important to note that he was a Golden Punk. The hardest part of a Golden Pang's body is its claws. Considered a natural treasure, even against a 6th-tier treasure, he could withstand it without damage. Yet today he had been pierced by Su Changge's spear, losing half of his claw. This is a 7th-tier treasure. The leader of the Golden Punk clan fixed his gaze on the great wilderness dragon spear. Sensing a terrifying aura that surpassed the limits of the esteemed realm, and his expression shifted. 7th-tier treasure. How many more treasures does the master conceal from us? Luo Xiao pouted, contemplating whether to emulate the little dog and pilfer Su Changge's storage ring for a peek. With a swift motion, Su Changge's figure blurred, dozens of afterimages appearing around him, all lunging toward the leader of the Golden Punk clan, making it difficult for him to discern which was the real body. "You insolent brat," the leader of the Golden Punk clan, angered and humiliated, howled, spitting forth a golden flying sword. In an instant, a torrent of golden sword energy surged forth, piercing through all the afterimages in an instant, targeting Su Changge's true form. With a sweep of the great wilderness dragon spear, Su Changge collided with the golden flying sword, producing a piercing metallic sound. Su Changge was even forced to retreat 2 steps. What a 7th-tier treasure! Did you truly believe you were the only one who possessed one? You did not anticipate that I too have a 7th-tier treasure. The leader of the Golden Punk clan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, that he was aware that Su Changge had the backing of 2 esteemed 9th-level powerhouses, yet still dared to attack him, indicating he had some confidence. They had unearthed 2 7th-tier treasures from this nest. And with his 7th-level esteemed cultivation, wielding a 7th-tier treasure, he could challenge a 9th-level esteemed being. Today, you little ones shall perish here. A sinister laugh echoed. Another esteemed being of the Golden Punk clan made its move, unleashing a silver flying sword that unleashed a deadly and terrifying sword energy, speeding towards the sacred fire bird. Its target was the legacy bone clutched in the bird's grasp. The other 50 Golden Punks also closed in with sinister grins, unleashing their ferocious demon energy, locking onto Luo Xiao and Yun Xuanning. Clang! Su Changge swung the great wilderness dragon spear, accurately striking the silver flying sword and sending it flying. Indeed, 2 7th-tier treasures. What a delightful surprise! Rather than being alarmed, Su Changge's face broke into a sinister smile. Even in the face of death, you dare to covet my treasures? The leader of the Golden Punk clan transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards Su Changge with lightning speed. The golden flying sword also erupted with a torrent of sword energy, attacking Su Changge from another direction. Another esteemed being of the Golden Punk clan joined the fray. Faced with the assault of 2 esteemed beings and needing to protect Luo Xiao and Yun Xuanning, the sacred firebird and its companions, theoretically, given Su Changge's cultivation, they should undoubtedly face defeat. Yet throughout, Su Changge maintained an expression of calm and composure, his heart undisturbed. Suppress. Su Changge extended his hand, the sect master's token emerging, radiating a series of brilliant and resplendent lights. Under the sanctified radiance, all the Golden Punks were immobilized, unable to move. Even the 2 7th-tier flying swords froze mid-air. This is a sacred artifact? The leader of the Golden Punk clan stared, his eyes wide with horror. I had hoped to maintain a non-interference stance. But alas, your greed has proven your undoing. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Changge's eyes. No, stop. Human friend, let us deliberate on this matter. I am willing to offer these two seventh-tier magical treasures as a gesture of apology. Please spare me. The leader of the Golden Pung clan, his fur standing on end, hastily pleaded for mercy. Alas, his entreaty was met with a flash of terrifying spear light. With a single step, Su Changge manifested dozens of afterimages around him. A series of spear lights erupted, precisely piercing the skulls of each Golden Pung, delivering instant death. Chapter 123. Significant gains. The third level of the Venerable Realm? Was it not said that this was the secret realm of the Demon Clan? How can my master's cultivation have ascended to minor realms? Could it be that my master also encountered a fortuitous opportunity within the secret realm? Yun Shui Ning keenly detected the fluctuations of Su Changge's spiritual power and discerned his cultivation level. Immediately filled with astonishment, she distinctly remembered that before entering the secret realm, Su Changge had merely attained the first level of the Venerable Realm. This left her in considerable perplexity that Su Changge picked up two flying swords from the ground. These swords formed a pair. Only when combined did they constitute a complete set, though they could be utilized separately. You two can each take one, he offered, handing the flying swords to Luo Qiao and Yin Xuanning. I have a precious gourd, so this pair of flying swords shall be bestowed upon Xuanning. Luo Qiao accepted the sword and, before Yin Xuanning could refuse, pressed it into her hands. A warm feeling surged within Yin Xuanning, and she did not decline, saying, "Thank you, Master and Senior Sister Qiao, we are family, so there is no need for formality." Luo Qiao chuckled, as Su Changge smiled as well. And the three began to loot the bodies, stripping the storage rings from the Golden Pungs and opening them on the spot. Inside, they found an array of mundane items such as tables, chairs, green lamps, and wall paintings. The most valuable items were a row of bookshelves and several jars and vials. Yet it remained uncertain whether the contents of these ancient vials, left behind a millennium ago, were still viable. Instead of examining these items, Su Changge retrieved the golden wings of the blazing fire sacred bird from the altar, along with a pair of wine cups. These wings, measuring a foot in length, felt cold and heavy in his hands, seemingly forged from a rare metal, their edges sharp and unparalleled. As he gently grazed his finger along the wing, his skin split open and blood began to ooze. It is worth noting that Su Changge's indestructible golden body technique had reached perfection, having initially coalesced into a golden form. Even a 9th-level Venerable Realm expert would find it challenging to breach his defenses. Su Changge's palm surged with spiritual power, attempting to activate the wings, yet they remained unresponsive. This must be a treasure of the Demon Clan, requiring demonic energy to activate. Little Huang, you may keep these for yourself, Su Changge said, handing the golden wings to the blazing fire sacred bird. The bird nodded, its storage ring glowing as it absorbed the wings. Su Changge's gaze fell upon the wine cups. Within them resided about 1/5 of a fragrant clear wine, whose intoxicating aroma lingered even after a millennium, penetrating the soul. Merely inhaling a whiff, Su Changge felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria wash over him, as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. This is divine wine. At the very least, it must have been brewed using 7th-tier spiritual herbs. Su Changge's heart raced with delight. This caliber of divine wine transcended mere alcohol, often possessing various miraculous properties, such as enhancing cultivation, cleansing the physique, and healing hidden injuries. It could indeed be considered a treasure of medicinal value. Little Huang, you have done splendidly. Su Changge affectionately patted the blazing fire sacred bird's head. The bird squinted its eyes in contentment, nuzzling against Su Changge's chest. You should drink it, Su Changge offered, presenting both cups to the sacred bird. These 2 cups of wine, along with that bone, should assist in your cultivation. This is your fortuitous opportunity. Chirp, the blazing fire sacred bird tilted its head that I do not wish to drink. It is unnecessary. You should have tea. Su Changge chuckled. Can Master understand little Huang's speech? Luo Qiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Chirp. Upon receiving Su Changge's affirmative response, The blazing fire sacred bird lifted the wine cups with its wings and gulped them down in one go. Burp! The bird belched, its fluffy body swaying as it collapsed into Changge's embrace, emitting soft purring sounds. That moment, a piece of ancestral treasure bone within its storage ring began to glow. An intricate demon clan runes illuminated one after another, bursting forth from the ring and merging into the blazing fire sacred bird's body. What is happening? Changge observed the emerging runes with excitement. The blazing fire sacred bird, being of the sacred bloodline, had now acquired the essence of the second mountain and the legacy from here. Its future potential was limitless. Chapter 124. The leader of the White Tiger clan cradling the blazing fire sacred bird. Changge, along with Luo Xiao and Yun Xuanning, exited the avian nest. The trio proceeded toward the fifth mountain at Changge's surprise. Atop the peak was a colossal water sphere, gently floating, within which glimmered what appeared to be several resplendent palaces. As they attempted to enter the sphere, a gentle force repelled them, preventing access. It seemed this sphere was the domain of water-type demon beasts, accessible only to them. Changge surmised, feeling somewhat regretful. The trio then made their way to the sixth mountain. Atop this peak lay an expansive spiritual herb garden. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, featuring a massive gathering array that continuously drew in the surrounding heavenly spiritual energy. The area shimmered with colors, and the fragrant aroma of various spiritual herbs filled the air. Even the weeds underfoot sparkled, hinting at their potential evolution into spiritual herbs. However, as Changge and his companions entered the garden, their expressions fell. Everywhere they looked, the ground was pockmarked and uneven. There were no spiritual herbs to be found, and even the grass had been completely uprooted. Some had even dug enormous pits, carting away the soil imbued with spiritual essence. Additionally, numerous demon clan corpses littered the ground, bloodied and still emanating warmth. The garden felt desolate, with only a handful of unwilling demon clan members rummaging through the soil. Undoubtedly, this spiritual herb garden had already been ravaged by other demon clans, with all the spiritual herbs pilfered. In the secret realm of the demon spirits, one would expect to find not just holy herbs, but certainly seventh-tier spiritual herbs. What a pity, Changge sighed, after the trio thoroughly scoured the garden and confirmed its barrenness. They proceeded to the seventh mountain. At its summit stood a white palace, exuding a terrifying aura, as if a primordial beast had made its lair there. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl reverberated from within the white palace, akin to a thunderous roar that sent shivers down their spines. An overwhelming, terrifying aura, surpassing the limits of the venerable realm, radiated from within. This aura belongs to the leader of the White Tiger clan. Changge's brows knitted together as he spoke. It has obtained a fortuitous opportunity within and seems to have broken through to the monarch realm. The leader of the White Tiger clan was originally a 9th-level venerable realm cultivator. It was not surprising for him to ascend to the monarch realm after receiving such an opportunity. The monarch realm? Luo Xiao was clearly taken aback, quickly clutching Changge's sleeve and urging, "Let us leave. We cannot afford to provoke it. Can we escape?" Just then, a cold voice echoed. A white tiger strode forth from the palace, its entire body snow-white, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Its eyes glinting with a fierce aura as the terrifying divine sense of the monarch realm instantly locked onto Changge and his companions. Changge narrowed his eyes slightly. It was evident that the leader of the White Tiger clan had not just recently broken through to the monarch realm. It had merely sensed their presence, unleashing its monarch-level pressure. Indeed, a formidable beast of the monarch realm. Luo Xiao gasped in shock, while Yun Xuanning furrowed her brow. "Hear me, human. I have heard that you have occupied the first 3 mountains, and now you dare to wander about freely. It seems you have already claimed the fortunes of the first 3 mountains." The frigid gaze of the White Tiger clan leader fixed on Changge, its tone indifferent. "Do not think I offer you no chance. If you surrender the fortunes of the first 3 mountains and the body refinement techniques you have cultivated, I may spare your lives." As its voice fell, the overwhelming pressure of the monarch realm surged forth. crashing towards Su Changge and his companions like a landslide or tsunami. Su Changge's eyes gleamed with golden light as an astonishingly powerful divine sense erupted, countering the monarch-level pressure and shielding Luo, Qiao Qiao, and Yun Xuanning behind him. The leader of the White Tiger clan's gaze sharpened, to be able to so easily withstand his monarch-level pressure with mere venerable realm cultivation. Chapter 125. The White Tiger's killing intent. Could it be that this human has acquired some sort of legacy regarding souls within the demon spirit secret realm? But isn't this a territory of the demon race? How could a human possibly gain such an opportunity? The leader of the White Tiger clan found it perplexing and chose to abandon the thought altogether. With a swift motion, it stepped forward, transforming into a brilliant white light, launching itself towards Su Changge with the speed of lightning. If it could capture Su Changge, regardless of the opportunity or secret behind it, everything would belong to it. Su Changge's fingers moved, revealing the Great Desolation Dragon Spear, its dragon patterns glowing and emitting a thunderous dragon roar. Bang! Su Changge swung the Great Desolation Dragon Spear with great force, unleashing a dazzling spear light that violently clashed with the claws of the White Tiger clan leader. Producing a deafening explosion, Su Changge was forced to retreat 3 steps, leaving 3 deep imprints in the sturdy floor tiles, his blood and energy surging violently as one progresses through the martial arts realms. The gaps between each major realm become increasingly vast. Even someone as powerful as Su Changge found himself at a disadvantage against the White Tiger clan leader who had only recently entered the Monarch realm. Fortunately, Su Changge had cultivated the indestructible golden body to great perfection, and while he was pushed back, he had not sustained any injuries. Interesting, it can actually withstand my strike without being hurt. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the White Tiger clan leader. It then roared, spewing forth a blinding white light, the murderous aura soaring, and instantly charged towards Su Changge. Su Changge stepped forward, employing the carefree body technique, cradling a little girl in one arm, and vanished from his original position in an instant. Boom! The white light crashed into the ground where Su Changge had just stood, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The ground erupted, and surrounding boulders were reduced to powder, forming a deep pit. The powerful spiritual sense of the White Tiger clan leader locked onto Su Changge's location and charged again. A single white tiger paw came crashing down, generating a fierce wind, its momentum astounding as Su Changge's figure flickered once more, evading this attack like a ghost, temporarily dodging the White Tiger clan leader's spiritual lock. With a thunderous roar, the White Tiger clan leader's paw struck down again, causing the ground to explode once more, plowing a deep ravine, its destructive power immense. I must see how many times you can evade. The White Tiger clan leader's gaze turned icy, its formidable spiritual sense once again locking onto Su Changge, transforming into a white light as it lunged forward. Su Changge remained unfazed, executing the carefree body technique with remarkable skill. At the moment the White Tiger clan leader's figure swayed, he shifted his form and appeared on the opposite side. The White Tiger clan leader swung its tail, the snow-white appendage resembling a steel whip, slicing through the air with a sound that pierced the void, shattering a towering boulder behind Su Changge into fragments. Human ant is dodging all you know. The White Tiger clan leader's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Its attacks had repeatedly missed, igniting a flicker of anger within it. Su Changge hovered in mid-air, cradling the little girl. He sighed and spoke. "Little White Tiger, we have no enmity. Why must we resort to life and death? Human boy, weren't you arrogant and reckless before entering the secret realm? What's this? Realizing you can't defeat me, do you wish to beg for mercy?" The White Tiger clan leader scoffed. Su Changge shook his head. "I merely wish to conceal some trump cards and not reveal them too early. Should you continue to attack, you will force me to use my hidden methods to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, the White Tiger clan leader erupted with laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. Human boy, what dream are you indulging in? With your mere first level of the revered realm, what could you possibly use to kill me?" The White Tiger clan leader growled. "This tedious hunt must come to an end." With the sound of its roar, a series of pristine white beast fangs erupted from its neck, 12 beast fangs expanded in the wind, transforming into 12 spears, entirely snow-white, inscribed with ancient runes, radiating a murderous aura that soared into the sky. The 12 spears formed a formation, each one cold and lethal. This is a 7th-tier magical artifact. I must see how many times you can evade. The White Tiger Clan leader revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 126. Unveiling the hidden cards boom. As the White Tiger Clan leader's murderous intent surged, the icy spears instantaneously locked onto Changge, launching forth in succession. 12 spears hurled from all directions towards Changge, completely sealing off his escape route, unlike the Golden Rock clan encountered earlier, whose leader was merely at the 7th level of the revered realm and could not unleash the full power of a 7th-tier magical artifact. The White Tiger Clan leader had already reached the Monarch realm, capable of fully harnessing the artifact's might. Even someone as formidable as Changge, should he dare to withstand the assault of these 12 spears, would surely sustain injuries. Observing this, Changge could only let out a resigned sigh. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had intended to conserve more hidden cards, but alas, before he could warm them up, he was compelled to reveal them. With a thought, a battle puppet clad in black armor materialized beside him. From its appearance, this battle puppet bore no distinction from the previous one, looking identical as if produced on an assembly line. However, when the battle puppet drew its sword, an unparalleled and sharp blade light erupted, as if capable of severing the very heavens and earth. Clang! The battle puppet swung its sword, sending a breathtaking blade light sweeping in all directions, striking all 12 spears. A series of thunderous explosions echoed, spiritual and demonic energies roiling violently, constantly colliding, the area resembling a volcanic eruption, the entire mountain trembling in response. An astonishing scene unfolded. The battle puppet strike sent all 12 spears flying, their radiance dimming. Puff! The White Tiger Clan leader also suffered backlash, involuntarily grunting as it spat out a mouthful of blood. Its eyes widened in terror, fixating on the battle puppet. You are not merely at the 9th level of the revered realm. You are a Monarch realm powerhouse. The White Tiger Clan leader was greatly shocked, its heart stirred by tumultuous waves that I truly concede to this human. Outside the secret realm, this human powerhouse had distinctly revealed only the 9th level of the revered realm. Yet now, it turned out he possessed Monarch realm power. Furthermore, the White Tiger Clan leader sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from the battle puppet. The opponent's strength far surpassed its own. In an instant, it concluded that, due to the identical appearance of the 7th-tier battle puppet and the 6th-tier battle puppet, it mistakenly believed the 7th-tier battle puppet was the 6th-tier one it had encountered before. This is a Monarch realm, a 7th-tier battle puppet. Luo Qiao and Yun Xuanning's eyes widened in astonishment, their minds buzzing. This was indeed a 7th-tier battle puppet. Even an artifact master of the Saint Realm would find it exceedingly challenging to forge one, requiring an abundance of rare materials and a remarkably intricate process. In other words, even a formidable entity like the Daotian ancient kingdom seemingly lacked a 7th-tier battle puppet. Could this possibly be a treasure left behind by the Dao Tian Sect? Where did the master acquire this? Yun Xuanning was equally astonished. A 7th-tier battle puppet is extraordinarily rare and precious. Human 6th, I shall remember this grudge. The White Tiger Clan leader shot a fierce glare at Changge, the 12 spears surrounding it, and immediately turned to charge towards the White Palace. You've already revealed your trump cards. Do you still think you can escape? Changge's gaze turned cold. The 7th-tier battle puppet stepped forward, appearing before the White Tiger Clan leader like a specter, as if teleporting, raising its hand to deliver a decisive strike. Human, do not be too excessive, the White Tiger Clan leader roared, summoning the 12 spears to engage in a fierce battle with the battle puppet. In an instant, the area erupted with a terrifying Monarch realm aura, sending shockwaves of combat energy that shattered rocks and shook the earth. The momentum overwhelming. 2 Monarch realm pressures. What is happening? The White Tigers within the White Palace were all greatly alarmed, hurriedly rushing to the entrance. Then, they beheld their leader, who had just broken through to the Monarch realm, being relentlessly beaten. Chapter 127. Another acquisition of a 7th-tier magical artifact under Su Changge's deliberate control, the battle puppet displayed only the strength of the 3rd level of the Monarch realm. Yet it was more than sufficient to easily crush the White Tiger clan leader, who had just broken through to the 1st level of the Monarch realm, in just over a dozen exchanges. The White Tiger clan leader bore multiple grievous wounds, nearly cleaved in half by a single strike. Even the 12 spears dimmed in radiance and emitted mournful wails, reverting to a series of beast fangs. The White Tiger clan leader was grievously injured and could no longer sustain the activation of the 7th-tier magical artifact. Leader, how could this happen? The White Tigers at the entrance of the palace watched in horror, their eyes wide, unable to suppress their cries of despair. No! As the reluctant and regretful screams of the White Tiger clan leader echoed, the battle puppet struck down, severing its head. The remaining White Tigers were engulfed in darkness. Feeling as though struck by a thunderbolt, the outcome was utterly inconceivable. That was a leader who had already attained the cultivation of the June realm. Logically, such a formidable being should have been invincible within the secret realm. Yet it had been mercilessly slain before their very eyes. Whoosh! The battle puppet's eyes glowed with a crimson light as it locked onto the remaining White Tigers, brandishing its blade and charging forward. Flee! The White Tigers were filled with terror, hastily retreating into the White Palace, trembling in fear. The battle puppet attempted to pursue them, but it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, being repelled back several steps, utterly unable to breach the White Palace's threshold. Another barrier, Su Changge, furrowed his brow. The White Palace was shrouded in a layer of restrictive barriers, so powerful that even the battle puppet could not force its way through. It appeared to be the handiwork of a demon sage. This also implied that the opportunities within the palace had no relation to Su Changge and his companions. Alas, they had already acquired numerous opportunities within the demon spirit's secret realm. It was time to be content. There was no need to covet every opportunity for themselves, as Su Changge maintained a commendable attitude. Not disheartened by the inability to enter the White Palace, he picked up the string of beast fangs and casually retrieved the storage ring of the White Tiger clan leader. With the leader now deceased, the beast fangs and storage ring had become ownerless and were easily refined by Su Changge. This string of beast fangs was a treasure of the demon clan, completely beyond the capability of the human race to wield, but it was suitable for the dog. However, the dog already possessed the Wolf King seal, and it was likely that there were also 7th-tier treasures within the Hall of No Life. So it was better to reserve it for Changge. Su Changge made his decision. He opened the storage ring of the White Tiger clan leader and discovered a staggering 2 million spirit stones, as well as numerous spiritual herbs and pills, although most were unsuitable for human use. They were, however, appropriate for the dog and the blazing fire sacred bird, Changge. Next, Su Changge, Luo, Qiao Qiao, and Yun Xuanning proceeded to the last 2 great mountains. The 8th mountain was rich in spiritual energy, adorned with over 100 cushions spread across the ground. This place was suffused with Taoist essence, seemingly a locale for preaching and cultivation. Hundreds of demon clan members crowded the Taoist hall, quietly immersed in their practice. With no way to seize opportunities from other mountains, they could only seize the moment to cultivate here. After observing for a while, without discovering any opportunities, Su Changge and his companions moved on to the 9th mountain. Unlike other mountains, this one was riddled with countless caves. The very heart of the mountain had been hollowed out, forming an intricate and grand underground palace, the origins of which were unknown. The trio ventured into the caves, taking a long detour before uncovering a vast nest underground. Numerous demon clan experts were coming and going, stripping the nest of its valuable contents. Su Changge and his companions could only return empty-handed, making their way back to the 3rd mountain to keep watch over the Dog. This moment, the dog was enveloped in a rich crimson spring, forming a large cocoon that a vigorous life force radiated from within. Su Changge could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of the dog's heart. It was evident that this was an immense opportunity for the dog, its bloodline awakening, and the entire wolf was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Half an hour later, a system notification echoed in Su Changge's mind. Chapter 128, The Dog's Bloodline Awakening. Detection shows that the sect member Silver Moon Wolf's cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the transformation Dao realm. Initiating a harmonious request. Host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf Lin Tian, Luo, Qiao, Yin, Shui, Ning, Qingyu, Blazing Fire Sacred Bird, initial stage of the 4th level of the Venerable Realm. A torrent of immense power surged within Su Changge's Dantian, flowing into his limbs and bones, integrating into every inch of his flesh, propelling his cultivation upward. The dog's cultivation had leaped from the 1st level of the transformation Dao realm to the 5th, crossing 4 minor realms. At that moment, a blue giant wolf's phantom materialized from thin air, howling towards the heavens, emitting a deafening roar. In that instant, an ancient and supreme pressure radiated, causing Su Changge and his companions to be filled with a sense of trepidation. This was the bloodline of the celestial wolf clan. Yun Xuan Ning gasped in surprise, suddenly lifting her head to gaze at the majestic blue giant wolf's phantom. The dog also possesses the bloodline of a demon emperor? Su Changge was equally astonished. Although he did not recognize the bloodline of the celestial wolf clan, he could distinctly feel that the bloodline awakening within the dog was on par with the demon emperor bloodline awakened within Qingyu. The dog was unexpectedly so powerful. Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Under the astonished gazes of the trio, the blue giant wolf's phantom dissipated, and the crimson cocoon enveloping the dog split open, revealing a black and white dog leaping out. Ha! This great lord has returned. The dog laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. Having obtained the legacy of the no-life demon sage and awakened the bloodline of the celestial wolf clan, its future potential was limitless. Not bad. I never expected you, dog, to be so well concealed, possessing the bloodline of a demon emperor. Su Changge rubbed the dog's head, genuinely surprised. Could the dog be the illegitimate child of a certain demon emperor? This is, What bloodline of a demon emperor? What are you talking about? The dog wore a proud expression, about to admit it, but suddenly jolted, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly coughed twice, striving to feign a look of confusion. After all, on the surface, it was merely an ordinary dog and could not easily expose its identity. Otherwise, if Su Changge continued to inquire about its origins, about the old man's matters, or the affairs of the Dao Tian Sect, how could it respond? Su Changge sighed, rubbing the dog's head, and said, "Dog, I am now at the Venerable Realm. It won't be long before I break through to the June Realm. There are some matters I believe I should be informed of, right?" Upon hearing this, the dog fell silent, losing its previous playful demeanor. In the past, it had concealed the truth from Su Changge, merely wanting him to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person, free from the burdens of the Dao Tian Sect's grudges and sufferings. However, as Su Changge's strength grew and the disciples he took in possessed extraordinary skills, the Dao Tian Sect was increasingly flourishing under his guidance. If this continued, the past grievances and sufferings of the Dao Tian Sect would inevitably resurface. That heavy historical burden and the formidable enemies, powerful enough to instill despair, would eventually confront Su Changge. Let us discuss it once you break through to the June Realm. There is still a long way to go before reaching the Venerable Realm. The dog mumbled softly as Su Changge chuckled and replied. Then it's settled. Luo, Qiao, and Yun Xuan Ning exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what the man and dog were discussing. Meanwhile, in the 13 states of the primordial continent, Changge, the demon god palace. This was a solemn and towering ancient edifice, situated amidst the vast and magnificent primordial divine mountain, standing since the era of antiquity and serving as the highest sanctuary for the demon clan. Within the demon god palace, 12 statues stood erect, wreathed in a hazy glow, each exuding supreme majesty. These 12 statues represented the original 12 celestial demons. According to legend, all demon clans originated from a singular progenitor known as the demon god. The 12 celestial demons were the offspring born of the demon god. Each of the 12 celestial demons propagated, giving rise to 12 distinct celestial demon clans. The celestial demon clans intermingled, resulting in the myriad demon clans we see today. Unlike the various human sects that govern themselves independently, The 12 celestial demon clans reigned supreme, governing all demon clans. At this moment, the original celestial fox statue suddenly radiated a beam of light, pointing towards the direction of Yunzhou. Chapter 129. Stirring the Demon Emperor. Within the celestial fox clan's territory, the celestial fox palace, a young man in white suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the unusual movement of the original celestial fox statue. In his deep, weathered gaze, the reflections of myriad stars appeared, illuminating the universe. Yunzhou, could it be that a bloodline of the celestial fox clan has awakened? Has some branch given rise to a prodigy? The young man in white murmured softly, Dongyang, you are to personally travel to Yunzhou and bring back the clan demon with the awakened celestial fox bloodline. The young man's deep, resonant voice echoed slowly. As commanded by the demon emperor, a respectful voice sounded from outside the celestial fox palace. Moments later, in the demon god palace, the original celestial wolf statue also glowed, similarly pointing towards Yunzhou in the territory of the celestial wolf clan. The celestial wolf palace, a robust silver-white celestial wolf, lifted its head in surprise on the same day. Both the celestial fox clan and the celestial wolf clan had clan demons awakening their celestial demon bloodlines. Even among the 12 celestial demon clans, not every member could awaken the celestial demon bloodline. As for branches and collateral lines, the probability of awakening the celestial demon bloodline was even lower. It could take thousands of years to see even one. To possess the celestial demon bloodline and to awaken it are two entirely different matters. Convey the imperial decree to let the Songlong venture to Yunzhou and bring back the awakened celestial wolf bloodline clan demon. The celestial wolf clan demon emperor uttered calmly, as commanded. A respectful voice echoed through the heavenly wolf palace as the void slightly distorted. In the demon spirit's secret realm, atop the second great mountain. Su Changge, Dogzi, Luo, Xiao Qiao, and Yun Xuanning returned to this location. Dogzi's eyes brightened as he quickly sensed a connection with a stone tablet through his own bloodline. This is a legacy left by the ancestors of the wolf clan. Dogzi's heart surged with excitement, and he hurried over. Although he had already acquired the legacy of the lifeless demon sage, one could never have too many legacies. The more, the better. Su Changge raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two additional great demons beside him. Master, Lin Tian hastily approached and explained, this demon fox was sealed within the sword qi found in the relics of the Feixing sect. While this snake demon was similarly sealed within the sword qi of the Qingxiao mountain relics. The snake demon was at the 7th level of the esteemed realm, and I just forged a contract with these two great demons. Lin Tian recounted the events that had transpired. There is also a great demon sealed within the sword qi of the Qingxiao mountain. Su Changge, along with the others, widened their eyes in astonishment. Especially Su Changge, whose mind raced with thoughts. If the sword qi in the Feixing sect relics contained a great demon, it could be understood, but the presence of another great demon sealed within the sword qi of Qingxiao mountain was clearly no coincidence. It was undoubtedly related to the slaughtering heaven divine sword within Lin Tian's Dan Tian. Could it be that my senior brother is merely a discarded son of the Lin family? Why does it feel like there's some extraordinary secret involved? Luo Xiao mimicked Su Changge and thoughtfully stroked her smooth, fair chin, her sparkling eyes darting around. Yun Xuanning, with her cold demeanor, remained silent. That a 7th level esteemed realm snake demon is quite impressive. Su Changge nodded. For the current state of the Dao Tian Sect, these two great demons would undoubtedly be invaluable allies. Given that Lin Tian had the esteemed realm snake demon to protect him, Su Changge pondered and decided to bestow a 6th-tier battle puppet to Yun Xuanning. Thank you, Master. Aware that Su Changge possessed a 7th-tier battle puppet as well, Yun Xuanning graciously accepted the gift. Moments later, Qingyu fluttered her eyelashes and opened her lively eyes. Master, upon seeing Su Changge beside her. Qingyu's heart swelled with joy as she quickly stood and embraced his arm, excitedly exclaiming, Master, I just comprehended 5 techniques from the stone tablet. They are excellent, excellent. Su Changge smiled, nodding that, by the way, this string of beast fangs is a 7th-tier treasure of the demon clan. Please accept IT. As Su Changge handed the string of beast fangs to Qingyu. Thank you, Master. Qingyu was thrilled, eagerly receiving the beast fangs and gazing at Su Changge with increasingly affectionate eyes. Master is willing to gift me a 7th-tier treasure. He truly cares for me. Chapter 130. Crisis approaches 15 minutes later. The demon fox and snake demon awakened, successfully obtaining the legacy from the stone tablet. Humph. The demon fox and snake demon cast a contemptuous glance at Su Changge and the others. Their eyes cold and aloof to them. Su Changge's group was merely a collection of weak juniors. Had it not been for Lin Tian's constraints, they would not have spared them a second glance. Lin Tian quickly activated the Slaughtering Heaven Divine Sword, resealing the 2 great demons. These 2 great demons are unruly and have been sealed for over a millennium. Their temperaments are fierce, so please do not take offense. Master, without encountering strong adversaries, it would be quite challenging for me to command them, Lin Tian said with a wry smile. And oh harm done. Su Changge shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. Time flew by, and after another quarter hour, Daozi also awoke, having gained the legacy from the stone tablet. However, the legacy from the stone tablet was naturally inferior to the lifeless technique, making it feel somewhat lackluster, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. As the demon spirit secret realm had yet to close, Su Changge's group proceeded to the 8th Great Mountain to cultivate within the dojo. The demon clan members already residing in the 8th Great Mountain expressed dissatisfaction upon seeing Su Changge's group, their eyes flashing with hostility. After all, the dojo was already overcrowded with demons, leaving no room for anyone else. Observing this, Daozi immediately summoned the 6th-tier battle puppet. The terrifying pressure of a 9th-level esteemed realm was unleashed, causing the surrounding demon clan members to fall silent, all lowering their heads. The demons encircling Su Changge's group retreated, quickly creating a space around them. Now, that's more like it, Daozi nodded in satisfaction. Su Changge's group began their cultivation in the dojo. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant in this location, but the surrounding aura of the Dao also enhanced their cultivation speed, making it at least 10 times faster than the outside world. 3 days swiftly passed. Daozi and Lin Tian had both broken through a minor realm, while Yin Xuanning had advanced 2 minor realms, reaching the 8th level of the profound spirit realm. Su Changge's cultivation had also progressed to the mid-stage of the 4th level of the esteemed realm. Boom! At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from deep within the heavens, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. In the next instant, dazzling beams of light illuminated the surroundings, enveloping all living beings. Su Changge's group, along with all the demons, was transported out of the demon spirit secret realm. Thus, the demon spirit secret realm was sealed. Many demon clan experts laughed heartily, proclaiming, "With these legacies and treasures, our Xian Turtle clan will surely rise. Heaven bless our Qing Snake clan." Numerous demon clan strongmen rejoiced, having obtained astonishing fortunes from the demon spirit secret realm, departing in high spirits. Yet others wore grim expressions, harboring envy, jealousy, and resentment, their back teeth nearly grinding to dust, returning empty-handed. Some demons, however, would remain forever within the demon spirit secret realm, their souls returning to the netherworld. Su Changge's group began their journey back to the Dao Tian Sect. The blazing fire sacred bird was cradled in Luo Xiao's arms, treated like a plush toy. The little creature was soundly asleep, its body shimmering with faint glimmers, showing no signs of waking. Could it be due to those 2 cups of wine? Su Changge speculated, stroking his chin. After all, those 2 cups of wine were of considerable quality. And the blazing fire sacred bird was merely at the Yuan return realm. It would likely take some time to absorb all the medicinal energy that a day later, Su Changge's group spotted the Dao Tian Sect territory from a distance. Suddenly, Su Changge halted his steps, refraining from approaching the Dao Tian Sect. "Master, what's wrong?" Luo Xiao inquired, puzzled. "Something seems amiss. There's an aura of danger." Daozi sniffed the air, his keen instincts detecting something unusual. Su Changge's eyes glimmered with golden light as powerful spiritual awareness spread forth, enveloping the area ahead. His perception, everything appeared normal. He sensed no immediate danger. Yet, Su Changge's brow furrowed, and with a sweeping motion, he summoned the great wilderness dragon spear, though his spiritual awareness detected no anomalies. Su Changge's instincts were highly attuned, sensing a faint, elusive killing intent. Stop hiding. Come out. Su Changge scoffed coldly, and within his sea of consciousness, a golden bell rocked, unleashing a terrifying pressure of spiritual awareness that surged forward like an assault. Chapter 131. Shadows of Conspiracy. He. Quite perceptive indeed. You can sense danger. How interesting. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. In the astonished gaze of Su Changge's group, over 100 figures materialized around the Dao Tian Sect, each radiating formidable auras, the weakest among them being at the Path Transformation realm. The leader was an elderly man clad in a purple Taoist robe, his hair white as snow. His aura was profound as the ocean, instilling an immense sense of dread in Su Changge. Su Changge immediately activated his life insight function to gaze at the elder, revealing his life information before him. Name: Mu Yongning cultivation. Second level of the Monarch realm fate. Outstanding, slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue. Uncertain later years. Encounter calamity in later years. Gray. Life script. Ancestor of Xingyue Academy. Techniques: Star transformation technique, Star absorption method, Dragon sword technique, treasures, Heaven-slaying sword, soul-devouring banner, infinite mirror qualifications, superior grade of the profound rank second level of the Monarch realm. Ancestor of Xingyue Academy. Su Changge's brow arched in surprise. He had not provoked Xingyue Academy and had no intention of attacking them for the time being. Why was the ancestor of Xingyue Academy taking the initiative against him? Su Changge's gaze shifted to the other martial artists, one by one revealing their life scripts. Xingyue Academy, Dansha Temple, Lifeng Sect, Qinghong Society, Daotian Dynasty, Qingyan City, Jinding Sect, Jintao Sect. Hundreds of powerful beings hailed from these 8 major sects. The 8 major sects are all vying for the resources and territory of the Dao Tian Sect. Could it be that the Dao Tian Sect's annihilation of the Feng Lei Sect has instilled a sense of crisis within the 8 major sects, prompting them to unite and eliminate the Dao Tian Sect? This seems off. Merely dispatching the Feng Lei Sect shouldn't have alarmed all 8 sects, should it? After all, several sects are fortified with powerful lords. They shouldn't fear the Dao Tian Sect. Suddenly, Su Changge furrowed his brow as a flash of insight struck him. He recalled the Lin family of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Lin family's strength had inexplicably surged, and 3 formidable beings had emerged, joining forces to invade the Dao Tian Sect. Su Changge had yet to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Now, with the 8 major sects uniting their efforts, he keenly sensed the scent of conspiracy, immediately linking it to the Lin family's actions. Perhaps both incidents are being orchestrated by the same hidden hand. If that is indeed the case, then it is almost certain that it is the Xianin's sacred land. After all, only a force of greater strength could unite several sects manned by powerful lords. Hiss! How can there be so many of them? Changge, perhaps we should flee. The dog sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the legion of powerful beings. Turning its face ashen, Lin Tian, Luo, Qiao Qiao, Yun Xuanning, and Qingyu also felt a grave sense of impending doom. Among the over 100 foes, at least 30 of them were of the revered realm. Flee, that seems unnecessary. Su Changge shook his head, remaining composed and remarkably calm. Among the 100 enemies, only the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy was of the Lord realm. Although they were numerous, they posed little threat to Su Changge. Who are you, lurking around my Dao Tian Sect? What are your intentions? Su Changge's gaze was piercing and commanding as he confronted the over 100 adversaries, his voice cold and accusatory. The ancestor of the Xingyue Academy smirked coldly, stating, Dao Tian Sect, you previously exterminated the Feng Lei Sect with extreme cruelty, eradicating all humanity. We have come to enact justice on behalf of heaven and avenge the Feng Lei Sect by extinguishing your Dao Tian Sect. Chapter 132. 1/ Instant kill. As the words of the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy fell, the 100+ powerhouses drew their weapons, unleashing a formidable and fierce aura. United, they surged forth like an avalanche, crashing down upon Su Changge and his companions. The combined pressure of over 100 powerful beings was enough to overwhelm an ordinary revered realm expert. Yet, Su Changge merely scoffed, expanding his formidable mental power to effortlessly withstand the united onslaught. Fourth level of the revered realm, the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy narrowed his eyes, registering Su Changge's strength, his heart stirring with turbulence. According to his intelligence, Su Changge was only at the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm. In just over 10 days, he had unexpectedly broken through to the 4th level of the revered realm. Such a rapid ascent was simply outrageous. It seemed he had encountered some fortuitous event during his travels. Then you must not be allowed to live. The ancestor's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and with a sweeping gesture, he barked, "Kill them, kill!" With his command, over 100 formidable beings soared into the air, charging towards Su Changge and his group. The ancestor had set up a 7-tier killing formation around the Dao Tian Sect, intending to effortlessly capture Su Changge and his companions once they stepped within. However, he had not anticipated that Su Changge would possess such keen instincts, sensing danger and avoiding the formation entirely. Nevertheless, it mattered little, with over 100 of them, and with him as a second-level lord present. Regardless of Su Changge's hidden trump cards, his demise was inevitable. Howl! Run! As the horde of powerful beings approached with murderous intent, the dog's face turned pale, though it possessed the Wolf King's seal and the lifeless sword. It could not contend with 100 adversaries. After all, it was only at the 5th level of the Dao transformation realm, far from sufficient. Yet, Su Changge remained unperturbed, summoning forth a 7th-tier battle puppet. Clang! The battle puppet drew a combat blade, unleashing a blade of light stretching 1,000 zhang. The glistening edge appeared capable of severing the very heavens and earth, unstoppable and swift. The 100 warriors barely had time to react before the terrifying blade descended. Boom! With a resounding cataclysmic crash, the vast earth was cleaved, and the mountains trembled, heralding an overwhelming force. All of the 100 warriors perished beneath that single strike. Not a soul survived. This scene left the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy wide-eyed, his mind swirling with shock. The battle puppet had only utilized the strength of a 5th-level lord to effortlessly slay a throng of Dao transformation and revered realm experts. 7th-tier battle puppet. The dog, Lin Tian, and Qing Yu stared agog at the battle puppet, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Such a high-level battle puppet was exceptionally rare and precious. Even a sacred land might not possess one. Beixian Ancient Kingdom, you are impressive. A flash of bloodlust flickered in the ancestor's eyes, filled with rage and dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Whoosh! As he dashed out of the 7th-tier killing formation's range. The battle puppet flickered, instantly appearing before him, raising its hand to deliver a downward slash. No. How can your speed be this fast? The ancestor of the Xingyue Academy was engulfed in terror, hastily raising his sword to counter the battle puppet's attack. The speed the puppet had displayed earlier had reached the 9th level of the Lord Realm. Clang! As the battle puppet's blade descended, a razor-sharp radiance erupted, cleaving the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy along with his sword in one fell swoop. That strike bore the strength of a 9th-level lord, and the ancestor had no hope of withstanding it. In silence, at the moment of the ancestor's demise, a faint strand of blood light erupted from his body, immediately draining his flesh and all residual power. The ancestor's corpse was utterly desiccated, reduced to mere ashes. The strand of bloodlight then expanded exponentially, darting towards Su Changge. Chapter 133. Su Changge's Bloodlust, Indeed. Upon witnessing the strand of bloodlight erupting from the corpse of the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy, Su Changge's gaze turned icy, instantly validating his suspicions. The hidden hand behind a united offensive of the 8 major sects was the very one who had incited the Lin family to act against the Dao Tian Sect. Last time, after the 3 revered realm experts from the Lin family perished, strands of black mist had emerged from their bodies. Now, after the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy fell, a strand of bloodlight emerged. The method strikingly similar. Clang! The 7th-tier battle puppet's blade struck the bloodlight, but it merely caused a slight distortion, allowing it to pass through the puppet's form and continue its assault on Su Changge. Suppress. Su Changge raised his hand to summon the sect master's token, radiant holy light illuminating the surroundings, forming a domain capable of binding all. Yet the strand of bloodlight merely slowed slightly, still resolutely locked onto Su Changge. Even a battle puppet with the strength of a ninth-level lord could not halt it. Su Changge had prepared himself mentally for this. Taking a deep breath, a chilling and sinister glint flashed in Su Changge's eyes. Boom! With a thought, the sect master's token erupted in blinding radiance, unleashing the unique power of the sacred realm, illuminating both heaven and earth. In a fleeting moment, it was as if a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor smiled gently, holding the sect master's token, unleashing a holy radiance that scattered the strand of bloodlight. Old man. The dog was taken aback, sensing the familiar aura. Its body trembled slightly, and its eyes glistened with moisture. It recognized that this was the power left by Yuntian Jinren within the sect master's token, a safeguard for Su Changge's life. Su Changge stowed away the sect master's token, his expression dark and foreboding. Yuntian Jinren had left behind 3 strands of power, and now he had been forced to expend one. If he could not disperse the strand of bloodlight, there was no doubt that Su Changge would meet his end. Only a sacred realm expert could possess such a means. Xinin's sacred land. You shall pay dearly. Until your entire lineage is extinguished, I vow not to live as a human. Su Changge's heart brimmed with murderous intent. Lin Tian, Luo, Qiao Qiao, Yun Xuanning, and Qingyu, witnessing the terrifying expression on Su Changge's face for the first time, instinctively shrank back. This was the first instance they had seen Su Changge truly angry. Throughout their acquaintance, regardless of the troubles or dangers faced, Su Changge had always remained composed, providing a sense of security. This was the first time Su Changge had been genuinely provoked, taking several deep breaths. Su Changge suppressed his fury, regaining his composure. Under his command, the 7th-tier battle puppet drew its blade once more, preparing to unleash a torrent of slashes ahead, as the terrifying blade aura of the Junjing Ninefold erupted. The void trembled violently, countless runes manifesting and intricate formations illuminating the ground, revealing a 7th-tier killing array. Boom! This 7th-tier killing array emitted a deafening explosion after enduring dozens of attacks from the battle puppets. Its runes shattering, its formations collapsing, bursting apart on the spot. After all, this was merely an ordinary 7th-tier killing array. Its defensive capabilities were not particularly strong. Su Changge stepped forward, arriving above the Dao Tian Sect. Upon seeing that the Dao Tian Sect was unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief. The ancestor of the Xingyue Academy, in order to avoid alarming the enemy, did not destroy the territory of the Dao Tian Sect, but instead chose to arrange a 7th-tier formation around it, intending to ensnare Su Changge and his companions unaware. Changge, who are these people? Why are there so many powerful individuals attacking us? Guzi and Lin Tian approached. Concern etched on Guzi's face, a strong sense of unease overwhelming him. The enemy even included a Junjing-level expert. Although Su Changge displayed his terrifying trump card, a 7th-tier battle puppet, ultimately, there was only one puppet. Should the adversaries send several Junjing experts, it would pose a grave danger. Lin Tian and the others also wore solemn expressions, alarm bells ringing in their hearts. They hailed from the Xingyue Academy, Danxia Temple, Lifeng Sect, Qinghong Society, Dayan Dynasty, Qingyan City, Jinding Sect, and Jintao Sect. The Junjing expert from earlier was the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy. Su Changge did not conceal this information, revealing the identity of their foes. Xingyue Academy, Danxia Temple. Are they not the 8th sect that have encroached upon our Dao Tian Sect's resources? Lin Tian exclaimed in shock. Could it be that they united to strike first because we annihilated the Fenglei sect and reclaimed the Tingguang Valley mines? That is indeed a possibility, but the situation is not so simple, Su Changge replied, shaking his head slightly. Though you remember when the Lin family in the royal capital suddenly gained 3 experts at the venerable level? I suspect the mastermind behind that incident is the same person orchestrating the joint attack of the 8 sects against us. Su Changge's words startled Guzi and the others to unite 8 sects in a strike. Could it be the Xianming Holy Land? Guzi's heart sank, his expression growing graver. He had not anticipated that the Xianming Holy Land would focus its attention on the Dao Tian Sect so swiftly. He had thought the Dao Tian Sect was too weak to warrant the Xianming Holy Land's attention. Yet, it seemed the Xianming Holy Land's desire to eliminate the Dao Tian Sect remained undiminished. If the Dao Tian Sect continued on its path of decline, with just one person and one dog, gradually moving towards extinction, the Xianming Holy Land would not intervene. However, the Dao Tian Sect was steadily growing stronger, akin to a sapling reborn from the ashes, flourishing once more. The Xianming Holy Land could no longer remain idle. This situation was dire. With so many powerful experts from the 8 sects falling here, they would undoubtedly engage in a relentless vendetta against the Dao Tian Sect. Moreover, the mastermind orchestrating this turmoil had yet to reveal themselves. Lin Tian let out a bitter laugh. The unknown enemy was the most concerning. Qingyu nodded, her delicate features marred by gravity. From now on, we may not be able to venture out alone. If we become isolated, we could easily become targets. Luo Xiao, however, raised her small fist and declared, then why not take the initiative and eliminate the 8 sects first? Reclaiming our territory in the process? Not so fast, Su Changge replied, shaking his head. You need not worry too much about this matter. I will handle it. Focus on your cultivation. With that, Su Changge led Guzi and the 4 disciples back to the Dao Tian Sect. Moments later, Luo Xiao stealthily left the courtyard, intending to secretly contact her father, seeking aid from the Daotian ancient nation. Meanwhile, Guzi lay on the ground, feeling somewhat despondent. The joint strike of the 8 sect had instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. He wished to seek external assistance, but after much contemplation, it seemed that besides the Daotian ancient nation, there was no other holy land willing to assist the Dao Tian Sect. Why Master has provided us with so many resources. I must strive to cultivate diligently and contribute to the protection of our sect, rather than merely hiding behind my master. Lin Tian and Qingyu gritted their teeth, immersing themselves in relentless training. They lamented their inadequate cultivation, feeling powerless to alleviate their master's burdens. Yun Xuanning's cool, indifferent features bore a trace of chill. Although she was unaware of the changes occurring within the Dao Tian Sect, she resolutely vowed that anyone who dared to attack the Dao Tian Sect would not be permitted. Thoughts flitted through Yun Xuanning's mind as memories from her past life surged forth. Eventually, a name surfaced in her consciousness. Even if the Dao Tian Sect were to decline, that place would remain impervious to assault. If she could gain access to that location, Yun Xuanning murmured softly to herself before commencing her closed-door cultivation. With the current resources of the Dao Tian Sect, her progress in cultivation was remarkably swift, and it would not be long before she could reach that place. Meanwhile, as the powerful experts of the 8 sects perished, their soul tokens shattered within their respective sects. In an instant, the 8 sects were thrown into turmoil. For this operation, each sect had dispatched a dozen experts, all of whom were the pillars of their respective sects. The loss of these powerful individuals inflicted severe damage upon the 8 sects, Dao Tian Sect. Many high-ranking members of the sects were enraged, their hearts filled with murderous intent. If their previous decision to send members to intervene was merely due to coercion from the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy, now, with the loss of their own experts, the nature of the conflict had transformed completely. This was a blood feud that could not be resolved. Xingyue Academy has betrayed me. Some high-ranking members of the sects turned pale, their hearts seething with rage, believing that the Xingyue Academy had manipulated them into sacrificing their own. After all, not all sects among the 8 harbored hostility towards the Dao Tian Sect. For instance, the weakest among them, the Jintao Sect, was now trembling in fear. Father, that's the situation. Please send more people quickly. On another peak of the Dao Tian Sect, Luo Xiao lowered her voice. I understand. Rest assured, I will handle this. The voice of the emperor of the Daotian ancient nation resonated with gravitas. Xianming Holy Land, do you still harbor treacherous intentions? After severing the communication, the emperor's gaze turned icy and resolute. Following the battle at Daotian Cliff, although the Daotian ancient nation had failed to provide timely support, in a fit of rage, he had led the powerful members of the Daotian ancient nation to wage a full-scale war against the Xianming Holy Land. The battle had plunged the world into chaos, with many experts lost on both sides, resulting in significant casualties. Ultimately, the Xianming Holy Land had been compelled to establish a covenant, agreeing to compensate and ensuring they would not strike against the Dao Tian Sect in the future, prompting the Beixian ancient nation to withdraw its forces. Although Su Changge had not disclosed his suspicions to Luo Xiaoqiao, the emperor of the Beixian ancient nation had already deduced the identity of a mastermind behind the scenes upon learning of the Dao Tian Sect predicament. Summon the Dragon Guards. I shall pay a visit to the Xianming Holy Land. The emperor of the Beixian ancient nation's voice echoed with authority. The members of the Dao Tian Sect were diligently cultivating, their prowess advancing rapidly. Su Changge, meanwhile, held the slumbering flame sacred bird, squeezing it playfully as if it were a toy. He refrained from rashly attacking the 8 sects, opting instead to bide his time and develop further. After all, among the 8 sects, 3 possessed Junjing-level experts, and collectively there could be as many as 7 or 8 within their ranks. The demise of over 100 powerful individuals across the 8 sects, along with the ancestor of the Xingyue Academy, would surely instill a sense of trepidation in them for a considerable duration. Once the flame's sacred bird awakens, it would likely break through to a significant realm. Once I gather 2 7th-tier battle puppets, victory will be assured. Su Changge silently calculated within his mind. 7 days swiftly passed. The Xingyue Academy continued to covertly communicate with the other 7 sects, preparing for a second strike against the Dao Tian Sect. Meanwhile, the members of the Dao Tian Sect had made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation. Reports indicated that the sect member Yin Wolf had broken through to the 7th level of the transformation realm and was seeking peace. Lin Tian had broken through to the 9th level of the return to origin realm and began seeking peace. Luo Xiaoqiao had broken through to the 5th level of the return to origin realm and was seeking peace. Yun Xuanning had broken through to the 9th level of the profound spirit realm and was seeking peace. Qingyu had broken through to the 5th level of the profound spirit realm and was seeking peace. Host cultivation level, original cultivation level, Yin Wolf, Lin Tian, Luo Xiaoqiao, Yun Xuanning, Qingyu Flame, Sacred Bird, initial 5th level of the venerable realm. As the members of the Dao Tian Sect experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation, Su Changge also ascended to a minor realm. This moment, the blazing holy bird nestled in his arms began to emit a fierce light, radiating an astonishing brilliance and searing heat. The flames igniting on the bird's surface caused Su Changge's body to feel an intense scorching and stinging sensation. It is worth noting that he was currently at the 5th level of the venerable realm, having mastered the indestructible golden body to perfection. With a flick of his hand, Su Changge instinctively tossed the blazing holy bird away, narrowly avoiding igniting his garments. The system detected that the sect member's blazing holy bird had broken through to the 8th level of the Xianling realm and began to seek harmony. The host cultivation, original cultivation, Silver Moon Wolf, Lin Tian, Luo Xiaoqiao, Yun Xuanning, Qing, you blazing holy bird, early stage of the 6th level of the venerable realm. A surge of immense power manifested in Su Changge's Dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones, integrating into every sinew and muscle, propelling his cultivation forward. Leap directly from the 8th level of the Gue Yuan realm to the 8th level of the Xianling realm. Su Changge's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that the blazing holy bird would achieve such a significant breakthrough. Indeed, those 2 cups of spirit wine were extraordinary. Chapter 136. The 4 symbols formation as a member of the sect achieved a major breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. The 7th tier technique, Heavenly Fire Formula, 1 Enlightenment Stone, the 7th tier formation, 4 symbols formation, and 1 million spirit stones. The system notification chimed once more. The 7th tier formation? Su Changge felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that this time the system reward was not a 7th tier battle puppet. One should not be too greedy. A 7th tier formation is quite commendable. Su Changge suddenly shook his head and smiled. Relatively speaking, the 7th tier battle puppet is primarily offensive, easily carried to confront foes. However, once the 7th tier formation is laid down, it cannot be moved, serving mainly as a defense and protection. By establishing the 7th tier formation within the Dao Tian Sect, even if a powerful monarch were to launch an attack, it would provide substantial resistance. In a certain sense, the utility of the 7th-tier formation could surpass that of a 7th-tier battle puppet. After all, Su Changge was no longer a solitary figure. The Dao Tian Sect was the home he needed to defend. His focus shifted to the 4 symbols formation, and the system kindly provided annotations. The 4 symbols formation, when fully operational, could summon the ethereal images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. This was the pinnacle formation among the 7th-tier formations. If a powerful monarch of the 8th or 9th level were ensnared within the 4 symbols formation, their survival would be uncertain. Excellent. Su Changge was exceedingly pleased with the 4 symbols formation and promptly extracted it from the system space. At that moment, the blazing holy bird opened its large, watery eyes. It still bore its fluffy, pale yellow feathers, resembling a large chick, though its physique had noticeably plumped up. The blazing holy bird affectionately nuzzled Su Changge before returning to his embrace. "Well done, little one," Su Changge praised, stroking the bird's small head. Subsequently, he began to arrange the formation with the blazing holy bird at his side. The coverage of the 4 symbols formation was larger than that of the previous 2 6th-tier formations, enveloping much of the wasteland surrounding the Dao Tian Sect. Fortunately, there was a spiritual vein beneath the sect. Otherwise, sustaining the operation of 7th-tier formation would have been exceedingly challenging. Su Changge spent half a day meticulously arranging the various formation materials, tools, and flags, connecting them to the underground spiritual vein. Boom! At the moment the 4 symbols formation was completed, the earth shook, and countless runes materialized in the void, densely packed, intertwining and crisscrossing. Roar! In the heavens above, the ethereal images of the 4 symbols divine beasts emerged. The azure dragon soared through the skies. The white tiger roared across the land. The vermilion bird sang melodiously, commanding multitudes of flames, while the black tortoise stood resolute upon the vast earth, guarding the realm. What commotion is this? The dog, startled, raised its head and witnessed the gradual dissipation of the 4 symbols divine beast images. What on earth is happening? The dog, both surprised and delighted, rushed out of the courtyard, eager to inquire about the situation from Su Changge. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise? What is going on? Lin Tian, Luo, Xiao, and Qingyu exchanged puzzled yet astonished glances, knowing this must surely be an extraordinary phenomenon conjured by Su Changge. The 4 symbols formation? Yun Shui Ning opened her eyes, glancing at the ethereal images of the divine beasts, equally filled with astonishment. The master is capable of laying down the 4 symbols formation. He truly is remarkable. That is he truly only at the 3rd level of the venerable realm? Yun Shui Ning murmured softly, simultaneously feeling a quiet sigh of relief. With the 4 symbols formation in place, the defensive capabilities of the Dao Tian Sect had surged significantly. How splendid! Su Changge surveyed the vibrant Dao Tian Sect territory below, a genuine smile illuminating his face. The Dao Tian Sect was flourishing more than ever. However, the number of people seemed a bit sparse. Perhaps it was time to recruit more disciples. Although there were no system tasks, and the new recruits would not count towards the system, it would still be beneficial to have more people. Su Changge stroked his chin, contemplating that once the conflict with the 8 major sects concluded, the Dao Tian Sect should indeed expand its ranks. The appearance of the ethereal images of the 4 symbols divine beasts indicated that he had acquired something exceptional. Just then, the dog rushed over excitedly, pouncing upon Su Changge in a playful manner, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 137. Su Changge's plan, it's nothing much, merely a 7th-tier formation, the 4 symbols formation. Su Changge replied with a smile, hands tucked into his pockets. That 7th-tier formation? Wow, well done, the dog exclaimed, bursting into laughter, and promptly licked Su Changge's face twice. Dog, you've slobbered all over my face. That's excessive, Su Changge replied, feigning anger, and flipped over to pin the dog down, using its head as a towel to wipe his face, even giving it a playful kick. The dog was not one to back down and retaliated. Engaging in a spirited scuffle, Gugu, only the blazing holy bird, caught between the two, let out a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the chaos. After a moment, Su Changge lifted the dog by its scruff, pulling it off the ground. With a serious expression, Changge said, "Dog, during these 7 days, the 8 major sects will undoubtedly conspire in the shadows, preparing for a second assault. The first time, they dispatched only 1 monarch-level expert. This time, I fear there will be at least 4 or 5. What of it?" The dog retorted nonchalantly. With the 4 symbols formation in place, along with the 7-tier battle puppet, no matter how many monarch-level experts they send, they are merely delivering themselves to us. Changge shook his head slightly. While that may be true, my greatest concern is not the monarch-level experts, but rather the enemy's eerie and terrifying methods. For instance, that strand of blood light from before, or the monstrous figure formed by the black mist last time. At the mention of this, the dog's smile faded. Indeed, those methods were exceedingly horrifying and could not be hindered in the slightest by a 7th-tier battle puppet. The first time, it was Luo Xiao who utilized the power of the Holy Realm from the Transformation Gourd. The second time, it was Changge who employed the power of the Holy Realm from the sect leader's token. Should the enemy employ such tactics again, Changge would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, we cannot passively await the enemy's assault. A glint of cold determination flashed in Changge's eyes. I plan to take the initiative and eliminate the Star Moon Academy first. Disrupting the enemy's plans? Excellent. Let's go together. The dog's eyes brightened as Changge, however, shook his head that I can handle this alone, but I must take the 7th-tier battle puppet with me. Later, I will transfer control of the 4 symbols formation to you. Your responsibility will be to guard the home front. In such matters, more people do not necessarily mean better outcomes. If unforeseen circumstances arise, I would need to divert my attention to protect you, which may not guarantee your safety. The dog, initially eager to accompany him, fell silent upon hearing this. Humph. In the end, isn't it just that you think I'm a liability? Just wait. It won't be long before I break through to the venerable realm. And then my cultivation will surely surpass yours. The dog muttered under its breath. Perhaps. Changge's expression was somewhat peculiar as he rubbed the dog's head. Poor dog. It was unaware that Changge was a cheat. No matter how hard the dog trained, Changge's cultivation would always remain superior. After transferring control of the 4 symbols formation and the blazing holy bird to the dog, Changge stepped forward and soared into the sky, quietly making his way towards the Star Moon Academy. Meanwhile, far away in Xianming sacred land, booming sounds echoed across the heavens, resonating like the thunderous march of 1,000 troops. This is the dragon blood divine steed. Below, numerous warriors raised their heads, gazing at the magnificent golden steed galloping across the firmament, their eyes reflecting envy and astonishment. It was a majestic golden horse, its hooves dancing upon golden flames, with a pair of broad golden wings extending from its back. Soaring through the air, the dragon blood divine steed, a 7th-tier ferocious beast, is a rarity in the world. Of course, the mention of 7th tier here does not imply that every dragon blood divine steed possesses the cultivation of the 7th tier monarch realm. Rather, it indicates that many members of this lineage can break through to the 7th tier monarch realm upon maturity, thus earning the title of 7th tier ferocious beast. What was truly astonishing was the sight of 1,000 dragon blood divine steeds flying through the air, akin to divine weapons descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon the backs of these divine steeds were iron-blooded warriors clad in black heavy armor, radiating an aura of formidable ferocity. Chapter 138. The Sovereign's Personal Expedition. The Dragon Blood Divine Steeds are the Dragon Guard of the Northern Xian Ancient Kingdom. Those in the know were struck with a profound shock, their expressions betraying their astonishment. According to their understanding, the Dragon Guard is the elite force directly under the Emperor of the Northern Xian Ancient Kingdom, with each member being a top-tier expert forged from the crucible of battle. Despite the Dragon Guard comprising merely 1,000 men, once they launch an assault, even an army of 1,000,000 cannot hope to withstand their might. When the Dragon Guard mobilizes, even other sacred lands must tremble in response. Look, in front of the Dragon Guard. A keen-eyed warrior suddenly gasped, his voice quivering slightly. In front of the 1,000 dragon blood divine steeds were 3 golden dragon serpents. Each serpent measured 300 zhang in length, emanating a terrifying and overwhelming pressure. all possessing the cultivation of the monarch realm. The three golden dragon serpents were pulling a golden war chariot. Upon the chariot, a mysterious battle flag fluttered in the wind. Monarch realm golden dragon serpents, three dragons pulling a chariot. Could it be that the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom is personally leading the charge? Some began to speculate, their expressions changing, filled with astonishment and excitement. This is an unprecedented grand spectacle in a millennium. They had encountered it. The direction of the Dragon Guard's advance is towards the Xianming Sacred Land. Is the northern Xian ancient kingdom about to go to war with the Xianming Sacred Land again? It seems the northern Xian ancient kingdom is preparing for a grand confrontation. The appearance of the Dragon Guard has stirred immense waves. Upon receiving the news, the Xianming Sacred Land promptly activated the protective formation of their sect. A colossal formation blotted out the sky, countless runes twinkling like stars, enveloping an area of 10,000 miles. Boom! The 1,000 dragon blood divine steeds raced through the skies above the Xianming Sacred Land. Coming to a sudden halt in perfect unison, the 1,000 dragon guards, shrouded in black heavy armor, exuded an overwhelming ferocity, their piercing gazes radiating a terrifying killing intent that swept across heaven and earth. Luo Daoyu, may I inquire about your purpose in visiting my Xianming Sacred Land? A calm voice resonated. Within the Xianming Sacred Land, a total of 12 elders rose into the air, confronting the Dragon Guard from a distance. The foremost figure, clad in a long black robe adorned with crimson patterns, exuded a chilling and sinister aura, resembling a dark sovereign. The Lord of the Xianming Sacred Land, Cold Tianhua, you truly harbor a treacherous heart. Daring to openly tear apart the treaty signed years ago and covertly strike against the Dao Tian Sect, a commanding voice issued from within the Golden War Chariot, reverberating like thunder across the lands. What does Luo Daoyu mean by this? The Lord of the Xianming Sacred Land furrowed his brow, stating, I have never acted against the Dao Tian Sect and have issued a strict edict to my disciples, ensuring that no one has made any move against the Dao Tian Sect. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? The emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom let out a cold laugh, saying, Cold Tianhua, do you truly believe your methods are clever? Do you think you can escape without leaving any evidence? Unfortunately, my actions have never required proof, since you have openly torn apart the ceasefire treaty of yesteryear. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Dragon Guard, heed my command, form ranks and slay. Slay. With the Emperor's order, 1,000 dragon guards unleashed a fierce roar, swiftly arranging themselves into a battle formation. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal golden dragon, charging towards the protective formation of the Xianming Sacred Land. This madman, the Lord of the Xianming Sacred Land's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom would be so tyrannical and resolute, leading the Dragon Guard into battle merely based on suspicion. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the golden dragon collided violently with the protective formation of the Xianming Sacred Land, causing countless runes to shatter, the formation to collapse, and the entire array to tremble violently. Stop. Luo Daoyu, let us speak civilly. The Lord of the Xianming Sacred Land's expression changed once more as he could hardly believe that, following that battle years ago, the strength of the Dragon Guard had not diminished but rather increased, shattering the protective formation of the Xianming Sacred Land with a single assault. Chapter 139, A Public Slap in the Face. If the Dragon Guard were allowed to continue their assault, the protective formation of the Xianming Sacred Land would be shattered once again. Re-establishing a sacred tier protective formation would come at an exorbitant cost, requiring an immense amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom seemed to heed nothing, and the Dragon Guard did not relent in their offensive. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, after merely 9 charges, the golden dragon could no longer be restrained, producing a deafening explosion as the protective formation of the Xianming Sacred Land shattered, countless formation patterns collapsing. Protective formation breached. Luo Wudao, do you truly think my Xianming Sacred Land is easy to bully? The Lord of the Xianming Sacred Land's expression darkened completely. Is that so? Then let me see if your Xianming sacred land has made any advancements over the years. A cold and commanding voice emanated from within the golden war chariot. Boom! In the next moment, a towering figure surged forth like lightning, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem, exuding the regal majesty of a sovereign unparalleled in the realm. The emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom wielded a golden law sword, raising it to unleash a terrifying sword chi that stretched thousands of zhang. If it is war you seek, then let it be war. The lord of the Xianming sacred land's expression darkened as a pitch-black demonic blade appeared in his hand, confronting the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom. In an instant, a battle of titanic proportions erupted between the mighty beings of the sacred realm. The golden radiance shone brilliantly, illuminating the cosmos. The overwhelming demonic energy obscured the skies, contending fiercely with the golden light. The collision of these two distinctly different powers unleashed colossal waves that swept across the entire realm, the terrifying atmosphere reminiscent of a collapsing starry sky. This battle was fought with unparalleled ferocity. Even a mere wisp of sacred realm laws could sink a mountain, causing the earth to crack open. After a brief moment, with a resounding boom echoing, the sky filled with demonic energy dissipated. A golden law sword, wielding an indomitable force, sliced through the demonic energy, cleaving the lord of the Xianming sacred land in a single stroke. Fresh, hot sacred blood poured forth. A gaping, bloodied wound stretched from the shoulder of the lord of the Xianming sacred land down to his abdomen, nearly severing him in two. Cold Tianhua, it seems you have made no progress over the years. The emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom remarked indifferently, the golden dragon swirling around him, elevating his presence to that of a divine emperor. You, the lord of the Xianming sacred land, staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed upon the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that merely 20 years had passed, and the emperor's strength had surged immensely. In the battle over 20 years ago, he had been able to hold his ground against the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom. Yet now, he could barely withstand a few dozen exchanges. Alas, at that moment, an ancient voice resonated from the depths of the Xianming sacred land, causing the overwhelming golden radiance to dissipate silently. A chill ran through the 1,000 dragon guards, their bodies turning cold as they sensed an unprecedented and terrifying crisis. Luo Xiaoyu, let us show mercy where it is due. This time, the Xianming sacred land acknowledges its fault and is willing to compensate the northern Xian ancient kingdom. Vowing never to act against the Dao Tian Sect again, how about it? The ancient voice echoed once more that I require no compensation from you. The emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom cast a cold glance at the people of the Xianming sacred land, stating indifferently, "This is the third time. Should I learn of your clandestine actions against the Dao Tian Sect again, I shall not hesitate, even at the cost of my nation's destruction, to eradicate your Xianming sacred land." Upon hearing these words, the faces of the elders from the Xianming sacred land darkened. Just because the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom suspected them, he had directly led the dragon guard to their doorstep, shattering their protective formation and severely injuring the lord of the Xianming sacred land. The emperor even threatened to annihilate the Xianming sacred land. For them, this was an immense humiliation. Yet the elders of the Xianming sacred land remained silent, merely clenching their fists tightly. There was no recourse. After all, the northern Xian ancient kingdom's current strength surpassed that of the Xianming sacred land. Chapter 140. Breaching the Star Moon Academy. Rumble, the 1,000 dragon guards turned and departed, the banner of the northern Xian kingdom billowing in the wind, a grand spectacle. Soon, the outcome of this battle rapidly spread far and wide. All the major sects and sacred lands had become aware that the Xianming sacred land was besieged by the northern Xian ancient kingdom, with even the holy master subjected to a brutal beating. Alas, in the innermost depths of the Xianming sacred land, an aged voice sighed and said, "Stop this, or else." The consequences of mutual destruction are something that madman is truly capable of. The holy master of the Xianming sacred land remained silent, merely clenching his fists slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. Within the golden war chariot, the emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom exhaled a breath of foul air. Having released some of his inner fury, he picked up a communication artifact, and his stern, domineering visage instantly transformed, replaced by a smile imbued with warmth and affection. Xiao Xiao, inform your master that there is no need to worry about the hidden hand anymore. They dare not act again, having been subdued by your father. Great. I will tell my master right away. The excited voice of Luo Xiao Xiao echoed from the communication artifact. Soon after, the connection was severed. The smile on the emperor's face instantly froze. What? Am I less important in your heart than your master? You don't even care to check on me. The emperor of the northern Xian ancient kingdom felt a pang of bitterness. Increasingly aware of the chilly winds seeping through his once warm cloak. Meanwhile, under the dark night, two tall and slender figures silently approached the Starry Moon Academy. Su Changge and the seventh-tier battle puppet were clad in black robes, revealing only their pair of icy eyes. Su Changge gazed down upon the expansive territory of the Starry Moon Academy. He took a step forward, heading straight into the depths of the academy. A multitude of runes illuminated the air, forming a grand formation. However, the protective grand formation of the Starry Moon Academy had not been fully activated. Only a small part was engaged, a measure taken to conserve spiritual energy. With merely this small segment of the formation, it was utterly incapable of halting Su Changge. The battle puppet casually slashed, creating a massive breach in the formation. Who dares to trespass upon my Starry Moon Academy? As the protective formation was breached, the elders and high-ranking experts of the Starry Moon Academy felt a jolt in their hearts. Receiving feedback from the formation, in an instant, over a dozen esteemed elders soared into the air. Rushing towards the breached, that moment, Su Changge had already reached the innermost sanctuary of the Starry Moon Academy. Before him stood a towering mountain, where the spiritual energy of the entire academy converged, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, exuding a majestic aura. Undoubtedly, this was the very core of the Starry Moon Academy. Friend, what brings you to intrude upon my Starry Moon Academy? Suddenly, a pair of piercing eyes lit up, unmatched divine consciousness radiating forth, directly locking onto Su Changge and the battle puppet. From within the mountain, a middle-aged man clad in a Daoist robe stepped forward, his flowing black hair moving as if stirred by an invisible wind. His aura profound as the ocean, Su Changge glanced at him, activating his ability to peer into the essence of life, revealing the man's information. Name: Fu Tianrui cultivation level. First layer of Monarch Realm Fate. Exceptional, slight increase in cultivation speed. Blue, life script. Ancestor of Starry Moon Academy. Techniques: Stellar Formula, Moonlight Heaven Technique, Wandering Dragon Movement Technique, Soul Severing Blade Technique. Treasures: Soul Severing Blade, Moonlight Wheel, Purple Sun Armor. Aptitude: Superior grade of Mysterious Tier. Su Changge cast his gaze around. Over a dozen esteemed elders had arrived, encircling him completely. Is there only you, a Monarch Realm powerhouse, within the Starry Moon Academy? Su Changge furrowed his brows. Who are you? Fu Tianrui stared intently at Su Changge and the battle puppet, his expression exceedingly grave. He sensed that Su Changge's cultivation was at the 6th layer of the esteemed realm. However, the companion beside him, who remained silent, exuded an aura that was utterly concealed, like an unfathomable abyss. Unbeknownst to him, there was a subtle sense of pressure and crisis emanating from that presence. Chapter 141. Annihilation of the Starry Moon Academy. Who I am is of no importance. What matters is that the Starry Moon Academy shall be obliterated today. A cold smile crept upon Su Changge's lips as he directly activated the free and unfettered movement technique, vanishing in an instant. Such arrogance! What audacity! Fu Tianrui erupted in fury, holding a token in his hand. He activated it directly. Boom! In an instant, the mountain shook and the earth trembled. Countless array patterns lit up from underground, and the air filled with an intricate web of runes, intertwining and crisscrossing, forming a colossal grand formation. The protective formation of the Starry Moon Academy was fully activated. Before Su Changge could escape the confines of the academy, he was enveloped by the protective grand formation, trapped within its bounds. Kill him! With Fu Tianrui's command, the esteemed elders charged towards Su Changge in unison. Clang! At that moment, the battle puppet suddenly drew its weapon, a sharp and terrifying blade aura radiating forth, sending chills down the spines of all within the Starry Moon Academy, instilling an unprecedented sense of deadly terror. Monarch Realm, ninth layer? The eyes of the Starry Moon Academy's disciples nearly bulged from their sockets, their hearts racing. Yet, the battle puppet did not strike at them. Instead, it raised its hand and cleaved down upon the protective formation of the Academy, producing a deafening crash. Even the protective formation of the Starry Moon Academy could not withstand the strike. And a massive breach was cleaved into it. Su Changge's figure flickered, and he appeared outside the protective formation. Now, I ask, you answered. If you answer incorrectly, the entire Starry Moon Academy shall pay the price with your lives. Do you understand? Su Changge then turned, looking down at Fu Tianrui. Fu Tianrui felt a chill coursing through him. Under the oppressive aura of the battle puppet, he gritted his teeth and said, "From which sect does the esteemed elder hail? I do not know how our Starry Moon Academy has offended you. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my junior. I implore you to show mercy. Let us discuss this matter amicably." Su Changge interrupted him coldly. In recent months, particularly over half a month ago, did anyone visit the Starry Moon Academy? Fu Tianrui paused for a moment and replied, "Which individuals does the esteemed elder refer to specifically? The Starry Moon Academy maintains good relations with many sects and frequently has visitors." Then let me ask directly to Su Changge's icy eyes bore into Fu Tianrui's, who instructed you to join forces with other sects against the Dao Tian Sect. Fu Tianrui felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Connecting the recent deaths of another ancestor of the Starry Moon Academy and over a dozen powerful figures, he felt an overwhelming dread enveloping him. The Dao Tian Sect had the backing of a ninth-layer monarch realm powerhouse. No wonder. Esteemed elder, this matter was orchestrated by Uncle Mu Yongning that I had previously strongly opposed it, but he insisted on uniting with other sect to target the Dao Tian Sect. Fu Tianrui quickly spoke, divulging all he knew to Su Changge's gaze flickered. An ancestor of the Starry Moon Academy. Fu Tianrui seemed to be unaware. Su Changge recalled the Lin family of the Great Cloud Dynasty at that time. It was only the Lin family ancestor who had been in charge, while the others were oblivious. The hidden hand was exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace or clue behind. It was likely that this time would be no different. Are you the only powerful figures in the Starry Moon Academy? Are there any others who are away? Su Changge inquired again. There's one other uncle who is away, currently contacting the Dansha Temple and the Lifeng Sect. His name is Xiao Yang, and he is at the second layer of the Monarch Realm. As for the others, there are only 3 resource territories with esteemed realm expert stationed there, namely, under the oppressive presence of the 9th layer battle puppet. Fu Tianrui dared not withhold any information, honestly revealing everything he knew. Su Changge asked a few more questions, obtaining a general understanding of the Starry Moon Academy's inner workings. Perhaps you truly were unaware. But having acted against the Dao Tian Sect, you are no longer innocent. You must bear the consequences of your choices. Su Changge left these words coldly and turned to depart. Chapter 142. Ambush on Xiao Yang. The battle puppet remained standing in place. The terrifying pressure of the 9th layer monarch realm enveloping all around, rendering the disciples of the Starry Moon Academy motionless. Moments later, Su Changge sprinted thousands of miles, completely distancing himself from the territory of the Starry Moon Academy. Clang! Only then did the battle puppet raise its hand, mercilessly striking down. No! Within the Starry Moon Academy, a chorus of anguished and unwilling screams erupted. On this day, the Starry Moon Academy, which had dominated this land for millennia, met its demise. The monarch realm ancestors, along with all the elders, the dean, and the vice dean, fell entirely. Although the battle puppet did not annihilate every last disciple, it drove them all away and subsequently obliterated the territory of the Starry Moon Academy, making off with its treasury. Thus, the Starry Moon Academy was no more. Su Changge came to a halt thousands of miles away, holding the master token, his expression grave and his demeanor vigilant. Not a single anomaly occurred even as the battle puppet approached. Bearing a colossal palace, Only then did Su Changge breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no strange and terrifying power within Fu Tianrui. The reason Su Changge had traveled such a distance was his fear that the battle puppet might cleave Fu Tianrui in two, unleashing some bizarre and malevolent force from within him, which would spell great trouble for Su Changge. Expertly, Su Changge retrieved several storage rings, collecting all the treasures from the Starry Moon Academy's treasury into them, before issuing commands to the battle puppet. With a thunderous crash, the battle puppet casually tossed the empty, massive palace aside, causing it to crash onto the vast ground below with a resounding thud. Following that, Su Changge swiftly made his way to the three resource domains indicated by Fu Tianrui, decisively eliminating the three elder dignitaries and dispersing the disciples and stewards of the Starry Moon Academy. Without pausing, Su Changge immediately set off towards the territory of the Lianfeng sect. According to Fu Tianrui's dying instructions, Xiaoyang had first gone to Daotian Temple before heading to the Lianfeng sect. At this moment, Xiaoyang was either within the Lianfeng sect or on his way back to the Starry Moon Academy. High above the vast and desolate wilderness, an elderly man with a slightly hunched figure soared through the air, covering 100 miles with each step, his speed astonishing. Suddenly, he halted, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger coursing through him. Who could it be? The old man squinted, slowly tightening his grip on his staff sword. As Su Changge traversed the path from the Starry Moon Academy to the Lianfeng sect, his powerful spiritual sense expanded, scanning the surroundings until he finally sensed a formidable aura at the Junjing level. Su Changge gazed at the old man from afar, activating his ability to peer into lives, revealing the details of the Elder's existence before him. Name: Xiaoyang cultivation. Junjing's second layer fate. Exceptional, slight enhancement in cultivation speed. Blue. Life script. Ancestral master of the Starry Moon Academy. Techniques: Star technique, Great Sun heavenly art, Dragon dance movement, Shuriken technique. Treasures: Shuriken, Sun flame mirror, Storm pear blossom needle. Qualification: high-grade profound tier target confirmed. Su Changge and the battle puppet strode forward, standing before Xiaoyang. Who are you two fellows? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, a profound sense of alarm igniting within him. Boom! The battle puppet suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure akin to that of the Junjing ninth layer, causing Xiaoyang to stiffen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Elder, we have never met. Surely I have not offended you. He stammered, his throat dry and heart racing. There's some misunderstanding. I have but one question. Su Changge stated coldly, locking his gaze on his Xiaoyang's eyes, speaking each word with deliberate precision. Who instructed you to conspire with other sects against the Dao Tian Sect? Xiaoyang's body trembled violently. His complexion began to pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 143. Still no clue these two powerful figures had come in the name of the Dao Tian Sect. No wonder Mu Yongning had led over 100 strong individuals to ambush the Dao Tian Sect, only to be utterly annihilated. A wave of anxiety and fear surged through Xiaoyang as the realization dawned on him. Clang! Just as he gathered the courage to deny it, the battle puppet unsheathed its blades slightly. A chilling glint of sharpness bursting forth. The moment Xiaoyang's heart sank. Everything was orchestrated by junior brother Mu Yongning. He said the Dao Tian Sect was on the verge of revival, that the Starry Moon Academy had taken control of the Feifeng mountain range, and that the Dao Tian Sect bore a grudge that could threaten the safety of the Starry Moon Academy. Therefore, he advocated for a preemptive strike, as for whether junior brother Mu Yongning had any backers. I am unaware. Xiaoyang hurriedly divulged all the information he possessed, fearing that a mere delay would lead to his demise. Su Changge raised an eyebrow slightly, finding this outcome unsurprising. What was the result of your operation? How did Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect respond? What was your battle plan? The Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect harbored resentment against the Dao Tian Sect due to the loss of over 10 powerful individuals. However, following the death of junior brother Mu Yongning, both the Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect have become cautious. They're currently investigating the Dao Tian Sect in the shadows, claiming they need to ascertain its strength before taking further action. The other 5 sects, lacking a Junjing powerhouse to oversee them, could only comply after we exerted pressure. When we in the Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect decide to take action, we will simply notify them. Xiaoyang spoke candidly, revealing every detail as Changge's gaze flickered. Thus, it appeared that only Mu Yongning had truly interacted with the puppet master. This implied that only Mu Yongning harbored that strange and terrifying power within him. However, this was merely Su Changge's conjecture, not a certainty. With a firm step, Su Changge employed the cloud leaping technique, a pristine cloud appearing beneath him, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant. He's leaving? Xiaoyang momentarily froze, then became alarmed. Could he be headed to the Starry Moon Academy? Or perhaps to the Daotian Temple? Thoughts raced through Xiaoyang's mind, filled with trepidation, under the cold gaze of the battle puppet. He dared not move or speak, anxiously awaiting his fate. That a quarter of an hour later, as Su Changge had covered thousands of miles, clang, the battle puppet drew its sword, a blade of terrifying sharpness erupting. Xiaoyang stood frozen before the inevitable, watching as his headless corpse slowly toppled. The battle puppet seized Xiaoyang's storage ring and began its return to the Dao Tian Sect, as Su Changge awaited en route. And upon the battle puppet's return, he finally exhaled in relief. Xiaoyang too bore no trace of that bizarre and dreadful power. Su Changge stored the battle puppet and returned to the Dao Tian Sect. The dog, having stayed awake all night, relaxed only upon Su Changge's arrival, eagerly inquiring, "How did it go?" "I have destroyed the Starry Moon Academy." "Here are its treasures," Su Changge replied, producing a plethora of storage rings to present to the dog. He then recounted all his discoveries. Not a single clue to be found? The dog frowned, feeling the situation was quite dire, even the treasures from the Starry Moon Academy failing to pique his interest. Though the Starry Moon Academy had been obliterated, the puppet master still left no trace behind. An unknown enemy is the most terrifying. This time, the puppet master had managed to incite the 8 major sects to unite. Who could say how they might strike at the Dao Tian Sect next? With the Starry Moon Academy's destruction, as long as Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect weren't entirely foolish, they would certainly refrain from attacking the Dao Tian Sect. If they dare to strike again, it would imply that someone within Daotian Temple or Lianfeng Sect had contacted the puppet master. Su Changge's eyes glimmered. "Dog, what do you think we should do regarding Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect?" Chapter 144. Next steps. The dog pondered deeply for a long while before slowly responding. "I believe we should hold off for now, not rush to annihilate them. Instead, we should keep a watchful eye on Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect. If we were to destroy them, the puppet master would undoubtedly seek out new sects, and one knows which sects the puppet master might target next. Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect are familiar to us. At least they are out in the open rather than lurking in the shadows. If the puppet master intends to deal with the Dao Tian Sect, it is highly likely they will contact Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect, allowing us to use them to trace the puppet master's whereabouts." Su Changge nodded. The dog's thoughts aligned closely with his own, which was why he had not hastened to annihilate Daotian Temple and Lianfeng Sect. Keeping them around could serve to restrain the puppet master. "Leave the surveillance to me. You focus on guarding our home and cultivate in peace," Su Changge said, ruffling the dog's head. After all, the dog was only at the 7th layer of the transformation realm. It was unrealistic to assign such a task to it. The dog muttered in dissatisfaction, but did not argue that IT was aware of its own limitations. "Master?" At that moment, a petite figure dashed over and leaped into Su Changge's embrace. "What is it?" Su Changge smiled, lifting the little girl into his arms. "Master, where did you run off to just now? Unable to find you anywhere, I have some splendid news to share." Luo Xiao pouted, appearing somewhat disheartened. "That I just stepped out for a moment and wiped out the Xingyue Academy." Su Changge recounted the events that had transpired. "The Xingyue Academy has been eradicated?" Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Changge nodded and inquired, "What is this splendid news you mentioned?" "The good news is that the puppet master will no longer intervene. The danger has been averted." Luo Xiao chirped cheerfully that a thought suddenly struck Su Changge. Could it be that the Daotian ancient nation has taken action? "How do you know the puppet master will not intervene?" Guzi asked, puzzled. "Well, I can't disclose that. In any case, the puppet master simply dares not act." Luo Xiao's sparkling eyes darted around as she leaped from Su Changge's embrace and dashed away in a flash. That girl. Su Changge shook his head with a smile. Why is she suddenly speaking nonsense? Guzi was somewhat bewildered, unsure why Luo Xiao was so certain that the puppet master would not take action in truth. Xiao is the 9th princess of the Daotian ancient nation. Su Changge pondered for a moment before revealing Luo Xiao's true identity. The Daotian ancient nation? Guzi was momentarily stunned, as if a flash of lightning had struck his mind. Why had Luo Xiao suddenly appeared at the ruins of the Daotian sect? Why had she insisted on joining the Dao Tian sect upon their first meeting? Why did she wield a sacred artifact? All the lingering questions about her were now answered. She is indeed the 9th princess of the Daotian ancient nation. No wonder. Guzi's thoughts became intricate as Su Changge embraced Guzi and said, Now, you should tell me about the relationship between the Dao Tian sect and the Daotian ancient nation, right? Since you already know that Xiao is the 9th princess of the Daotian ancient nation, surely you are aware of other matters? Guzi shot a sidelong glance at Su Changge, that he increasingly suspected that Su Changge had known the truth all along. I only know that Xiao is the 9th princess of the Daotian ancient nation. I am unaware of other matters. As Su Changge replied, Honestly, I don't believe you. You rascal are quite cunning, Guzi said with some discontent, since Su Changge had long been aware of Luo Xiao's true identity. Why had he not disclosed it? Enough of the chatter, just tell me, Su Changge urged. In truth, this is not much of a secret. Guzi contemplated for a moment before explaining. The founding emperor of the Daotian ancient nation was a true disciple of the Dao Tian Sect over 10,000 years ago. The Daotian ancient nation could be considered an affiliated sect of the Dao Tian Sect, having developed into a holy land with the support of the Dao Tian Sect. Although the Dao Tian Sect later experienced a dramatic upheaval and fell into decline overnight, the Daotian ancient nation was not affected and managed to preserve its strength. Chapter 145. The past becomes a secret. The Daotian ancient nation was once an affiliated sect of the Dao Tian Sect. Su Changge was astonished, yet found it reasonable, coming to a sudden realization, and oh wonder, the Daotian ancient nation protects the Dao Tian Sect. Their relationship is indeed so close. What about the Dao Tian Sect? By the time of the old man, it seemed he was the last one remaining. Further back, the history of the Dao Tian Sect appeared to have been erased entirely, leaving no traces behind. Given that the Daotian ancient nation is a holy land, with its protection, the Dao Tian Sect should not have fallen so low. Right? Su Changge posed a question that had long troubled him. Judging from the 3 powers left by Yuntian Jinren in the sect leader's token, it was evident that Yuntian Jinren possessed the strength of a sage. To cultivate a sage-level powerhouse, the Dao Tian Sect strength back then must have been formidable. But why has the history of the Dao Tian Sect been obliterated? Upon mentioning this matter, Guzi's gaze turned complex and his expression heavy. After a long while, he sighed and said, Wait until you break through to the June realm before discussing that. Knowing those heavy truths too early is not beneficial for you. Is it the Xianming Holy Land? Su Changge suddenly spoke, gazing intently into Guzi's eyes. Was it not the Xianming Holy Land that nearly annihilated the entire Dao Tian Sect back then? Upon mentioning the Xianming Holy Land, a flicker of immense hatred and murderous intent flashed in Guzi's eyes. Yet he shook his head and said, The Xianming Holy Land was merely a petty annoyance. They could not have destroyed the Dao Tian Sect of that era. The true enemy is far more terrifying than you can imagine, and the truth is much more brutal than you think. Guzi let out a long sigh, lying on the ground, his eyes vacant, displaying a look of utter despair. Instantly, Su Changge's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to press for more information, but Guzi remained silent, refusing to divulge anything despite Su Changge's relentless questioning. Left with no choice, Su Changge eventually gave up. Take care of the home front. I will keep an eye on the Dansha Temple and the No.1 Sect. Su Changge patted Guzi's head. Did Xiao not say that the puppet master dares not act? Guzi responded, I believe the Daotian ancient nation has intervened. They would not make such a guarantee without sufficient confidence. Just in case. Moreover, the Dansha Temple and the No.1 Sect occupy our Dao Tian Sect's resource territory. It is fitting to observe them and see how they will react. Su Changge had his own plans and soon departed the Dao Tian Sect, quietly heading towards the Dansha Temple at this moment. Upon receiving the news of the Xingyue Academy's annihilation, both the Daotian Temple and the No.1 Sect were plunged into immense panic. It should be noted that the Xingyue Academy boasted 3 June realm powerhouses, their overall strength surpassing that of the Daotian Temple and the No.1 Sect. Even so, the Xingyue Academy had been wiped out overnight, with even the June realm patriarch being slain and left to rot in the wilderness. It must be the Dao Tian Sect. The Xingyue Academy has wronged me. I knew the Xingyue Academy harbored ill intentions. The higher-ups and powerful figures of the Daotian Temple and the No.1 Sect were engulfed in chaos and terror. Their scalps tingling. Just a moment ago, the patriarchs of the Xingyue Academy had sought counsel from their 2 sects on how to deal with the Dao Tian Sect, and the next moment, they were obliterated. How could this not instill fear? If an organization stronger than them could be eradicated, then the adversaries could easily extinguish the Daotian Temple and the No.1 Sect without breaking a sweat. Patriarch, while the Dao Tian Sect has not yet come to our door, we should flee quickly. Many high-ranking figures of the Daotian Temple and the No.1 Sect were in a state of panic, wishing to flee if they could annihilate the Xingyue Academy. Do you think we can escape anywhere? The patriarch of the Daotian Temple cast a cold glance at the powerful figures within. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dousing their frenzy and bringing them back to their senses. If the June realm patriarch were to flee, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. As for them, Mir Zun realm and Huadao realm weaklings, how could they possibly escape the enemy's pursuit? Then, what do you think we should do, according to your wisdom, patriarch? The high-ranking figures of the Daotian Temple looked to their patriarch with pleading eyes. Chapter 146. The Daotian Temple seeks mercy. Withdraw 70% of the treasures and resources from the treasury. Half of the high-ranking elders will accompany me to the Dao Tian Sect to apologize and return the resources we took from them. The patriarch of the Daotian Temple spoke solemnly. Our Daotian Temple has no significant grievances with the Dao Tian Sect. Our previous actions were merely influenced by the Xingyue Academy's instigation, as they promised us great benefits, which led us to cooperate with them as long as we humble ourselves and apologize, compensating with sufficient treasures and resources. We should be able to obtain the Dao Tian Sect as forgiveness 70% of the resources. The high-ranking figures of the Daotian Temple trembled upon hearing this, their hearts racing as they felt as though their very breath had been taken away. That was the accumulated wealth of the Daotian Temple for thousands of years. If they were to lose 70% of their resources, everyone in the Daotian Temple